Like, subscribe and share fanfiction channel. Chapter 1, Uzumaki Naruto. 8 years ago, the Nine-Tails demon fox caused troubles in the world, the whole Konoha was shaken, landslides and tsunamis. All of a sudden, the huge village of Konoha Shinobi was engulfed in flames, chaos, and wailing everywhere. In this life and death crisis, a Hokage couple stepped forward, at the cost of their lives, and tried their best to seal the Nine-Tails on their newly born child and quell the disaster. However, 8 years later, the child who lost his parents and accepted the seal of Nine-Tails did not become a hero praised by everyone. Instead, people called him Demon Fox. Konoha Shinobi Village. On the rock statue of Hokage towering on the top of the leaves, a couple of old and young stands here, admiring the scenery of the whole village from the top. Konoha Village, which is hundreds of miles away, seems so small in their eyes at this moment. The prosperous and peaceful Konoha Village is full of shouts from various stalls. Third Hokage, who was wearing a white robe and red cloak, looked at this scene happily, and asked kindly, turning aside the blonde-haired child beside him. "Naruto, do you like Konoha Village?" The old man's voice rang in his ears, but Naruto was indifferent. Although there was a lively and excited smile on the surface, his heart was very indifferent, without any ripples. Konoha, this place where I was born and nurtured. It stands to reason that anyone would have nostalgia for their hometown, but Naruto has a deep feeling for Konoha. Until now, he will never forget the endless abuse, spat, and annoyance in the past 8 years. That series of voice words, like a spell, kept swirling in Naruto's ears. "Fox! Get out of this village! Get away from me, you monster! Why isn't he dead yet? I really don't know why Master Third Hokage left such a monster in the village. Just looking at it makes me sick. God of Plague!" Naruto can't forget these voices, let alone those eyes that threw stones at him as if he was looking at a strange person. But at this moment, he still nodded with a smile and replied. "Of course I like it, Grandpa Third Hokage, Konoha is so big." Seeing the innocence of a child shining in Naruto's eyes, Third Hokage nodded in satisfaction, and began to explain the truth of the will of fire to Naruto. But no matter how brainwashed by Third Hokage, Naruto remains indifferent. In his heart, the little seeds had already germinated, and Konoha's prejudice against him for 8 years had already made him see the true face of this world. One day, he will seek justice for his treatment. The boy who slays the dragon will eventually become a dragon. After Third Hokage left, Naruto's eyes returned to indifference, and he glanced indifferently at the Konoha village under his feet, and said silently in his heart. "System, check my current attributes." Ding! The host attribute panel is generated immediately. Ding! The attribute panel is generated. Host, Uzumaki Naruto. Age, 8 years old. Permanent sign-in area, Konoha Shinobi Village. Cumulative sign-in rewards, Captain of the 6th Division of Shinigami, Byakuya Kukaki's template unlock 40%, Shadow Clone Technique, Water Style Mist Shinobi Technique, Wind Style Refining Empty Ammo. Refresh time from the next check-in location, 1 hour. Note, if you sign in at the sign-in location refreshed by the system, you will get generous sign-in rewards. Sound down. Naruto's mind became clearer. That's right, he is a time traveler. It has been 8 years since I came to this world, and I awakened the God-level sign-in system 3 years ago. God-level sign-in system, as long as you sign in at one place, you can get rewards. It stands to reason that Naruto can check in infinitely anywhere in Konoha. However, check-ins are of limited value. If you repeatedly sign into a place, the rewards you get will only get smaller and smaller. In the end, it was even more tasteless. However, if you sign in at the place where the system is refreshed, the value will be high. Last time, Naruto checked in at the place where the system was refreshed, the Hokage rock statue, and got the template of the Shinigami captain, Byakuya Kukaki. However, because of Naruto's small body, he can't grasp the full power of Byakuya Kukaki in a short time, so he can only gradually integrate the templates by unlocking it slowly. Up to now, 40% of the fusion has been achieved. Don't look at only 40%, this 40% power has already transformed and sublimated Naruto's body. Possessed Jonin level strength. And, with another 10% unlocked, Naruto can use the power of the Byakuya Kukaki Zanpakuto Shikai. Senbonzakura. At that time, Naruto will be even more advanced by leaps and bounds. And this is also Naruto's whole card, and he doesn't want to expose it until the critical moment. 8-year-old Jonin, whose talent is no less than that of Uchiha Itachi. But for the current strength, Naruto is not very satisfied. He knows that there are many masters in Konoha, but Jonin can't make a wave from Konoha. Therefore, he looked forward to the next sign-in reward even more. "Hi, is there another hour? Let's go eat some ramen first." Saying that, Naruto slowly walked down the rock statue of Hokage. Although with his strength, it only takes a few minutes to go from the rock statue to the ramen restaurant, but he prefers to go step by step like this. Because he knew that even though Third Hokage seemed to have left, he was still watching him. This is Konoha. The Cage, the Incarnation of Hell. Chapter 2. Konoha Village, inside the Hokage office. Third Hokage, wearing a white robe and red cloak, sat on the desk, observing the crystal ball in his palm. The movement of Naruto at this moment is emerging in the crystal ball. Suddenly, the office wooden door opened. An old man with a cane and half of his body wrapped in bandages, but with an unusually strong and mighty figure walked in. This old man is another powerful figure in Konoha. Danzo. Third Hokage seemed to have expected Danzo to come. Danzo glanced indifferently at the picture of the crystal ball in Third Hokage's hand, snorted coldly, and said, "Sarutobi, give Nine Tails Jinchuriki to me. The offspring of Fourth Hokage, the talent cannot be buried. Give it to me, and I will train him into a qualified ninja." Third Hokage sighed. "It is precisely because he is Minato's child that I want him to grow up happily. Now he is not suitable to join the route." The sympathetic words of Third Hokage made Danzo snort sarcastically. "Happy? Under your management, I haven't seen how happy he is. Sarutobi, you are afraid that he will grow up and be difficult to control. Humph, your worries are superfluous. I will train him." Brainwashing became the backbone of the village. It's a cold-blooded murder weapon. Third Hokage also withdrew his amiable look, turned off the screen of the crystal ball, stared at Danzo, and said indifferently. Danzo didn't retort, only a sneer and sharp eyes that didn't budge. After a while, Third Hokage shook his head and said, "Danzo, stop talking. Let's watch for a while longer." Danzo narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Can't extract chakra, this is naturally the illusion given to them by Naruto. In the ninja school, he also plays the role of a crane tail. But being low-key doesn't mean Naruto doesn't know anything. Naruto has long been familiar with the darkness of Konoha, and has secretly improved his own strength. It's like a piece of trash. But in fact, the things of the ninja school have been integrated as early as Naruto's first month of enrollment. An hour later, a system notification sounded in Naruto's mind. Ding, the check-in location has been refreshed. Ding, the next check-in location is, Uchiha Clan Land. Hearing the sound, Naruto froze for a moment. Uchiha Tribal Land? If there is any place in Konoha that Naruto has not been to, the Uchiha tribe is definitely one of them. It's not that the Uchiha tribe is heavily guarded, but, a year ago, there is already a ghost land. A year ago, the Uchiha family was killed in a massacre. The mighty genius Uchiha Itachi slaughtered the Uchiha clan with his own hands. Only his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, survived. The land of the Uchiha tribe, which was famous at the beginning, is now desolate and no one wants to approach it. Originally, Naruto wanted to sign in at the Uchiha place a long time ago, but after the night of the Uchiha genocide, the Uchiha place was sealed off and no one was allowed to enter or leave. Unblocked until recently. After eating the ramen in the bowl, paying the bill, Naruto wiped his mouth and set off for the Uchiha tribe. Due to the internal affairs of the village, the Uchiha family was forced to move to a remote place in the village. When he came to the Uchiha clan, Naruto couldn't help sighing when he saw the huge clan land, but it was deserted. The once glorious ethnic group has fallen into decline because of power disputes. But Naruto didn't mind his own business, closed his eyes, and said silently, "System, start signing in." Ding. Congratulations to host, successfully signed in at the system refresh location. Signed in location, Uchiha Clan Land. Ding. Rewarded, 3 Tomo Sharingan Awakening Card. Fire Style Fire Extinguisher. 5.6% EXP. Byakuya Kokaki Template 40% unlocked, plus 5.6%, now 45.6% unlocked. 3 Tomo Sharingan Awakening Card, use it to awaken the Uchiha clan's blood successor limit pupil technique 3 Tomo Sharingan, and it is in the mature state of 3 Guyu. Do you want to use it now? Naruto's eyes lit up, he didn't expect to get a mature 3 Tomo Sharingan at this check-in. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Although these eyes are called the eyes of the curse, their power is undoubtedly powerful. And the mature 3 Hook Jade can evolve again. Mangekyo, Eternal Mangekyo. It can even evolve to a Rinnegan. The destruction of the Uchiha clan has a lot to do with the ability of Konoha's eyes. Realizing that the third generation's sight had disappeared and the surroundings were deserted, Naruto took a deep breath and chose to use it now without hesitation. Use now. Consolidating blood successor limits for host, 3 Tomo Sharingan. The system sounded, and Naruto only felt a burning sensation in his eyes. All the chakra in the body is converging toward the eyes. At this moment, Naruto's eyes also changed. The blue eyes have disappeared, replaced by a pair of scarlet pupils. It is like a crescent moon, blinking, very strange. At this time, Naruto also felt the change of sight in his eyes, the whole world became wider, and the world seemed to be slowed down several times, becoming more and more clearly visible. Even, he can already see the flow of his own chakra, and he can control the chakra in his body more and more smoothly, with precision, and his breath is sublimating. Fortunately, Third Hokage has turned off the crystal ball, but even if he is still watching, he cannot see the changes of Naruto, only the back of Naruto with his head bowed. Otherwise, if Third Hokage sees these eyes, he will definitely be shocked. The Sharingan, which the Uchiha clan is proud of, appeared on Uzumaki Naruto at this moment. Awakening the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and unlocking part of Byakuya Kokaki's template, Naruto's strength has grown tremendously. At this moment, it is not a problem for him to blow up a Jonin. Chapter 3. After signing in, Naruto immediately left the Uchiha tribe. Back home, Naruto saw that third Hokage was waiting for him at the door early. Seeing Naruto come back, he smiled kindly. Seeing third Hokage at the door, Naruto didn't care about it, as if he had expected that third Hokage would come. Then he greeted third Hokage, pretending to be puzzled, and asked, "Grandpa third generation, why are you here?" Third Hokage smiled peacefully and said, "Come and see you, Naruto, where have you been?" Naruto sneered secretly in his heart, where did third Hokage not know? My every move is under the surveillance of third Hokage. Naruto still felt the sight of the crystal ball until he saw third Hokage. Obviously, third Hokage came here because Naruto went to the Uchiha tribe. The reason for asking this question is also to make a cliché and see Naruto's reaction. But Naruto didn't mean to hide it at all, and directly told third Hokage that he had gone to the Uchiha tribe, and he had already prepared the wording. That is to say, I saw a child who was about the same age as me often go there, and I also wanted to visit and play with that child. After all, Naruto is still a child now, and he hasn't stayed in the Uchiha clan for too long. Third generation nodded without thinking too much. After a few chatters, after giving this month's support to Naruto, third Hokage turned and left. He also just finished arguing with Danzo, and when he saw that Naruto went to the Uchiha clan, he came directly to ask. Since there was nothing to do, naturally I didn't stay long. Watching third Hokage leave, Naruto narrowed his eyes. Where is this hometown? This is simply a prison. Not only is my every move being monitored, if there is anything suspicious, I will also be slandered. Intrigue everywhere. But Naruto seems to have gotten used to it, clenched his fist slightly, he will break this cage sooner or later. Make everyone here pay. Taking a few deep breaths, Naruto calmed down and walked into the house. The house is very tidy, and although third Hokage didn't give much child support, Naruto didn't starve to death by virtue of his own ability. Taking advantage of the fact that third Hokage had just left and hadn't used the crystal ball to monitor himself, Naruto immediately closed his eyes and muttered in his heart. Shadow clone, release. Bang. Accompanied by Naruto's voice, in the hidden cave in the distant waterfall, a shadow clone exactly like Naruto turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. This is the shadow clone that Naruto arranged 3 years ago when the system was awakened. Up to now, this shadow clone has been practicing for 3 full years. Time to reap the fruits. After the shadow clone disappeared, a huge amount of information and experience flowed into Naruto's mind, causing Naruto's head to slightly hurt. But soon, Naruto sorted out all the information, and the system sounded. Ding, get 3 years of shadow clone cultivation experience. Ding, get 11.4% of Byakuya Kokaki template unlocking experience, learn Raise Non, learn Fire Style Great Fireball, learn Fire Style. Successive voices sounded, making Naruto more and more joyful in his heart. Not only learned Raise Non and many ninjutsu, but more importantly, Byakuya Kokaki's template unlocking progress has increased by 11.4%. The last time it has been unlocked to 45.6%, plus this time 11.4%, that is to say, the template has been unlocked by 57%. You know, unlocking half of the templates gives access to the power of the Zanpakuto Shikai. It is now unlocked to 57%, which means that Naruto can already use Senbonzakura's Shikai. This is a big hole card. Coupled with the many ninjutsu and Raise Non learned, Naruto's strength has once again been greatly improved. Now Naruto, a ninja who can easily crush Jonin's strength is not a problem. And he finally has the trump card to protect himself. Naruto clenched his fists, he has been waiting for this moment for a long time. However, Naruto did not relax his vigilance. Next, let Shadow Clone practice ninjutsu, delve into higher level Raise Non, and master chakra nature transformation. And myself, I have to hurry up and improve. Time flies, and 4 years pass quickly. In the past 4 years, Naruto has not relaxed for a moment. In 4 years, with the help of Shadow Clone, Byakuya Kokaki's template has been unlocked to 87%, only one step away from Bankai. The mastery of Shinigami skills such as White Hits, Shunpo, and Kido is also more proficient, and it has reached the level of Grand Master. For the remaining 13% of the template, Naruto is in no rush. He knows that the more templates are unlocked, the more effort will be required in the follow-up, and it cannot be fully unlocked in a short time. Not only that, Naruto has also learned a lot of ninjutsu, mastered the change of the nature of chakra, and the prototype of wind-style spiral shuriken has appeared. Now he can already protect himself by making waves on the leaves. Tomorrow is the graduation exam for ninja school. In the eyes of outsiders, Naruto is just a waste that has just learned how to refine chakra and clone technique can't use it well. As everyone knows, this waste is about to leap into the Dragon's Gate and transform into a dragon. Even in the past 4 years, Konoha executives such as Third Hokage and Danzo have not relaxed their surveillance of Naruto all the time. But they also don't know about Naruto's changes at all, let alone notice any clues. Up to now, they still believe that Naruto is still the tail of the crane and is still firmly in their hands. Chapter 4. Call. Naruto took a deep breath, had a simple breakfast, and came to the ninja school. As usual, the villagers of Konoha still regard him as a plague god and don't want to approach him. When he came to the ninja school, none of his classmates were willing to approach him. Naruto was no stranger to this situation. Looking at the noisy students of the same level around him, Naruto's eyes did not fluctuate. He came to the corner seat and sat down, closed his eyes and rested his mind, quietly waiting for the teacher to come. As for Uchiha Sasuke in front of Naruto, the treatment is completely different from Naruto. Surrounded by countless nympho girls around Sasuke, all the girls flocked to please Sasuke, chattering endlessly, wanting to win Sasuke's favor, as if they were like younger sister fans. Sasuke, tomorrow is the graduation exam, are you ready? I don't know what the exam content will be tomorrow. Are you stupid? Sasuke is the best talent in our year. Does he still need to prepare? Yes, no matter what the test content is, Sasuke will pass it easily. I really want to share with Sasuke. Sasuke was not too annoying, not only did not respond, but also did not drive away the girls around, allowing them to cheer and make noise. As if enjoying the taste of being touted. Soon, the teacher knocked on the door, and all the girls reluctantly returned to their seats, and the noisy classroom fell silent. Two Chunin teachers walked in. The two are very familiar, Umino Iruka and Mizuki. After Iruka entered the classroom, he confirmed that everyone was present, coughed a few times, and said, "Everyone should know that tomorrow is the graduation exam. The content of the exam is the same as in previous years. It is one of the 3 most basic ninjutsu of ninjas. Clone technique." Yet, as soon as Iruka finished speaking, several people who were good at clone technique cheered, and of course there were also those who were not good at howling. Iruka patted the table, motioned for silence, and continued. "Tomorrow, Mizuki-sensei and I will be your invigilators. After you go home, practice more and try to pass them all tomorrow. Especially you, Naruto. Your clone technique is terrible, go back and practice hard, if you fail if you take the exam, you will repeat the grade." As soon as Iruka's words came out, the whole classroom burst into laughter. Naruto is famous for being a crane tail, and he can't even learn a clone technique. Everyone knows this. But Naruto seemed to be asleep, and didn't respond to Iruka's words. Seeing Naruto sleeping on the table, Iruka just wanted to throw a temper tantrum, but Mizuki stopped him immediately. "Forget it, Teacher Iruka." Seeing this, Iruka had no choice but to withdraw her anger and shook her head helplessly. Then, after Iruka said a few words briefly, he asked everyone to study by themselves. He didn't notice that Mizuki was looking at Naruto with greedy and dark eyes. And Naruto also opened his eyes at this moment, glanced at Mizuki, sneered in his heart, and then looked away. No clone technique, of course Naruto deliberately showed it. With Naruto's current strength, he learned Shadow Clone 7 years ago, so how could he fail to learn a simple clone technique? His goal is the sealed book. Knowing the original work, he knows that Mizuki will definitely find him next, let him steal the sealed book, and pretend to lie to him. As long as he steals the sealed book, he can graduate. The Book of Seals claims to record all of Konoha's forbidden techniques. If there is a chance to see the contents inside, Naruto will not miss it. Moreover, there is Mizuki the Spearman, this is the best opportunity to read the sealed book in a legitimate way. Sure enough, after school, Mizuki found Naruto, told him where the sealed book was, and said a bunch of brainwashing words. Those meaningless words were naturally ignored by Naruto, and Naruto pretended to agree, looking very happy. Mizuki at the side saw it, and smiled grimly as if everything was under his control. As everyone knows, he is the pawn being used. Midnight. In the dead of night, a black shadow suddenly flashed across the house. This figure is Naruto, and Naruto rushed to the hiding place of the sealed book that Mizuki told him with the usual speed. After arriving, as Naruto thought, there was no one around. It is not known whether the 3rd generation deliberately evacuated, or the guards of the sealed book were lured away by Mizuki. Presumably it should be the former, the sealed book is so important, if the ninjas guarding the sealed book are so easily lured away, then they really don't have enough heads. Moreover, 3rd generation should have seen through Mizuki's plan long ago. Perhaps, this time, 3rd generation's conscience discovered that he wanted to use Mizuki to let Naruto read the sealed book and make up for Naruto. After thinking about it, Naruto went up to get the sealed book without hesitation, then turned around and ran towards the forest. Under the cover of night, Naruto who shuttles in the forest is extremely difficult to be found. After running all the way to the depths of the forest and making sure that the 3rd generation's crystal ball couldn't find him for the time being, Naruto stopped and looked at the sealed book in his hand with fiery eyes. A huge scroll that records all of Konoha's forbidden techniques. From down to multiple shadow clone, up to, how much is recorded, Naruto is not clear, but since it is said to record all forbidden techniques, there must be a lot. Naruto can't wait to see the content. Look at the broad and profound Konoha, will there be so many forbidden techniques that you will be dazzled? However, Naruto was dumbfounded when he opened the sealed book. Except for the multiple shadow clone technique at the beginning, the content behind is completely blank. I don't know if it was too late to read the original book or what, but Naruto realized that he was tricked. This is not a real sealed book at all. It's that third Hokage has prepared it long ago, changed the package, and let Naruto see it on purpose. There is only one multiple shadow clone inside, and Naruto learned this technique 7 years ago. Then this sealed book is completely a piece of waste paper to me. Hold. Rao is Naruto, who couldn't help but swear at this moment. After so much effort, what I got was a bunch of waste paper. It's a busy day. It's normal. Thinking about it carefully, how could that idiot Mizuki know the location of the real treasure of the sealed book? Thanks to myself, I am still looking forward to it. Naruto threw the sealed book aside speechlessly, and simply stayed here, waiting for Mizuki to recover. After a while, Naruto finally heard the sound of walking. A ninja with a huge shuriken came over and was very happy to see Naruto. This person is Mizuki. Mizuki is panting and sweating profusely. It seems that he has made great efforts to find Naruto. Naruto, I finally found you. You made it easy for me to find. Have you got the sealed book? Naruto didn't answer, just looked at Mizuki like a fool. Mizuki didn't notice Naruto's gaze at all. When he saw the huge scroll behind Naruto, his eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly smiled with satisfaction. Haha, I knew you would get it. Hurry up, give it to me, you will definitely pass the exam tomorrow, I guarantee you will pass. Naruto looked at Mizuki strangely, and asked. You really think it's a sealed book? Mizuki was taken aback, a little confused, and asked. What's the meaning? Naruto didn't answer. Mizuki frowned, and didn't understand what Naruto meant at all, thinking that Naruto had read the content inside, but he didn't understand it, which was different from what he told Naruto, so Naruto said that. But he doesn't have time to waste here. In his imagination, the sealed book disappeared, and Konoha's people would definitely hunt it down, if they were found. Then his plan and purpose will be in vain. So Mizuki said impatiently. Forget it, Naruto, you hand over the sealed book to me. You don't need to worry about the rest, as long as you hand it over to me, you will graduate. From now on, you are a qualified Konoha shinobi practitioner. Naruto smiled, and simply handed the sealed book to Mizuki. In this way, Mizuki also knew that he was just a clown. Then, Mizuki was taken aback. Naruto handed him the sealed book so simply, which surprised him a bit. After all, anyone who gets the Book of Seals wants to delve into the forbidden technique inside. For ninjas, it is a treasure. But even so, Mizuki caught it quickly. Seeing Naruto's half-smile look, Mizuki frowned, and hastily opened the sealed book. Seeing that everything behind was blank except for the multiple shadow clones, Mizuki also realized that he had been tricked. A black line appeared on his forehead instantly, and his face was covered with anger. Mizuki threw away the fake sealed book and roared angrily. BD, brat, how dare you play me? Hand over the real sealed book. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Mizuki finally couldn't bear it any longer and showed his true colors. Moreover, he also thought that Naruto was playing tricks on him by hiding the real sealed book. Hearing Mizuki's words, Naruto shook his head helplessly, looked at the throne scroll, and said pitifully. The sealed book is right there, that's the sealed book you asked me to get. Mizuki didn't believe Naruto's nonsense at all, and then roared. Impossible. Brat, how dare you steal the sealed book? I understand. You want to secretly learn the forbidden technique in the Book of Seals by yourself, so that you can take revenge on Konoha. Sure enough, the people in the village are right, you are a monster. Demon Fox. Seeing Naruto's expression getting more and more indifferent, Mizuki felt as if he had guessed it right, and laughed wildly. However, the next moment, his laughter stopped abruptly. Even, on the insolent face, the pupils showed unbelievable fear. All I saw was that at the moment Mizuki's words fell, Naruto's figure disappeared instantly, like a ghost, flashing in front of Mizuki with lightning speed. Then, Naruto raised his hand, grabbed Mizuki's neck, and looked at Mizuki with a cold expression. It's like looking at a dead person. Mizuki didn't even have a chance to react, and he didn't even see Naruto's movement clearly, so Naruto grabbed his neck and couldn't move. He stared in horror at this unexpected scene. Immediately afterwards, Naruto's extremely indifferent voice came out without a trace of emotion. Yahoo, is it also your name? Chapter 5. Mizuki was a little overwhelmed by the cold voice talking. He never dreamed that this would happen. Unexpected scene. The speed Naruto showed just now almost exceeded his cognition. He, who is so dignified as Chunin, couldn't see Naruto's movements clearly, and he didn't even have a chance to fight back. In particular, after being strangled by Naruto, he couldn't move and couldn't resist at all. This is a force beyond what he can contend with. It can only be caught by an eagle like Naruto catching a chick. Thinking of this, panic flashed across Mizuki's face. Looking at Naruto who was looking at him indifferently, as if seeing Shinigami, he felt terrified. This is really the tale of the crane in the ninja school. Is it really a waste wood that I observe day and night and can't even learn the clone technique? Naruto in front of him made Mizuki feel strange and scared. You, who are you? How can you have such great power? Mizuki suppressed the panic in his heart. It's really stupid to be fooled without knowing it. Naruto sneered. What do you mean? Mizuki was stunned and asked in horror. Naruto couldn't help but looked at Mizuki amusedly, pointed to the sealed book on the ground, and said, Do you really think that you alone can know where the hidden treasure of the sealed book is? Mizuki was stunned for a moment, then understood immediately, his body shook, showing an unbelievable face, and said, You said that the sealed book you got is a fake. Humph. Naruto snorted coldly, without answering. It seems that Mizuki is not too stupid. Mizuki understood, he was being tricked. From the start, Third Hokage knew his purpose. From the very beginning, he was used by Third Hokage, using him to tell Naruto about the sealed book. Not only that, but he was also used by Naruto. Poor him, he thought he was the winner. As everyone knows, he is played around like a clown. How is this possible? I managed to overhear the location of the sealed book. How could it be a fake? Mizuki shouted in disbelief. Naruto didn't explain much to him, and didn't even bother to talk nonsense with him. Mizuki also seemed to be aware of Naruto's murderous intentions, and shook his head in fright and struggled, begging for mercy. Let me go, I don't know anything, I don't know anything. Naruto narrowed his eyes and said. I hate people calling me Demon Fox the most in my life. No no. Before Mizuki's terrified words were finished, Naruto's palm snapped Mizuki's neck. Mizuki died immediately. When he died, Mizuki still had a terrified and unbelievable expression on his face, as if he couldn't believe it at all. He thought that a good-for-nothing who was slaughtered by others had dominated his life in the end. After killing Mizuki, before Third Hokage's crystal ball observed this place, Naruto carried the sealed book on his back, and after making sure that there was no one around, he left immediately and waited for Iruka to find him in another place. Naruto didn't worry about any trouble after he killed Mizuki, no one would find out, and no one would suspect him. After all, he is just a crane tail in the eyes of outsiders, how could he be Chunin Mizuki's opponent? Moreover, Third Hokage and the others also knew who Mizuki was colluding with, and what Mizuki took was a fake sealed book. After a while, Iruka found Naruto. After finding Naruto, he couldn't help scolding him. But after Naruto told him that Mizuki asked him to do this, Iruka suddenly realized and understood. After taking back the sealed book and sending Naruto home, Iruka struggled to find Mizuki's body. However, seeing the terrified expression on Mizuki's face, as if seeing something terrible, Iruka was also stunned for a while. He couldn't help thinking in surprise, what did Mizuki see? Back home, Naruto rested quickly and prepared for tomorrow's exam. The next day. There are huge crowds of people at the gate of the ninja school, and each candidate is basically accompanied by his parents. After all, the graduation exam is related to their children's life and their future. Some parents hope that their children will become dragons and phoenixes, while others worry that they will not pass the exam. But these have nothing to do with Naruto. The thin figure seemed a bit out of place with this lively scene. Naruto walked through the crowd and walked into the classroom. After entering the classroom, most of the students had already entered, anxiously waiting for the next graduation assessment. Soon, Iruka walked in. The original proctors were Iruka and Mizuki, but now that Mizuki is dead, they have to change teachers. Iruka glanced at Naruto worriedly, and he took good care of Naruto on weekdays. But he didn't think that with Naruto's usual performance, he could pass this exam. The graduation exam begins now. All candidates are not allowed to leave the classroom. The classroom fell silent for a moment. First, Iruka rolls the roll one by one, some pass and some fail. Soon, Uchiha Sasuke was ordered. As soon as they heard that Sasuke was going to appear on the stage, fans of the Nympho younger sister burst into cheers. Sasuke, come on! Sasuke, you can definitely do it. All the students also looked at Sasuke expectantly, wanting to see the performance of this Uchiha genius. Sasuke snorted triumphantly, stepped forward, made a seal, and with a bang, 3 avatars appeared in the classroom. The avatars were exactly the same as Sasuke, almost indistinguishable in appearance. Yay! I knew Sasuke would do it. The best. Accompanied by the cheers of the Nympho sister fans, Iruka nodded in satisfaction, and after ticking the paper, shouted loudly. Uchiha Sasuke, pass! Yet. There was another wave of fans cheering. Sasuke proudly took back the avatar, and was inevitably jealous during the period, and was very unhappy to say what was so great. But Sasuke didn't seem to hear it. Just when Sasuke was about to return to his seat, a voice muttering to himself suddenly sounded. There are only 3. When the voice fell, the entire classroom fell silent, and everyone's eyes turned to the owner of the voice, including Sasuke. And the owner of the voice is Naruto. After Naruto received everyone's attention, he was stunned for a moment, and then realized that he lost his voice and said his heart. Chapter 6. Originally, I just wanted to observe Sasuke's strength and see how far he was from himself, but I didn't expect that I accidentally said it out. Now it's all right, all the fans are staring at Naruto covetously, wishing to eat Naruto. Sasuke also has a dark face, very upset. Those who were originally upset with Sasuke looked at Naruto mockingly as if they were watching a joke. It would be fine if someone else said this, but if it was said by someone who in their eyes is the tail of the crane, it would arouse public outrage. After all, what Naruto said seemed to look down on the three clones, but in their eyes, Sasuke was the best in the class if he could separate out three. The bottom one in the class actually looks down on geniuses. Naruto, what face do you have to say Sasuke? You can't even tell one apart. That's right. At the end of the crane, you can't even compare to a tenth of Sasuke. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke also snorted coldly with a black face because he was dropped by the bottom of the class. Quiet, quiet. Iruka patted the table with a headache, but it couldn't stop those fangirls' cannibalistic eyes in the slightest. Immediately, Iruka shook his head helplessly, sighed, and called out the name of the next candidate. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. The audience cheered, however, this was not anticipation like Sasuke just now, but waiting to see a joke. All eyes were on Naruto, and they all wanted to see how many of the crane tail, who didn't pay attention to the three clones just now, could be separated. Of course, in their minds, Naruto's appearance was just a joke, just for fun. He absolutely couldn't tell the difference. Everyone can't wait to see Naruto make a fool of himself. They laughed one by one. Do you think he can pick one out? I bet he can't tell half of them. Ha 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 ha. Humph, let's see how many of you who look down on Sasuke can get out. In this way, under all the malicious eyes, Naruto stepped onto the podium helplessly. Iruka looked at Naruto, his eyes were also full of worry. He wanted Naruto to make miracles, but he didn't want Naruto to become a ninja. In this complicated mood, Iruka said, "Let's start." Naruto nodded, looking at those people who were waiting to see his jokes. His heart suddenly moved. He smiled and closed his seal. Bang! I only saw that after Naruto formed a seal, a huge chakra emerged. The sound of bang 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 in the whole classroom was like setting off firecrackers, and it sounded one after another. Naruto's shadow clone also spread all over the audience in an instant, filling the whole classroom. Not only that, but many shadow clones even lined up in the hallway. Countless shadow clones suddenly appeared, exactly the same as Naruto, even more real than Sasuke's just now. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. The eye sockets are all wide open, including Iruka. Those who originally wanted to see Naruto's jokes were even more exciting, as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Many people exclaimed. Looking at Naruto with a calm face in disbelief. Is this the tail of the crane that they have always looked down upon, thinking that it is the bottom of the class and impossible to pass the examination? The genius Uchiha Sasuke, known as the number one in the class, has 3, while Uzumaki Naruto, the tail of the crane, has hundreds, even thousands. This is completely beyond their imagination. If this is the tail of the crane, who are the rest? What kind of genius is Sasuke? All of a sudden, the audience exclaimed. The younger sister fans who were unfair to Sasuke just now were also full of splendor, covering their mouths and watching Naruto in disbelief. Seeing everyone's wonderful expressions, Naruto smiled slightly and said to Iruka, "Ms. Iruka, did I pass?" Only then did Iruka recover from the astonishment, nodded repeatedly, and said hastily, "Pass, pass, Naruto, quickly accept your avatar." Naruto nodded and withdrew chakra, and all clones disappeared in an instant. It was only then that the crowd came to their senses and exclaimed, Is this really the tail of the crane? I am not wrong, right? How many avatars were there just now? This is even more powerful than the Jonin I saw." Surprised and strangely colorful eyes stared at Naruto, and some people noticed that Sasuke's face became even uglier at this time. Naruto smiled, ignoring the gazes around him, and returned to his seat to sit down. "The reason why I cast Shadow Clone this time is also because of last night. Shadow Clone was given to him deliberately by Third Hokage last night, in order for him to learn it. Now that he is displaying it now, it also meets Third Hokage's expectations, and it happens to be perfect without arousing suspicion." And then, after Iruka glanced at Naruto with admiration, the exam continued as usual. Next. Accompanied by Iruka's roll call one by one, soon, all the candidates finished the exam. Those who passed stayed in the classroom until the invigilator divided them into groups, while those who failed, Iruka took them all out. While going out, Iruka also called out to Naruto. "Naruto, come out with me." Chapter 7. Coming outside the classroom, Iruka first looked at Naruto with relief, smiled, and then said seriously, "Naruto, what happened to the clone just now?" Naruto had long thought that Iruka would ask himself, after all Third Hokage didn't tell him everything. So, Naruto replied, "Ah, the shadow clone just now, I learned it from the sealed book." "What? Shadow clone?" Hearing Naruto's explanation, Iruka was even more startled. He originally thought it was just an ordinary clone, but unexpectedly, it was the forbidden technique, shadow clone of the Book of Seals. Although he can do shadow clone, it requires a huge chakra to cast it, and even he can't maintain a few. But just now, Naruto split out hundreds or thousands of them at once. If you don't ask, then do it, but Iruka was shocked by the question. Soon, Iruka noticed something that shocked him even more. All I saw was that Iruka opened his eyes wide, as if thinking of something unbelievable, looked at Naruto in astonishment, and said hastily. Wait, you said you learned shadow clone from the sealed book last night. Naruto shook his head and said innocently. Yeah, it didn't work in one night, I learned it right then. It seems to suit me quite well. As soon as the words came out, Iruka immediately looked at Naruto as if he was looking at a monster. A forbidden technique that even Chunin was unable to master, but Naruto learned it in less than an hour. Is this really the tale of the ninja school? Iruka took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down his shock. Seeing Iruka's unbelievable look, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Iruka never dreamed of it. In fact, Naruto learned shadow clone as early as 7 years ago, and it was just a small test. If Iruka knew about it, I'm afraid the expression would be 10,000 times more exciting than it is now. It was not easy to calm down. Iruka exhaled and said. Okay Naruto, I see. You go back, I'll go and divide you into groups soon, and you have to work hard in the future. Naruto responded, turned, and walked into the classroom. Entering the classroom this time is completely different from usual. In the past, when he came to school, no one noticed him at all. However, this time, Naruto was like a star. As soon as he entered the classroom, he attracted everyone's attention, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. The classroom was silent for a moment. Everyone looked at Naruto carefully as if they had discovered a treasure, trying to dig out the secret of the treasure. Some people want to go up to talk to Naruto, but they just have this idea, but they don't know how to speak, which is a bit embarrassing. It's no wonder that Naruto, who has been regarded as the tail of the crane all the year round, almost no one wants to approach him. Even some people often take pleasure in laughing at Naruto. And now, Naruto's spectacular move just now convinced everyone and made them amazed. When they reacted and noticed the differences leaking everywhere at the end of the crane, it was too late to get closer. Only now did they realize that there was already a membrane between them and Naruto, and they couldn't get close. Naruto saw that they were uncharacteristically, and knew why. He simply ignored them, and walked straight back to his place. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. But soon, some people began to discuss in a low voice, and the direction of the discussion was all related to Naruto. This year's genius, I'm afraid it will change hands. I don't think so. A clone technique can't prove anything. Sasuke is a veritable genius. All abilities are outstanding. Tisk, a clone technique? I'll take a look at one of your clones, let alone hundreds of them. I think you struggled to divide them into two just now. After everyone whispered for a while, Iruka came back with third Hokage's order. After returning, Iruka didn't say much, and started dividing classes directly. As Naruto thought, he was divided with Sasuke and small Sakura to form the 7th class. When Sasuke heard that he was in the same position as Naruto who just slapped him in the face, his face was gloomy and frightening, as if he wanted to find a place to sneak in. It seems that he, who is used to the halo of genius, was suddenly surpassed by others, which made him feel bitter. Little Sakura didn't need it. On the surface, she said it would be a hindrance, but she was actually ecstatic in her heart. After dividing the classes, Iruka finally said. Okay, I've finished assigning you all. This class is assigned according to your daily comprehensive grades. Next, Jonin, the instructor of each class, will come to pick you up. You are waiting here patiently. Naruto, come with me one more time. After speaking, Iruka took Naruto out, leaving everyone in the classroom nervous, anxious, and impatient. After going out, Naruto thought that Iruka was looking for him, but unexpectedly, Iruka brought him to the front of the Hokage building. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that it was not Iruka who was looking for him, but third Hokage. Squinting his eyes slightly, what should come will come sooner or later. At this time, Iruka patted Naruto's shoulder and said. Go in Naruto, third Hokage needs you. Chapter 8. What should come will come sooner or later. Naruto had expected that third Hokage would find him, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Exhaling, nodding his head, Naruto walked in. After seeing Naruto walk in, Iruka turned around and was about to leave, returning to the ninja school. Apparently, third Hokage had already told him to only meet Naruto alone. Entering Hokage's office, Naruto quickly saw third Hokage who was processing the documents, and shouted. Grandpa Hokage, I'm coming in. Hearing Naruto's voice, third Hokage put down the document in his hand, raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and soon showed a kind smile. Naruto, you are here. I heard that you have passed the graduation examination, I am so happy for the old man. Naruto nodded with a smile on his face, pretending to be very happy. The two chatted briefly for a while, and soon, third Hokage went straight to the point, saying. Naruto, I've come to you this time because I want to ask you a few things. I heard from Iruka that Mizuki told you about the sealed book. Did you see Mizuki last night? While speaking, Third Hokage observed Naruto's expression. Sure enough, as Naruto expected, Third Hokage called himself here because of the matter of the sealed book last night. Mizuki is dead in the forest behind Konoha. Although Third Hokage didn't say it, how could Naruto not know? A Chunin died in a strange way, and Konoha couldn't find the murderer, which is no small matter. So, Third Hokage approached Naruto, tested him, and wanted to set the tone. But Naruto was already prepared, pretending to be confused, and said, "No, Grandpa Hokage. Mizuki-sensei asked me to get the sealed book and wait for him, but I waited in the forest for a long time but didn't see him, and finally Iruka-sensei found me." Naruto's statement is basically exactly the same as Iruka's report to Third Hokage. Naruto insisted that he didn't see Mizuki last night, so no one would suspect Naruto. After all, Mizuki is a Chunin. Before getting the shadow technique, Naruto was still a good-for-nothing who couldn't understand the clone technique in their eyes, so how could he kill Mizuki quietly? It is impossible for anyone to think about it. Third Hokage stared at Naruto for a while with eagle-like exquisite eyes. No matter how he looked, he couldn't see the slightest flaw. Soon, Third Hokage withdrew his gaze, and his kind and amiable smile appeared again, saying, "That's it, I see. It's okay, Naruto, you can go back. Your instructor will pick you up later. He is an outstanding elite jonin in the village. You have to study hard with him. By the way, don't tell outsiders about the sealed book, it's a secret in the village." Naruto nodded. "Understood, Grandpa Hokage, then I'm leaving." After speaking, Naruto turned and left. The moment Naruto left, at some point, there was a figure in the corner of the office. That figure was Danzo. After Danzo appeared, he watched Naruto leave, and said indifferently, "Sarutobi, what do you think?" Third Hokage narrowed his eyes and said, "I think this matter may have something to do with Orochimaru." "Danzo, you don't have much to do with Orochimaru these days." Danzo frowned, "You think Orochimaru did it?" "Humph, otherwise? Do you think I don't know that Mizuki wanted to take the sealed book and seek refuge with Orochimaru?" Mizuki's body didn't show any signs of fighting, which means that he couldn't resist even if he wanted to, so he was easily killed. Konoha there are very few people who can do this. At this moment, Third Hokage changed from normal, his originally kind expression was replaced by the indifference and majesty of the superior, and he reprimanded Danzo unceremoniously. Danzo frowned and didn't argue with Third Hokage anymore. After all, he thought about the same thing as Third Hokage. It seems that Third Hokage already thought that the murderer was Orochimaru, and they also thought that Mizuki was killed because he got a fake sealed book, which was worthless. Go back to the ninja school classroom. Most of the candidates have already been rhythmized by their guide Jonin, leaving only Sasuke and little Sakura. When Sasuke and little Sakura saw Naruto come back, unexpectedly they were very quiet, not in a hurry. When little Sakura saw Naruto coming back, she smiled and said, "Naruto, you're back. Our guide Jonin hasn't arrived yet." Naruto nodded. Seeing that Naruto didn't say a word to herself, little Sakura was a little embarrassed. But she wasn't angry, she was just about to say something. Suddenly, the wooden door of the classroom was opened again. A man with a forehead protector on his head, and the forehead protector covering his left eye walked in. The man squinted his eyes with a look on his face, and smiled at Naruto and the others. This man is Naruto and their guide Jonin, the well-known copy ninja in the village, Heitake Kakashi. I thought it would take a while for Heitake Kakashi to come, but I didn't expect that just as Naruto arrived on the front foot, Kakashi also came on the back foot, just as agreed. "Yeah, I kept you waiting. I am your guide, Jonin, Heitake Kakashi." Chapter 9. I am your guide Jonin, Heitake Kakashi. Kakashi was all smiles and seemed very approachable. But neither Sakura Jr. nor Sasuke is fooled by Kakashi's appearance. They knew that the person in front of them was Jonin. How could Jonin be such a simple character? In particular, the other party is their guide Jonin, which is related to the future of their ninja life, so the two couldn't help but become more nervous, carefully looking at Kakashi's appearance. Seeing the three students staring at him with big eyes and small eyes, but they didn't reply, Kakashi couldn't help scratching his head in embarrassment, and said, "Since you don't know me yet, let me introduce myself first." Saying so, Kakashi introduced himself from beginning to end, and then asked Naruto and the others to introduce themselves. The so-called self-introduction is to simply tell others your name, interests, hobbies, and future plans. Naruto had nothing to say, so he just said his name. But Sasuke said very fiercely that he has a huge ambition and wants to restore the glory of the Uchiha clan. Little Sakura's introduction is as simple as an ordinary girl. After listening to the introduction of the three, Kakashi nodded, glanced at Sasuke for a while, and then set his sights on Naruto, narrowing his eyes slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Soon, Kakashi broke the silence, saying, "Since everyone has introduced themselves, I have nothing to say next. First of all, I want to tell you that you are not ninjas yet." Ah! As soon as Kakashi said this, it immediately aroused violent reactions from Sasuke and little Sakura. Both of them opened their eyes wide, as if they didn't believe what Kakashi said. They were very anxious. Kakashi said lightly. Don't look at me like that. If you want to become a ninja, you have to pass the survival exercise in my hands. Only those who pass the survival exercise are eligible to become a ninja. But haven't we already passed the exam? Why do we need to take the exam? Little Sakura complained. Don't ask so much, here, I am the rule. Okay, let's not talk much, then you can move freely. The survival exercise starts at 1 p.m., and gather at the third exercise field before 1 p.m. Remember, don't eat lunch. After finishing speaking, Kakashi didn't hesitate, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Hearing that there was still an exam, the little Sakura asked the two of them in a panic. Naruto, Sasuke, what should I do? Why is there still an exam? I finally passed the graduation exam. The anxious little Sakura's eyes even missed. Sasuke on the side saw it, and said mercilessly. He said, here, he is the rule. After speaking, Sasuke stood up and was about to leave. The little Sakura was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Sasuke was about to leave, she quickly asked. Sasuke, where are you going? Go buy ninja gear and prepare for the survival exercise in the afternoon. At this time, Naruto is also preparing to leave. Sensing Naruto's movement, little Sakura couldn't help turning her head to look, and said with a wince. Naruto, what about you? At this time, Sasuke also looked over, and seemed to want to know what Naruto was going to do. Sensing the eyes of the two, Naruto couldn't help but shrugged and said with a faint smile. Go to eat. As soon as the voice fell, Sasuke and little Sakura immediately opened their eyes wide and looked at Naruto dully with astonishment on their faces. As if suspecting that she had heard it wrong, little Sakura said in surprise. But didn't Mr. Kakashi say, don't eat? Hearing little Sakura's words, Naruto couldn't help but give little Sakura a blank look, and said speechlessly. He told you not to eat and you wouldn't eat. Sasuke said, his words are the rules. Naruto nodded in agreement. However, what he said next was completely opposite to his actions, which left them stunned. Well, Sasuke's right. But, he's him, I'm me, and I'm good at breaking the rules. After finishing speaking, Naruto didn't say anything more, turned around and walked out. Seeing Naruto's back, little Sakura's eyes flashed brightly, while Sasuke gritted his teeth, looking very unconvinced, and followed him out. After Naruto left the classroom, just as he said, he came to the ramen restaurant for dinner. Vaguely, he felt eyes watching him. It must be Hey-take Kakashi. But Naruto didn't change his behavior to eat ramen either. However, what Naruto didn't expect was that not long after he arrived at the ramen restaurant, Sasuke and little Sakura actually followed him and ordered a ramen like Naruto. It seems that what Naruto said just now changed their minds. Time passed quickly. After eating and drinking, Naruto and the others also came to the third practice field. On the empty third practice field, a silver-haired man stood. That man was none other than Hey-take Kakashi. Unexpectedly, Hey-take Kakashi, who has always been known for being late, actually waited here early this time. The wind and sand filled the air, and the breeze blew everyone's heartstrings, as if foreshadowing the impending unrest in the practice field. Chapter 10. Seeing that Kakashi was waiting for them at the training ground, the three of them also ran over quickly. Kakashi squinted his eyes like a sly fox, examining everyone. He didn't mention Naruto and the others eating, but said directly. Very well, it seems that you are all punctual. The most important thing for a ninja is punctuality. Hearing Kakashi's satisfied compliment, little Sakura couldn't help but nodded happily. And Naruto looked at Kakashi quite speechlessly. Kakashi, who was often late, would say such words. You are all ready. Kakashi didn't waste time, and after everyone nodded, he said the content of the exercise. Only to see, Kakashi took off the two bells around his waist, put them in his hands for the three to watch, and then said. The content of the exercise is very simple. As long as you grab the bell in my hand before the sun goes down, you will pass. Looking at the bell in Kakashi's hand, little Sakura was a little confused, and asked suspiciously. But, there are three of us, and bell only has two. Hearing little Sakura bring it up, Kakashi smiled slyly and said. That's right, there are only two bells. So, that is to say, at most two people will pass the exercise and become ninjas. The other person is not qualified. What happens to unqualified people? Little Sakura asked cautiously. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and quickly replied. Those who are not qualified will be sent back to the ninja school to study again, or they will be deprived of their qualifications to become ninjas. As soon as Kakashi's words came out, little Sakura's delicate body trembled, as if she had already thought of who the unqualified person would be. However, Kakashi didn't worry about little Sakura's mood at all, grabbed the bell and said. Okay, the exercise is starting now. Next, no matter what method you use all your strengths and try your best to grab the bell in my hand. Those who snatch it will be deemed to have passed the exercise. Exercise, start. After the words fell, the three immediately started to act. Little Sakura and Sasuke both ran into the nearby woods, ready to lurk and observe first, ready to look for opportunities to make a move at any time. Seeing the actions of the two, Kakashi nodded with satisfaction, and said silently in his heart, "It seems that these two little guys have learned well in the ninja school. One of the common sense of ninja fighting is to hide your body, observe secretly, look for opportunities, and wait for opportunities shot." Just when Kakashi was very satisfied with Sasuke and little Sakura's reaction, at the very beginning of this tense drill, Kakashi suddenly found that there was a person standing in front of him. That person is none other than Naruto. Naruto didn't respond at the moment, looking at himself indifferently. Kakashi froze for a moment, staring at Naruto dumbfounded. What is this doing? Everyone else is hiding, why is Naruto still here? Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and couldn't help but look at Naruto. It seemed that Naruto had no intention of hiding. "Naruto, what are you doing here? Grab the bell," Naruto said with an undisguised smile. Kakashi froze for a moment, and looked at Naruto in surprise, as if he couldn't believe what Naruto said. Is there really a genin who dares to confront Jonin head-on? Just grab it like this? Kakashi asked suspiciously. That's right. Naruto nodded with a smile. Then I'll see how genin, who likes to break the rules, can snatch the bell from me. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, Kakashi has been watching Naruto and their every move. Kakashi knew what Naruto and the others had done, including lunch, but Kakashi didn't say anything. Naruto smiled, not waiting for Kakashi to speak again. Suddenly, Naruto's feet were strong, and his body rushed out like a flame. He rushed in front of Kakashi with a lunge, and reached out to reach the bell on Kakashi's waist. One of the most important basic fighting qualities of a ninja is to be surprised. Kakashi looked panicked and completely unexpected. However, this is all an illusion. Just when Naruto's hand was about to touch the bell, there was a bang. Kakashi in front of him suddenly turned into smoke. Shadow clone. This is fake. Immediately afterwards, a sly voice sounded from behind Naruto. It's a good idea, it's unexpected. It's really possible to get caught by someone else. However, Jonin is not so easy to deal with. Kakashi praised and taught Naruto behind Naruto's back. However, just when Kakashi finished speaking, he thought he was in control. I only saw Naruto's mouth slightly raised, and smiled lightly. Yet, seeing the curvature of Naruto's mouth, Kakashi instantly sensed something was wrong. Before he could react, there was another bang. Naruto in front of him suddenly disappeared like Kakashi just now, and turned into a puff of white smoke. Kakashi froze for a moment, opened his eyes wide, slightly startled. This Naruto is also a shadow clone. How can this be? Kakashi thought that he had already secured the victory and had the upper hand. Unexpectedly, Naruto seemed to have expected it a long time ago. At this moment, a black shadow flashed past, Kakashi was startled, and the advanced ninjutsu body flicker technique was activated immediately. A flicker flashed tens of meters away at an extremely fast speed, and looked at Naruto not far away in horror. That shadow, it is Naruto, is only 1 second away from getting Kakashi's bell. Naruto didn't get discouraged when he failed the blow, but looked at Kakashi with admiration. As expected of Haytake Kakashi, a famous figure in the three wars. With his rich combat experience and excellent reaction speed, he managed to defuse this well-arranged series of rounds to the limit. However, Naruto did not expect that at this moment, Kakashi's heart was throbbing. He never expected that he was an elite jonin, and he was in a state of defense, but he was almost succeeded by a genin. Mainly, he never expected that the Naruto just now was shadow clone. I didn't see the Naruto seal at all, obviously this shadow clone was arranged a long time ago. A genin actually has such an amazing plan. If it weren't for his years of fighting intuition, the victory might have been decided just now. Thinking of this, Kakashi couldn't help breaking out in some cold sweat, and looked at Naruto not far away in amazement. Chapter 11. Is this really a crane tail? Such an amazing battle plan, even a jonin can't compare to it. Even he, Haytake Kakashi, was led by Naruto step by step and almost fell into a trap. Little Sakura and Sasuke, who were watching the battle in the woods, opened their mouths in astonishment at this moment, their faces full of disbelief. They just saw that Naruto almost got the bell, and even put his hand on the bell. Had it not been for Kakashi's final outburst of the body flicker technique, I'm afraid the survival exercise would be over by now. It was the first time they had seen such a thrilling and touching scene. But at the scene, it was a confrontation between genin and elite jonin. It's just unbelievable. Naruto took a small test of his skills, and after warming up, he exhaled, smiled again and looked at Kakashi, ready to make a move. If you let them know that Naruto didn't use all his strength just now, I'm afraid they will be shocked again. After Kakashi stabilized his figure, he squinted his eyes and looked at Naruto, his face was no longer as relaxed as before. He knew that if he continued to be in the idle state just now, he might really capsize in the gutter. If he is a jonin who easily takes advantage of genin, if it spreads, his peers will laugh at him. Soon, Kakashi calmed down, looked at Naruto with a smile, and praised. I underestimated you. The plan just now was really good, which surprised me. However, Jonin is not so easy to deal with. As your teacher, I should teach you how to become an excellent ninja. In order to regain the field, Kakashi said like a lesson. Naruto smiled, and before he could speak, Kakashi suddenly dashed forward, extremely fast. Like lightning. One of the basic ninja fighting methods, taijutsu. Kakashi rushed up and punched Naruto mercilessly. The violent fist brought a howling wind, and hit it head-on. Naruto took a deep breath, seeing that the fist was coming, he didn't dodge it, as if he wanted to resist Elite Jonin's punch. It's just a good time to practice the skills of Shinigami and the ability of white hits. Naruto said silently in his heart. White hits are fighting skills. In other words, gymnastics. The means of physical combat. Therefore, facing Kakashi's punch, Naruto opened his eyes wide, carefully watching Kakashi's attack trajectory. Immediately, with a movement of the body, he turned sideways to avoid Kakashi's fist. What followed was an uppercut counter-attack. Kakashi was slightly surprised to see Naruto dodge the attack. Although he didn't use all his strength, he knew that an attack of this speed was not something a genin could dodge. However, Kakashi reacted quickly, and after parrying Naruto's fist, he launched a series of attacks towards Naruto again. Countless punches and kicks rushed in like a tsunami. However, what they faced was Naruto's exquisite dodges again and again, and some of them couldn't dodge, so Naruto collided with fists. Head on. The sound of BG fists and flashing legs was muffled like metal clashing, full of rhythm. The fight between the two was in dire straits and could not be connected. Like two well-matched taijutsu ninjas meeting each other, they fought very fiercely with each other. Sasuke in the forest gritted his teeth unwillingly after seeing it. It's hard to imagine that the characters at the bottom of the crane in the school are now fighting with Jonin inseparably, as if they stole his limelight. Immediately, Sasuke couldn't help the impulse in his heart, rushed out with a stride, and threw 3 shurikens at Kakashi and Naruto. The 3 shuriken attacks were indiscriminate, some were aimed at Kakashi, and one was aimed at Naruto, as if to tell them, stop fighting, let me do it. Kakashi and Naruto, who were fighting, quickly noticed the shuriken being shot. After the two punched each other, they both stepped back, and the shuriken also pierced through the middle of the two. After the two stopped, Kakashi looked at Sasuke in confusion, not knowing what Sasuke was going to do. However, Sasuke didn't say a word, and with a little anger on his face, he rushed directly towards Kakashi. Seeing this, Kakashi rushed to fight. However, he had just finished fighting Naruto, and he hadn't recovered from the fighting state of fighting Naruto. He kicked out without stopping, and kicked directly on Sasuke's stomach. Sasuke couldn't hide even if he wanted to, and was kicked by Kakashi in an instant, and he rolled for a few meters before stopping. Damn! BD! Sasuke got up from the ground in embarrassment, the result of fighting Kakashi made him a little unacceptable, his face was full of anger and unwilling eyes. He growled a few times and looked at Kakashi viciously. Just now Kakashi and Naruto fought inseparably, and it looked like they couldn't win or lose. However, if it was him, he couldn't hold a single kick and was kicked directly. This made him the hope of the Uchiha clan who has always been hailed. How did the genius character of the ninja school accept it? Chapter 12. Seeing Sasuke who was kicked a few meters away, Kakashi asked worriedly. Are you okay? However, Kakashi's worry is like an insult in Sasuke's eyes, making it difficult for him to accept. Why can't I fight Naruto even when I fight Naruto? Suddenly, Sasuke roared a few times. Damn it! After shouting, Sasuke hit Kakashi again. This time, Kakashi also adjusted his strength and happily dealt with Sasuke's attack. But obviously, playing against Sasuke looks much easier than playing against Naruto just now. Sasuke. After Sasuke appeared, little Sakura also stopped hiding and ran out of the forest. Little Sakura glanced at Naruto with brilliant eyes, and then looked at Sasuke and Kakashi who were fighting, as if they were also looking for an opportunity. Naruto was the same, waiting secretly, not paying any attention to Sasuke's impulsive performance. I saw that Sasuke sent a great fireball to force Kakashi back, and just as Kakashi had just landed, little Sakura quickly shot. He ran behind Kakashi, trying to take off the bell while Kakashi was unaware. However, Kakashi seemed to have expected it a long time ago. With a sly smile, he squatted with his backhand, and then grabbed the little Sakura, pressed the little Sakura to the ground with both hands, subdued the little Sakura's actions, and said with a smile. That's so naive, little Sakura. At this moment, Sasuke also took advantage of Kakashi's subduing the little Sakura, and rushed up quickly, and the palm went straight to Kakashi's bell. But it was not beyond Kakashi's control. Kakashi raised his foot and kicked Sasuke. The lightning speed made it too late for Sasuke to dodge. Sasuke was kicked by Kakashi again. After kicking Sasuke, Kakashi looked at the two with satisfaction, and said like a teacher. You two, the plan is good. One attracts my attention, and the other is responsible for grabbing the bell. Very well, ninjas just want to catch them by surprise. It's a pity that you have a good idea, but the operation is too simple and full of loopholes, and it is too easy to be caught. Cracked, Jonin is not so easy to deal with. When Kakashi was teaching little Sakura and Sasuke, suddenly, Kakashi's body shook suddenly, his pupils shrank, as if he had forgotten something. That's right, not just Sasuke and little Sakura, but Naruto too. I just saw that Naruto appeared behind Kakashi at some point, looking at Kakashi with a calm smile on his face. Kakashi turned around suddenly, his pupils widened in astonishment. However, before he could react, Naruto made a quick move and easily took down the two bells. Survival exercise, over. Naruto shook the two bells, looked at the surprised Kakashi, smiled and said. You're right, Kakashi-sensei, a ninja is meant to catch people by surprise. The words he taught Sasuke and little Sakura just now were used by Naruto to teach him at this moment, and Kakashi's head was full of black lines when he heard it. It's no wonder that Kakashi will suffer, after all, the result of this survival exercise is beyond Kakashi's expectations. After finally frustrating the water chestnuts of the two little devils, he wanted to act like a teacher and teach them a lesson, but he didn't expect that Naruto would take advantage of him. Moreover, Naruto hit it so well, if he didn't react quickly, he wouldn't even notice that Naruto was going to get the bell. Little Sakura and Sasuke also got up from the ground, looking at the bell in Naruto's hand in surprise. Unexpectedly, their little trick ended up making a wedding dress for Naruto. Kakashi shook his head helplessly, looked at Naruto strangely, and thought in his heart. Is this really the crane tale of ninja school? If this is the tale of the crane, what happened to the genius Uchiha who gritted his teeth and refused to admit defeat? Kakashi exhaled, regained his smiling face, looked at Naruto with satisfaction, then nodded to the three and said. Congratulations, you passed. As soon as Kakashi's words came out, Sakura and Sasuke, who were still depressed just now and thought they had been eliminated, were taken aback for a moment, then raised their heads and looked at Kakashi puzzled. What Kakashi just said was not about Naruto, but about you. Little Sakura even asked hastily. Mr. Kakashi, what's going on, have we all passed? Kakashi nodded with a smile. That's right, the three of you are all qualified ninjas. Hearing Kakashi's words, although little Sakura was puzzled, she cheered happily. Sasuke frowned and asked. Why? Kakashi patiently explained the purpose of this survival exercise to them. It is said to be a survival exercise, and if you pass it, you can become a ninja. But in fact, this survival exercise is to test Naruto and their teamwork ability, making the three of them realize the importance of teamwork. And the last move just now was indeed done by three people, so Naruto succeeded, which is why Kakashi let them pass. So, Kakashi brainwashed and explained to Sasuke and the others that they failed to attack one by one just now, but the three of them succeeded together. This shows the importance of teamwork and so on. However, for Kakashi's explanation, Sasuke and little Sakura rolled their eyes. It seemed to be teamwork, but both Sasuke and little Sakura felt like they were being used by Naruto. After all, they don't know anything and they fall into Naruto's scheme. In addition to letting everyone realize the importance of teamwork, there is another reason that Kakashi wants to use this survival exercise to have a deep understanding of the strength and comprehensive ability of the three, and to see the performance of the three. All three performed well, which made Kakashi quite satisfied, especially Naruto, which surprised Kakashi even more. Naruto's strategy is not only amazing, but also excellent in physical skills, which really surprised Kakashi. Saying that, Kakashi couldn't help but look at Naruto a few more times. Chapter 13. After explaining, Kakashi smiled and said to Sunin. Congratulations, from now on, you are Konoha Genin. Both Sakura and Sasuke were excited when they heard Kakashi's words. Especially the little Sakura, the eyes are full of mist with joy. You can move freely now. Gather at the Konoha gate at 6 o'clock tomorrow, and I will take you to pick up the entrusted task. After finishing speaking, Kakashi was about to leave. Before leaving, Kakashi suddenly thought of something, turned his head and said with a smile. By the way, there will be a celebration banquet in the evening to celebrate the graduation of this class of Genin. All Genin who passed the assessment and their guide Jonin will participate, so you should go too. After all, you are the first batch to pass the exam under my hands. Genin. Little Sakura and Sasuke nodded. They were very happy at the moment, and they hadn't recovered from the excitement of passing the exercise. After Kakashi finished speaking, he left here with the instant technique. As soon as he left, little Sakura suddenly cheered as if releasing the pressure. Yay! We passed the test. Naruto, Sasuke, we are Genin. Sasuke also showed a rare smile and let out a relaxed breath. I'm going to go back and change clothes, and then go to the celebration banquet. Naruto, Sasuke, how about you? Little Sakura asked, blinking her big eyes happily. I'll go straight there. Sasuke said lightly. Naruto smiled and said. Go first, I'll walk here. Sasuke and little Sakura looked at Naruto suspiciously, wondering what Naruto was going to do. The two didn't ask much, and after saying goodbye to each other, they left separately. After the two left, Naruto exhaled, closed his eyes, and reviewed the fight just now. In the fight with Kakashi just now, although neither of them did their best, Naruto could also find a lot. First of all, White Hit's skills, Shinigami fighting skills White Hits, are indeed very subtle, which greatly strengthens Naruto's melee combat ability. But Naruto can still feel that there is obvious room for improvement. If it is used together with Sharingan in physical combat, its power will definitely be greatly enhanced. There is also the strength of Jonin. Through today's battle, Naruto has a preliminary understanding of Jonin's strength. It is also clearer to know what kind of enemy he can deal with now. After thinking about this, Naruto said silently in his mind. System, sign in at the third practice field. Ding. The third practice field, the sign-in was successful. Ding, get the reward Forbidden Technique 8 Inner Gates. Get 2.7% bonus experience. After the voice sounded, Naruto felt a rush of information pouring into his mind. This information is exactly the cultivation technique and method of 8 Inner Gates. Soon, Naruto digested the information and nodded. The reason why he stayed here was to review the battle just now, and the other was that he had just been prompted by the system, and the sign-in refresh location just happened to be refreshed here. He was also very satisfied with the rewards for signing in. 8 Inner Gates, known as the pinnacle of physical taboos. Gain powerful power for a short time by untying the channel of the human body. When the 8 gates are fully opened, it is also called 8 Inner Gates formation, which can gain several times or even dozens of times the power of cage level in a short time. Moreover, the power of this forbidden technique depends on the caster itself. The stronger the caster, the more terrifying the forbidden technique's power. In contrast, the cost is also very high. With the blessing of 8 Inner Gates, coupled with the White Hit's fighting skills, Naruto's physical skills have once again been greatly improved. The Akiya Kukaki's template has also been unlocked from 87%, plus 2.7%, to 89.7%. After Naruto digested the rewards, the sky gradually became dark, and the moonlight shone on him at night. Naruto glanced at the darkening sky, digested all the rewards with satisfaction, and set off for the celebration banquet. On the other side, Hokage's office. After Kakashi left, he came directly to Hokage's office. Third Hokage nodded when he saw Kakashi coming, and said, "Kakashi, how are you?" When Kakashi saw Third Hokage, he gave a respectful call, and then began to report the situation. "Master Hokage. They passed the examination." Third Hokage nodded in relief, and said, "Being able to pass the test under your hands, it seems that the three of them do have the talent to be ninjas. What about the other thing?" As he spoke, Third Hokage narrowed his eyes like a skilled and cunning fox. The reason why he asked Kakashi to come to him immediately after the exercise was for the next thing. After hearing Third Hokage's words, Kakashi frowned slightly, thought for a while, and then began to say, "Master Hokage, I don't think Naruto did it. If Mizuki was killed without any resistance, the murderer must be at least at the level of elite Jonin. Uzumaki Naruto does not have this ability, so I judge not him." After Kakashi finished speaking, Third Hokage nodded. It turned out that Third Hokage approached Kakashi to ask Kakashi to test Naruto's situation. Unexpectedly, even a survival exercise, Third Hokage would not let it go. It is indeed the scheming of those in power, as meticulous as an old fox, probing, intrigue, and deceit everywhere, everywhere. Chapter 14. The reason why Kakashi said this was also based on the consideration of the survival exercise just now. Naruto's performance surprised Kakashi, but that kind of strength is far from being able to crush Chunin. Mizuki was killed without any resistance. It is at least the strength of elite Jonin to be able to do this. Obviously, Kakashi thinks Naruto can't do it. However, they did not expect that Naruto did not use his full strength in this exercise. What Kakashi saw was only what Naruto wanted him to see. If you don't pay attention here, how can you hide it from these old foxes? After listening to Kakashi's words, Third Hokage nodded. He also thought the same as Kakashi. Finally, Third Hokage shifted the target of suspicion away from Naruto, and said lightly, "Okay, I see, you go down first." Kakashi nodded, turned, and walked out. After Kakashi left, Third Hokage didn't think too much, exhaled, and continued to work deeply. The other side. It was late, the starry sky was bright at night, and the bright moonlight sprinkled on the dark streets. After signing into the third practice field, Naruto soon came to the barbecue restaurant of the celebration banquet. Inside the barbecue shop, the people are busy, and all the genin who have passed the examination and their instructors have already arrived here, including Sasuke and little Sakura. At the moment they are happily celebrating their moment of becoming ninjas. Seeing Naruto coming, the enthusiastic little Sakura greeted him quickly. "Naruto, Naruto! Come here!" Naruto heard little Sakura's voice, smiled and walked over. Little Sakura is surrounded by the genin who graduated this year. Shikamaru, Ino, Hinata, and Koji are all there. And at the other table next to them, Kuroyuki, Asuma and others guide Jonin, and even Kakashi came earlier than Naruto. Seeing Naruto coming, Asuma and Yuhihong's eyes fell on Naruto immediately, and they stared at Naruto for a long time before turning their eyes away. "Kakashi, this is the fourth generation. Asuma and Kurani Yui asked Kakashi about Naruto, their voices were so small that the genin couldn't hear them clearly in the crowded sea. But this voice could not be hidden from Naruto's ears. Naruto ignored these words and came to the side of little Sakura. As soon as he sat down, Ino suddenly stood up from his original seat, walked to Naruto, squeezed with Naruto, and said to Naruto with a very enthusiastic smile. You are a busy person, but you are here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Naruto smiled awkwardly. Before he could speak, Ino said again. I heard from little Sakura that you didn't lose against your guide Jonin. It's amazing. We suffered so much under Jonin-sensei. How did you do it, Naruto? I only saw that Ino looked at Naruto adoringly, his eyes were shining, and his eyes were bent into the shape of stars, wanting to know Naruto's secret. Yes, Naruto, you have deceived us so badly. You are not well known at ordinary times. I didn't expect to hide it so deeply. Tell us, is there any secret? Yaya said. The crowd chattered around Naruto like a buzzing fly. Naruto shook his head with a headache. Seeing Naruto's headache, little Sakura hurriedly opened his mouth and said anxiously. You guys, what are you doing? Naruto asked people like this when he first came. I knew I wouldn't tell you. Ino stuck out his tongue, smiled mischievously, turned his head and said. Okay, let's not ask. Come on, let's have a toast and celebrate that we finally become ninjas. Come. The genin cheered happily, celebrating this moment of rebirth. The quiet Naruto seems out of tune with this bustling scene, but it doesn't affect others to bother him from time to time. The night passed quickly. The little powerhouses were also drunk. It is reasonable to say that they are not allowed to drink at this age, but today is the day to become genin. This is a moment related to the future of their lives. How can it stop them from wanting to be drunk? After eating, drinking, and celebrating, everyone was about to leave. The purpose of this gathering is also to let everyone know which companions have become ninjas, and there may be a time to perform tasks together in the future. Naruto also left early. He didn't like the occasion very much. Walking on the street at night, the dark street is only dotted with not very bright street lights. Naruto alone looks a little lonely on this dark road. As we walked, we felt the cool night breeze. Today, Konoha's main road is extremely quiet, and the silence is a little scary. Soon, when he was about to reach the door of the house, Naruto stopped suddenly, narrowed his eyes, and suddenly said to the deserted dark street. Come out, you have been with me for so long. After the words sounded, no one responded, as if Naruto was the only one in this dark street. But Naruto clearly knew that someone was following him. Moreover, since he came out of the barbecue shop, he has been following him. Although this person is good at hiding, he cannot escape Naruto's perception. Do you want me to find you? Naruto frowned, and his words became cold. He knew that this person didn't have any kindness towards him, much less like the person Third Hokage sent to spy on him before. When Third Hokage sent Umbu to monitor him, Umbu just watched from a distance, and didn't get close to him. On the contrary, this person really wanted to get closer to Naruto, as if he was preparing to attack Naruto at any time. Finally, the man seemed to know that he couldn't hide anymore, and he completely revealed his figure. All I saw was, in a dark corner, a black figure slowly came out. That black figure was wearing a black combat uniform, and there was a fox mask on his face to conceal his appearance. Chapter 15. A familiar figure, a pitch-black battle suit, and a fox mask. All the characteristics show that this is Umbu. Watching Umbu appear, Naruto narrowed his eyes. Umbu came to ask him what to do, and he followed him for so long, revealing his murderous intent everywhere. Who are you? Naruto asked lightly. After Umbu appeared, he stood in front of Naruto directly, held a kunai in his hand, did not hide his murderous aura at all, blocked Naruto's way forcefully, glanced at Naruto, and said indifferently. Uzumaki Naruto, come with me. Where are you going? Umbu paused, and immediately said. Hokage building, Third Hokage wants to see you. Naruto narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly in his heart. He didn't believe the nonsense of Umbu in front of him at all. Although Third Hokage sent Umbu to monitor him in the past, he never let Umbu appear in front of him. In other words, Naruto in the eyes of Third Hokage doesn't even know that Umbu exists. How could it be possible to send Umbu to find him in the middle of the night? Umbu, who still obviously has no good intentions. Naruto cast a glance at the kunai in Umbu's hand. This Umbu was holding a kunai, full of murderous intent. His footsteps gradually approached Naruto, as if he was going to attack Naruto at any time. He didn't mean to make peace at all, obviously it was not a good thing. What if I don't go? Naruto said lightly, narrowing his eyes slightly. I'm ordering you, I didn't ask what you mean. If you don't obey the order, I'll catch you. As expected, Umbu had no intention of reconciliation at all. After speaking, without waiting for Naruto's reaction, he raised kunai and rushed towards Naruto. Kunai aimed at Naruto's head, and it was a killer move. However, Naruto was already prepared. Facing Umbu's attack, Naruto snorted coldly, opened the third gate in front of the 8 inner gates, clenched his fist, and punched the attacking kunai. With the blessing of 8 inner gates, Naruto's strength and speed are doubled, smashing Umbu's kunao with one punch. The kunao was shattered, and the sudden situation made Umbu retreat quickly, took a breath, looked at the shattered kunao in his hand. Naruto punched him so powerfully that his hands were numb. Immediately, Umbu looked at Naruto in surprise, and asked indifferently. 8 inner gates. Some eyesight. Naruto replied indifferently. Humph, you dare to attack Umbu just after opening the 3rd gate, you're looking for death. Umbu glanced at Naruto of chakra who was steaming all over his body, shouted angrily, and pulled out the short sword from his back. The short sword is instantly covered with Umbu's wind attribute chakra, which turns into a sharp blade and cuts towards Naruto with a howling whirlwind. This Umbu didn't intend to hold back at all, every move contained murderous intent, as if directly taking Naruto's life. Naruto frowned when he saw it. He knew that it seemed that he couldn't hide his strength this time. This is not a survival exercise, it is a real fight, a battle between ninjas. Umbu in front of him is really going to fight Naruto to the death. If you don't pay attention, you will lose your life. Moreover, Naruto had a premonition that if he followed Umbu, he would die without a burial place, and what hell awaits him. So, Naruto took a deep breath, turned his palms over, and pulled out the Zanpakuto. Senbonzakura burst out and appeared in Naruto's palm. Naruto gripped Senbonzakura tightly, and slashed at the oncoming wind blade. Bang! The 2 blades collided together to produce a metallic crisp sound. Umbu was slightly startled when he saw Senbonzakura suddenly appeared in Naruto's hand. However, before he could react, he heard Naruto suddenly whispered in front of him. Scatter, Senbonzakura. All I saw was that the blade of Senbonzakura that collided with Umbu's blade suddenly shattered. Scattered into pieces of sakura flowers, dancing in the air. Countless sakura flowers are flying and circling in the air, forming a very beautiful landscape. However, before Umbu could appreciate the sakura flower sea, suddenly, thousands of sakura flowers show murderous intent, and the moonlight illuminates the arc of sakura flowers, making people notice that the pieces of sakura flowers are actually countless blades. Then, thousands of sakura flower blades attacked Umbu like rough sea waves. When Umbu saw the overwhelming sea of sakura flowers, his eyes widened and he was dumbfounded. There is something incredible in the eyes. He shivered, and quickly raised his short sword to block it. But there were too many sakura flower blades, and they swept towards Umbu in dense groups, which made people feel creepy. Soon, that Umbu was tired of parrying, and Sakura pierced through his defense with a blade, and slashed at his body. There was a splash of blood. After a while, Umbu was covered in blood and scars. Seeing this, Naruto takes back Senbonzakura. Thousands of blades gathered in Naruto's palm again and turned into Senbonzakura blade. Holding Senbonzakura, Naruto came to that Umbu, looked at the tattered, scarred, and embarrassed Umbu, and asked coldly. Say, who sent you here? At this moment, Umbu no longer had the arrogant look just now, looked up at Naruto in horror, gritted his teeth, did not answer Naruto's question at all, but asked in disbelief. You, a genin, actually have such strength, how is it possible? Sure enough, you are really a monster. Naruto frowned slightly, seeing that Umbu didn't intend to answer him at all, he couldn't help but snorted coldly, raised his hand, and chopped it off. Puff! The blade sliced through that Umbu's head, and blood splashed in the air. That Umbu was immediately beheaded by Naruto. Before he died, Umbu had a shocked and unbelievable expression on his face. After Umbu's death, Naruto found that on Umbu's shocked and open mouth, one after another black and complex mantras quietly faded from his tongue. Seeing this, Naruto's pupils shrunk. He is very familiar with this spell. This is the curse seal. The mouth was cursed, this way of casting the curse is the root of the people. Chapter 16. Konoha Umbu, only people with roots can put curse marks on their mouths. The root is the organization Danzo secretly built. This kind of curse seal is also Danzo's curse seal on everyone in order to prevent his subordinates from revealing the secrets of the roots and the information of Konoha. As long as the secret related to him is revealed, the curse seal will be activated, and this person will definitely die. No wonder this Umbu didn't answer Naruto at all until he was dead. It turned out that he knew that he would die for a long time. Because, the people at the root not only tell Danzo's secret, they will be immediately killed by the curse seal, and even if they fail to complete the task, they will have no good end. Unexpectedly, it was Danzo who sent people to catch him. Although Naruto had already guessed, after confirming the target, he was still a little shocked. Is Konoha going to shoot herself? No, it's not that simple. If Konoha really wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't just send Umbu, and he wouldn't send someone from the root. Besides, there is no need to be so troublesome, coming to my door in the middle of the night to bet on myself. Naruto guessed, I'm afraid, tonight's attack was only planned by Danzo alone, and Third Hokage didn't know about it. Otherwise, Third Hokage would have sent Umbu to monitor. It seemed that Danzo couldn't bear it anymore. Naruto exhaled, clenched his fists, and narrowed his eyes. He already knew that Danzo wanted to control himself, to brainwash himself. As early as many years ago, Danzo wanted to send people to capture him, but all the people he sent were secretly stopped by from 3rd Hokage, so Naruto was not in danger. Although he didn't see it, Naruto was very aware of these things that happened behind the scenes. After all, had even clashed with people from his roots on his own roof a few years ago. For some unknown reason, Danzo shot himself again. Could it be because of Mizuki's death? Naruto took a deep breath. No matter what, he now has a whole card to protect himself. Even beheading a person with roots, Naruto is not afraid at all. Not to mention that Danzo didn't know it was him who made the shot, and it was not that simple for Danzo to really want to make a shot at himself. Casting Senbonzakura for the first time today already made Naruto realize how strong his power is now. With his own strength, using Senbonzakura's Shikai, he easily beheaded a Jonin, although the strength of this Jonin is far behind Kakashi and the others. But that's Jonin too. Being able to kill Jonin easily, plus Naruto's endless means, even if Danzo does it himself, Naruto dares to be tough. Besides, if Danzo wants to control himself, he has to ask 3rd Hokage whether he agrees or not. 3rd Hokage will not sit back and watch the Jinchuriki that he has monitored for several years fall into the hands of others, allowing others to threaten his position. It's a struggle for power. Today he sent someone to arrest him. 3rd Hokage was unprepared, but next time it won't be so easy to succeed. If he can hide it from 3rd Hokage once, if he can't detect it twice or 3 times, then his Hokage will be in vain. And, next, Naruto will start to act. After calmly thinking, Naruto took a few deep breaths, then disposed of the body, pretending nothing happened, and returned home to rest. The other side. In a dark basement. Danzo closed his eyes, meditating. Suddenly, noticing the disappearance of the curse mark on a person with roots, Danzo suddenly opened his eyes. The sharp eyes were slightly angry, and Danzo's face was extremely gloomy. Sarutobi. Danzo growled darkly. Hearing Danzo's voice, several root people hurriedly appeared in the basement, half kneeling on the ground, and asked Danzo what orders he had. Master Danzo, what happened? Sent to capture the root of the 9 tails Jinchuriki, dead. Danzo suppressed the anger in his heart and said very gloomily. What? Several were shocked and lost their voices. Who did it? The root man asked suspiciously. Danzo snorted coldly, broke out in majesty, and shouted gloomily. Except for that old thing Sarutobi, who else? Who dares to kill the people at our roots? In order to prevent me from getting close to the 9 tails Jinchuriki, you actually cruelly killed the person at my root. Sarutobi, you really gave me a blow. You are indeed the person chosen by the teacher. Seeing Danzo getting so angry, several roots looked at each other, and none of them dared to speak. It seems that Danzo thought his men were killed by 3rd Hokage. After all, 3rd Hokage never let him get close to 9 tails Jinchuriki, quarreled many times, and even gave him a stern warning. But this time, Danzo even thought that 3rd Hokage was giving him a final warning, giving him a warning, clearly telling him not to get involved in 9 tails Jinchuriki. Do you want to ask for clarification? A root asked cautiously. Hearing the words of the root, Danzo gave the root a fierce look, and then gnashed his teeth and shouted angrily. Ask? Why are you asking? Tell Sarutobi, why am I just going to confront him? Can't you see that this is Sarutobi's blatant warning? Humph, this time, he can kill my people, and next time, he can send someone to watch me. Our roots haven't grown yet, so let's not confront Hokage head-on. When our roots come out of the ground, I'll tell Sarutobi thoroughly that his decision was wrong. Danzo's eyes flickered with a sinister arc, and the people at the root of the side nodded repeatedly, not daring to be disobedient. It seems that Danzo is going to take this dumb loss secretly. Chapter 17. After the night of the celebration banquet is over. Get up early the next morning. According to the time stipulated by Kakashi, after Naruto got up early and washed, he gathered at the agreed Konoha gate. It was just at 6 o'clock in the morning as agreed. The guard at the Konoha gate yawned, and began to be busy today. When he arrived at the Konoha gate, Naruto saw Sasuke and little Sakura waiting there. The two of them seemed to have arrived a long time early, and little Sakura was shivering from the morning frost. Seeing Naruto coming, little Sakura's delicate body stepped forward slightly, and said hello. Naruto, you're here. It's exactly 6 o'clock, and Mr. Kakashi hasn't arrived yet. He said that the most important thing for a ninja is to be punctual, As he spoke, the little Sakura complained a little and stomped her feet. Originally, she wanted to give Kakashi a good impression of being punctual, and she just became a ninja last night, thinking that today she was going to pick up the first entrusted task in her life, so she fell asleep excitedly all night, and came early Konoha gate collection. Unexpectedly, what Kakashi said last night was like a joke, and there was no sign of it until 6 o'clock. Naruto smiled and didn't say anything. He knew that Kakashi would be late, so he was very patient. After about an hour, Kakashi finally came. A body flicker technique, Kakashi appeared in front of everyone, and greeted with a smile. Oh, I didn't expect you to come so early. I drank too late last night and almost didn't wake up in the morning. Mr. Kakashi, didn't you say that the most important thing for a ninja is to be punctual? Liar. Xiao Sakura stomped her feet angrily when she heard Kakashi's words. Kakashi smiled, ignoring little Sakura's complaints, and then said to the three. Don't worry, it's all right, let's go, I will take you to pick up the task next. During the complaints of little Sakura, everyone also came to Hokage's office with Kakashi. At this time, Hokage's office was very lively. All jonin brought their freshly graduated Xiaoqiang to receive the task, so Naruto and the others could also meet many acquaintances. Ino and Kiba greeted Naruto very warmly when they saw Naruto. After a while, Kakashi took Naruto and the others to receive today's commission after the others had almost finished picking up. Sure enough, without waiting for Naruto and the others to speak, Kakashi said to take a few D-level tasks first, and let Sasuke and the others practice their skills. It's no wonder, since Genin just graduated, he always starts with D-level tasks. After doing too many D-level tasks, he is allowed to take higher-level C-level tasks only after his strength and ability are approved. And Naruto and the others have just graduated, and they can only start with the lowest level tasks. However, Sasuke disagrees. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Sasuke stepped forward and said in extreme opposition. Is there any higher level missions? I want to accept higher level missions, and I will continue to hone myself and make myself stronger. Sasuke clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, looking very excited. It seems that yesterday's survival exercise stimulated Sasuke, and Sasuke, who refused to admit defeat, wanted to urgently enhance his strength. However, Kakashi did not respond to him. Instead, he looked at Sakura and Naruto and asked their opinions. After hearing Sasuke's words, little Sakura froze for a moment, and then, little Sakura struggled slightly in her heart. After yesterday's survival exercise, little Sakura can also clearly realize that she is the weakest member of the team now. The very strong little Sakura is not reconciled to being the mogul of the team. Seeing that Sasuke wants to become stronger so much, the little Sakura also made up her mind immediately and said firmly. Mr. Kakashi, I also want to take on more advanced tasks and hone myself. Naruto also nodded along with the two of them, of course he didn't want to take boring D-level tasks to pass the time. Seeing the determined eyes of several people, Kakashi thought for a while, then exhaled, looked at Third Hokage again, and said. In that case, Master Hokage, please give us a C-level mission. Don't worry, with my protection, nothing will happen to them. Kakashi said with assurance. Hearing what Kakashi said, Third Hokage nodded. He knew why Sasuke and Sakura Jr. wanted to take up high-level tasks so much. Moreover, from the perspective of daily performance, the 7th class is very good, and it seems that there is no problem with the advanced tasks. Not to mention, with the protection of elite Jonin Kakashi. After thinking about it, Third Hokage also agreed to Kakashi's request, nodded and said. Okay, since you all want to take on high-level missions so much, then here is a suitable escort for you. Having said that, Third Hokage took out a scroll from the drawer and threw it to Kakashi. There is a big C symbol drawn on the surface of the scroll. Obviously, this is the power of attorney and content of the C-level mission. Seeing this, Sasuke and little Sakura also smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Opening the scroll, a striking line of words caught everyone's attention. C-level entrusted task, escort the client Dazina to the country of waves safely. Seeing this line of words, Naruto was taken aback. Unexpectedly, the first mission was to go to the land of waves. But it just so happens that this is also following Naruto's mind, because Naruto's plan is planning to start from the land of waves. Chapter 18. After getting the entrustment scroll of the mission, Kakashi immediately took Naruto and the others into action. First find the client of the mission, Dazna. When he found Dazna, he was still drinking drunk in the tavern. Knowing that the 3 genin were responsible for protecting him, he immediately cursed in dissatisfaction. The old man himself is not sure, he just wants to get the highest treatment with the least amount of money. How is this possible? It is just a dream. Fortunately, he heard that a jonin from Kakashi was also going there, so Dazna felt relieved. As the best bridge builder in the land of waves, at the moment he is so sloppy and smells of alcohol, little Sakura frowned. But fortunately, they didn't bother with these things. Under Kakashi's persuasion, everyone quickly embarked on a journey to the land of waves. The land of waves is a land without ninjas. There is only one bridge between the country and other big countries. However, in recent years, an uninvited guest of tyranny has come to the country of Bo, the rich man Kato. Cardo is very rich. When he came to the Kingdom of Waves, he quickly monopolized the business of the Kingdom of Waves, and even interrupted the traffic bridge between the Kingdom of Waves and the outside world, in an attempt to control the Kingdom of Waves and develop his own power. In order to save the country of Waves, Dazna brought a small amount of money and came to Konoha for help. The entrusted task is naturally to protect Dazna back to the country of Waves, and to help Dazna rebuild the traffic bridge. It seems that this task is very simple. Without ninjas, it means that only 3 genins can easily complete the task. After all, in the ninja world, there is a big gap between ordinary people and ninjas. Even genin is an insurmountable existence for ordinary people. Even if they practice martial arts, they cannot compete with ninjas unless they practice to the peak. However, Naruto knows that this task is not that simple. Sure enough, Kakashi frowned shortly after Naruto and the others left the border of the Land of Fire. He vaguely sensed that they were being followed. Little Sakura and Sasuke hadn't noticed the crisis yet. This was the first time for the few of them to go out of the village. In the past, even if the school held exercises and other activities, they were only held around the village, and there was no chance to go out to enjoy the scenery outside. Therefore, both of them admired the scenery along the way curiously. Just when Desna tirelessly introduced various beautiful scenery and happy memories of the past in the Kingdom of Waves, all of a sudden, two black shadows flashed across the forest in the distance, and then, a strong wind flashed past. Two huge shurikens flew from the dark woods. The target is directed at Desna. The huge shuriken suddenly appeared, which surprised little Sakura and Sasuke. Before the two could react, the enemy took advantage of the moment of the shuriken attack and rushed out of the woods. Past. After Kakashi on the side blocked two shurikens with Kunao, he saw two enemies appearing and attacking the little Sakura and Sasuke, but the little Sakura and Sasuke seemed to be frightened, there was no time to dodge, and they were very frightened. In the same place, I can't even run if I want to. Seeing this, Kakashi pretended to be panicked, and after flying the shuriken, he ran to Sasuke and Sakura, trying to block the enemy's attack for them. Seeing Kakashi standing in front of little Sakura and Sasuke desperately, the two enemies sneered as if they had succeeded in a trick, their bodies suddenly exerted force and their speed increased, and Kunao stabbed Kakashi fiercely. Puff! Blood splattered, Kakashi was horrified, and the two enemy Kunao penetrated his body and knocked him to the ground. After killing Kakashi, the two ninjas sneered, looked at the frightened little Sakura and Sasuke with cold eyes, and said in a low voice. First target, kill. Next. After finishing speaking, the two ninjas moved and rushed towards Sasuke and little Sakura again. This time they didn't hold anything back and were ready to take the lives of Sasuke and little Sakura. But Sasuke and little Sakura saw their teacher Kakashi was killed, and the blood was still splashing in the air. The two of them seemed to be frightened, they stood still in place, their eyes widened, and their pupils were still shocked and terrified. They never expected that they would be attacked so soon after leaving the village. Moreover, the opponent is still a ninja who has really killed people. Their teacher, Kakashi, fell in front of them to protect them. What to do, what to do? Sasuke and little Sakura were both thinking in horror. Just when the two ninjas were about to stab Sakura and Sasuke with Kunao, a figure rose into the air, and a faint voice suddenly came out. Fire style, great fireball technique. With the sound, a group of ferocious flames descended from the sky, passed through the heads of little Sakura and Sasuke, and came straight towards the two ninjas. The two ninjas were taken aback for a moment, and quickly retreated to dodge, giving up this round of attacks. After the two ninjas distanced themselves from Sakura and Sasuke, they realized that the fire-style caster just now. That's Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto looked at them indifferently, and came to the little Sakura and Sasuke, looking straight at them without fear. The eyes of Sasuke and little Sakura were also on Naruto in astonishment. They seemed to be puzzled, why Naruto was able to move, why Naruto was not frightened, and dared to fight the enemy and fight back. Obviously their instructor, Jonin Kakashi was killed. This is not acting, it's a fight between real ninjas. Why is Naruto not afraid? Sasuke gritted his teeth, an expression of anger and unwillingness came to his mind. And the little Sakura is full of splendor, worshipping Naruto who appeared like a savior. Chapter 19. After Naruto stopped the two enemies, he glanced at them indifferently. The two people in front of them are wearing a forehead protector, and there is a conspicuous crack on the forehead protector, obviously they are ninjas. Moreover, it is still rebellious. After the two traitors were stopped by Naruto, they looked at Naruto in surprise. Seeing that the other party is just like Sasuke and Sakura who were frightened just now, he couldn't help but sneer, and attacked again as if he didn't take Naruto seriously. Facing the joint attack of the two ninjas, Naruto took his time and threw two shurikens to force one of them back. Then he quickly came in front of another person, fisted in his hand, and punched out with lightning speed. Directly hit the enemy's stomach. The Denin didn't even have time to react, he was hit by Naruto's punch, and was directly blasted out, hitting the tree hard. Seeing his companion being blown away, the remaining one shouted angrily and rushed forward, wanting to avenge his companion and end Naruto's life. However, before he could take a few steps, Naruto turned around and rushed over, raised his foot and kicked the man directly in the face. The powerful foot force exploded, and the Denin had no time to say anything, and was kicked by Naruto, and fell to the ground, unconscious. The battle is over. The two attacking ninjas were defeated by Naruto alone. Looking at the two rebels who fell on the ground, Naruto shook his head. These two people are really too weak, just like Genin. Just like this, they still acted as traitors. I really don't know how they survived the hunt in the village. On the other hand, Sasuke and little Sakura, who were stunned by the enemy, watched this scene in a daze. Seeing that the enemy who killed their teacher Kakashi was easily and quickly defeated by Naruto, the two looked dumbfounded and couldn't react. At this moment, there was a sound of slaps, and then Sasuke and Sakura heard a familiar voice. That's right, Naruto, your response is quick. Protecting your companions in time is the most important thing for a ninja. You make me very satisfied. After the sound sounded, I saw that Kakashi, who was supposed to be killed by the enemy, appeared behind the client Desna. Sasuke and little Sakura looked at Kakashi in bewilderment, both dumbfounded and speechless. Teacher Kakashi, haven't you been killed? Little Sakura asked in a daze. Look who fell on the ground. Kakashi laughed. The two were stunned for a moment, only to realize that the one that protected Sasuke and little Sakura from being knocked down by the enemy turned out to be a piece of wood. Around the wood, there are many water spots. Obviously, this is all Kakashi's blindfold just now. Kakashi didn't die, but hid and watched them do it. The two suddenly realized and understood. It's no wonder, how could a Jonin be defeated so easily? Before little Sakura and the others were happy that Kakashi was alive, Kakashi suddenly changed his smile. Instead he stared at Sasuke and little Sakura very solemnly, and shouted. On the contrary, Sasuke, little Sakura, the two of you faced the enemy's attack, were frightened in place, and didn't even have a defensive posture. I was really disappointed. Is this your determination to do more advanced tasks? Ridiculous. Facing Kakashi's scolding, little Sakura lowered her head in shame. Sasuke, on the other hand, clenched his fists, stared at Naruto, and gritted his teeth. Before the little Sakura asked what happened to Sasuke, immediately after, Sasuke yelled excitedly at Naruto. Why? Why are you not afraid? Obviously I witnessed the killing of the whole family. Obviously I am the one who has experienced more and wants to become stronger the most. Obviously the genius of the Uchiha clan is me. It is I who bear the hope of the whole clan, and I want revenge. It is me want to become stronger. But why, you can do things that I can't? Why, you surpassed me. You are a lazy crane tail, and a poor student who has passed all aspects of the school, why should you be stronger than me? Sasuke's hysterical roar frightened the little Sakura beside him, and the little Sakura looked at Sasuke with some fear, not knowing what happened to Sasuke at all. Kakashi, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes, watching the excited Sasuke and the calm Naruto. After Naruto heard Sasuke's roar, he looked at Sasuke faintly. Sasuke's expression of resignation was all over his face, as if he must find out the reason, and he couldn't accept the reality that Naruto would be better than him. Naruto looked at the hysterical and crazy Sasuke indifferently, shook his head, and said lightly. Do you think you are the worst alone? Do you think you are the only one who shoulders the mission of the whole clan? You alone have ambitions, and you want to become stronger. Wake up, Uchiha Sasuke. Everyone bears their own destiny. Just because you don't know, doesn't mean it didn't happen. Everyone's suffering is the same. It's just that some people don't want to show it, don't want to be known. One person bears silently. Tell you, there is no one who does not work hard, only one who does not scream pain. His indifferent eyes scanned Sasuke's whole body, and his indifferent words shocked him. Both Sasuke and little Sakura stared at Naruto dumbfounded, their eyes gradually becoming unbelievable and unbelievable. Chapter 20. After some words, Sasuke gradually calmed down. Naruto looked at Sasuke, and saw that Sasuke was trembling all over, his pupils were slightly dilated, and his clenched fists were slowly loosening. Naruto is right, he is not the only one to experience and feel the cruelty of this world, other people also have their differences. If others don't say it, it doesn't mean it didn't happen, it's just that they choose to bear it silently and grow silently. No one doesn't work hard, only people don't cry out for pain. As for Kakashi and little Sakura, after hearing what Naruto said, their expressions were also colorful. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Naruto thoughtfully. The little Sakura also opened her mouth slightly, covered it with her little hand, her heart trembled inexplicably. The atmosphere of silence surrounded everyone. After a long time, the old man Desna broke the silence and said. Well, Kakashi, you Konohas are really talented. That kid is really good, even an old man like me admires it. Desna came to Kakashi's side, looked at Naruto with admiration, and praised. Kakashi smiled and said nothing. Sasuke also took a deep breath, calmed down, snorted, and turned his head back. Everyone continued on their way. Desna kept telling Kakashi, let Naruto stay by his side and protect himself well. Little Sakura also came to Kakashi, blinked, and asked. Mr. Kakashi, what did Naruto mean just now? I can't understand a word. Seeing the confused little Sakura, Kakashi turned his head and stared deeply at Naruto, and said lightly. You'll find out later. The little Sakura nodded in confusion, not knowing why, she looked at Naruto, as if she wanted to see through Naruto's secret. It's no wonder little Sakura would ask this question. She and Naruto are people from two worlds, they have not experienced the same sophistication, let alone the slightest intrigue. Some only have a happy childhood and grew up innocently, but how could they know the danger in the depths of Konoha? But what Naruto said just now still touched her deeply. Not long after little Sakura asked, Kakashi squinted and smiled at Desna, and asked lightly. Mr. Desna, should you explain the real situation of this mission? Why are ninjas coming to assassinate you? Desna was taken aback, and after hearing Kakashi's words, his face was a little flustered, and he quickly said with dodged eyes. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Kakashi snorted coldly when he heard Desna say that, and immediately waved his hand to make everyone stop. Since this is the case, then we have nothing to say. Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, turn around, let's go back to Konoha. Little Sakura was taken aback, not knowing what happened. But Naruto and Sasuke have almost guessed. The rebellion just now was obviously not aimed at them, they just became genin, for no reason. How could there be conflicts with rebellion? Moreover, when Rebel Ninja appeared, Desna was very flustered, but he didn't ask what was going on, as if he knew that there would be a ninja attack. In Konoha's task entrustment plan, whenever there is a conflict with a ninja, the task entrustment will be upgraded to a C level or higher level. Obviously, there is something wrong with this commission. With the appearance of ninjas, it is definitely not as simple as a C level task. Seeing that Kakashi was really going to take someone away, Desna became anxious and said quickly. Don't go, you go, I'm really dead. I said, I'll tell you all. Then, Desna told Kakashi and the others the real situation. The Kingdom of Waves is controlled by Kado, but under the hands of the rich Kado, there are not only a group of rogue swordsmen, but also powerful rebels. This is also the reason why the people of the Kingdom of Waves cannot resist at all. In an ordinary country where there were no ninjas, rebellion suddenly appeared. How can ordinary people resist? As for the person just now, Desna also said that he might be the minion sent by Kado. And the reason why Desna concealed it and did not report it is because, if it is true that there is a rebellion in the Kingdom of Waves, the remuneration for delivering the task is not as simple as C level, but B level, or even above. But he doesn't have so much money. So Desna had to hide it. But Desna didn't expect that if the ninja who usually takes C-level missions came to this mission, it would not save his life at all, and it would not be able to save the land of waves. I can only die with him. Fortunately, they met Naruto and the others. After listening to Datsuna's explanation, Kakashi frowned, looked at Naruto and Sasuke, and said solemnly. It seems that the difficulty and level of the task have far exceeded what was originally expected. According to what Desna said, the other party might send ninjas to attack. Although we blocked the first wave of ninja attacks, if we continue to walk, we will definitely encounter stronger enemies. At that time, even I may not be able to protect you. Hearing Kakashi's words, the expressions of Sasuke and little Sakura changed. Sasuke clenched his fists, as if he didn't want to give up the task. I don't want to give up the opportunity to hone myself. As for the little Sakura, remembering the bloody and cruel scene just now, she clenched her little hands in fear. Looking at the expressions of several people, Kakashi comforted. It's okay. This mission happened suddenly. No one thought that even if you want to give up, it's normal. Moreover, the best result is that we return to the village, tell Third Hokage what happened, and let Third Hokage decide. This mission has nothing to do with us. From the looks of it, Kakashi seems to want to give up this commission. When Desna on the side heard it, he was extremely panicked, with an anxious face, and said quickly. Don't, please, save me, a bad old man. If you leave, I will definitely die. There will be no hope for the country of Bo. Please, save the country of Bo. But Desna's words didn't make Kakashi shake in the slightest. Kakashi ignored his statement, looked at Sasuke and small Sakura and Naruto, asked their opinions, and said. What do you think? When the three of them heard Kakashi's words, they all had different reactions. Sasuke lowered his head, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth, as if he was unwilling to give up just like that. So is little Sakura. But they remembered the bloody and cruel scene just now, the ruthless fighting, and the blood-splattered tragedy. It made their bodies tremble slightly. Soon, Sasuke gasped, and before Kakashi and others could speak, he raised his head and shouted. I want to continue the mission. As soon as Sasuke opened his mouth, both Kakashi and little Sakura looked at him. Then, Sasuke continued. This task is my best training, I will never allow myself to be as incompetent as before. I demand to continue. Hearing Sasuke's words, little Sakura soon made up her mind and said resolutely. Me too, Mr. Kakashi. Grandpa Desna is too pitiful, let's help him. If I really encounter a powerful enemy, I will try my best to protect myself. After the two finished talking, Kakashi nodded. Immediately, Kakashi set his eyes on Naruto and asked. Naruto, what about you? Naruto smiled lightly. Everyone looked at Naruto. Desna also looked at Naruto nervously. He knew, thanks to Naruto just now. And Naruto's decision seems to be related to their future. With the performance just now, Naruto has become the backbone of the three-person team. Everyone is waiting for Naruto's choice. Immediately afterwards, Naruto said with a smile. Go on, Kakashi-sensei. Seeing that Naruto said so, Kakashi exhaled, so he nodded, looked at everyone seriously, and said, "Okay, since you all want to continue so much, then go ahead. However, from now on, you guys don't leave my side for a moment, form a cross formation around Desna, and protect him firmly." Sasuke and the others nodded heavily and immediately put on high alert. Chapter 21. After everyone decided to continue the mission, they began to rush to the Land of Waves non-stop. Only after reaching the Kingdom of Waves can they settle down and better prepare for the upcoming attacks. Along the way, Sasuke and little Sakura are on alert, guarding against attacks that may appear around them at any time. On the contrary, Kakashi and Naruto are very relaxed, talking and laughing with Desna. On the way, Kakashi also called Naruto to his side, looked at Naruto, and asked, "Naruto, what do you think of the next mission?" Naruto was taken aback, he didn't expect Kakashi to ask himself this alone. After thinking for a while, Naruto said, "The other party sent Renren in the first attack, which means that they must have more powerful Renun who have not made a move. If an attack is not successful, I am afraid that the next one, someone with real strength will make a move." After hearing Naruto's analysis, Kakashi nodded in agreement and said appreciatively, "Well, you're right. This mission is obviously not as simple as Desner said that the other party only has some wandering ninjas. I saw it just now. The two rebels just now wore the sign of Kirigakuer, which is obviously Kirigakuer's rebellion. Next, the enemies you encounter are unpredictable. Even enemies at the Jonin level are very likely. So, in case once I'm entangled, I'll leave it to you to protect Datsuna, little Sakura, and Sasuke." Kakashi looked at Naruto earnestly and said. Naruto was taken aback, looked deeply at Kakashi, and said lightly, "If it's really Jonin, do you think I can protect them?" Kakashi smiled mysteriously and said meaningfully, "If not, I won't talk to you." After speaking, Kakashi shifted his eyes to Dartna and talked and laughed with Dartna again. Naruto narrowed his eyes and looked at Kakashi as if Kakashi saw something. The day passed quickly. The distance between the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire is not very far. After one day, everyone has arrived in the Land of Waves. Because the only bridge between the Land of Waves and the outside world was destroyed by Kato, everyone could only come to the Land of Waves by boat along the waterway. The sky was filled with thick fog, making everyone's vision very blurred and unable to see their surroundings clearly. As soon as he arrived in the Land of Waves, Dasna looked around suspiciously and said, "It's strange, how can there be such a thick fog in the Land of Waves? It's really rare to see. And it's so quiet today." As soon as Dasna finished speaking, Kakashi was stunned when he heard it, and shouted, "Be careful, the enemy may be coming." After speaking, Kakashi immediately pulled out kunao and put himself in a fighting state. Seeing Kakashi's tense state, little Sakura and the others quickly looked around vigilantly. "Mr. Kakashi, what's going on? Didn't we just arrive in the Land of Waves?" Little Sakura asked suspiciously. In their eyes, let alone enemies, they couldn't even see a single person. Moreover, the surrounding area was filled with thick fog, and it was very quiet, not even the sound of birds chirping. Originally Sasuke also wanted to ask, but when he realized this, he suddenly realized something was wrong, and said solemnly, "It's so strange, it's so quiet around." Kakashi nodded, looked around, and explained to Sakura and the others. "Sasuke is right, it's too quiet around here. Although it's morning, there shouldn't be even a bird chirping. And, as Mr. Dasner just said, there is rarely such a thick fog in the Land of Waves. But since we entered after the Kingdom of Waves, not only did the fog in the Kingdom of Waves not dissipate in the slightest, but it became thicker and thicker. It is very likely that the enemy has tracked us." Hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke and little Sakura were taken aback for a moment, and quickly lifted their spirits. Everyone looked around vigilantly, trying to find traces of the enemy. Dasna also became nervous. He didn't expect that an enemy really came after he said so casually. As expected. Not long after Kakashi and the others put on alert, a hoarse and arrogant voice came from all directions. As expected of the famous Konoha copy ninja, "Hey, take Kakashi. I noticed it so quickly. It seems that brother Oni also died in your hands." The voice seemed to come from the abyss, revealing a strong murderous aura, which made little Sakura shudder when she heard it. Kakashi looked around, the thick fog, coupled with the fact that the other party deliberately disturbed the sight and hearing, concealed his breath, and chakra was confusing around him, so he couldn't hear where the sound was coming from. Kakashi frowned, looked at the mist of chakra mixed around him, and asked lightly, "Mist shinobi technique?" The owner of the voice nodded appreciatively after hearing Kakashi's words. "That's right, it's the mist shinobi technique. It seems that Kakashi also knows a lot about our Kirigakuer's ninjutsu." Kakashi snorted coldly and didn't respond, but said like Naruto and little Sakura at the side. "Naruto, Sasuke, little Sakura, prepare carefully, the opponent's strength is not easy." Little Sakura and Sasuke held kunao nervously and looked around. Naruto, on the other hand, looked in one direction, watching lightly. "Do you think you can avoid my assassination by being careful?" The owner of that voice seemed to want to give Kakashi some color. Just as the voice fell, a burst of wind suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a broadsword longer than Kakashi's body flying towards them. The broadsword is extremely wide. The power contained in it is also very terrifying. As soon as they appear, slash at Kakashi and the others. As if wanting to kill Kakashi and the others. It's not something ordinary people can stop. Seeing this, Kakashi picked up Desna, dodged backwards, and at the same time shouted at Sasuke and the others. Get away! Hearing Kakashi's shout, Sasuke and little Sakura also reacted and dodged quickly. The terrifying big knife passed over their heads, and chopped down on the big tree in the distance with a bang. At the same time, everyone was shocked to find that a figure stood on the big knife that was chopped at the big tree. It was a burly, terrifying middle-aged man with dense scars all over his body, wearing half-length trousers, and a white bandage around his mouth. When the middle-aged man appeared, he gave Kakashi and the others a bloodthirsty grin. Seeing this middle-aged man, Kakashi's pupils shrank immediately, and he said the name of this man word by word. Mist Shinobi is rebellious, good at silent assassination, ghosts and peaches will never be cut again. Chapter 22. Hearing Kakashi reveal his name in detail, Zabuledin was not surprised, but even smiled proudly. I didn't expect that Haytake Kakashi knew me. I'm really honored. However, being praised, Kakashi was not happy, but frowned with a very dignified look. He knew very well how difficult the enemy in front of him was. Dai no longer cut, known as the Mist Shinobi Ghost, one of the 7 Mist Shinobi. He is extremely good at silent killing techniques, he can kill people silently, even the people who are killed are not aware of it. Very scary. Kakashi did not expect to meet such an opponent in a small country of waves. Humph, I didn't expect that if you don't kill the majestic ghost, you will be involved in the disputes of a small country. It's really a shame for you. Kaka mocked with a sneer. Buledin didn't care, he licked the corner of his mouth bloodthirstily, and glanced at Kakashi and the others. Everyone was stared at by Zabuledin, and they shuddered, feeling as if they were being stared at by Lion Majesty, creepy. Then, I heard Zabuledin say. I was also forced to live. In order to avoid the pursuit of Mist Shinobi Umbu, I had to hide in this small wave country. Kakashi, I don't want to fight against you Konoha, so leave this old man to me, and let's pretend nothing happened, how about it? Saying that, he pointed at Desna who was trembling beside him. Desna was called by Zabuledin, and he shivered immediately, and hurriedly ran behind Kakashi, telling Kakashi and the others not to break their promise, and to protect him well. Kakashi ignored Datsuna's words, but stared at Zabucho, shook his head and said. Konoha doesn't have the habit of giving up on tasks. Zabuledin licked the corner of his mouth, stared at Kakashi coldly, and said. That is to say, there is no discussion. Kakashi didn't reply. Buledin snorted coldly, his eyes darkened, and he said fiercely. Toasting does not eat fine wine, since this is the case, let me see if you, Haytake Kakashi, can stop my assassination. Kakashi, don't forget, you made a wrong decision, not only the old man died, but also you those students. You can protect one person, but can you protect everyone? Humph, be careful, don't die suddenly. If you don't cut off the thread of fierceness, you will seal it again. As soon as the seal was formed, the dense fog rose again, covering the figure of Zabuledin, and Zabuledin disappeared. If he didn't cut it again, it seemed to pique Sasuke's nerves. After Sasuke heard it, he remembered the unbearable performance of the traitor. As soon as he gritted his teeth, he immediately clenched his fists and wanted to rush forward to prove himself, and shouted. I don't need anyone's protection. Before running a few steps, Kakashi quickly stopped Sasuke and shouted to the impulsive Sasuke. Stop it, Sasuke. The opponent this time is completely different from before. He's not something you can handle. Sasuke gritted his teeth and glared at Kakashi unwillingly. Kakashi is also frowning at this moment, why doesn't he know that the threat of not beheading is very reasonable? If he fights alone with Zabuledin, he will definitely have a high chance of winning. However, he still has to protect Datsuna, Sakura and Sasuke. Moreover, the opponent is still a ghost who is good at silent killing books. One of the 7 members of Mist Shinobi, the one who frightens ordinary ninjas. He can protect 1 or 2, but if he wants to protect everyone, he is also a bit weak. So, Kakashi took a deep breath, and said like Naruto who was watching the battle indifferently. Naruto, I entrust their safety to you. Protect them. Naruto nodded indifferently, his eyes flickered, and he didn't know whether he listened or not. Sasuke on the side heard that Kakashi asked Naruto to protect him, and his strong personality made him grit his teeth and roar, wishing he could rush forward and fight to the death. But he is not a fool, and Kakashi can be so cautious if he does not cut, it is enough to show his strength. If he went up, he would just die. So Sasuke also calmed down and observed the movement around him. After ordering everything, Kakashi also took a deep breath, mobilized chakra and prepared to fight. All I saw was that Kakashi raised the forehead protector covering his left eye, revealing a scarlet eye. The pupils of the eyes were blood red, and the 3 tomo slowly turned, very strange. Apparently the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Seeing Kakashi's Sharingan, Sasuke froze in place with a stunned expression. Just about to ask, Kakashi stopped him immediately and said, "Sasuke, I know you have a lot of questions, but now is not the time to explain this to you. After the battle is over, I will explain the origin of this eye to you. You just need to know that this eye was not obtained by me through improper means. It came, but it was given to me by a friend of Uchiha's." Sasuke nodded stiffly, before he could say anything. Everyone was shocked to find that the surrounding fog had become thicker. Moreover, the fog was still spreading, and soon everyone's vision became even more blurred, and they couldn't see their fingers. Even, they couldn't see where their companions were. "Naruto, Sasuke. Teacher Kakashi, where are you?" Seeing this scene, little Sakura yelled anxiously. "Little Sakura, don't be afraid." Kakashi comforted. Just when the fog filled the air and everyone was tense, guarding against the ghost man's attack at any time, no one noticed that Naruto's figure had disappeared in place at some point. Chapter 23. Not far after Naruto disappeared. Standing on the big tree, Zabuzan looked at the surrounding fog with hidden breath, and frowned. He knew very clearly that the mist shinobi technique he had just displayed should not be so strong. And the thick fog in front of him was so thick that he couldn't see his fingers. Even if he wants to use such a strong mist shinobi technique, he still needs to consume a lot of chakra. And this scene, as if someone helped him and wanted to hide something deliberately, made Zabuzan feel very suspicious. Just when Zabuzan was deeply puzzled by the fog, suddenly, Zabuzan suddenly discovered that there was an extra figure in front of him at some point. The figure had blonde hair and a calm face, and it was one of the genin on Kakashi's side that he saw just now. Blackening shrank his pupils, narrowed his eyes, and stared at Naruto for an instant. "Interesting that a genin can find my location." The sharp eyes scanned Naruto's whole body, and then said in a low voice. Hearing the words of not beheading again, Naruto smiled lightly, not afraid of the ghost who claimed to kill without batting an eye in front of him, and said, "Is it hard to find? Besides, your mist is too thin, so I gave you a hand." Naruto's words made Zabuzan stunned for a moment. Zabuzan looked at Naruto with some incredulous expression in his eyes. "What?" Naruto said that he played the mist shinobi technique that made him feel that it would consume a lot of money. No more chopping obviously refused to believe it, looked at Naruto in surprise, and asked. "You said that this fog was caused by you." Naruto nodded. Before Naruto could speak, he sneered again and said. "What an arrogant brat. Although I don't know what method you used to find me, if you want to confuse me in this way, it's a bit too small to look down on me. Say, who is behind your back to help you?" Obviously, Blackening doesn't believe Naruto's words, but feels that someone must help Naruto. Naruto shrugged, and didn't want to explain this, because, next, he would tell Zabuza with his actions. Seeing that Naruto didn't intend to speak, Blackening snorted coldly, his face darkened, his eyes showed fierce intent, he looked at Naruto bloodthirsty, and said. "Forget it, since you don't want to say it, then I don't bother to ask a dead person any questions. If you dare to walk in front of me, a ghost, I will take your life." After finishing speaking, he raised his sword and leaped upwards. The huge beheading sword flew in the air like covering the sky and covering the sun, and then, the sword slashed fiercely towards Naruto. The powerful force set off a whirlwind, and the surrounding fog was blown away a lot. Obviously, if you don't want to kill the little ghost in front of you with one knife, let him know that if the ghost is not beheaded, he must not be bullied. However, just when the beheading knife is about to fall on Naruto's head, Naruto raised his head, his eyes were indifferent. Clenched fists, punched out. The seemingly weak fist seems to be unable to withstand the attack of the beheading sword at all. Seeing this scene, Blackening sneered, secretly mocking Naruto's stupidity. He believed that Naruto's fist would definitely be cut in two by his beheading sword. Maybe even the whole arm was cut off. A mere genin, how dare he confront the 7 ghosts of Mist Shinobi again? How insane! However, the next scene made Zabuzan wide-eyed and dumbfounded. All I saw was that Naruto's fist landed on the blade of the beheading sword after blasting out. Not only did the blade not cut off Naruto's arm as expected, on the contrary, when it touched Naruto's fist, it also made a metal-like collision sound, as if cutting steel. A huge force struck, shaking. "Don't cut off your arms and feel numb." It was also so shocking that the beheading sword could not move forward by half a point. How is this possible? Zabuzan opened his eyes wide, watching this unbelievable scene, and lost his voice in shock. This was the first time he had seen such a situation, seeing someone actually block the blade of the beheading knife with a physical fist. Moreover, he still slammed his fist on the blade abruptly, and he was still safe and sound. It simply made Zabuzan feel unbelievable. You know, with the weight of the beheading sword and the strength he used, even Jonin would not dare to face head-to-head with the beheading sword. In a duel of strength at the same level, Zabuzan has absolute confidence. However, at this moment, his confidence was broken by the 13 or 14-year-old kid in front of him. A genin, with his fist, blocked the attack of the beheading sword abruptly. Not only that, this powerful force made him feel as if he had cut steel, unable to move forward. It simply made Zabuza feel horrified. However, Naruto took a dissatisfied look at the beheading sword after he blocked the attack of the beheading sword with his fist. He only used half of his strength for the boxing this time. He thought that half of his strength would be enough to break the beheading sword. After all, Naruto smashed Konoha like this last time. I didn't expect the hardness of the beheading sword to be so good, it resisted 50% of my own strength. Oh, I didn't expect it to be unbroken. At the moment, Naruto intends to use 2 more efforts to try the quality of the beheading sword. I only saw that Naruto's fist was hard, and the power of the punch exploded. It's like an ancient dragon waking up. Before Zabuza could react, the next moment, Zabuza would see it in horror. As Naruto gradually exerted force, cracks slowly appeared on the blade of the beheading sword. Then, bang! The fist exploded, the beheading sword burst into pieces. Chapter 24. Looking at the beheading sword that was broken into pieces, Zabuza lost his voice in astonishment, his eyes widened, and he was extremely shocked. For a while, it was very silent, and no one made a sound. After many years of fighting without beheading, although he has also seen the situation where the beheading sword was interrupted during the period, he was far from shocked by this scene. Because, the one who interrupted the beheading sword was only a genin. Moreover, this genin does not use weapons, but fists. It only took one punch. With one punch, the heavy beheading sword was interrupted. Oh, no, it's not an interruption, it's a smash. The beheading sword was blasted into dozens of pieces by Naruto. All this is like a nightmare, making Zabuza unbelievable and incredible. Of course, if Zabuza knew that the punch just now was just for Naruto to test his own strength and the hardness of the beheading sword, he would probably vomit blood in anger. That is the ninja sword of one of the 7 mist shinobi that he is proud of. At this moment, it seems so vulnerable. Zabuza stared at the fragments of the beheading sword on the ground in astonishment, speechless in astonishment. But at this time, Naruto thought in his heart, this beheading sword is really different from ordinary ninja tools. Last time, Naruto only used less than half of his strength to shatter the ninja's kunai, but this time, it took 70% to shatter the beheading sword. It is enough to see the tenacity of the beheading sword. Moreover, you must know that the beheading sword can also be restored with the help of blood. It seems that the ninja tools of the 7 members of Mist Shinobi really have their own secrets. However, at this moment Zabuza, after regaining consciousness, stared fiercely at Naruto. At the same time, there was a bit of surprise in that beast-like gaze, which made Zabuza start to doubt, could it really be the Mist Shinobi technique cast by this brat? But he's just a genin. It was such a genin who shattered his beheading sword. He took a deep breath, looked at Naruto solemnly, and said, "Little devil, who are you?" Naruto smiled faintly upon hearing Zabuza's words. After one round, Zabuza was no longer as impulsive as before. "Konoha genin, Uzumaki Naruto. Someone here to help you. Help me." Zabuza frowned, looking at Naruto suspiciously. Naruto nodded, and continued. "That's right, do you think you can hide in the land of waves safe and sound?" "What do you mean?" Zabuza calmed down and asked in a low voice. "When you appear in Kakashi's sight, it means you have been exposed. Do you think you can kill Kakashi easily? As long as he goes back and truthfully reports the situation here, the next time he will come, it will not be someone from Konoha, it's Umbu from Mist Shinobi." Naruto's words made Zabuza narrow his eyes, and there was a dangerous arc in his eyes. Why didn't he know this truth? Then, Naruto continued. "Even if you killed Kakashi, but Kakashi hasn't returned for a long time, wouldn't Konoha send someone to track it down? At that time, your affairs in the Kingdom of Waves will be exposed. And you who killed Konoha's elite ninja will also, if you cannot escape death, you will be hunted down jointly by Konoha and Mist Shinobi." Naruto's words were like a death sentence of not beheading. No matter what he did, it seemed wrong. From the moment he appeared in front of Kakashi, it was already doomed not to hide the fact that he was in the land of waves. Then what do you think should be done? Zabuza squinted and stared at Naruto. He actually already knew these principles. But at this moment, I still couldn't help being surprised by Naruto's words. What surprised him even more was that Naruto, a 13 or 14-year-old kid, could actually see through all of this. It really made him feel evil. Naruto smiled lightly and quickly replied. "It's very simple, as long as you cooperate with me, I guarantee that you can continue to live in the Kingdom of Waves safely. After all, the target of our trip is not you, but the man behind Dazuna's construction of the Namokuni Bridge, Kato. You leave the Kingdom of Waves first. After we enter the Kingdom of Waves, we will kill Kato. After completing the commission, we will not find you. After leaving, you will turn back and occupy the magpie's nest. In this way, you can continue to hide." After listening to Naruto's words, Zabuza nodded in amazement. Naruto's plan is really good, unimaginable, this is what a 13-year-old boy said. After Zabuza nodded in admiration, his eyes showed a bloodthirsty light, and said, "Yes, the plan is very good. However, I never like to listen to other people's actions, so I decided to kill you first, and then act according to this plan. This way, it will be more foolproof. After speaking, prepare to attack Naruto without cutting it. However, Naruto seemed to have expected to do this again. Without anger but with a smile, he said. You think you're really capable of killing me? Zabuzan licked the corner of his mouth in a bloodthirsty manner, and said hoarsely and arrogantly. I don't know what method you used to smash my beheading sword just now, but you are still a brat. You are still too tender in front of my ghost. As soon as the words fell, Zabuzan suddenly took a step forward and rushed in front of Naruto. Chapter 25. Zabuzan held the kunai that had been secretly prepared in his hand, aiming at Naruto's neck, trying to succeed in one fell swoop when Naruto didn't pay attention and didn't react. However, Naruto seemed to have expected it a long time ago in the face of the attack, and he was not in a hurry. I just saw that Zabuzan's figure came to Naruto like a ghost, and when kunai was about to stab him. Suddenly. If you don't cut it, you will hear Naruto's faint voice. Scatter, Senbonzakura. The voice sounded, seeing that kunai, who was not going to be cut again, was about to fall, suddenly. A flash of white light flashed, and Zabuzan was shocked to see that countless sakura flowers suddenly rose from Naruto's feet and flew out of the sky. Straight to his body. Zabuzan hurriedly backed away, opened the distance, and dodged the attacks of these sakura flowers. These thousands of sakura flowers look magnificent and colorful, but years of fighting instincts tell Zabuzan that each of these sakura flowers is very terrifying, and they are murderous weapons. Do not come near. Sure enough, after Buzan opened the distance, he squinted his eyes and took a closer look, only to clearly see that the sky-filled sakura flowers that suddenly rose into the sky turned out to be extremely sharp blades. Countless blades hovered over his head, making his scalp numb even if he didn't cut it. Just when Zabuzan was horrified by the densely packed sakura flowers covering the sky, before he could react, Naruto didn't talk to him at all. All I could see was that Naruto moved his fingers lightly, pointing lightly at the figure that would never be cut again. Sakura flowers all over the sky began to spin and dance in an instant, condensing into a series of sharp blades, and they were blown away if they were not cut. Countless sakura flowers are like an overwhelming net, surrounded and attacked from all directions. There is nowhere to dodge for Zabuzan. Seeing this scene, Zabuledin shuddered. He could only grit his teeth, hold the broken beheading sword, and quickly slash to resist. Although the size of the beheading sword is huge, it can barely block the attacks of several sakura flowers under the swing of the sword. But unfortunately, there are too many sakura flowers, like swarms of bees, coming again and again. Soon, some of the thousands of sakura flowers penetrated Zabuzan's defense, and the sharp-bladed sakura flowers slashed at Zabuzan's body. If you don't cut it, you will be bruised by the sakura flower attack immediately. But no matter how uncut he was still a tough guy. Even though he was attacked by Senbonzakura and was riddled with blood, he still gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Seeing this, Naruto also raised his hand again, the chakra in the palm was condensed, aimed at the body that would not be cut again, and said softly. King's Lander. A mask of flesh and blood, everything, flying high, crowned with the name of human beings. Burning heat and strife, rolling southward across the sea. Step forward. 31 of Hado, Red Cannon. With the sound of Naruto's words, a huge flame condensed in Naruto's palm. The flames are extremely hot, containing a terrifying high temperature, burning and screaming towards Zabuju, just like a body that wants to burn Zabuju. This is Shinigami's Hado. It was the first time that Naruto used Hado, and with his strength, he was crowned as the word spirit, although this was only the 31st Hado. But its power has already exceeded the scope of A-level fire style. After Hado's flame condensed out, it aimed at Zabushu's body, roaring and blasting out. The flames danced in the air, like a fire dragon, drawing tracks in the air. Seeing the powerful and scorching flames coming towards him, he was not surprised, but he gritted his teeth, and quickly performed ninjutsu in the seal in pain. More than a dozen Indian styles were condensed in the blink of an eye, and then they shouted loudly. Water style, water dragon bomb. A huge water dragon rose into the air from behind Zabuzan. The water dragon roared a few times at the oncoming Hado fire, and then rushed towards it. The confrontation between the water dragon and Hado's fire. However, this water dragon bomb was only used hastily in order to resist Naruto's attack. How can Naruto strengthen Hado's convenience and speed with a single word? Moreover, in haste, the power of the water dragon bomb was greatly compromised. Even if it is used in the full state of Buzan, it may not be able to match the power of the number 31 Hado strengthened by Naruto with the power of words. Immediately afterwards, the two saw that the water dragon and Hado fire they unleashed collided in the air. Boom! After the two different huge energies collided, a huge sound burst out like the roar of an ancient dragon. After a while, Zobuzan quickly saw that after the water dragon bomb he released collided with the fire of Hado, it turned out to be like a chicken meeting an eagle, limp and powerless, without the power to resist. The water dragon, which was originally powerful and mighty, was quickly vaporized by the terrifying flames of the Hado fire as soon as it encountered the Hado fire. The water dragon also let out a weak and miserable howl. Looking at this scene in awe, I couldn't believe it. Water Dragon Bomb is an A-level water-style ninjutsu. Even if he cast it hastily, the power is not small, but it shouldn't be something a genin can resist. What's more, the scene in front of you is not the Water Dragon Bomb being blocked. It was his A-level ninjutsu Water Dragon Bomb, which was crushed by Naruto with Hado. In less than a moment, the Water Dragon Bomb was completely vaporized by the red cannon and burned into ashes. How can this be? I can't believe it if I don't cut it. But the scene in front of him actually happened. Before he could react, the Hado fire evaporated the Water Dragon Bomb, roared angrily, and then continued to bombard Zabuzan. There is no chance to dodge without cutting, and he watched the red fire cannon blasting towards him in horror. Bang! No more chopping, he was blasted away by the red cannon, and slammed into the big tree fiercely. The huge power caused all the trees that were hit to be broken. If you don't cut it, you will be covered in scars and embarrassed. After a while, Zabuzan got up from the ground in embarrassment, spit out a mouthful of muddy blood, and glanced at Naruto. His eyes were full of shock. Until this moment, I still can't believe it if I don't cut it. Naruto, a brat, can be so strong. If he smashed his beheading sword in the last round, it would just make Zabuchan suspect that Naruto has any special means. But this time, Naruto defeated him head-on. This simply broke the cognition of not cutting again. Looking at Naruto, who didn't know when he was standing in front of him and glanced at him indifferently, after spitting out a mouthful of blood unwillingly, he said in shock and a little bit of despair. I really didn't expect that Konoha would produce such a monstrous character like you. I lost, you kill me. Chapter 26. Zabuzan looked at Naruto flatly, with no fear in his eyes, as if he already had the will to die. Naruto looked at him indifferently after hearing Zabuzan's words. If you can't use it for yourself if you don't cut it, then it's useless to keep it. Moreover, Naruto has already revealed more than half of his strength, and he doesn't want anyone but his own to know. Thinking about it, Naruto snorted coldly and raised the handle of the knife in his hand. Thousands of sakura flowers condensed under his hand, and soon a blade was condensed on the handle. As soon as the blade is out, Naruto will swing it down. And at this moment, a crisp exclamation interrupted the silence. Don't want. After the voice sounded, a figure in a grey-white battlesuit rushed between Zabuza and Naruto. Wearing a mask, the figure ran to Zabuza-Jan's side, saw the bloody, bruised, embarrassed Zabuza-Jan, and hurriedly asked worriedly. If you don't behead my lord, are you okay? Looking at the figure that appeared, a look of anxiety and reluctance flashed in Zabuzan's eyes. But he still shouted angrily. Bye, what are you doing here? Go away. What's going on here has nothing to do with you. Bai firmly shook his head, turned to look at Naruto, his eyes were firm and begging. Then, Shiro was seen taking off his mask. Under the mask was the face of a spotless and beautiful boy. Shiro knelt down, looked at Naruto beggingly, and said hastily. Don't kill Master, if you don't kill Master, you will be forced to be helpless. We really don't want to wander anymore. Looking at the white that appeared, he kept begging himself. The expression of not beheading is also moved, and the will to die that is not afraid of death just now is no longer on the face. Instead, he gritted his teeth and looked at Naruto, as if waiting for Naruto's decision. Naruto exhaled, and didn't answer Bai's words, but instead looked at no more chopping, and said lightly. If you don't cut it, I don't have to kill you. Hearing Naruto's words, Zabuzan and Shiro were taken aback. Before they could speak, Naruto went on to say. You don't need to refuse in a hurry, you don't think about yourself, you have to think about it for nothing. According to my plan, you can definitely continue to survive in the country of Bo safely. Besides, we are the same kind of people. Zabuza froze for a moment, looked at Naruto in confusion, not knowing what Naruto was talking about. Naruto smiled and explained lightly. We are all used by the village, monitored by the village, and used as a tool to kill us, ruining our childhood and life. Even, we will be hunted down by the village in the future. You are too, and so am I. And this is why I ask you for help. Because we are all the same people, and we are not willing to do this. Looking at Zabuchi, Naruto said word by word. After Zabuzan heard Naruto's words, his expression was also touched, and he narrowed his eyes. That's right, as a ghost man, he has been trained in ninja school since he was a child. Didn't get a comfortable childhood like ordinary people at all. Even, in the end, he still has to do inhumane things, killing his companions and classmates before he can graduate from school. Is this what I want to do again? No, it's not. Instead, he was forced to be helpless, just as helpless as he is now forced to live in the kingdom of waves. If you don't kill them, you will be killed. Very simple reason. The policy of the weak and the strong, the inhuman mist shinobi executives, and the repeated malicious injections have led to the birth of ghosts. It was precisely because of this that Buzzeo would have the heart to take her in after meeting Bai Ho again. Because he didn't want this pure and flawless Shiro to become a victim of Mist Shinobi's high level again. I don't want Baize to follow the same path as him. That's why he chose to take Bai to live in the land of waves. Seeing Zabuzan's expression moved, Naruto knew that Zabuzan had listened to his own words. Then, Naruto continued. If you had the chance to subvert all this, wouldn't you want to do it? No longer stunned, narrowed his eyes, looked at Naruto, and said. What's the meaning? Naruto continued. It's very simple, you don't want to wander around the world like this all the time, hiding everywhere. If you were given the opportunity to let you pay the pain to your person and let him pay the price, wouldn't you want to do it? Don't you want to continue wandering like this, living a life full of blood on the tip of a knife, always in a state of uneasiness? Don't you want to make the person who caused you pain pay the price? Are you willing to accept all this calmly? If you don't cut it, it's not us who are wrong, it's the world who is wrong. As long as you cooperate with me with all your heart, then one day, I will bring you to redress all injustices. Let them pay back all the miserable treatment you have suffered 100-fold. Naruto tried to calm down his emotions while talking. It seemed that he also thought of his own experience. After listening to Naruto's words, Zabuzan was already aroused with interest and unwilling anger. If there is a chance, how could he not want to kill Mist Shinobi and make those who persecuted him pay the price? Let that hell disappear completely. But, don't do it again. He has tried. Dissatisfied with the tyranny of Mist Shinobi, Zabuza launched the assassination of 4th Mizukage. But the action ended in failure. It was because of that assassination that Zabuzan lived a life of wandering and fleeing, guarding against Mist Shinobi's pursuit day and night. Therefore, Zabuzan did not easily believe Naruto's words, instead he snorted coldly and asked. Why do you think you can do it? I thought about everything you said, but in the end, I just spend my days in this stupid village, guarding against the attack of Mist Shinobi at any time. Naruto smiled, and if he didn't cut it, it didn't interrupt his train of thought. It's normal for him to doubt, and Naruto had already thought about it. Immediately, Naruto smiled freely, burst out chakra instantly, his azure pupils were slowly stained with blood red, and said calmly. With me, it's 9 tails Jinchuriki. With my current age, I can defeat you. Chapter 27. The faint words sounded, and Zabuzan fell into shock immediately. Buzan and Shiro both looked at Naruto in astonishment. 9 tails Jinchuriki. How could they not be familiar with this name? Because, the 4th Mizukage who does not kill the assassin is also the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast. What made Zabuzan even more surprised was that the chakra erupted by Naruto, like a mountain, descended suddenly and suppressed them, making him feel extremely dangerous and hard to breathe. After this chakra erupted, Zabuzan realized it immediately. The Naruto who fought against him just now is not his full strength. Naruto still has reservations. Moreover, there are still a lot of them. The burst of chakra and breath makes it hard to resist even if you don't cut it. This is incredible. It's hard to imagine that a young man could have such terrifying power. The way Zabuzan looked at Naruto changed slightly. Naruto is right, at this age, he has the strength to crush him, which is enough to show that Naruto is extraordinary. More importantly, Naruto's mind is not comparable to that of ordinary people. He is more mature than this ghost man who has been adding blood to the tip of his knife all year round. Because, what Naruto wanted to do, he did not do it impulsively, but planned step by step and managed step by step. From this point of view, Naruto's mind is almost higher than his. After all, if he didn't kill him, he would have gone to assassinate him single-handedly back then. Of course, the result is also a failure. But Naruto is different. Naruto is starting to plan now, and his strength is also much stronger than him, which makes Zabuzan feel that he will succeed. Coupled with the identity of Naruto 9 tails Jinchuriki, Zabuzan is even more convincing. Jinchuriki, the important weapon of the village. Its power is simply capable of turning mountains and seas. If you don't cut it, you have experienced it yourself. That's also when he assassinated 4th Mizukage, and the power of the tailed beast erupted from 4th Mizukage horrified him. That's just 3 tails, but Naruto is 9 tails Jinchuriki. If Naruto can control the power of 9 tails, based on this alone, there is no doubt that he will set off a bloodbath in the ninja world. Besides, even without the power of 9 tails, Naruto's various performances make Zabuzan feel that he is very extraordinary. Just when Zabuzan thought about it and was about to speak, Zabuzan suddenly found out in astonishment. Naruto's blue eyes slowly turned into blood red. Soon, a pair of scarlet eyes stood out. 3 Tomo turned slowly, very strange. Seeing these eyes, Zabuzan immediately opened his eyes wide. How could he not recognize the origin of these eyes? These eyes are exactly the famous Sharingan. Sharingan, the symbol of the elite of the Uchiha clan. I never thought that Naruto would have these eyes. Moreover, when he played against him just now, he hadn't used it yet, which is enough to show that Naruto still has a lot of cards that he doesn't know about. And Naruto defeated him without using these cards. Zabuzan suddenly looked at Naruto in astonishment, and said in a voiceless voice. These eyes, are you? Before Zabuzan finished speaking, Naruto nodded and said, yes, this is the Sharingan. However, I am not of the Uchiha clan. I have these eyes by chance. No more chopping and suddenly fell into shock. Naruto gave him too many surprises. Different things are revealed again and again, making Zabuzan feel that there are many secrets in this young man that he has never known. This also made Zabuzan feel unbelievable. Soon, Zabuzan came to his senses, took a breath, looked at Naruto in amazement, and said, good boy, you are really a monster. I didn't expect Konoha to produce a character like you. Naruto smiled and said lightly, how about it, if you don't cut it, how do you think about it? Seeing Naruto show his cards that shocked him time and time again, coupled with Naruto's rhetoric just now, Naruto's performance really moved him. Moreover, the appearance of Bai also made Zabuzan think twice. Immediately, Zabuletan nodded without hesitation and said, okay, I agree to join you. But what do you need me to do for you? Saying that, he looked at Naruto without doubt and asked. Naruto smiled lightly, looked at the beautiful scenery of the land of waves, and said lightly, it's very simple. I need you to help me form an army of ninjas. Whether you train ninjas or recruit rebellious ninjas. It doesn't matter if you recruit former subordinates. This army must strictly obey my orders. Come in handy. Naruto's words made Zabuzan startled. Zabuzan looked at Naruto in surprise and asked, what are you up to? Naruto narrowed his eyes revealing murderous intent, looked in the direction of Konoha, clenched his fists, and said lightly, I said, I am the same person as you. I want to destroy Konoha. Chapter 28. Hearing Naruto's words, Zabuzan took a deep breath and began to examine Naruto carefully. Unexpectedly, Naruto would actually say something like destroying Konoha. This is something that some people dare not even think about. Not to mention, it was only a 13 or 14-year-old boy who said this sentence. However, after learning of Naruto's identity, Zabuzan quickly understood and gradually understood. The Jinchuriki of the tailed beast, something that any village has. What happened to Jinchuriki was not very good in every village, except for the one in Cloud Shinobi village. In the eyes of almost everyone, Jinchuriki is a weapon. A living biological weapon. In the eyes of the village, they are not considered to be alone. Because of this, the treatment of Jinchuriki in the village is not as good as that of a normal person. They are monitored day and night, and their whereabouts are closely monitored every moment of the day, just like in a prison. It sounds nice to protect Jinchuriki, but the real purpose is self-evident. It is nothing more than fear that the Jinchuriki will be out of their control and they will not be able to use it. Of course, there are various other reasons as well. And what happened to Naruto may be more difficult than he thought. Shiro couldn't help but look at Naruto a few more times. At this moment, Zabuzan and Bai understood what Naruto meant when he said, I am the same person as you. Not only do they have the same experience, but they both want to do the same thing. Destroy. Let all the unfair treatment in the past pay the price. After Naruto finished speaking, he couldn't help but clenched his fists and exhaled. What I said just now was not only for those who will not be beheaded, but also for him. From a certain moment, Naruto vowed to make everything that happened in Konoha peak. Let him pay back 100-fold for all the injustice he suffered. Let all the infinite malice be felt by those who looked at him coldly. However, Naruto was not as impulsive as Zabuchi, and did this kind of thing alone. But with a sophisticated plan. Not only that, but Naruto also knew that he wanted to subvert Konoha and realize his own revenge. It's not enough to rely on one person alone. After all, it is a village, the head of the 5 great nations. He needs an army, companions, and like-minded people, step-by-step management, step-by-step planning. Slowly let Konoha be destroyed. Make them tremble. Let them know what a price to pay for his pain. And Naruto's party is also the beginning of Naruto's long-planned plan. From here, Naruto will gradually realize his plan. Thinking of this, Naruto also exhaled, gradually calming down his emotions. Now, you should understand why I want to find you. Zabuzan was stunned for a moment, then reacted and nodded. Buzan has no choice but to marvel at Naruto's resourcefulness. If he had planned to assassinate 4th Mizukage in the first place, he would have planned as carefully as Naruto and would not have ended up in such a situation. What Naruto asked him to do was very simple, which was to recruit troops in the Land of Waves. There are no ninjas in the Land of Waves, and no ear wires from other big countries. Hiding here, slowly developing power is the best choice. Moreover, Umbu, who used to be a mist shinobi, has been a traitor for many years. His years of wandering and previous mission experience have made him well informed. It is not difficult to practice some ninjas. So, Naruto picked him. Okay, I get it. Naruto nodded and said without delay. If that's the case, let's go now. If you stay here for too long, Kakashi will find you sooner or later. By the way, don't expose my existence. I don't want anyone to know that there is my shadow in the Land of Waves before the plan is completed. To put it bluntly, although Naruto is letting Zabuza train the army in the Land of Waves, the boss behind the scenes is still Naruto. Also, Naruto didn't want to expose himself. Of course I knew what Naruto meant, so I nodded. After finishing speaking, he stood up with difficulty and prepared to leave with Bai. Before leaving, Bai took a deep look at Naruto, then bowed heavily and said, "Thank you." Naruto smiled lightly. Shiro followed Zabuza and left temporarily. Looking at the backs of Zabuza and Bailuo, Naruto narrowed his eyes. He wasn't worried about not going back on his promise again, because he had already shown some methods just now, which made Zabuza initially know his own strength. Only by letting him know the power of Naruto can a person like Zabuza who has added blood on the tip of his knife completely shock him, convince him, and help himself with all his heart. This is also the reason why Naruto did not hide his strength and chose to crush directly and not cut. Moreover, Zabuza is also an ambitious person. Known from his assassination of 4th Mizukage. They are all the same people, and they will not be willing to accept everything they have experienced. Now that the opportunity came, how could he not grasp it? Even if it is really stupid not to cut again, then Naruto is not worried. He can defeat not cut once, he can beat not cut again. Under the same encounter, you should know Naruto's character even if you don't kill him. If someone really dares to betray Naruto, it means that it is heavier than anything else. It's not so stupid not to cut. In fact, Zabuza has completely believed in Naruto and is ready to do what Naruto said. As Naruto said, why don't you want to do something big, accomplish what he didn't do at the beginning, and overthrow the tyranny and injustice in the past? After watching Zabuza and Shiro leave completely, Naruto also exhaled, ready to return to Kakashi and the others. Under the thick fog, a shunpo from Naruto disappeared, and appeared beside little Sakura the next moment. Relying on the thick fog to cover up, and Naruto using Kido to hide his aura, no one noticed Naruto's departure just now. Kakashi and the others are still waiting seriously at this moment, staring at the surroundings very nervously, guarding against any further attacks. Chapter 29. After returning to little Sakura, Naruto glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi was still using the Scarlet Sharingan to look around vigilantly, looking for traces of Zabuza. The crowd didn't seem to notice that Naruto had been away for a while. It's no wonder, after all, there is such a thick fog blocking the line of sight. Kakashi and the others can't even see the people around them. There was still chakra confusion in the fog, and Naruto used Kido to hide his body and threatened to kill the number one enemy to pressure. They didn't notice that Naruto was also normal. Seeing this, Naruto exhaled, and with a wave of his hand, the thick fog gradually dispersed. Soon, after a while, after the fog dissipated, everyone's sight gradually became clearer. Seeing that her companions were all around her, little Sakura breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. As for Sasuke and Kakashi, after seeing their vision clearly, they saw that there was no one else here except a few of them. The two were taken aback for a moment, and quickly looked around. But no matter how they looked, they couldn't find Zabuza's figure. Kakashi frowned. Before he could speak, Sasuke said unwillingly. "Where did the enemy go? Maybe he left." Kakashi glanced at the traces of battle on the ground in the distance, narrowed his eyes, and said lightly. Sasuke was taken aback, and looked at Kakashi in disbelief, not knowing why the other party left so quickly. Obviously just now the ghost man threatened them if he didn't kill them, threatening to kill them all. Without waiting for Sasuke to ask, Kakashi walked to the place where there were remaining traces of battle, scanned around carefully, then exhaled, and said. "It seems that they really left. I just felt the breath of chakra fighting nearby. It seems that they may have encountered their enemies. An enemy who won't kill again." Sasuke and little Sakura looked at Kakashi in surprise and asked in surprise. Kakashi nodded and expressed his inner analysis. "Well, I guess it might be Mist Shinobi's Umbu. After all, it is Mist Shinobi's rebellious ninja. Mist Shinobi's Umbu never slackens in the pursuit of rebellious nin. It is not surprising that they chased here. They are very likely to fight after one game." They each left. Then Zabuza was captured by Mist Shinobi Umbu. Little Sakura asked hopefully. From the looks of it, little Sakura was really frightened by the threat of Onijin not killing her just now. After all, with the silent killing technique, when someone is killed, the other party does not know how he died. However, Kakashi didn't give little Sakura the answer he wanted. Instead, he shook his head and said. "Not necessarily, Onijin Zabuza is not so easy to deal with. If Mist Shinobi Umbu caught him so easily, he wouldn't let Zabuza run away for so long. He's a ruthless character to assassinate Mizukage." After Kakashi finished speaking, Sasuke and little Sakura fell silent again. Obviously, none of them wanted to meet that formidable opponent again. However, Kakashi quickly put on a relaxed look, squinted his eyes and smiled, patted the shoulders of the two comfortingly, and said. Okay, the enemy is gone now. Even if we come next time, we have time to prepare. Next, our top priority is to escort Mr. Desner home first, and then train you well before the enemy's next attack. In this way, even if you do not attack again, you will have the ability to protect yourself. Hearing that Kakashi wanted to train and improve their strength, little Sakura immediately cheered. Sasuke also showed a rare smile, he has been eager to become stronger for a long time. Naruto did not fluctuate, because he knew that what Kakashi wanted to train them was only the most basic practice of controlling chakra. These, he had already learned several years ago. However, Naruto smiled politely. Okay, let's send Desna home first. Next, I will customize a set of tailor-made training methods for you. After Kakashi finished speaking, everyone took Desna on their way. Desna was also in a cold sweat from the fright just now, and almost fainted from the fright. After all, the murderous aura of not slashing is quite heavy. He is an ordinary person, and he rarely sees this kind of ninja with blood on the tip of his knife. After returning to Desna's home, Naruto also saw the beautiful young woman in Desna's house and the disobedient and noisy child Inari. Ili didn't like Naruto and the others very much, and wanted to drive them away noisily. However, Naruto directly chose to ignore this, and didn't even bother to talk to him. Desna's daughter-in-law warmly entertained everyone, and after everyone sent Desna home safely, Kakashi took Naruto and the three of them and turned away without delay to find a practice site. After leaving Desna's house, Kakashi led the three of them all the way to the depths of the forest, and found a wide place before stopping. Then, Kakashi began to introduce the cultivation methods to them. Kakashi wants Sasuke and little Sakura to practice is very simple, is to climb a tree. Attach chakra to the sole of the foot, and with the ingenious balance of chakra adsorption, walk on the big tree step by step, as if walking on flat ground. This kind of cultivation method is very simple, the test is whether everyone is familiar with chakra's control ability. After Kakashi personally showed Sasuke how to climb the tree, Sasuke and the others quickly understood. After knowing how to practice, Sasuke and little Sakura couldn't wait to start experimenting to see how far they could climb a tree for the first time. Sure enough, the impatient Sasuke didn't take a few steps on the tree before falling down and falling to the ground in embarrassment. On the other hand, little Sakura, as a girl, has been able to walk more than 10 steps on the tree, although there is still a distance from the summit. But it also shows little Sakura's talent for controlling chakra. Kakashi looked at the performance of the two, and nodded involuntarily with satisfaction. Then, Kakashi looked at Naruto who was silent and did nothing. At this moment, Naruto, like an outsider, quietly watched Sasuke and little Sakura climb the tree, indifferent, and he had no intention of participating. Kakashi squinted his eyes and stared at Naruto, seeing Naruto's calm expression. Suddenly, Kakashi said lightly. Naruto, this, you should already know it. Kakashi's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Little Sakura and Sasuke also stopped practicing, and looked at Naruto curiously, wanting to know the answer. Asked by Kakashi, Sasuke and little Sakura stared at him like that. Naruto shrugged helplessly and had to nod his head. Then, under the eyes of everyone, Naruto raised his feet and walked up the tree step by step. All I saw was that Naruto walked very smoothly, not flustered like little Sakura and Sasuke. On the contrary, it reached the highest point with ease. Seeing this scene, Sasuke and little Sakura opened their eyes wide in shock. But Kakashi seemed to have thought of it a long time ago, and nodded appreciatively. Sasuke and little Sakura can't climb trees, Kakashi understands, but if Naruto can't climb trees, then Kakashi won't believe it. You know, it sounds like Naruto at the end of the crane, but he has always been the most amazing one. Moreover, the last survival exercise also let Kakashi know that Naruto's strength has already surpassed Sasuke and little Sakura by a large margin. Including the mind. Through the last rebellious attack, Kakashi was able to confirm his own thoughts. This three-person team sounds like the tail of the crane. Naruto is a short board, and the genius is Uchiha Sasuke. But in fact, the best person is Uzumaki Naruto. Such Naruto, if he can't climb trees, he shouldn't. Kakashi nodded and waved to Naruto on the tree, indicating that Naruto can come down. Come down. Naruto jumped down. Then, Kakashi looked at Naruto, thought for a while, and said. Since you have learned how to climb trees, I will arrange for you to practice other things. Come with me, let's change places. Sasuke, little Sakura, you continue to practice. After speaking, Kakashi was about to leave with Naruto. Seeing the back of Naruto leaving with Kakashi, Sasuke gritted his teeth unwillingly and opened his eyes wide. Unwilling to admit defeat, he soon started the cycle of falling from the tree again. Little Sakura, on the other hand, looked at Naruto's back with brilliant eyes. Chapter 30. Naruto looked at Kakashi walking in front of him and frowned. I don't know why Kakashi has to take himself to another place to practice alone. Isn't it good to practice with Sasuke and the others? Or, Kakashi has other plans and doesn't want Sasuke and little Sakura to know. Soon, Naruto knew the answer. After Kakashi brought Naruto to a place where Sasuke and the others could not see, he turned around, stopped, and stared at Naruto. Naruto was taken aback. Before he could speak, Kakashi said suddenly. Naruto, tell me, who is teaching you? Naruto froze when the voice sounded, and looked at Kakashi in astonishment. He didn't expect Kakashi to suddenly ask himself this question. Soon, Naruto reacted. Apparently, Kakashi thought he was so good because someone taught him silently behind his back. After all, even the genius Uchiha Sasuke has this ability because of the teachings of Uchiha Itachi and the training of Uchiha Fugaku in childhood. But Naruto is even better than Sasuke. Naruto grinned dumbly. Soon, Naruto replied. Ms. Kakashi, no one taught me, I learned it by myself. This time, it was Kakashi's turn to be stunned. After listening to Naruto's answer, Kakashi opened his eyes wide and looked at Naruto incredulously, as if looking at a monster, very surprised. You said you learned it by yourself. Kakashi glanced at Naruto in surprise and asked. Naruto nodded. Climbing trees too? Kakashi asked in disbelief. Naruto still nodded. He didn't lie to Kakashi about this. After all, no one really taught Naruto. The practice of climbing trees was also Naruto's own memory, slowly pondering, and began to practice. Although no one taught it was difficult at the beginning, Naruto learned it many years ago with his perseverance and shadow clones doubling experience. And this time Kakashi taught Sasuke them to climb trees and practice, and Naruto didn't mean to hide it. Because Naruto knew that based on his previous performance, it would be a bit too fake to say that he couldn't. It will also make Kakashi suspicious. That being the case, it would be better to say it directly, which would make Kakashi feel very honest. Well, I learned it myself. I often saw other ninjas walking on trees and water, so I practiced it myself for a while. Naruto said with a smile. Kakashi had just listened to Naruto's words and had to believe Naruto's words. Suddenly, he seemed to hear something even more remarkable. Kakashi suddenly opened his eyes wide, pupils full of shock and disbelief, opened his mouth wide, and asked in surprise. Wait, what did you say, you can also walk on water? Seeing Kakashi's aggressive reaction, Naruto froze for a moment, couldn't help but find it funny. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Naruto continued. Yes, I didn't say that, I saw other ninjas often walking on the water, so I practiced. Kakashi stared at Naruto speechlessly with eyes like looking at a monster. Although he had guessed that Naruto could climb trees, he never thought that Naruto had also learned to walk on water. You should know that although the practice method of walking on water is the same as that of climbing trees, you use chakra to attach to your feet and control your body weight to achieve water walking. But in fact, the difficulty of the two is very different. Walking on water is several times more difficult than climbing trees. Unexpectedly, Naruto even learned this. Kakashi shrugged helplessly, quite speechless. Originally, he took Naruto away because he wanted to teach Naruto to walk on water. Unexpectedly, Naruto has already learned. This is good, but it's really difficult for Kakashi, so that Kakashi doesn't know what to teach Naruto. You guy, are you really the crane tail of the ninja school? Kakashi shook his head helplessly, looked at Naruto rather speechlessly, and sighed. Naruto smiled and said nothing. When he was in ninja school, he didn't show anything, he didn't participate in anything, he didn't compete. In addition, the liberal arts scores are also deliberately poor, and the parents of the students do not let them get close to Naruto, and regard Naruto as a different kind. Over time, everyone thinks that he is the tail of the crane. Kakashi thought for a moment and said quickly. Well, since you have already learned it, you don't need to practice with them anymore. You and I are responsible for the safety of Desna. By the way, you are by my side during this period, and I will teach you something myself. Kakashi's words stunned Naruto for a moment. Naruto originally thought that Kakashi would let go of it because he taught Sasuke and small Sakura that Naruto had already learned it in advance. Unexpectedly, Kakashi is willing to teach himself. Is this the teacher's care? This is the first time someone is willing to teach Naruto how to practice. Naruto touched slightly and nodded. Kakashi patted Naruto's shoulder with a smile, and said. Okay, you go back first. I'll take a look at Sasuke and little Sakura's cultivation. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you personally. Good. After Naruto nodded, he turned and left after speaking. Looking at Naruto's receding back, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh with emotion, and there was also a look of nostalgia in his eyes. Teacher, is this your child? His talent is even better than yours. Chapter 31. Shortly after Naruto returned to Dazuna's house, Kakashi came back with little Sakura for dinner. Today is just to teach them how to practice, and the formal practice will start tomorrow. Strangely, Sasuke didn't come back with little Sakura. Listening to what Kakashi said, everyone can know that Sasuke is probably stimulated by Naruto's outstanding performance, and he wants to practice all night in the forest. It is really hard work. But Kakashi wouldn't let him go hungry. After they finished eating, they sent someone to deliver it to Sasuke. During the period, Dazuna's grandson, Inari, also made noise for a while, shouting that Konoha shinobi can't save the country of waves. Naruto and the others didn't bother to pay attention to this brat, he didn't have time to solve Iruka's problems. The day passed quickly. Early the next morning, Datsuna and Kakashi set off together, taking Naruto to the Naminakuni bridge. On the way, Kakashi has already started to explain various knowledge about ninjas to Naruto, and also taught Naruto a few common ninjutsu Indian styles from time to time. After arriving at the Nanokuni Bridge, Kakashi soon discovered that what he just said, Naruto has been mastered, including those simple ninjutsu that Naruto can also perform. Seeing this scene, Kakashi couldn't help being surprised, and couldn't help thinking to himself, he still underestimated Naruto's talent. So, Kakashi took a deep breath and decided to start teaching Naruto Chakra's nature transformation now. Actually, Kakashi can't teach Naruto anything anymore. Whether it's ninjutsu or taijutsu, Kakashi knows it, and Naruto has basically learned it already. Even in some places, it is better than Kakashi. Even Kakashi's signature self-made ninjutsu, Chidori, Naruto also used Shadow Clone to study successfully some time ago. Therefore, Naruto is also pretending now, pretending that he doesn't know how to do it. However, Naruto is still willing to listen to some of the knowledge Kakashi said. After all, this is the first time someone explained to him about ninja knowledge in detail, some of which he had never heard of in ninja school, which just made up for Naruto's blind spot. Time flies. While Kakashi was teaching Naruto, he also did not forget to visit Sasuke and little Sakura. After little Sakura learned how to climb a tree, she also came to Darkness side with Naruto to be responsible for Darkness safety. During the period, Kakashi was also looking for news about Zabuza, trying to find traces of Zabuza in the Kingdom of Waves, so that they could attack and solve hidden dangers. However, no matter how Kakashi searched and searched, he couldn't find any trace of Zabuzan, as if Zabuzan had really left the Land of Waves. Kakashi didn't know, after Zabuzan left that time, he had really left the Country of Waves to hide in accordance with Naruto's order. Therefore, during the period when Dazuna was building the bridge, everyone lived comfortably. During the process, Kato sent a few waves of rogues to harass them, but these people are not even ninjas, and little Sakura can solve them all by himself. Kato is also stupid. If he doesn't kill him, he will disappear. He still dares to stay in the Kingdom of Waves and take up the idea of the Kingdom of Waves. They didn't bother to inquire about what kind of people came to protect Dazuna and the others, and why they suddenly disappeared if they didn't kill them. Finally, the Naruto bridge is about to be completed, and Naruto's mission is almost over. Before completing the task, Kakashi also knew that although they protected Dazuna and successfully built the bridge, Kato would monopolize the Land of Waves again sooner or later. The rest can only rely on Dazuna and the others to fight against Kato, and that is not something they should worry about. After all, ninjas usually cannot interfere in the lives of ordinary people, let alone this is something outside of the task. But Kakashi was also kind, and went to help Dazuna and the others to intimidate Kato, so that Kato would not dare to act recklessly. But what Kakashi didn't expect was that shortly after he threatened Kato, Naruto attacked again with his back foot as soon as he left. Naruto was not as merciful as Kakashi. After seeing Kato, he couldn't help but kill him directly. This is the richest man, and the money he has amassed is countless. After killing Kato, Naruto searched for Kato's money by the way, and got a lot of money, which was much more than the remuneration for their small task. This is the first fund he used to start the plan. Money is essential to build an army. Therefore, after Naruto found Zabuchan with the money he had collected, he secretly handed over most of the money to Vice Admiral, so that Zabuchan would do his best to build an army he could use. No matter how smart you are, you know what to do. Naruto asked several times again, telling him not to cut his next plan, and then leave directly. Soon, the Wave Country Bridge was finally completed. The mission of the Kingdom of Waves was also declared over. Sasuke's tree climbing practice is finally completed. During this period, although Kakashi was teaching Naruto Chakra nature transformation, he did not hand Chidori to Naruto. I don't know if he thinks Naruto can't learn it, or he thinks it's too early to teach Naruto. But Naruto doesn't care, because he has already learned it. Naruto and the others are also preparing to leave after the construction of the Nami Country Bridge is completed. Prosperity and liveliness once again resumed in the Land of Waves. Dazuna was very grateful, claiming that Naruto and Konoha Inga should be friends, but this is all a later story, and it has nothing to do with Naruto and the others. After protecting Datsuna and building the Namokuni Bridge, Kakashi and Naruto also left quickly and embarked on the journey back to Konoha. However, Kakashi and the others didn't know that they had just left the country of Naruto, and they sneaked in quietly according to Naruto's order. Although he expelled Kato, he also allowed Zabuledan to settle in completely. No longer cut, he followed Naruto's instructions and started to operate secretly. It's just that no one knows. The country of Bo is still prosperous, and the surface is extremely peaceful. But in fact, there is already a new owner here. 1. To stir up the ninja world and destroy Konoha's new master. Here, it has become the first starting point of the Naruto plan. Chapter 32. After a long absence, I returned to Konoha. Seeing the familiar environment, little Sakura laughed happily. They have benefited a lot from the Baji Kingdom and his party. They not only learned how to climb trees, but also met powerful ninjas from other villages. In particular, the deterrence Zabujan gave them left a deep impression on them. It also made them deeply aware of their current weakness. Except, of course, Naruto. Seeing the little Sakura and Sasuke exhale easily, Kakashi smiled, and knew that the two children were vigilant day and night for repeated attacks, which took a lot of effort. Immediately, Kakashi said, "The task is completed, you go to the barbecue shop and wait for me. We will celebrate later, I will go to Third Hokage to hand in the task, and report the information by the way." Little Sakura nodded happily. After Kakashi finished speaking, he turned and left. "Naruto, Sasuke, let's go," little Sakura said enthusiastically. When the three of them came to the barbecue restaurant, they found that there were still a few familiar figures in the barbecue restaurant. That's Asuma and Kurenai, and their genin team, Hinata and Shikamaru. Seeing that Xiaoqiang who graduated together is also here, Naruto and the others couldn't help being slightly surprised. The little Sakura is very familiar, and said hello quickly. "Hey, Ino, why are you here too?" Ino was also surprised for a while when he saw little Sakura and the others running over. But soon Ino reacted and replied proudly. "We have completed 3 or 4 D-level commission tasks. In order to reward us for our hard work these days. Teacher Asuma specially came to invite us to eat barbecue. Hinata and the others did too." Hearing what Ino said, little Sakura suddenly realized and nodded. Soon, Ino looked at the little Sakura with a smile again, and some little girls asked in comparison. "Little Sakura, how many missions have you completed?" Ino's words did not discourage little Sakura. On the contrary, little Sakura puffed up her chest with great confidence and pride, and said braggingly. 1. However, what we completed was a sea-level mission, and we also encountered rebellious ninjas, one of whom was a very powerful rebellious ninja, and he was one of the legendary Mist Shinobi 7 people. Hearing little Sakura's words, Kurenai and Asuma who were still talking on the side were startled, and looked at little Sakura and Naruto in disbelief. The two looked at each other, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Others don't know who the ghost is, so how could they Jonin not know? That's the ruthless character who assassinated 4th Mizukage. Little Sakura and the others encountered such a terrible enemy in the mission they performed. I really don't know how dangerous their mission is this time. Fortunately, Kakashi followed. However, even for Kakashi, it would be very difficult to protect them while fighting Zabuzan. However, Asuma and Yuhihong don't know that Kakashi is not the one who beats back the ghost. It's Naruto. Naruto not only defeated and never killed, but also took it for his own use. If the two of them knew the news, they would probably scare to yacht, they couldn't believe it. Asuma and Kurenai immediately became interested in the mission that Sakura said, and they couldn't wait for Kakashi to come over and ask what happened to them during this trip to the country of Nami. Ino and the others were also surprised, looking at little Sakura enviously. After all, they just became genin, and they couldn't even accept sea-level tasks. Not to mention, you can also meet ninjas from other villages. Naruto looked helplessly at the little Sakura who was showing off his chatter, and when he heard the little Sakura exaggerate what happened to them, he shook his head helplessly, ignored it, and just found a place to sit down. Soon, amidst the passionate discussion among everyone, Kakashi responded. Seeing Kakashi's appearance, Kurenai and Asuma rushed forward enthusiastically and asked Kakashi about the mission. They knew that if there was such a dangerous rebellion in the mission, it would definitely not be as simple as a sea-level mission. Looking at the two Jonin from 8 trigrams, Kakashi cast his eyes at the little Sakura who was still showing off speechlessly, shook his head, and had no choice but to talk about the mission process. When Asuma and Kurenai heard what Kakashi said about Naruto's superior performance, both of them looked at Naruto involuntarily in surprise. Neither of them expected that Naruto, who has always been regarded as the tail of the crane, would perform so well in the task. While everyone was chattering and sharing interesting stories about the mission, Naruto sat quietly, drinking beer alone, feeling very comfortable. At this moment, a timid and shy voice suddenly came from Naruto's ear. Naruto-kun. Naruto was stunned for a moment, followed the voice, and soon found the delicate girl sitting on the side. The girl lowered her head shyly, poking her fingers, looking at Naruto from time to time. This girl is none other than Hinata, the young master of the Hyuga family. Seeing Hinata talk to him, Naruto smiled lightly, and said gently. What's the matter, Hinata? Hinata looked at Naruto shyly, with a little worry in her shy eyes, and asked in a low voice. Naruto-kun, are you not injured? Naruto was taken aback, he didn't expect Hinata to ask himself this. Hearing the excitement of little Sakura and the others next to him, Naruto quickly understood. It seems that Hinata heard little Sakura talking about how dangerous Naruto and his party are, so she was worried about whether Naruto was injured, so she summoned up the courage to ask. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but smile slightly, and his heart was touched. This is the first time someone cares about himself. Then, Naruto replied. Don't worry, Hinata, I'm fine. Hearing Naruto's response, Hinata was stunned for a moment, her cute face flushed quickly, she lowered her head shyly, played with her fingers, and said. That's good. Looking at the shy and beautiful Hinata, Naruto couldn't help but smile, and reached out to touch Hinata's long hair. Feeling the temperature of Naruto's palm, Hinata's body trembled, but he didn't stop Naruto. Instead, she lowered her head obediently and remained silent, as if she had agreed by default, but her pretty face was even more blushing. Chapter 33. After everyone was eating, drinking, and having fun, suddenly, Asuma on the other side called them, saying, "You guys, come here, I have something to tell you." Asuma looked drunk, her face was red, and she waved her hand to greet the genin. The genin who were talking enthusiastically heard Asuma's call, and were stunned for a moment, looked at Asuma in bewilderment, and moved over. After everyone arrived, Asuma looked at everyone mysteriously and smiled with relief. "It's almost time to eat and drink. It happens that everyone is here, so I will tell you something quietly in advance." Everyone was taken aback for a moment, and they all raised their spirits, wanting to see what Asuma had to say. Asuma cleared his throat, coughed a few times, and then said seriously, "After a while, it will be the semi-annual Chunin exam, do you want to take it?" As soon as Asuma finished speaking, everyone was stunned and looked at each other, no one dared to speak out. "Chunin, it's a bit too early for these little ghosts who have just become genin." But before anyone could ask a question, Asuma looked at them with relief and said, "I know that you have just become genin, and some of you have not fully adapted to the life of a ninja. I also said that the Chunin exam will be held for a while. During this period, you can hone yourself well." Asuma glanced around and looked at everyone, all with a look of satisfaction, and continued, "Actually, this Chunin exam may be a bit too early for you, and you can skip this exam and take the next round of senior high school exams. However, I still hope that you can actively participate. After all, in my eyes here, you are the best, the most outstanding, and the highest overall strength in the class I have led. I think it's not bad for you to experience the Chunin exam this time. This is why I told you in advance, you still have time, you can prepare in advance." Asuma's words silenced everyone. Everyone took a few deep breaths, and there was burning expectation and urgency in their eyes. Everyone here wants to prove themselves very much. Prove their excellence, and prove that they can become excellent ninjas. Especially Sasuke, the group from Namanakuni let him know that his current strength is far from enough, and he wants to hone himself and quickly improve his strength in this Chunin exam. Looking at the expectant eyes of the genins around, Asuma, Kakashi and Kuroyuki seemed to know the answer of the genins. All three smiled in satisfaction and nodded secretly. Then, Asuma asked, "What do you think?" As soon as Asuma finished speaking, Ino couldn't wait to say, "Mr. Asuma, I want to participate. Little Sakura has already performed sea-level missions, and I want to hone myself faster. Ah, it's so troublesome." Hearing such positive words from his teammates, Shikamaru complained, "I want to participate too, I can't lose to Ino." Little Sakura also said positively. Asuma and the others nodded in satisfaction, and said with relief, "Okay, I knew you would be like this. It's not in vain for me to tell you in advance. Next, you have to improve yourself and strive for a good performance in the Chunin exam." These words have already ignited the fighting spirit of the genin. The genin were all shouting, wanting to achieve their satisfactory results in the Chunin exam. Soon, several genin began to discuss enthusiastically how to practice next, and Asuma and the three jonin also expressed that they would guide them. While the Xiaoqiangs were cheering and looking forward to the upcoming Chunin exam, Kakashi looked at Asuma, who was beaming with joy, and said suavely, "You tell the genin the news in advance, whether it's cheating or not, I'm not afraid that Master Hokage will blame you." Asuma scratched her head embarrassingly, and said drunkenly, "Haha, the old man probably won't care about this. Besides, they are really outstanding, and it is worth telling them in advance. I am very much looking forward to their performance in this Chunin exam. Master Hokage will also want to see Konoha Genin's prosperous side." Yu Haihong nodded at the side, looked around at Xiaoqiang, and finally fixed on Naruto, who was sitting quietly at the side. His eyes were blurred. She always felt that Naruto might be better than what Kakashi said. Because, this boy looks too mature. Mature enough to be out of tune with the genins around. The genin were already excitedly discussing countermeasures and training plans because of the upcoming Chunin exam. On the other hand, Naruto sat quietly on the side unmoved, like an outsider who sees through the world. Asuma noticed Kuriko's gaze and asked, "Red, what are you thinking?" Hong froze for a moment, looked back, shook his head and smiled, and said lightly, "Nothing, I wonder if we know too little about Naruto." Hearing Kurenei's words, both Asuma and Kakashi were shocked. His eyes involuntarily looked at Naruto, who was quiet at the side. That's right, Yu Haihong was right. They still know too little about Naruto. Before they became genin, they almost forgot about this child who carried the hope of the fourth generation, sacrificed himself, and sealed the nine tails but suffered unfair treatment. Even Kakashi, who often pays attention to Naruto, pays less and less attention to Naruto because of his busy tasks and the pain of losing his companion. And now, they felt that the three jonin couldn't see through Naruto, the genin. Chapter 34. In fact, Naruto is also looking forward to the Chunin exam. Because, this is also part of his plan. It's just that Naruto didn't act as excited as little Sakura and the others. The so-called Chunin exam, on the surface, is an assessment to test whether Genin can become a Chunin. In fact, it is a method used by the major villages to observe the combat power and potential of other villages, and to collect useful information. Naruto also knows this. After everyone ate and drank, soon, the Genin and their guide Jonin also slowly dispersed. Everyone bid farewell one after another, and went home in anticipation to prepare the practice plan. In the end, there were only Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura left in the yakiniku restaurant. It's not that Naruto and the others didn't want to leave, but Kakashi stopped them on purpose, as if he had something to say. After everyone left, Kakashi came to Naruto and the others, looked at the three of them with a smile, and said, "Have you heard what Asuma said just now? The Chunin exam is about to start. Do you want to take it too?" Little Sakura and Sasuke nodded heavily. Seeing this, Kakashi nodded, quite satisfied in his heart. Soon, Kakashi continued. "Okay, since you want to participate, then you have to hurry up and practice. Also, you can't take the Chunin exam if you just want to take it. You still need to do a few D-level tasks to improve your performance. Otherwise, when you sign up, you will just fill in the task and only do 1 or 2 tasks. That would be a shame to me." The little Sakura and Sasuke also knew this truth. Hearing that Kakashi asked them to do more D-level missions, Sasuke didn't object this time. After all, the Chunin exam is about to begin. No matter what task to do, as long as there is free time for them to practice. Seeing that Sasuke and none of them objected, Kakashi nodded and continued. "By the way, I have a secret mission to go out these few days. So, only the 3 of you can take the mission." Hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke, Naruto, and little Sakura were all taken aback, and each of them looked at Kakashi with different eyes. Soon, little Sakura looked at Kakashi with dissatisfaction, and complained. "Mr. Kakashi, didn't Mr. Asuma just say that you are going to guide us in cultivation? How can you guide us when you are not here?" When Sasuke heard it, he also frowned, a little dissatisfied. Kakashi smiled embarrassingly, scratched his head, and said, "Hey, there's no way, Jonin is always busy. I've told Asuma and Kurani Ui that they can give you some advice when they have time. When you're free to complete the task, you can ask them directly if you don't understand anything. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, at least before the Chunin exam." Listening to Kakashi's unreliable words, Sakura and the others helplessly shook their heads. Sasuke's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something. And Naruto looked at Kakashi, thought for a while, and guessed what Kakashi was going to do. Since the Chunin exam is about to start, Kakashi also said to come back before the exam. Perhaps, the task performed by Kakashi is related to the Chunin exam. Before little Sakura could speak, Kakashi continued. Okay, I believe you. If I'm not here, your cultivation will gradually improve. From tomorrow onwards, the 3 of you will go to pick up the task together. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." After finishing speaking, Kakashi didn't wait for little Sakura to complain, a body flicker technique, and instantly disappeared in place. Looking at Kakashi who suddenly disappeared, little Sakura stomped her feet angrily, and muttered with her small mouth. "Damn Kakashi-sensei! Naruto, Sasuke, what are you going to do?" Little Sakura asked Sasuke and Naruto on the side. "Practice, I'm going back first," Sasuke said lightly, and was about to get up and go home. From the looks of it, Sasuke seems to have made a training plan. Seeing Sasuke's indifferent look, little Sakura was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Naruto again. I saw Naruto shrugged and said with a faint smile. "Do the task slowly." After speaking, Naruto was also ready to go home. Naruto didn't care whether Kakashi could teach them how to practice. After all, Kakashi can't teach him anything, and Naruto also has his own way of cultivation, and his cultivation has never fallen behind and never stopped. Just when Naruto just walked out of the barbecue shop and was about to go home. Suddenly, a system ding-ding sounded in Naruto's mind. Ding, the next random check-in location will be refreshed soon. Ding, the random check-in location has been refreshed. Sign-in location, Hyuga Clan, Hinata bedroom. Chapter 35. After the system's prompt sounded, Naruto froze for a moment and opened his mouth wide in astonishment. Check-in location, Hinata's bedroom? Wouldn't this be asking myself to check in at Hinata's room? Glancing at the time, the moonlit night is now in the sky, and the party has just ended. Now Hinata has arrived home, ready to wash and rest. Maybe he fell asleep already. Do I want to secretly sign in Hinata's boudoir when she is asleep? Naruto shook his head, and carefully determined where to sign in several times. The answer he got was undoubtedly Hinata's dormitory, and after confirming that he was not wrong just now, he exhaled. At this hour, it would be even worse if Hinata hadn't slept yet. But you can't fail to sign in. If you don't sign in at the random sign-in location, it will always exist. The next check-in location will not be refreshed either. Moreover, the rewards for each random check-in are very rich, which can bring a huge improvement to Naruto. Under the current environment, Naruto urgently needs to improve his strength. So, Naruto took a deep breath and decided to try the Hyuga clan at night. Soon, after Naruto breathed out, he decided to set off, leaving little Sakura who was still thinking about his training plan. The Hyuga clan. As one of Konoha's famous families, the Hyuga clan is also very heavily guarded. It's so late, and there are ninjas from the Hyuga clan patrolling and watching. When Naruto came here, he saw the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, and immediately lurked first. He knows the strength of the Hyuga clan. As Konoha's top fighting clan, the Hyuga clan possesses a powerful blood succession limit and pupil technique, white eyes. Byun's detection ability and auxiliary ability are extremely strong. After cultivating to the point of ultimate, not to mention having a 360 viewing angle, you can also see the flow of chakra in the surrounding environment, and you can even see the meridian nerves and acupuncture points of the ninja. Not only that, but Byun can also multiply the ability of insight through the strengthening of chakra, and can see things with a radius of more than 1 kilometer. Its insight ability is unsurpassed. Naruto also knew that the Hyuga clan's white-eyed detection ability was strong, even a patrolling ninja should not be underestimated, so he did not act rashly. Instead, he exhaled on the spot and prepared to cast a few Kido to hide his figure and cover his chakra. Then, Naruto said silently in his heart. The 26th of Bakudo, Bent Light. Baifu. The 26th Bakudo, Bent Light, is a concealed Kido used to hide the figure of the caster, so that people cannot see the body. And Baifu is used to hide breath and chakra. After casting these two Kido, Naruto's figure seems to disappear in the eyes of others. Especially Baifu, the Kido who hides chakra, was originally used by Ichimaru Jin to deceive Aizen, making Aizen believe that he killed Rangiku and cast a high-level Kido. The mystery is self-evident. With his current strength displayed, Naruto is also confident that he can fool Byun's investigation. Not to mention, the patrolling ninja is just an ordinary member of the Hyuga family, and the white eyes have not been cultivated to the point where Naruto is more confident that he will not be discovered by him. After casting, Naruto took a deep breath and started to act. After the figure cleverly escaped the detection of the Hyuga family patrolling ninjas, Naruto lurked into the Hyuga mansion. The Hyuga family is worthy of being a famous family, and the residential area of the mansion is also very spacious. The courtyard alone is enough to be used as a training ground. After quietly entering the mansion, Naruto began to detect Hineda's breath, and found Hineda's position. Naruto walked over quietly. Through the window, Naruto saw the scene in Hineda's boudoir. All I saw was that Hineda was already lying down, covered with a quilt, breathing lightly, her beautiful eyelashes fluttering slightly, and she looked gentle and quiet as if she had fallen asleep. Seeing this, Naruto exhaled. If Hineda hadn't fallen asleep, it would be difficult, but fortunately Hineda seemed to have fallen asleep. Gently pushing the door open without making a sound, Naruto walked in slowly, for fear of alarming Hineda. After entering Hineda's room, Naruto took a look. Hineda's room is very simple, with large and small decorations, as well as hangers, wardrobes, and dressing tables. It is worthy of a girl's room, and there is nothing missing. On the hanger, hung the clothes Hineda was wearing today, including underwear, and so on. Seeing the pink model, Naruto couldn't help but blush, and a burst of anger surged up. Apparently, Hineda has changed clothes and gone to sleep. After taking a few deep breaths, Naruto tried to calm himself down, then closed his eyes, and said silently in his heart. System, sign in at the Hineda room. After a while, the voice of the system sounded in my mind. Ding. Signing in for host in Hineda's dormitory. Ding. Congratulations to host for signing in successfully in Hineda's dormitory. Get the reward, Taiga Pumpkin Romance Fortress. Get the reward, Mangekyo Sharinon Awakening card. Rewarded, Bakia Kokaki template experience 3.7%. 89.7% of the Byakuya Kokaki template has been unlocked, plus 3.7% bonus for signing in. Congratulations to host for unlocking the Byakuya Kokaki template to 93.4%. The remaining rewards have been sent to the system space, and the host can check them at any time. Chapter 36. After hearing the system's words, Naruto took a breath, and the surprise flooded into his eyes. The rewards for signing in this time can be described as unprecedentedly rich. Whether it is the Taiga Pumpkin Romance Fort or the Mangekyo Sharinon Evolution card, its abilities are all first class and powerful. Every reward is enough to rank among the top few among all Naruto sign-in rewards. Taiga Pumpkin Romance Fortress is Ma Yin's Taiga in the red pupil. Its ability is a gun-shaped Taiga that transforms the user's mental energy into shock waves. The stronger the user's spiritual energy, the more terrifying Taiga's power will be. Not only that, but this Taiga has a special place. That is, when the user of Taiga is in a crisis situation, the power of Taiga will also be strengthened accordingly. In other words, the higher the user's crisis level, the more powerful the romantic fort will be. To what extent it will be strengthened in the end, no one knows. Moreover, Taigu romantic Baotai's ability is not limited to this, there are many secrets in switching the form of spear and sword, etc., which is very practical and a rare treasure. Not to mention the Mangekyo Sharinan. This is the supreme pupil technique of the Uchiha family, the power obtained after the awakening of the three Tomo Sharinan. Several times stronger than Sharinan. Mangekyo Sharinan, legend has it that only the host of Sharinan has experienced huge negative emotions and produced a special chakra to open it. After opening the Mangekyo, not only has the power greatly improved, far beyond the three Tomo Sharinan, it can also produce the ability to adapt to the host. Legend has it that the person who has activated Mangekyo has such powerful pupils that he can even control 9 tails. This is enough to illustrate the power of Mangekyo Sharinan. However, such a powerful force also has a high risk. That is the master of Mangekyo. As Mangekyo is used more often, the eyes will gradually become dark, that is, blind. However, Naruto is not too worried about this. He has a god-level sign-in, and sooner or later he will be able to evolve Mangekyo Sharinan to Eternal Mangekyo. Even if you can't check in, Naruto has other ways to upgrade Mangekyo. And the unlocking progress of Byakuya Kukaki's template has increased by 3.7% again, and the unlocking degree of the template has exceeded 90%, as high as 93.4%. This also brought a huge improvement to Naruto, and Shinigami's skills have also been strengthened one after another. Naruto exhaled, enjoying the fruit of joy he received. Just when Naruto was sorting out the reward information obtained by signing in, a timid and shy voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Naruto's thoughts. Yes, is that Naruto-kun? Hearing this voice, Naruto was taken aback and turned his head to look. Soon, I saw Hinata getting up, rubbing his eyes, and sleepy. Hinata blinked her beautiful eyes, looked around the room in confusion, and asked slightly puzzled. In Hinata's line of sight, Naruto cannot be seen. Because, Naruto used Kido bent light and Baifu to hide his figure. Even standing in front of Hinata, Hinata can't find it. Not to mention, Naruto is a little stronger now, and Kido's application is even more masterful. But even so, Hinata can still detect Naruto's existence, which really makes Naruto feel incredible. Naruto didn't rush to reply because he noticed Hinata's confusion. Clearly, Hinata didn't see himself, and wasn't sure if he was here at all. After Hinata looked around for a week, doubts appeared in her little head, she blinked slightly, and said in a tender voice. Strange. I clearly smell Naruto-kun. Hearing Hinata's words, Naruto's body shook, and he looked at Hinata with wide eyes in disbelief. So, did Hinata use the smell of her own body to perceive herself? This is too unbelievable, it simply surprised Naruto. You know, remembering a person's taste is not that simple. What's more, in his impression, the contact with Hinata is not very frequent. Moreover, he has completely concealed his breath, including his taste. It was only when I was surprised by the system's reward just now that I accidentally released a little bit. Unexpectedly, just this moment, Hinata could wake up from sleep by asking about the taste of Naruto. Naruto scratched his head, wondering if he should meet Hinata or not. But seeing that Hinata was still looking around, as if he couldn't see himself, and didn't want to sleep anymore, Naruto exhaled and decided to appear. All I saw was that with a wave of Naruto's hand, the effect of Bakudo bent light slowly disappeared, and Naruto's figure appeared. However, Naruto did not cancel Baifu's ability, and still hides his own chakra and breath. Because, he didn't want other members of the Hyuga family to find him, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Seeing Naruto's sudden appearance in the line of sight, Hinata was slightly startled, with an incredulous look in her beautiful eyes. The scene in front of her was like a dream. Naruto appeared in front of her out of thin air, still in her room. Moreover, she was not dressed yet, only wearing simple and thin pajamas. Thinking of this, Hinata blushed suddenly, lowered her head shyly and flusteredly, and quickly covered herself with the quilt. Naruto-kun, why are you in my room? Seeing the shy and flustered Hinata who hesitated, Naruto couldn't help but smiled and said. It's me, Hinata. Hinata blinked, looked at Naruto confusedly and shyly, and asked. Naruto-kun, how did you get in here? Naruto touched his nose in embarrassment, it was really impolite to enter a girl's room in the middle of the night. Then, Naruto replied. Used some small tricks, Hinata, don't make a sound, I don't want other Hyuga people to know. Don't worry, I came here without any malice, I just have important things to deal with. Naruto said, looked at Hinata's figure, suppressed Zyuhuo, and said. Hinata also noticed Naruto's gaze, tightened the quilt, and nodded shyly. She believed Naruto's words very much, and she was very obedient and did not ask Naruto's reason for coming. Although Naruto said there was something important, she didn't know what that important thing was, and since Naruto didn't want to say it, she wouldn't ask. Besides, Naruto didn't really do anything. Chapter 37. From time to time, Hinata glanced at Naruto from the corner of her eye, lowering her head shyly. The awkward atmosphere lasted for a while in the room, making both of them very uncomfortable. Soon, just when Naruto was about to say something, suddenly, shy Hinata broke the silence first, and said softly. Ming, Naruto-kun, are you done with your work? Naruto was taken aback, smiled faintly, nodded, and said. Then I'll take you out. Hinata raised her head slightly, her beautiful eyes flickered, she looked at Naruto shyly, and said. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it, he felt that it was not impossible, so he nodded and said. Okay. But I will hide myself from now on so that no one will find out. Hearing that Naruto agreed, Hinata nodded happily. Just when Hinata was about to get up, it suddenly occurred to her that she was only wearing pajamas. Seeing Naruto's gaze, Hinata's face flushed quickly. Naruto touched his nose in embarrassment, pointed at Hinata, and said. Hinata, do you want to change clothes? Hinata nodded shyly, lowered her head, shy and silent. Naruto-kun, turn around first. After the meeting, Hinata said to Naruto shyly. Naruto quickly understood, smiled awkwardly, and quickly turned around without looking at Hinata. Just when Naruto turned around, he heard the sound of dressing behind him, and soon, Hinata's voice sounded again. Naruto-kun, it's done. Naruto nodded and turned his head to look. I saw that Hinata had already put on the soft and beautiful clothes she wore during the day, standing delicately. Curious, Naruto couldn't help but glanced at the hanger, and found that the pink model was no longer there, and it was obviously worn by Hinata. Noticing Naruto's gaze, Hinata seemed to be aware of what Naruto saw just now, her little face was flushed like a ripe apple. Ming, Naruto-kun, let's go. Hinata blushed, poked her fingers, and said shyly and flusteredly. Naruto froze for a moment, quickly looked away, and nodded with an embarrassed smile. Led by Hinata, the two quietly walked out of the room. Before coming out, Naruto had cast bent light again to hide his figure. After casting bent light, Naruto disappeared again, making Hinata invisible to him. Seeing this scene, Hinata was slightly surprised, even though she rolled her eyes, she couldn't find where Naruto was. But fortunately, she knew that Naruto was by her side, so she didn't panic. Instead, she felt a little surprised by this scene, and wondered how Naruto did it very curiously. Soon, the two walked out of the Hyuga clan's mansion. During the period, although Hinata encountered patrolling ninjas, he was a little worried that Naruto would be discovered. But in fact, her worries were unnecessary. The patrolling ninja could only see Hinata alone, and he didn't feel suspicious. What's more, Naruto also used Kito's bent light and Beifu to hide himself, so the patrolling ninja couldn't find it. Hinata simply told the patrolling ninja that he was just going out for a walk and would come back soon, and left soon. Even so, Hinata took a deep breath. It wasn't until he reached a place not far from Hyuga's mansion that Naruto called Hinata and stopped. Hinata, send it here. Hearing Naruto's voice, Hinata was taken aback for a moment, then stopped immediately, and nodded shyly. Naruto still didn't appear, because he noticed that Hyuga's patrolling ninja eyes were watching here with white eyes. Maybe the patrolling ninja was worried about Hinata's safety, so he kept watching with blank eyes. It doesn't matter, as long as Naruto doesn't show up, he won't be able to find out. Then I'm leaving, Hinata, you should go back and rest quickly, it's getting late. Naruto smiled lightly. Hinata lowered her head slightly, and said softly. Okay, then, Naruto-kun, be careful on the road. After Naruto nodded, he touched Hinata's head slightly. Feeling the temperature of Naruto's palm, Hinata's body trembled. However, she didn't change, instead she was very well behaved and enjoyed it a bit, but her face became even more blushing and lowered even more. Then, Naruto Shunpo, get out of here. After Naruto left, Hinata stood there for more than half an hour before turning around and going home. Call. After Shunpo disappeared, Naruto quickly returned home, lying on the bed, and also cancelled the hiding of Kito Bent Light and Shirafu. Thinking of the wonderful experience tonight, Naruto couldn't help smiling while staring at the ceiling in a daze. Then, Naruto closed his eyes and began to process the harvest of the night. The first is the Mangekyo Sharingan Awakening card, which has not yet been used in the system space. At that time in the Hyuga clan, if Mangekyo was awakened, if one did not hide well, it would be bad if the Hyuga clan discovered it. Now back home, Naruto can also evolve Sharingan with peace of mind. System, use the Mangekyo Sharingan Awakening card. Naruto muttered silently in his heart. Soon, the system's voice sounded. Ding, using the Mangekyo Sharingan Evolution card. Used successfully, evolving to Mangekyo Sharingan for Host Awakening. Chapter 38. After the system sound sounded, Naruto immediately felt a huge amount of information and power pouring into his mind. There was also a burning sensation in my eyes, and chakra also surged out, converging towards my eyes. Immediately afterwards, in an instant, a huge pupil power burst out from Naruto's eyes suddenly. Naruto also opened his eyes suddenly at this moment. All I could see was a pair of blue eyes slowly turning into scarlet, and 3 tomo appeared on the scarlet pupils, very strange. Sharingan, turn on. Not only that, but the changes in Sharingan don't stop there. After the 3 black hook jades appeared, they quickly began to rotate at high speed. All the huge pupil power is also gathering at this moment, pouring into the eyes. Soon, the high-speed 3 Tomo Sharingan began to change. The originally pitch-black 3-pointed jade slowly formed the shape of a 6-pointed star. A special power was born spontaneously. Mangekyo Sharingan, awaken. After the Mangekyo Sharingan awakened, Naruto blinked the hexagram-shaped Mangekyo, scanning everything around him. All I can see is that in Naruto's sight, everything seems to be still, very quiet and slow. Naruto can see everything clearly, including the dust in the room. The dust can be easily caught by Naruto, and he can also carefully see their whereabouts. This is the power of Mangekyo Sharingan. Insight and various abilities have been greatly improved. It is several times stronger than 3 Tomo Sharingan. And it doesn't stop there. Naruto felt that when he activated Mangekyo, it was as if with a thought, wherever his eyes passed, a pitch-black sea of flames could be burned. Moreover, there are many other abilities that have not been used yet. Naruto took a deep breath, feeling the power of Mangekyo. The abilities of each pair of Mangekyo are unique. Of course, there is no shortage of repetitions. Naruto only felt that his left eye seemed to be able to release Amaterasu, and his right eye. Naruto took a closer look, and found that the ability of his right eye seemed to be related to space. And he had a faint feeling that his pair of Mangekyo had more abilities and strength than that. There are still many places that have not been discovered. Mangekyo, indeed, is the highest pupil technique in the ninja world. Its power and ability far exceed Naruto's expectations. It will take a while to fully master Mangekyo. Naruto exhaled, feeling Mangekyo's marvelous power, and took it back. Fortunately, since Naruto became a ninja and Kakashi became Naruto's guide Jonin, Third Hokage didn't use the crystal ball to monitor himself very much. Otherwise, if Third Hokage sees the Uchiha Supreme Pupil technique that once made them dread appear on Naruto, I don't know how they will feel, I'm afraid they will be stunned. After taking back the Mangekyo, Naruto sorted out the information he had acquired in his mind during the day and prepared to rest. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Naruto got up early, prepared to wash up, have breakfast, and then went to meet Sasuke and little Sakura. Kakashi said that from today onwards, the 3 of them will be responsible for receiving the task. After washing up, Naruto was just about to go out. When he opened the door, he suddenly found a figure appeared in his field of vision. The figure has black hair, blue shorts, hands in pockets, and a grim look, obviously Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto was slightly surprised to see Uchiha Sasuke in front of his door. Sasuke was trembling all over, and the black hair was already covered with frost mist. Obviously, Sasuke had been waiting here early, waiting for Naruto to come out, without knocking on the door. Seeing that Naruto finally opened the door, Sasuke's body trembled, and he quickly raised his head, staring at Naruto. Seeing Sasuke, Naruto was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect Sasuke to appear at his door. And he was still deliberately waiting for himself. This really surprised Naruto. Could it be that Sasuke, who is cold, proud, and defiant, also wants to feel the warmth of his companion at this moment, and specially comes to pick him up at the gate of Naruto, waiting for him to take the task together? Or, does Sasuke have other plans? Naruto couldn't help looking at Sasuke curiously. Soon, Sasuke gave him the answer. Seeing that Naruto came out, Sasuke suddenly regained his spirits, fixed his eyes on Naruto, his eyes flickered, and seemed to be hesitating and struggling for something. Soon, Sasuke became firm, gritted his teeth, as if he had made a lot of determination, took a deep breath, and said, "Uzumaki Naruto, please teach me how to practice." Ha! Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto opened his eyes wide, froze for a moment, and looked at Sasuke in astonishment. As if he couldn't believe it, the words just now were said by Sasuke. Naruto even suspected that he had heard it wrong. Uchiha Sasuke, who is an indifferent and arrogant genius, is deliberately waiting in front of him at this moment, not daring to disturb Naruto, waiting for Naruto to come out, and still determined to let Naruto teach him his cultivation? This is too incredible. Is this Sasuke's good practice plan last night? Seeing Naruto's surprised look, Sasuke took a deep breath, locked on Naruto, and said again, "Don't be surprised, this is my decision after careful consideration. I admit that you are stronger than me and better than me. Kakashi also told me in the Kingdom of Waves that there is a big gap between me and you. This gap cannot be made up after the completion of the Kingdom of Waves. I also listened to what I said at the beginning, because I underestimated you too much. I need strength, I need to become stronger quickly, to fulfill my ambition, to complete my revenge, I want revenge." Sasuke clenched his fists, showing fierce eyes. Then, Sasuke calmed down, stared at Naruto seriously, and said word by word. "So, I decided, please teach me how to practice. Please teach me how to practice." Chapter 39. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto froze for a moment, slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, in order to get revenge and quickly improve his strength, Sasuke would put down his face and come to him. What was even more unexpected was that Sasuke would be so sincere and honest to admit his mistakes and speak out about his shortcomings. Is this still the Uchiha Sasuke who is arrogant and self-confessed as a genius? It seems that Sasuke was greatly stimulated by what he experienced in the past few days, and made him realize his own inadequacy and weakness. That's why I made up my mind and put down my face to ask Naruto. Naruto looked at Sasuke, saw Sasuke's firm eyes, thought for a while, and didn't rush to agree. Instead, he asked a key question. Why should I help you? Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, and when he heard Naruto's words, he suddenly realized as if he had woken up from a start. At the same time, he lowered his head slightly, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth unwillingly. Yep, Naruto was right. Why should he help Sasuke? Just because they are teammates? This is far from enough. You know, they are not relatives. Even before the genin assessment, Sasuke has always looked down on Naruto. I think Naruto is a complete waste, a crane tail who doesn't make any progress, doesn't work hard at all, and drags the oil bottle. However, the gap between the two is so big now. Sasuke lowered his head unwillingly, gritted his teeth, and turned around in frustration. Just about to leave, suddenly, Naruto's words sounded again. I can help you. The voice was like the hope from the abyss, which made Sasuke enlightened, turned around suddenly, opened his eyes wide, and looked at Naruto in disbelief and surprise. Seeing Sasuke's excited look, Naruto smiled and continued. However, as a reward for helping you, I need you to do one thing for me in the future. Sasuke nodded repeatedly, without hesitation, and said excitedly. Okay. I agree. No matter what it is, as long as it can help me, I will do anything. Hearing Sasuke's answer, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. This is also the result of Naruto's deliberation. Judging from Sasuke's current performance and Naruto's judgment, Sasuke is talented and more ambitious, and he, who was originally defiant, has now grown. Future achievements will definitely be higher than others imagined. In Naruto's future revenge plan, such talents are needed. This kind of talents with talent, future, and strength, who can help Naruto do some great things are needed. That's why Naruto chose to help Sasuke. Help Sasuke now, and get a powerful helper in the future, and Sasuke also promises to do whatever one asks for him. This deal couldn't be more cost-effective. Thinking of this, Naruto smiled and said lightly. Okay, starting today, I will try my best to help you practice and improve your strength. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke's expression burst into joy, and he couldn't help but smile. This is what he wants to do most now. Become stronger. Good. Thank you, thank you. Sasuke hesitated for a while, and decided to say thank you. Naruto nodded with a smile. After the two had a brief conversation, they went to the meeting place together. At the gate of Konoha, little Sakura has been waiting here early. Today was the first time they went to pick up the task by themselves. Little Sakura looked forward to it very much. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke walking over together, little Sakura was taken aback for a moment, looked at the two in surprise, and was even more curious in her heart when Naruto and Sasuke would chat together. What's more, the two of them talked often, which surprised little Sakura even more. Naruto, Sasuke, what are you doing? Little Sakura looked at the two in surprise and asked suspiciously. Before little Sakura finished speaking, Naruto interrupted little Sakura and said. It's been a long time, Sakura-chan. Let's go to Third Hokage to pick up the commission now. Little Sakura froze for a moment, then nodded. Naruto knew little Sakura's doubts, but he didn't have the heart to explain these things to little Sakura. After seeing little Sakura nodding, Naruto took little Sakura and Sasuke to the Hokage building. The Hokage building in the early morning is still full of people. Perhaps because Asuma had already mentioned the reason for the upcoming Chunin exam last night, Ino and Hinata and their teams also arrived at the Hokage building very early and diligently. When Ino and Hinata saw Naruto and the others rushing over, they immediately greeted each other enthusiastically. Little Sakura. Naruto. Are you here to accept the commission? When Hinata saw Naruto, she lowered her head shyly and poked her fingers, as if thinking of the wonderful experience last night. Hearing Ino's words, the little Sakura also warmly greeted and started talking with Ino. Naruto saw the shy Hinata, smiled lightly, and walked over. Seeing that only Naruto and them were there, and Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's guide Jonin Kakashi were not here, Ino asked suspiciously. Where's your teacher Jonin? Are the three of you here to pick up the mission? Little Sakura nodded, remembering Kakashi's unreliable words last night, and complained again. That's right, Mr. Kakashi left us to carry out the task by ourselves. So we have to pick it up and complete it by ourselves during this time. Asuma and Kurenai seemed to have known the news for a long time, and were not surprised when they heard what little Sakura said. Yuhihong's beautiful eyes moved, thought for a while, and suddenly said. Why don't you come with us to execute the mission? With your participation, the efficiency of mission execution will be faster. I will personally explain to Third Hokage. Little Sakura was about to reply, but before she could open her mouth, Naruto suddenly said lightly. No need, teacher Yuhihong, we can do it ourselves. Little Sakura was taken aback, and when she heard Naruto's polite refusal, she had no choice but to thank Kurenai for her kindness. Being rejected by Naruto, Yuhihong also froze for a moment, slightly surprised, and took a deep look at Naruto. She didn't say anything, just looked at Naruto, thought for a while, and then nodded. Naruto has his own reasons for rejecting Kurenai. He will teach Sasuke how to practice next. If something is exposed and Kurenai notices it, the loss outweighs the gain. Naruto doesn't know if Kurenai will tell Third Hokage about her performance. However, just as Naruto finished thinking about it, he heard Kurenai say again. Since you want to do it yourself, it's better. That's fine, you guys are fine, but I will visit you often in my free time. If you need any help, you can just ask me. As the village guide Jonin, I also have the responsibility to take care of you for a while Kakashi is away. And, compared with you, Hinata and Yacht and the others will practice more diligently. Hong glared at Yacht and the others, and said with a soft snort. Chapter 40. It seems that after Hong learned about Naruto's performance last night, he has higher requirements for the genin he coaches. Hearing Hong's words, Ya scratched his head in embarrassment, not knowing what to say. They also seemed to know that Naruto and the others performed better than themselves, and couldn't find any words to refute Hong. However, Kiba still looked at Naruto and Sasuke unconvinced, as if he didn't believe that Naruto was as good as Sakura, and Hong said. It looks like I want to find a chance to compete with Naruto. Naruto can naturally sense Fang's sight and gaze. Seemingly knowing what Ya was thinking, Naruto smiled lightly and ignored it directly. Hearing Hong's words, Naruto couldn't help sighing in his heart, thinking with emotion. After all, Hong is still a girl, she is too kind, her thoughts are so simple and innocent, she has the love and affection of a girl. Although Hong is a jonin who has seen a lot, her mind may not be as mature and considerate as Naruto. Naruto and the world she sees are different after all. In this cruel environment, Naruto couldn't put himself in other people's shoes like she did. However, after thinking about it, Naruto accepted Hong's kindness. Although Sasuke has Naruto's help, Naruto doesn't need others to teach him anything, and has his own way of cultivation. But in addition to them, there is little Sakura in the team. Little Sakura still needs Kurenai's guidance. Therefore, Naruto nodded and said. Then thank you, teacher Yuhihong. Red smiled faintly and nodded. After a brief conversation, everyone walked into the Hokage building together and went to the Hokage office. Inside Hokage's office, Third Hokage seems to have been waiting for them. After seeing Naruto and the others walk in, Third Hokage raised his head and smiled kindly at everyone. You guys come to pick up the mission again. Yuhihong and the others nodded. Third Hokage didn't delay either, and threw out a blank sheet of paper, which was full of mission entrustments, allowing them to choose by themselves. However, only the task name and level are written on this white paper, and there is no content. If you want to know the content, you have to ask or accept it. And some special high-level missions can only be known after accepting them. This is also to ensure the secrecy of the mission. Soon, Kurenai and Asuma selected suitable D-rank tasks for their genin. And Naruto and the others quickly finished their selection. Originally Yuhihong wanted to help Naruto and the others choose one, but Naruto chose better than her, which made Yuhihong feel a little helpless. After all, in her eyes, Naruto is just a matter of pointing, which, very casual. That's the truth. Anyway, they are all D-level tasks, not much difference. Even if the C-level task is selected, Naruto is sure to complete it. After all, not every C-level mission is as dangerous as the Kingdom of Waves. And if it is a more advanced one, no need for Yuhihong to say, Third Hokage will not let the three genin perform it. After everyone received the task entrustment, they went to execute it individually. During the period, Yuhihong also came over to take a look, as if she was worried that Naruto and the others would have a hard time accepting the task for the first time, as if they were not proficient in various things. However, when she came to check, she was shocked to find that the progress of Naruto's mission was not as difficult as she imagined. On the contrary, it was very fast. When she found Naruto and the others had completed the D-level mission and were ready to rest. And the genin team led by Yuhihong and Asuma is only halfway through. It's no wonder Naruto and the others are so efficient. Because of the same task they took together, Hong and Asuma took everyone to do it leisurely, thinking that while doing the D-level task, they would help them with their homework or guide their cultivation. But Naruto thought completely differently. Naruto has already designated a training plan. Complete a few more tasks in the morning, and devote yourself to practicing in the afternoon. In this way, the completion progress of the task will not fall behind, and the practice in the afternoon will also make people experience more deeply, integrate into it faster, and improve their strength. Facts have proved that Naruto's plan is indeed very practical. After a few days, Naruto and his team not only completed the task faster than Kurenai and Asuma's team, but also spent more time practicing than them. It's just that such a plan makes them a little more tired than other genin. After all, they don't have leisure time to rest. Little Sakura and Sasuke didn't complain about this hard training plan. Needless to say, Sasuke, he originally wanted to improve himself quickly, eager to become stronger, with so much practice time and Naruto's guidance, how could he not cherish and work hard? And little Sakura saw Naruto and Sasuke practicing like this day after day, and she didn't want to be left behind by the two, so she gritted her teeth and persisted. It has to be said that this kind of cultivation is worthwhile, and their improvement is also very fast, obviously. After a few days, both Sasuke and little Sakura felt stronger than ever. The daily practice, which was heavy for them, now feels extremely relaxed. After Naruto saw this, he also increased their training progress and training time. In fact, it is also very simple to teach Sasuke to practice. Sasuke himself is very talented, and under the stimulation of the Wave Country and his party, he has already opened Sharingan. All he lacks is a practice plan and goal, as well as some advanced practice methods, such as chakra nature transformation. Naruto simply handed over chakra's nature transformation to him, and taught him how to use his own chakra attributes to strengthen himself and improve his physical ability. For example, the thunder attribute chakra, attached to the body, can explode at an astonishing speed in a short period of time. Sasuke is also very useful, knowing that these are dry goods. I am very grateful to Naruto. Of course, if Sasuke knew that he, a Uchiha genius, had just started Sharingan not long ago, while Naruto, an outsider, had already awakened Mangekyo, he might be even more shocked to vomit blood, and practice more desperately. During the practice period, Hong also came to find Naruto and the others with Genin under her guidance. It is said that they want to compete and exchange experiences with each other. In fact, I also want to see the gap between the Genins she coached and Naruto, and by the way, stimulate them to strengthen their training. And the results of the exchanges are self-evident. Chapter 41. Teeth confronted Naruto, and before he had time to use his favorite method, Orc transformation, Yaruto teeth, he was instantly killed by Naruto. The process is very simple, relying entirely on pure speed. At the beginning of the sparring, he got close to Ya and defeated him. Ya was also completely shocked. He couldn't believe that this was Genin's speed, and he couldn't believe that he would be instantly killed by Naruto. The gap between the two was so huge. Let him feel a huge setback. Sasuke faced a Bear Shino. Although the process was a little troublesome, it ended with Sasuke winning in the end. Although Shino still has a big move to use, Sasuke doesn't give him a chance to use it at all. With the help of the chakra nature transformation taught by Naruto and the application of the thunder attribute chakra, find the right opportunity to get close and defeat Shino, who was caught off guard. After the battle, Naruto also took a look at Shino, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He could feel that Ji now looked ordinary. But perhaps, he is also the one who is seriously underestimated. Jinai must still have some means that he has not used, and he has not done his best. However, this is enough to show that Sasuke's progress during this period is huge. After all, Sasuke didn't cast Sharingan either. He has initially mastered chakra nature transformation, and his strength has improved rapidly. Have gone far beyond the teeth of them. This also made Sasuke very satisfied, and even more convinced that it was a very correct decision for him to find Naruto to guide his practice. And the last group, that is, the duel between Hinata and small Sakura, is even more exciting. Because, Naruto discovered that the Genin in Kuroyuki's group performed best was actually Hinata. Hinata didn't know who was infected, and she practiced extremely hard, and her strength improved very quickly. In this duel, Hinata cleverly used white eyes, cleverly dodged the little Sakura's attack, and accurately attacked the little Sakura's acupuncture points. However, this does not mean that little Sakura has no power to fight back. In this short period of training, little Sakura has also improved a lot. At least, the performance is better than teeth. However, the result of the battle was finally announced as Hinata's victory. Hinata performed really well. Under her application, Byun made her dance like a dancer, dancing gracefully, attacking superbly everywhere, and finally defeated little Sakura. After the fight, the result was 2 wins and 1 loss. Kurenayui was taken aback, and stared deeply at Naruto with admiration. Because she knew that after these few days of observation, she clearly found that the cultivation of Sasuke and little Sakura was all guided by Naruto. Sasuke, in particular, did almost exactly what Naruto planned. And because of this, Yuhihong was shocked. Because, Sasuke's promotion is really too fast. Some time ago, Sasuke did not have this kind of strength, but in such a short period of time, Sasuke has initially mastered chakra nature transformation, and it can be applied to her body, which is incredible to her. This is not the strength that Genin should have at all. And all these masterpieces are made by Naruto. Kurenayui deeply knows that Sasuke's strengthening has an inseparable relationship with Naruto. Just look at Sasuke's respectful eyes looking at Naruto. The same is true for little Sakura. During this period of time, little Sakura, who was originally only excellent in theoretical knowledge, has also rapidly improved her combat effectiveness. Its strength is already at the level of elite Genin. Progress is nothing short of insignificant. In fact, there are not many places where Naruto guides little Sakura, just a team of 3, and they all follow the same training plan. The little Sakura may be the reason why she was not to be outdone when she saw Naruto and Sasuke working so hard and never gave up on cultivation. Seeing the performance of the three of them, Yu Haihong was completely shocked. Even if Kakashi taught it himself, it is impossible to teach it so well. The entire team, the three of them, all improved significantly. Sasuke is even more flying. It's horrible. And the person who taught them was actually just a genin Uzumaki Naruto. Yu Haihong took a deep look at Naruto in disbelief, and soon she realized that she shook her head and called Shanja and Hinata to leave. It seemed that Hong was also preparing to strengthen their training. As the days passed, Sasuke and the others also put themselves into the training plan formulated by Naruto again. A month later, when everyone was training day by day, Naruto suddenly found out. Konoha suddenly became lively. Konoha, which was originally peaceful and quiet, suddenly had many strange faces of ninjas from foreign villages. Some of them are cloud shinobi, some are sand shinobi, some are mist shinobi, some are rock shinobi, and so on and so on. Ninjas from many different villages gathered in Konoha. Looking at these strange faces with different ninja forehead protectors, Naruto and the others were also taken aback. Soon, they realized it too. The Chunin exam that Asuma mentioned earlier is coming. Chapter 42. Naruto narrowed his eyes, clenched his fists, looked at the Konoha that was about to be turbulent, and thought to himself. This moment is finally here. Some of the ninjas from the outer villages who entered Konoha brought with them the forehead protectors of the 5 major ninja villages, and some brought with them other villages, such as Otonin and Kusanagi. Seeing so many strange ninjas suddenly appearing in Konoha, little Sakura was taken aback, and asked slightly puzzled. Why are there so many foreign ninjas in the village? Doesn't it mean that without Mr. Hokage's permission, foreign ninjas can't enter Konoha at will? Hearing little Sakura's words, Naruto smiled lightly and said. They are licensed. Because, the Chunin exam is about to begin. Naruto's words made Sasuke and little Sakura startled, and they looked at Naruto with wide eyes. Soon, they all thought of what Asuma had told them some time ago. The Chunin exam is about to be held, thousands of ninjas gather together. This is the stage to prove them and the best place to hone them. Sasuke clenched his fists, took a deep breath, couldn't hide the impatience in his heart, and quickly laughed. Is it finally going to start? I can't wait. Naruto smiled lightly and said nothing. Soon, their practice plan for today was also completed. Naruto took everyone with him, ready to rest and have a meal. As soon as they walked to the Konoha Avenue, Naruto and the others saw an eye-catching scene. All I saw was a child jovially making noise and running, and suddenly bumped into a sand shinobi ninja. The child cried out in pain. Sand shinobi, who was dressed in black with facial makeup painted on his face, turned around and glared at the child dissatisfied and fierce. Hey, kid, don't you have eyes when you walk? The child rubbed his forehead in pain, looked at the sand shinobi ninja in front of him with some fear, and said timidly. I didn't mean it, you blocked my way. And this is Konoha, what are you doing? The sand shinobi ninja frowned when he heard the child's words. It seemed that the child's words made him very unhappy, and he shouted angrily. Little ghost, didn't your parents tell you to respect your elders? It seems that it is impossible not to teach you a lesson. I will teach you a lesson for your grandparents. After speaking, the sand shinobi ninja grabbed the child by the collar and pulled him up. The huge strength made the child unable to resist, so he had to struggle and shake desperately. Seeing this scene, Naruto and Sasuke looked over. The familiar faces and scenes made Naruto recognize the two quickly. That sand shinobi ninja is none other than Kankuro. And the child held by Kankuro is 3rd Hokage's grandson, Konohamaru. That's all right now, the Kazekage offspring of sand shinobi are going to teach Konoha's Hokage offspring a lesson. Sasuke on the side saw the sand shinobi ninja trekking arrogantly in Konoha's territory, and immediately wanted to make a move. Of course, what Sasuke thought more about was to find an opponent to fight and test his cultivation results these days. And Kankuro and Sasuke are about the same age, and they look very fierce and arrogant, so Sasuke can't help but want to make a move. Just before Sasuke was about to make a move, a loud shout sounded from the top of the big tree beside Kankuro and the others. Let him go. The voice suddenly sounded, making Kankuro startled. Kankuro looked up, and soon saw the owner of the voice in the tree. It was a boy with thick eyebrows wearing a green sportswear. The boy with thick eyebrows had his hands on his hips, stared at him righteously, and told him to stop. This guy with thick eyebrows is exactly Rock Lee. Rock Lee is not the only one standing on the tree, but also his teammate, the genius of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Niji. And ninja hobby collectors, every day. All three were very dissatisfied with Kankuro's behavior, and even glared at Kankuro every day. When Kankuro saw the three of them, even though he was glared at by Xiaoli and the others, Kankuro was not afraid at all, and instead smiled provocatively. Why, the Konoha shinobi still want to punish the evil and promote the good, heroic savior. Hearing Kankuro's words, Lee frowned his thick eyebrows, and shouted again. Let go of him, if you don't let him go, I'm going to attack. Xiao Li's words made Kankuro even more arrogant, as if he wanted to force Xiao Li to make a move. He grabbed Konohamaru's hand even tighter. Konohamaru coughed in pain and struggled. Seeing this, Xiao Li finally stopped waiting. As soon as the footsteps were stepped, the body rose into the air and flew out in an instant. Adjusting the angle of the body in the air, he just kicked Kankuro. Seeing Xiao Li's shot, Kankuro was about to fight back. Suddenly, a burst of fine sand appeared in front of Kankuro. Seeing this stream of fine sand, Kankuro's pupils shrank, and he stopped moving. After the fine sand appeared, it gushed out gradually, and more gushed out. Soon, a large amount of fine sand condensed into a fist in the air and bombarded Xiao Li. Xiao Li's windy legs and the fist made of fine sand collided with each other. Bang! Two huge forces collide. Cancel each other out. Soon, Xiao Li's figure flew out and staggered back to the original place. He was shocked to find that the power of the fine sand was comparable to his kick. Even stronger than his ordinary kick. Seeing this scene, Xiao Li's teammates, Hyaga Niji and Tian Tian were also taken aback for a moment, their eyes suddenly serious. Because, they know how powerful Xiao Li's physical attack is. It is definitely not a good thing for the opponent to block Xiao Li's attack. Soon, the fine sand didn't intend to continue to fight, perhaps because it was Konoha's territory here, and the Chunin exam hadn't started yet, so he didn't want to make a move too early. After Zisha repelled Xiao Li, soon, the master controlling Zisha also appeared in front of everyone. It was a boy with red hair, dark circles under his eyes, and a blood-red love carved on his forehead. Seeing the boy, Naruto also narrowed his eyes. This young man is none other than Sand Shinobi's one-tail Shuhei Jinchuriki, the son of the Wind Shadow, Gaara. Chapter 43. After Gaara appeared, a blonde girl with a big black fan on her back slowly appeared in everyone's sight. That girl is Gaara and Kankuro's teammate, Gaara's older sister, Temari. Seeing the appearance of Gaara's group, Hyaga Niji and Tian Tian immediately jumped down from the tree, came to Xiao Li's side, and looked at Gaara warily. Xiao Li also looked at Gaara in a little surprise. He didn't expect Gaara to easily block his attack. But soon, Xiao Li's eyes showed a fighting spirit, and he wanted to rush up again and fight Gaara. Just when Xiao Li was about to make a move, Niji suddenly stretched out his hand and stopped Xiao Li. Wait a minute, Li. Xiao Li looked at Niji suspiciously. I just saw that Hyaga Niji had opened his white eyes at some point, and under the strengthening of chakra, veins had burst out around the white eyes, and he was watching Gaara and staring at Gaara. However, this observation doesn't matter. When Niji saw the huge chakra on Gaara's body, he was stunned for a moment, and gradually his eyes widened in shock. Under Niji's observation, I found that Gaara's chakra is unusually huge. It is simply not comparable to ordinary people. Not only that, this chakra is not only huge, but also full of bloodthirsty and violent aura, like suppressing the desire to kill, lurking on Gaara's body, making Niji very uncomfortable after feeling it. After realizing that Gaara was not easy, Niji took a breath, looked at Gaara solemnly, and said, "This person is not simple. Xiao Li, don't act rashly." Xiao Li was stunned for a moment, and seeing Niji's serious expression, he immediately realized that Gaara in front of him was not an ordinary person. Niji is a genius of the Hyaga family. His strength and intelligence are far superior to those of his peers. It is rare for him to be so cautious. Making Niji so cautious is enough to show that Gaara is not easy. However, this also made Xiao Li's fighting spirit sprout, and he even wanted to fight Gaara to prove his strength. Seeing that Xiao Li and his teammates Niji and Tian Tian didn't intend to make any more moves, Gaara snorted coldly and took back the sand. Then, I heard Gaara say lightly, "Kankuro, this is Konoha, don't act recklessly." After hearing Gaara's words, Kankuro cringed and feared like a mouse seeing a cat. Nodding quickly, he put down the struggling Konohamaru, stood behind Gaara, and said quietly, "Yes." Gaara glanced at the terrified Konohamaru, snorted coldly, and said lightly, "It's just an ant, and it's worth your shot." Kankuro broke out in a cold sweat and dared not make a sound. Konohamaru, struggling from Kankuro's hands, glanced at Gaara and Kankuro with some fear, and ran to Konoha Shinobi's side. "Let's go." Seeing that Xiao Li and Niji are not going to make a move, and the matter here has been settled, Gaara is not interested in staying here, so she is ready to turn around and leave after speaking. However, just as Gaara was about to leave, a dissatisfied scolding attracted everyone's attention. I only saw that after Konohamaru escaped from Kankuro, he didn't see Niji and the others, but ran to Naruto and the others beside him. Then, I saw Konohamaru glaring at Naruto with dissatisfaction, and shouted angrily, "Why didn't you save me? Aren't you a Konoha shinobi? You coward, coward! You don't deserve to be a Konoha shinobi." Konohamaru looked at Naruto angrily. Obviously, in his eyes, Naruto and the others were also here. They saw this scene, but did not make a move. They chose to stand by and watch, which made him very dissatisfied. After all, in the eyes of a person who is not even a genin, he could not find that Niji and Xiao Li on the tree had arrived long ago, but saw Naruto on the side. They saw him being caught, but did not save him. Konohamaru glared at Naruto angrily and yelled. Hearing that Konohamaru ran up to him and scolded him angrily, Naruto froze for a moment. Somewhat surprised to see Konohamaru, a child who pushes forward. After hearing Konoha's words, Naruto was not in a hurry to get angry. Instead, he looked at Konohamaru indifferently, and said lightly. Why should I save you? What Naruto said made Konohamaru stunned for a moment. Immediately, Konohamaru looked at Naruto even more angrily, and shouted. Why didn't you save me? I'm 3rd Hokage, the grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's your honor to save me. This is Konoha. When you see people from other villages bullying Konoha, shouldn't you take action? Hearing Konoha's words, Naruto couldn't help but sneered, looked at Konohamaru indifferently, and asked bluntly. Really? Just because you're 3rd Hokage's grandson, I'm supposed to save you. But in my eyes, all of this is your own fault. You bumped into them, but you didn't apologize. Instead, you wanted to use Konoha's words here to suppress the other party and cover up your mistakes. This is the grandson of 3rd Hokage. Style? It's really amazing. The conversation between the two attracted everyone's attention, causing Gaara and the others to stop and pay attention to this scene. Especially Temari, the long-legged lady next to Gaara, looked at Naruto with great interest after hearing Naruto's words, and was deeply curious about Naruto. In fact, what Naruto said is not unreasonable. It was Konohamaru who accidentally bumped into someone first, so it's fine if he doesn't apologize, and he tried to use the name of Konoha here to scare the foreign ninjas. His rude and polite attitude is really arrogant. But unfortunately, what Konohamaru bumped into was not a soft guy who could be frightened by Konoha's name, but bumped into a few ruthless sons of Sand Shinobi 4th Kazekige's heirs. The other party wants to teach Konohamaru a lesson and let Konohamaru know what is polite. If Kankuro really wanted to hurt Konoha, he wouldn't have waited for Neji and the others to show up. Besides, as Konohamaru said, here is Konoha. Kankuro would not be so foolish as to stir up conflicts between Sand Shinobi and Konoha before the Chunin exam, causing unnecessary trouble and disrupting their plans. It was originally an insignificant trifle, and it passed away as a look at the excitement. Originally, Naruto didn't want to care about this kind of thing. He didn't like Konoha at first, and seeing that Konohamaru was just a child, he didn't want to say anything. However, since Konohamaru took the initiative to trouble him, Naruto will tell him mercilessly what the real facts and truths are. Chapter 44. The real facts. Just because Xiaoli saved Konohamaru, does not mean that Konoha did the right thing. After hearing Naruto's words, Konohamaru seemed to feel that he was a bit wronged, and said in a panic with averted eyes. Then, so what, he is blocking my way. Besides, I am the grandson of 3rd Hokage, yet you scolded me. But a mere genin, what right do you have to scold me? Saying that, Konohamaru stared at Naruto confidently and shouted. Hearing Konohamaru's yelling words, Neji and Xiaoli frowned, as if they were not interested in Konohamaru's reaction and words. Konohamaru moved out 3rd Hokage to force Naruto, trying to make Naruto bow his head. Naruto, however, is undeterred by it. After hearing Konohamaru's words, Naruto smiled indifferently, his blue eyes flashed a touch of coldness, and said lightly. Genin is not qualified? You are just a weak person who borrows the aura of others but has no strength yourself. You can only wait for others to rescue you. In this world, strength is the most important thing. I can say whatever I want. Sasuke, see off. After finishing speaking, Naruto didn't want to talk to Konohamaru anymore, and he didn't even want to waste time by talking to him. Seeing this, Konohamaru stomped angrily. Sasuke on the side nodded when he heard it, and looked at Konohamaru coldly, wanting to teach him a lesson and drive him away. Seeing Sasuke and Naruto's indifferent appearance, the little Sakura wanted to be a good person, so she smiled embarrassingly and persuaded. Naruto, Sasuke, why are you so angry? He's just a child, and he's innocent, I'm going to talk to him. However, as soon as little Sakura finished speaking, Naruto cast her an indifferent glance, and said mercilessly. The malice he imposed on me will not be weakened much because of his age. Little Sakura, what you want to do is your freedom, please do. After finishing speaking, Naruto stopped talking to little Sakura. The little Sakura was stunned for a moment, a little surprised and a little guilty, as if she was beginning to regret intervening in this matter. Sasuke didn't stop because of the little Sakura's words. Instead, he snorted coldly. Just as he was about to step forward, suddenly, a green figure flashed past. I saw that Xiaoli suddenly appeared in front of Konohamaru, stopped Sasuke, and shouted righteously. His speech is indeed inappropriate. However, the teacher told me that the strong should always help the weak. Stand on the side of the weak. Let me replace him as your opponent. Seeing Xiaoli standing in front of him and listening to Xiaoli's words, Sasuke frowned. But Sasuke didn't intend to stop because of this, instead he took a few steps forward. Neji and Tian at the side saw their companion Xiaoli make a move, and shook their heads helplessly seeing this scene. Neji stepped forward and said. Xiaoli, that's not what Mr. Guy meant. Helping the weak depends on the situation. Let's not interfere in this matter. Xiaoli looked at Niji with some doubts, as if he couldn't quite hear what Niji was saying. Just when Sasuke and Xiaoli were about to fight, a suave and smiling voice suddenly sounded. "Hi, what are you guys doing?" The voice sounded, and a figure suddenly appeared on the tree, waving his hands, squinting and smiling at Naruto, Sasuke and the others. That figure, with silver hair and his left eye covered by a forehead protector, was Kakashi, who went out on a mission some time ago. The Chunin exam is about to begin, and Kakashi is back at this juncture. Seeing Kakashi appear, little Sakura couldn't help shouting in surprise. "Ms. Kakashi, you are back." Kakashi smiled and nodded to little Sakura, saying, "Little Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto, long time no see." Naruto nodded lightly. It was indeed a long time no see. Kakashi has been out on a mission for more than a month. Kakashi glanced around and quickly understood what was going on here. Then, Kakashi squinted his eyes and said to Konohamaru. "Konohamaru, I've seen what happened here. It's true that you are being rude. Also, Naruto's ninja qualifications are determined by me. It's not like you can cancel it just by cancelling it. Even if Third Hokage knows about it, he won't let you mess around here." Hearing Kakashi's words, Konohamaru shuddered. Apparently he knew Kakashi. Also, he seems a little scared of Kakashi. It's no wonder that he, a grandson of Third Hokage, can walk arrogantly in front of ordinary ninjas and genin, but in front of Jonin, he is still in awe. After all, Jonin is the pillar of the village. If Jonin is offended, his grandfather Third Hokage will not let him act wildly, and will reprimand him. Especially when he heard Kakashi's warning, Konohamaru nodded hastily. He knew how terrible it was for Kakashi to get angry. Moreover, just now, he seemed to have really upset Kakashi's displeasure. After all, Naruto and the others became ninjas, but Kakashi personally recognized and praised them. Ninja is more of a person's identity, which is a big deal. It's not that he, a grandson of Third Hokage, can take it for fun. After being warned by Kakashi, Konohamaru nodded hastily. And seeing that Sasuke and Naruto were going to teach him a lesson, Kakashi didn't stop persuading him. Konohamaru was a little scared and ran away in a panic. Seeing Konohamaru leave, Kakashi turned his gaze back to Naruto and the others, saw all three were there, squinted his eyes and smiled again. "Since the three of you are here, don't play here, come with me, I have something to tell you." After speaking, Kakashi jumped down, ready to take Naruto and the others away. Seeing Kakashi, Sasuke snorted, and seemed a little dissatisfied that he didn't let him teach Konohamaru a lesson. Naruto didn't care, he didn't bother with a child. Besides, after a while, his plan will really start. When Kakashi saw it, he smiled and said, "Okay, I've already taught him for you. I believe Third Hokage will teach him when he knows." Snort. "I didn't expect Mr. Kakashi to be so protective. I'm really envious." Little Sakura also said with a smile. Kakashi smiled, glanced at Naruto, and said, "After all, you are my precious disciples, and you are also the first batch of little guys I recognize and look forward to. I can't let you be unfairly wronged." Kakashi said with a smile. Naruto was also relieved to see that Kakashi stood by Konohamaru regardless of his status as the grandson of Third Hokage. Chapter 45. Okay, I have something to tell you, let's change the place." After talking about it, Kakashi glanced at the crowd around him, and said. Naruto and the others nodded. Just when everyone was about to leave, suddenly a passionate shout interrupted them and called Naruto. "Wait a moment." Naruto and the others were taken aback. All I saw was that Xiaoli ran to Naruto and the others in a hurry, and stopped Naruto and the others with his hand. Then, Xiaoli's eyes were full of fighting spirit, he stared at Naruto with fiery eyes, and said passionately, "Are you Uzumaki Naruto-kun?" Naruto was taken aback. Sasuke and Xiao Sakura also looked at Xiaoli strangely. Then, Naruto nodded. Seeing Naruto nodding, Xiaoli was even more excited, and quickly said, "I heard Mr. Guy talk about you, he said you are a very good ninja, stronger than Uchiha's genius." When Sasuke on the side heard Xiaoli's words, a black line appeared on his forehead. Although he also admitted this fact, Xiaoli still made him feel a little uncomfortable when he said it in front of him. However, the nervous Xiaoli didn't seem to notice this, and after finishing speaking, he continued. "Please fight me. Be sure to fight me." As soon as Xiaoli finished speaking, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Niji, Tian, Gaara and Temari all looked over. After hearing Xiaoli's words, Naruto also froze for a moment, slightly astonished. He was thinking just now that Xiaoli would actually know his name. Moreover, he stopped suddenly, probably because he wanted to fight with himself. Unexpectedly, as expected by Naruto, Xiaoli really wanted to be like this. Seeing Xiaoli's hot and excited appearance, eager to fight Naruto, Niji and Sasuke immediately became interested. Kakashi couldn't help looking at Xiaoli with great interest, as if remembering something, he said with a smile. "Is it Guy's favorite student?" Xiaoli didn't seem to hear Kakashi's words, and only had Naruto in his eyes. Naruto exhaled, feeling troubled. He glanced at Kakashi helplessly. Obviously, the reason Xiaoli knew about himself must be because Kakashi told Guy, and Guy told Xiaoli. Sensing Naruto's gaze, Kakashi innocently shrugged. Then, I heard Kakashi said with great interest. Naruto, promise him. Play a game, just let me see your progress during this time. Besides, I and his teacher Guy are rivals for life, and you are our two disciples of each other. Your fight is also related to our victory or defeat. Go and let him see your strength. Kakashi said to Naruto with a smile. Hearing what Kakashi said, Naruto exhaled and nodded and said. Okay, let's have a fight. Thanks. When Xiaoli saw that Naruto agreed, he immediately exclaimed and thanked Naruto and Kakashi. After the two politely exchanged hands, they separated and each occupied one side. The others also hurriedly gave way to the two of them, and gathered around to watch the battle carefully. It can be seen that they are all very interested in this battle. Especially Gaara's side. Just now Temari and Kankuro saw that Xiaoli was not injured when he touched Gaara's sand. That collision, although Xiaoli and Niji were very surprised. But equally surprised, there are Kankuro and Temari. As Gaara's older brothers, they are very aware of Gaara's horror, and even more of Gaara's coldness and cruelty. Every time Gaara made a shot, he didn't mean to show mercy. Although the sand attack seemed to resist Xiaoli's attack, it also meant to crush Xiaoli's thigh. However, after Xiaoli blocked the sand, he was not injured. This is enough to see that Xiaoli's strength is also very good. You know, that kind of terrible sand is not something that ordinary genin can block. Therefore, they also wanted to see what would happen in the fight between Xiaoli and Naruto. I also want to see what kind of strength Naruto, who is so valued by Xiaoli, is. Not to mention Niji and Tian. During the daily training, Guy told them every day that Kakashi has such an outstanding student, so that they could speed up their practice and surpass Kakashi's students. These words made their ears tingle. Now they can finally see the protagonist of the conversation, so they are also full of interest. When the two confronted each other, little Sakura also asked with a puzzled face. Ms. Kakashi, who is the Mr. Guy he is talking about, is it their guide Jonin? Kakashi nodded and said. Well, yes. A very powerful guy, and Konoha's blue beast. When the little Sakura heard it, she was slightly taken aback, and asked. Then the students he teaches are also very good. Kakashi smiled and said. Of course, and, Xiaoli is Guy's most proud disciple. Hearing Kakashi's words, little Sakura was slightly worried. But Sasuke didn't do that. Instead, he looked at Naruto and Xiaoli more seriously, wanting to see how strong Naruto is. Just when everyone was discussing the outcome of this sparring. The battle between Naruto and Xiaoli is about to begin. Chapter 46. After the two nodded to each other, Xiaoli took the lead in attacking. All I saw was that Xiaoli made a fighting posture of a martial arts master, and then he took a step forward and rushed towards Naruto. Xiaoli's speed is very fast, far exceeding Genin's strength. Soon, Xiaoli rushed in front of Naruto, aimed at Naruto's upper body, raised his leg, and swept his leg towards Naruto. Leaf Hurricane. Xiaoli shouted loudly. His attack is also like the name of his move, a whirlwind blows, as fast as an afterimage and powerful. Seeing Xiaoli's attack so fast and agile, both Sasuke and Xiao Sakura were a little surprised, and at the same time observed the battle more seriously. Obviously, they can all see that Xiaoli's strength is not simple. Just when Xiaoli's sweeping leg was about to kick Naruto's face, suddenly, Naruto moved. All I saw was that Naruto raised his hand, and Xiaoli's leg sweep followed. The two collide together. Bang! The collision of powerful forces makes a sound like a metal collision. Then, everyone saw in astonishment that Naruto easily blocked Xiaoli's powerful blow with his palm. Xiaoli was also slightly startled, apparently he did not expect that Naruto would block his attack so easily. However, there is more to it. All I saw was that after Naruto blocked Xiaoli's sweeping legs, he grabbed Xiaoli with his hand to prevent Xiaoli from pulling away. Then, the other fist was clenched, and it punched Xiaoli. Seeing Naruto's punch, Xiaoli immediately opened his eyes wide, trying to avoid it. But unfortunately, no matter how hard he struggles, he can't get rid of Naruto's power. Immediately afterwards, he saw that Naruto's fist was getting bigger and bigger in his perspective, and the fist was getting closer. The speed of this fist is too fast. It was so fast that Xiaoli even gave him a horrified look. Moreover, there is no way to dodge. Xiaoli could only quickly raise his hand, trying to block it. I thought to myself, it's just a punch, and I can't suffer much. However, the next scene. Even more incredible things happened. Everyone saw in astonishment that after Naruto's fist hit Xiaoli's blocking hands, they thought that Naruto's attack would be easily handled by Xiaoli just like Naruto just now. After all, they thought in their hearts that the strength of the two might be evenly matched. Unexpectedly, in the next scene, a scene that shocked them happened. I only saw that after Naruto's fist hit Xiaoli, the power on his fist exploded. Xiaoli didn't even realize what was going on, but felt a sudden force coming. The strength of this force made him feel that he was irresistible, and also made him realize that Naruto's punch was not as simple as he saw. Then, I heard a bang. A whirlwind-like cyclone burst out around the entire fist. Immediately afterwards, the next moment, Xiao Li suddenly couldn't stand the power of Naruto's punch, and his whole body was blown away by Naruto's punch. The powerful force sent Xiao Li flying, and Xiao Li flew tens of meters away, and slammed into the big tree fiercely. Bang! The big tree screamed violently and almost broke. This is the result of Xiao Li having already dissipated part of his power, otherwise, he would have flown farther. For a while, there was no sound, and the audience was silent. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. They thought that this battle would be very exciting, but they didn't expect that the excellent made them speechless. It was so exciting that they were shocked, and they didn't react for a long time. How is this going? Shouldn't it be a well-matched duel? Naruto actually knocked Li, who was able to block Gaara's sand, flying with one punch. Is this punch so terrifying? Kankuro and Temari all stared at Naruto dumbfounded and gasped. Gaara's eyes also narrowed when looking at Naruto. At this time, Niji and Tian also reacted immediately, ran to Xiao Li's side, and asked with concern. Xiao Li, how are you okay? Seeing the scene just now, Xiao Li was sent flying and hit a tree, both of them asked worriedly. Soon, Xiao Li coughed a few times and got up from the ground in embarrassment. Looking at Naruto not far away with admiration and full of fighting spirit, he said. Ahem, I'm fine. As expected of Naruto-kun, the man who has won the praise of Mr. Guy's opponents all his life. I underestimated that punch so powerfully. If I had tried my best from the beginning, maybe it wouldn't have happened. Ahem. Xiao Li coughed and said in admiration. Hearing what Li said, Niji and Tian looked at Naruto even more shocked. Xiao Li doesn't often praise people. Moreover, as Xiao Li's teammates, they knew Xiao Li's character, and they also knew what Xiao Li said. Xiao Li is a person who respects his opponents very much. When he meets an opponent like Naruto whom Guy often mentions, he will definitely fight with all his strength at the beginning. And when Xiao Li said that he didn't use all his strength, he meant that he didn't use his whole cards. But even if he didn't use his whole cards, Xiao Li's strength cannot be ignored. That's the one who can block Gaara's sand, far beyond Genin's strength. Even so, he was blown away by Naruto's punch and lost. This is enough to explain the horror of Naruto's punch just now. However, what Xiao Li said was right, he really underestimated the enemy just now. It was completely unexpected that Naruto's punch would be so powerful. If he had cast 8 inner gates in the first place, taking all the weight off his body, he might still be entangled for a while. But this is a competition, not a desperate effort. The price of 8 inner gates is also great, and Naruto will also have 8 inner gates, and has other cards. After a short fight, the gap between the two has already been seen. One punch and it's over. Chapter 47. Everyone watched this scene dumbfounded. At this time, Sasuke and little Sakura also reacted. Little Sakura glanced at Xiao Li who was fine, then turned her head and looked at Kakashi speechlessly, and said. Mr. Kakashi, you are too unreliable. Is this the proud student of Mr. Guy you said? It looks quite special. You wouldn't tell his teacher that Naruto is weak, would you? The little Sakura gave Kakashi a blank look, and Sasuke was also a little speechless. The battle ended too quickly, and the winner was decided with one punch. I don't know whether to say Xiao Li is weak or Naruto is strong. But people with a discerning eye can definitely see that it is definitely not Xiao Li weak. But judging from Xiao Li's previous performance, Temari and the others knew that he was able to block Gaara's attack just now. Yes, Naruto's strength is too strong. The seemingly simple punch contained a terrifying power, so that they couldn't detect it, let alone see it. Thinking of this, Kankuro and the others couldn't help but shudder. After hearing little Sakura's words, Kakashi also scratched his head in embarrassment, not expecting this result. Kakashi smiled embarrassingly and said. Ah ha ha ha, I didn't expect it to end so soon. It seems that I still underestimated Naruto, and I have to talk to Guy next time. Little Sakura and Sasuke glanced at Kakashi speechlessly. Naruto looked at Xiao Li. In fact, Xiao Li is already very powerful. Because that punch just now, even an ordinary Jonin might not be able to block it unscathed. In order to respect Xiao Li, a hard-working genius, Naruto also burst out part of his strength and entertained him well. It's just that I didn't expect that a confiscated force sent Xiao Li flying. But fortunately, Xiao Li was fine. The weight on his body and his strong physique from years of training allowed him to resist. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but look at Xiao Li in admiration. At this moment, Kakashi and the others also came to Naruto's side. After Kakashi came over, he first took a look at Xiao Li, and after knowing that Xiao Li was fine, he turned his head and looked at Naruto speechlessly, and said. You Guy, it's a bit too hard. I asked you to perform well, but I didn't let you defeat the opponent so quickly. Now, let Guy know, and you have to ask me again and again how you practice. Naruto shrugged innocently and smiled lightly. As he said that, Kakashi narrowed his eyes and stared at Naruto. He felt more and more that he was almost unable to see through Naruto. Not seen for a while, Naruto's burst of strength made him feel extremely surprised. It seems that you have all made rapid progress during this time. While speaking, Kakashi also looked at Sasuke and little Sakura. Although Sasuke and little Sakura didn't make a move, Kakashi could also sense that their auras were much stronger than when he saw them last time. Of course, we have not been lazy during this time. Little Sakura said proudly. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction, looked deeply at Naruto, not knowing what to think about. While the few people were talking, a hearty laugh suddenly came. Haha, I didn't expect Konoha to have such a master. And he is such a sensible guy. After the sound sounded, looking along the sound, Kakashi and the others soon saw Gaara and the others. Gaara and the others came to Naruto and looked at Naruto with admiration, and the one who said that sentence just now was Kankuro in Gaara's group. Kankuro looked at Naruto with admiration and awe, and laughed loudly. Our Sand Shinobi appreciates and welcomes talents like you, why not come to our Sand Shinobi? Kakashi squinted his eyes when he heard Kankuro soliciting Naruto in front of him. However, Kakashi didn't say anything, because he knew the identity of the other party, and he also knew that the other party was just talking now, and it was impossible for him to dare to take Naruto away in front of his own face. Besides, Naruto has not agreed yet. On the other hand, little Sakura frowned in displeasure, and was just about to say something when Gaara at the side suddenly said, "Your name?" All I saw was that Gaara stared at Naruto with dark circles, as if he wanted to see clearly why Naruto was so powerful. Hearing Gaara's words, Naruto couldn't help being taken aback, and looked at Gaara in surprise. I couldn't help but wondered in my heart, is Gaara's memory so bad? Didn't Xiaoli say his name just now? However, Naruto replied politely. Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara nodded, and secretly wrote down these 4 words in her heart. While Gaara was looking at Naruto, Naruto was also watching Gaara. As expected of the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast, the aura on Gaara's body is enormous. Moreover, this aura is not only huge, but also has a violent and bloodthirsty killing intent. It is impossible to see that a person with such a violent and bloodthirsty aura looks so calm on the surface. But Naruto knew that the violent breath was not Gaara's, but the tailed beast sealed on Gaara, the breath of one tail guarding the crane. After the two sides stared at each other for a while, Gaara heard a faint voice. Let's go, Kankuro, Temari. I hope to meet you in the next Chunin exam. Gaara said this lightly, then turned around and called Kankuro and Temari to leave. Kankuro on the side was not angry when he saw Naruto ignoring him, he nodded obediently, and followed Gaara to leave. But Temari, before leaving, smiled faintly at Naruto, blinked her beautiful eyes, and said with a deep smile. Sand Shinobi welcomes you anytime. After speaking, the 3 turned and left. Chapter 48. Just after Gaara and Temari left, Kakashi looked at their backs, squinted his eyes, turned his head to look at Naruto again, and said with a smile. I didn't expect that you, who are not popular in the village, are quite popular in the eyes of other villages. Naruto smiled incredulously. The people in the village didn't like him, that was true. After all, Kakashi is not ignorant of the fact that everyone fears him and abuses him as a fox. As for the likes of people in other villages, unable to be sure, Naruto shook his head. Looking at Temari's slender back, Naruto thought in his heart. This woman is not simple. Temari's words just now were not intended to win over. If they really wanted to win over Naruto, Temari and the others would not have said these things in front of Kakashi, nor in front of a group of ninjas. And the reason why he said so in person was nothing more than a beauty trick, for 2 reasons. One is to arouse the suspicion of others, make others doubt whether Naruto will do this, and embarrass Naruto. After all, Naruto offended the grandson of 3rd Hokage just now, and now he is being recruited by the ninjas of Sand Shinobi, which inevitably makes people think too much. The second is to tentatively win over Naruto. I want to take advantage of Naruto's suspicion and exclusion. When Konoha can't survive, there will be Sand Shinobi as a place to go. At that time, Sand Shinobi accepts Naruto, that is, Sand Shinobi takes the initiative. Instead of wooing Naruto who is not yet discouraged by Konoha. And it is easier for them to get Naruto's body and mind. I have to say, Temari and the others have a good plan. Kuan Yu technique played very well. Unfortunately, Temari and the others miscalculated a bit. That is, Naruto has long been disappointed with Konoha. Moreover, Naruto is not interested in these, what he dares to be interested in now is his own plan. Obviously, Sand Shinobi will not do this for him because of what he has shown now, and these need to be done step by himself. However, it also let Naruto know. As expected, Temari is the daughter of 4th Kazekage and the princess of Sand Shinobi village. She is by no means as simple as it seems. Kakashi should also know Temari's intention, and Naruto didn't bother to explain anything. After Sand Shinobi's people left, Lee and Niji also came to say goodbye to Naruto and the others, and went to do other things. Xiao Li was not discouraged by being defeated by Naruto, but looked at Naruto with more fighting spirit. He claimed to train himself well during the Chunin exam and make himself stronger, so that when he meets Naruto next time, he can fight more freely. I also said that when they fight next time, Xiaoli will not have any reservations. Naruto just smiled and nodded. After Lee and the others left, Naruto and the others also left with Kakashi and changed places. As soon as we arrived at the location, little Sakura looked at Kakashi complainingly, and said, "Mr. Kakashi, where have you been during this time, and why have you been away for so long?" Kakashi smiled and said, "Execute the mission, a very important mission." "Well, let's not talk about this, I have something to tell you." As he spoke, Kakashi's eyes gradually became serious, scanning the crowd, and said, "You have also seen many foreign ninjas coming to the village." Little Sakura and the others nodded. "It seems that you also know the reason." "That's right, the Chunin exam is about to start, and today is the deadline for registration." As soon as they heard Kakashi's words, Sasuke and little Sakura's eyes lit up. The two of them have been looking forward to this Chunin exam for a long time. "I am eager to prove my strength, hone myself, and test my hard work during this period of time in this Chunin exam. Ms. Kakashi, how do I sign up?" Little Sakura asked impatiently. Kakashi saw the positive appearance of the three, smiled lightly, and said, "Don't worry, I've already registered for you. You just need to report to the examination room of the Chunin exam later." "Yet." Little Sakura cheered happily. As soon as little Sakura's cheers fell, Kakashi said seriously again. "However, you have to remember. This Chunin exam is full of good and bad people. It is said to be an exam, but there are also many ninjas who die in the Chunin exam every year. There are dangers everywhere. You have to be careful." Hearing Kakashi tell them so seriously, little Sakura and Sasuke suddenly realized that the Chunin exam is not a child's play, and it is not as simple as they thought. Immediately, the two nodded heavily. Seeing that both Sasuke and little Sakura listened to his words, Kakashi turned to smile and said, "But don't worry too much. You are the best class of students I have ever seen. I believe you can achieve satisfactory results in this Chunin exam." Faced with Kakashi's praise, Sakura and Sasuke also smiled lightly. Of course they have confidence in themselves, especially during this period of time with the cultivation Naruto brought them, which made their improvement even faster. And this Chunin exam is the best stage to hone them. Although they know that there are many crises inside, it is no joke. But they are also unafraid. Because they just need such a stage, a place to break through their limits. Seeing the determined eyes of the three, Kakashi smiled gratifiedly, took out 3 blank papers, handed them to Naruto, and said, "This is your registration form for the Chunin exam. Take this registration form and report to the exam room." "Yes." After the three of them took the registration form, they nodded. After Kakashi told them the location of the examination room, he also left. After Kakashi left, Sasuke and little Sakura exhaled and looked forward to it. Naruto also looked towards the direction of the examination room in the distance, his eyes flickered and he narrowed slightly. "Think about what's next." Then, I heard Naruto exhale and said, "Let's go." Sasuke and little Sakura nodded, and the three of them turned around immediately and went to the examination room. The Chunin exam kicked off. Chapter 49. According to what Kakashi said, Naruto and the others soon came to the examination room for registration. At this time, the examination room was already crowded with people, and ninjas kept entering at the entrance one after another, coming to sign up for reference. Seeing this, Naruto and the others nodded to each other and walked in together. After walking in, there were many figures standing in the examination room. Some people were cursing there, as if scolding the examiner. Taking a closer look, Naruto and the others soon discovered that there was an entrance deep in the examination room. The entrance seemed to lead to the second floor. There are 2 very vicious-looking Chunin examiners guarding the entrance, and when every candidate wants to enter the second floor, they will be taught a lesson by them. Fortunately for the powerful genin, after getting the approval of these 2 Chunin will put them there. But those who are weak, the fate is self-evident. Soon, he was taught a lesson by 2 Chunin, and then beat him out. Those who cursed, pointed at Sanghui and scolded the examiners were obviously weak people who had just been beaten by the examiners. Seeing this, Naruto and the others smiled. Unexpectedly, at the beginning of the Chunin exam, 2 goalkeepers were set up here to check. This is just as well, with these 2 goalkeepers guarding, a lot of unnecessary impurities in the Chunin exam can be removed. Those who have been removed, even if they can participate, will be cannon fodder to die. And these 2 examiners were also regarded by Sasuke and Xiao Sakura as the first level of the trial, and they wanted to try it eagerly. Just as Naruto and the others were about to go through the crowd and head for the entrance on the second floor. Suddenly a loud cry stopped them. It seems to be Uzumaki Naruto and the others. "Mr. Naruto!" Shouts sounded. Naruto and the others were taken aback, and turned to look. Soon I saw Hyuga Niji and Xiaoli who had just rushed over. Xiaoli looked very happy, and was not discouraged at all because he was defeated by Naruto's spike not long ago. On the contrary, he was very happy to see Naruto. Xiaoli and the others quickly ran to Naruto and the others, and greeted them warmly. Mr. Naruto, did you also just come to take the Chunin exam? Xiaoli said, looking at Naruto with bright eyes. Naruto nodded. Then we are really destined, and we are too, haha. It seems that we will meet soon in the Chunin exam. Xiaoli was full of fighting spirit in an instant. Niji on the side shook his head speechlessly. Soon, Niji and the others also found the goalkeepers at the entrance on the second floor, and knew that they had to pass the unspoken rules of the two goalkeepers before they could officially enter the examination room. Immediately, Niji said. Okay, Lee, let's go in quickly. Xiaoli nodded heavily. Then Naruto-kun, we'll see you later. After speaking, Niji and Xiaoli walked to the entrance on the second floor. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the second floor, the two Chunin examiners gave them a vicious look, and they couldn't help but say a word, and they just started to punch Niji and Xiaoli. However, without Niji's shot, Xiaoli stretched out two hands in an instant, flashed in front of Niji, and easily blocked the attacks of the two Chunins. Seeing this, Chunin was slightly surprised, and looked at each other, seeing the admiration in each other's eyes. Immediately, one of the Chunin said. Okay, let's go up. Thank you, examiner. Tian smiled politely, as if he knew that the confrontation just now was a necessary assessment, so he didn't care. After speaking, Niji and the three of them passed through the Chunin examiner and walked to the corridor. However, just after entering the corridor, Niji and Xiaoli did not leave in a hurry, but stopped at the entrance of the corridor and looked at Naruto and the others. It seems that they want to see how Naruto and the others pass the assessment. Seeing this, Naruto also said to Sasuke and little Sakura beside him. Let's go in too. After the two nodded, they also walked towards the entrance on the second floor together. The two Chunins at the entrance on the second floor chatted briefly after fighting Xiaoli, and soon found Naruto and the others who were about to come over. Seeing the group of Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura, the two examiners' eyes flashed differently, and they were slightly surprised. It's that kid from the Uchiha clan. And that kid, Tisk. Then, Naruto and the others came to the entrance on the second floor. Just like Niji and the others, the two Chunin examiners didn't talk too much, and they came up with heavy punches, and their strength and speed were a bit faster than before. However, seeing this scene, Sasuke, who had long been impatient to train himself, saw his eyes burning, and kicked two fists of the attacking Chunin examiners with two kicks. Bang bang! Sasuke's sweep kicked the fists of the two Chunin examiners back one after another. Not only that, the powerful force on the sweep also forced the two Chunin examiners to take a few steps back involuntarily. Seeing this, the Chunin examiners were slightly surprised, as if they did not expect Sasuke to have such strength and speed. Immediately, the two Chunin nodded and said to Sasuke and little Sakura. Okay, you go in too. Sasuke smiled confidently, and was about to walk in with little Sakura and Naruto. Just when Sasuke and little Sakura had just entered the second floor entrance, Naruto was about to enter. Suddenly, two arms lifted up and stopped in front of Naruto, blocking Naruto's way. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and looked at the owners of those two arms, that is, the two Chunin examiners, with some doubts. I saw that the two Chunin examiners stared at Naruto in displeasure and disgust, and said with some disgust. They can go in, you can't. Seeing this, Sasuke and the others also stopped, and Niji, Xiaoli and Tian also looked puzzled. Naruto frowned, seeing the eyes of the two Chunin examiners. Soon, he remembered the eyes of those villagers looking at him in his childhood. Those eyes are exactly the same, as if they are the same. This is the way to look at aliens and monsters. Why? Naruto suppressed his anger, looked at the two examiners calmly, and asked lightly. The two examiners snorted coldly, looked at Naruto with disdain, and said. They can, which means they have strength. You can't, you are just a crane tail, and you are not qualified to enter. Chapter 50. It seems that they have also heard about Naruto's performance in the ninja school. It's just that they don't know how Naruto behaved after becoming a ninja. And they don't know that Naruto is Kakashi's most proud student and the captain of this three-person team. So, until now, they still think Naruto is a complete waste. Therefore, after seeing Naruto, the two also ridiculed mercilessly. Seeing this scene, Sasuke and little Sakura also frowned. Before they could speak to Naruto, the two Chunin taunted again. It's just that a third Hokage feels sorry for you, which makes you a waste of ninjas. It's ridiculous that you also want to take the Chunin exam. After hearing their words, Naruto took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, this little Chunin exam would give me special treatment. Immediately, a coldness appeared in Naruto's eyes. He looked at the two of them coldly, and said lightly. Kneel down. What? Hearing Naruto's words, the two Chunin seemed to feel that they had misheard. They were taken aback for a moment, stretched out their ears, and looked at Naruto sarcastically. Then, another cold voice came from Naruto's mouth. I will make you kneel. After the sound sounded, a terrifying chakra burst out from Naruto's body. Immediately afterwards, Naruto casts two Kido. One of Bakudo, plug. One of Hado, rush. The two Kido are cast instantly. Just see, Naruto finger point. Bang! A huge shock hit the knees of the two Chunins immediately. The two Chunins yelled in pain, their knees hurt, and they couldn't control their balance immediately, and had no choice but to kneel down. He even knelt hard on the floor and made a lot of noise, which attracted everyone's attention. Everyone watched this scene in astonishment. Not only that, but Bakudo's power appeared, directly binding the hands of the two behind their backs, making them unable to move, and they could only look at Naruto in horror. Naruto looked at the two stunned Chunin indifferently, snorted coldly, and without their consent, he knelt down at their knees, passed him, and walked into the stairs on the second floor. And those two Chunin looked at Naruto in horror as if they had seen a ghost. They have absolutely no idea what's going on. Not knowing what moves Naruto used against them, he made them kneel down, unable to resist. They only felt that a huge force bound them, making them unable to break free no matter how hard they struggled. The power of this force is so different from their own. Could it be that Naruto did it? The two Chunin couldn't believe it, and watched Naruto leave step by step in amazement and horror, unable to make a sound to stop Naruto. With Naruto's current strength, it is impossible for the two Chunin to break free even for the simplest number 1 Hado. Seeing this scene, the genins on the side all exclaimed and lost their voices in astonishment. How is this going? What happened? Why are those two arrogant genins kneeling like trash now? Ha ha ha, it looks really funny. Could it be that blonde genin who did it? Everyone looked at Naruto in amazement and involuntarily gasped. And accompanying Naruto, Xiaoli and the others who saw this scene were also extremely surprised. Xiaoli stepped forward and said in admiration. As expected of Mr. Naruto, I didn't even see clearly what Mr. Naruto did, but he was able to defeat two Chunins. But why did those two Chunins deliberately stop Mr. Naruto? After Xiaoli finished speaking in admiration, he said with some doubts. Obviously, Xiaoli didn't know about Naruto, nor did he know about Naruto's childhood. In his eyes, that seems to be a more special assessment. As everyone knows, it's not an assessment, it's just a great malice. And Hyuga Neji on the side looked at Naruto's eyes, his eyes flickered, as if he had noticed something. This experience was a bit similar to his. So Neji quickly came to Xiaoli's side, stopped and said. Xiaoli, stop asking. This is not what you should ask. Naruto smiled lightly, didn't mind, turned to Sasuke and little Sakura and said. Let's go in. Sasuke gave Naruto a deep look and nodded. And little Sakura has complicated eyes. The two thought of how they were alone when they were in Naruto's school, and they seemed to see the different treatment of Naruto in the village. After the simple episode, no one asked much. Everyone quickly walked through the corridor and came to the hall on the second floor. They were also the genin who had passed the assessment below and were preparing to formally take the Chunin exam. The hall on the second floor was already crowded with people, completely different from the scene below. The genins from various villages were discussing enthusiastically about the upcoming Chunin exam, and some genins from different villages exchanged information with each other in an attempt to keep warm and prepare for the upcoming Chunin exam together. And Naruto and the others found a relatively quiet place to stand down, waiting for the Chunin exam to start. Not long after Naruto and the others arrived at the lobby, Ino and Hinata who had already come here greeted Naruto immediately after seeing Naruto in the lobby. Naruto, little Sakura. Ino and the others came to Naruto and the others through the crowd, and then, Ino said again. Why did you come here? The first exam is about to start. Little Sakura and the others smiled embarrassingly. She couldn't say that it was Kakashi who told them on the last day that the Chunin exam had begun. Moreover, not long ago, the registration form was handed over to them. But before little Sakura answered, Ino said enthusiastically again. I heard that the first test is a written test, and there is a very strict examiner. The second test is the actual combat. When the time comes, Naruto, you guys need to help us a lot. Many people here are already united, and we Konoha genins should also unite. Besides, Shikamaru is lazy. Ino leaned over to Naruto, took Naruto's hand, and said with a smile. Seeing this, little Sakura snorted repellently, and said. How come Ino, your team's strength is not weak? And the Chunin exam, you have to rely on your own strength to pass. Hearing little Sakura's words, Ino gave little Sakura a dissatisfied look, and said. TCH, little Sakura, you are very comfortable. You have Naruto and Sasuke in your group, two of the best talents of our class, and Naruto's strength is far superior to our few genins. Just lie down and be fine gone. I envy you, hey, and my teammates, a foodie Koji, a lazy Shikamaru. Ino said enviously to little Sakura, then looked at Shikamaru who was doing nothing and Koji who was eating potato chips, and shook his head. But Ino was just talking about it. In fact, she didn't really want to pass the exam with the help of others. And she didn't dislike her teammates. On the contrary, the Ino, Shika, Cho team was very united. With her strong personality, she must also want to prove herself in this Chunin exam. Being teased by Ino, little Sakura blushed in embarrassment. She also knew that in this team, she really had the honor of Naruto and Sasuke. After all, she was the weakest of the three. It is also because of this that she wants to get a chance to hone herself in this Chunin exam and continue to prove her strength. Just as the two girls were talking to each other, suddenly, a cough sounded, breaking the lively atmosphere and making the surrounding noisy voices quiet down. All I saw was a middle-aged man in a black windbreaker and coat leading several Chunins out of the entrance. This middle-aged man was tall and burly, with several scars on his face. He looked very stern and vicious. As soon as it appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Naruto and the others also know that this middle-aged man is the examiner of their first exam. Hi Marino! And the Chunins he brought were also the rest of the invigilators. Chapter 51. After Senran Ubuxi appeared, he scanned the surroundings with plain eyes, and nodded when he saw so many genins. Everyone present also quieted down, knowing that this was the examiner for their first exam, so they quietly waited for Marino Ibuki's speech. Immediately, Marino Ibuki coughed and said indifferently, "Very good, I haven't seen so many candidates taking the Chunin exam for a long time." With that said, Ubuxi paused for a moment, then quickly said, "However, I will brush down more than half of it in the future. But you can come to take the Chunin exam, which also means that you have perseverance and courage." In the words, he did not conceal the meaning of scolding some genin. Hearing Marino Ibuki's words, the genin below suddenly became noisy. "What do you mean, look down on people, right? Did you look down on us, treat us as fools, and still want to brush half of it down, dreaming?" Hearing these voices, Naruto couldn't help shaking his head. Apparently, those who uttered these abuses were all taking their seats. "I think Ubuxi is talking about them, but you know, Ubuxi only talked about half of it. These people obviously have no confidence in themselves and want to use words to show off." However, as soon as their words sounded, Marino Ibuki glared fiercely, snorted coldly, and said, "Humph, be quiet." After finishing speaking, a powerful chakra erupted from Ubuxi, suppressing the audience. Feeling Ubuxi's powerful momentum and coercion, the group of scolding Xiao just now shut their mouths. After seeing everyone quiet down, Marino Ibuki glanced indifferently, and shouted, "Here, no one is allowed to intervene except what I say. If you don't agree with me, you can prove it with your actions and prove that you can pass my assessment." Those words immediately ignited the fighting spirit of most people. Especially the group of ninjas who were swearing aloud just now wanted to pass the assessment impatiently, and slapped Ubuxi in the face fiercely. After Ubuxi finished speaking, he ignored the genins, turned around and said, "Okay, come with me, go to the exam room and take the first Chunin exam." After speaking, Ubuxi walked in with the Chunin examiners. The genins also started to take action one after another. After handing in their registration forms, they followed Ubuxi and the others to the assessment classroom. The exam room is very spacious, with dozens of tables, and one table can seat 2 people, which is enough to accommodate all genin. After the genins found a place to sit down, Ubuxi also came in and sent the genins to distribute the test papers to the genins one by one. After all the test papers were handed out, Ubuxi announced that the first test was about to begin. As Naruto thought, the first exam is a written exam, and the first half is to complete the 9 questions on this paper. Of course, it's okay not to finish, because the most critical thing is the last 10th question. Naruto briefly glanced at the content of the test paper. Sure enough, none of the 9 test questions can be achieved by genin, and the content of all test questions is far beyond the knowledge that genin can touch. And this is the real content of this exam, cheating. Get the answer by cheating. Complete this exam. This is also a means of testing the intelligence and observation skills of the genin. Even if none of the genin here can understand these questions, it doesn't mean that there is no way to complete them. Because the examiners have the answers, how to get the answers from the examiners depends on their own abilities. Of course, there are also some theoretical geniuses who can barely answer these questions, such as Hinata and little Sakura. And Naruto doesn't have to be so troublesome, because he can answer all these questions. You know, he is now a super ninja, and Kakashi once taught him some advanced knowledge. So these problems are nothing to him. However, Naruto was not in a hurry to write the answer, but watched the other genin doing their best. Sitting next to Naruto is Hinata. Hinata was lowering her head, seriously writing the answers to the test paper. As expected of the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, none of the questions seemed to be a problem for her, and the writing was so smooth that Naruto nodded in admiration after reading it. After Hinata finished writing the answer, she saw that Naruto didn't start writing, but looked at her, and was stunned for a moment. Soon, Hinata came to his senses, lowered his head, quietly moved his test paper to Naruto, and whispered, "Ming, Naruto-kun, do you want to copy mine?" Hearing Hinata's words, Naruto was taken aback, a little dumbfounded. It turned out that Hinata thought he couldn't answer and wanted to cheat for herself. "No, Hinata, I will. Don't worry about me," Naruto said softly. Hinata was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded her head, blushing. After an hour and a half, the assessment time ended. During this period, many genin cheaters were caught and kicked out one after another, and some found it too difficult to quit voluntarily. In the end, usse even asked the 10th question, and those who couldn't answer it would be disqualified from the exam for life. They could choose to answer or give up, and just quit. Immediately, those genins who were steadfast in their hearts walked out of the classroom one by one. And those who went out just now, their teammates will also be deprived of the exam qualification. Naruto is not worried about small Sakura and Sasuke at all, because the two are determined, one is ambitious, and the other wants to prove himself. Soon, less than 1/3 of the classroom that was originally full of me remained. Just as usse said, he would pass more than half of the first test. Naruto also found that almost none of those who abused usse just now and wanted to seize the limelight with words could stay. They didn't know if they couldn't do it themselves, or if usse wore small shoes, and they had no way of knowing. Naruto didn't bother to care about this either. After the genins were almost gone and no one gave up voluntarily after a while, usse also officially announced that the remaining people passed the first assessment. Some people were stunned, and some people had already guessed usse's intentions. In fact, the answer to the last question is very simple, that is, courage and determination. Usse said that only those who have these two are eligible to become a chunin. Everyone suddenly realized, and before usse could say anything, suddenly, the glass in the classroom shattered suddenly, and a purple-haired woman with a banner rushed in. The purple-haired woman laughed a few times, and lifted the banner. On it were words congratulating the genins for passing the first exam. With the appearance of the purple-haired woman, it also means that the second chunin exam has kicked off. Chapter 52. After the purple-haired woman appeared, she laughed heartily and said to everyone, "Congratulations on passing the first exam of the chunin exam. I am the chief examiner of your second exam, Mitarashi Anko. Next, follow me to the second exam room." That's right, the woman who broke the window and jumped in was none other than Konoha's special jonin, and the examiner for the next second exam, Mitarashi Anko. After Mitarashi Anko finished speaking, usse looked at him speechlessly, and said helplessly, "I said, can you stop showing up like this every time?" Anko ignored usse's words, but turned to look at the genins. Seeing that there is still a third of genin, Anko frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "Usse, your test questions today are a bit simple. Why are there so many people left?" Hearing Anko say that there are so many people, many genin are ashamed. You know, there are less than 1/3 of the people here, and if there are too many Ankos, it means that Anko is also a ruthless guy. Seeing that Anko ignored his words, usse shook his head helplessly, then turned his head and looked at the remaining genin with appreciation, and said, "This year's genins are outstanding." Usse's words of praise stunned Anko for a moment. She knew that usse would not praise others easily. Immediately, Anko became interested, turned his head and licked the corner of his mouth, looked at the genins as if looking at his favorite prey, and said with a faint smile, "Is that so? Next, let me see the performance of these little guys." After speaking, Anko turned around and jumped from the window. The remaining genin were stunned when they heard Anko's words. "Want to sign a life and death certificate?" To sign the certificate of life and death, it means that the next second exam will be life-threatening. The life and death certificate means that their life and death have nothing to do with Konoha. Even if they die in the exam, it has nothing to do with Konoha, and Konoha cannot be held accountable. All of a sudden, the genins were talking about it. However, they had already passed the first exam, and they had come to this point, so they simply gritted their teeth, made up their minds, and followed. Naruto and the others did not hesitate, and followed Anko to the location of the second exam. The location of the second test is the entrance of a huge forest. The genins came one after another, and after signing the certificate of life and death, Anko also appeared and began to explain the content of the second exam to them. Second exam, survival drill, location, dead forest. The content of the exam is very simple. Each team will be assigned one, and there are two types of scrolls, divided into the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. Each team will only be assigned one of the scrolls. As for the team assigned to the Book of Heaven, after entering the Death Forest, they must collect another scroll of the Book of Earth. After obtaining the two scrolls of the Book of Heaven and Earth, they can rush to the tower in the center of the Death Forest and pass the assessment. That is to say, after entering the Death Forest, except for the members of your own team, everyone else is an enemy. They must use all means to obtain another scroll they need, so as to have a chance to pass the examination. Hearing this scene, many genin gasped. Only now did they understand why they had to sign the life and death certificate. Because, this is not a simple assessment. This is fighting. It's a gladiatorial battle between genins. And this Death Forest is their arena. Everyone must go through a fight, or other methods, to pass this test. Moreover, there is no rule that a team can only collect the Earth coiling axis once. That is to say, if a powerful team dislikes other people, or does not want too many people to pass the examination, they can completely rob the Book of Heaven and Earth and deprive others of their qualifications for the examination by means of hunting and killing. Here is where the genins go on a rampage without any scruples. Now, they finally know why Anko said that anyone who is not afraid of death will come with her. Because inside is the paradise of the strong. It is also a hell for the weak. There are no scruples inside, it is a real battlefield. After speaking, Anko looked at the genin with a smile and asked if anyone wanted to quit. No one replied, because they had already signed the life and death certificate, and it was too late to quit now. Anko asked, but only made fun of them. Moreover, they all have great confidence in themselves. Seeing that no one said anything, Anko didn't say much, and immediately announced that the second exam, Death Forest, officially started. All the genins, led by the Chunin examiner, went to different entrances and entered the genin arena. As soon as they entered the Death Forest, Naruto and the others saw that the nearby genin team rushed into the dense forest with a whoosh, trying to cover their figure and hide their whereabouts. It's no wonder that in this cruel assessment, whoever shows up first will be followed by other teams as the first hunting target. Obviously, none of them wanted to be this early bird. But Naruto and the others were not in a hurry. After entering, Naruto glanced at the huge forest, and then said lightly, "Let's go to the tower in the center first. Someone will send us the scroll during this time." Sasuke and little Sakura were taken aback for a moment, then nodded obediently. Sure enough, as Naruto expected, a team soon sent them up. Those teams found that Naruto and the others did not take the initiative to attack, thinking that Naruto and the others were weak and did not dare to make a move, so they all wanted to snatch Naruto and the others' scrolls. And without exception, they were all instantly killed by Naruto and Sasuke. The scroll was also taken away. As everyone knows, Naruto didn't make a move because he was too lazy to talk to them, not what they thought. At the end of the day, there were not a few teams who attacked Naruto and the others, and Naruto and the others also reaped a lot. I don't know how many pairs of the Book of Heaven and Earth scrolls are assembled, and finally someone realizes that Naruto and the others are not to be messed with. Just when Naruto and the others traveled a certain distance, they were about to find a place to rest for the night. Suddenly, Naruto saw a figure standing on a big tree in the dark forest in the distance. That figure, very slender, with sickly white pale skin, was glowing with bewitching eyes, licking the corners of his mouth bloodthirstily, staring at them like a delicious prey. Seeing this person, Naruto's pupils shrank suddenly. "Sasuke, little Sakura, be careful. Enemies are coming." Chapter 53. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke and little Sakura froze for a moment and stopped. Soon, they found the figure in front of them. Sasuke immediately wanted to rush up and deal with that person. Just before Sasuke was about to make a move, Naruto stopped Sasuke, shook his head, and said lightly, "Sasuke, don't be impulsive. The opponent this time is not easy." Sasuke was taken aback. Seeing Naruto's serious look, Sasuke also seemed to realize that the enemies that appeared in front of him were really not as easy to deal with as those miscellaneous fishes he encountered earlier. There are not many who can make Naruto serious. Sasuke also looked at the person in front of him seriously again. Naruto squinted his eyes, looking at the familiar face in front of him, with a grass ninja village forward protector, a slender man with a sickly build. Seeing that familiar appearance, Naruto is almost sure who that person is. That person is one of Konoha's famous Sunin, and the only S-class super dangerous rebel who defected among Sunin, Orochimaru. A dangerous guy who likes to do ninjutsu research. Naruto hadn't seen Orochimaru appearing before, so he already guessed that Orochimaru might have been lurking in the Death Forest. Unexpectedly, his guess came true so soon. Orochimaru appeared so fast. On their first day in the Dead Forest, they meet Orochimaru. Orochimaru, as one of Konoha's Sunin, an S-level rebel, a fanatic researcher of various forbidden techniques, is undoubtedly powerful and extremely dangerous. Therefore, when Naruto saw him, he didn't take it lightly. And the other side. Orochimaru stood on the big tree, looking at the long-awaited prey that appeared, staring at Naruto and the three of them, squinting his eyes, with a strange smile on his face, and licked the corner of his mouth bloodthirsty. The next moment, Orochimaru's figure suddenly disappeared. When it appeared again, it had already appeared in front of Naruto and Sasuke. The terrifying speed like a ghost suddenly made Sasuke and little Sakura stunned for a moment. It was the first time they saw such a fast speed, even faster than Kakashi. Before they could react, the next moment, a huge chakra burst out from Orochimaru's body. There is an extremely terrifying murderous intent on chakra attacking Sasuke and Naruto in an instant. Terrifying murderous aura filled the surroundings, sweeping over Naruto and Sasuke. Feeling the biting coldness and intense terror of this murderous aura, Sasuke and little Sakura shuddered. This murderous aura is simply too terrifying. Like blood-stained ghosts in hell, Sasuke and little Sakura feel the threat and fear of death. Even, under the powerful coercion of Orochimaru, Sasuke and little Sakura have seen the hallucination of being killed by Orochimaru. How is this possible? The little Sakura took a few trembling steps on her hind legs, as if feeling frustrated that she couldn't fight the enemy in front of her. Sasuke clenched his teeth, desperately resisting this murderous aura and coercion. Unconvinced, Sasuke even activated the Sharingan in this confrontation with murder. As soon as the Scarlet Sharingan appeared, Guya turned slowly, and the strong murderous aura was immediately offset by a lot, and Sasuke also relieved a lot of pressure. Sasuke took a deep breath, and looked at Orochimaru more intensely. At this moment, Sasuke and little Sakura finally understood why Naruto said that this enemy is not easy anymore. It was the first time in their life that they had seen such a strong and terrifying murderous intent. Even if it was not beheaded at the beginning, it was not so terrifying that the murderous aura became so strong that they saw the illusion of being killed. There is also such a powerful coercion, it is several times more terrifying than not beheaded. After Orochimaru appeared, his eyes were bewitching, and he looked at the three of them with bloodthirsty eyes. Seeing that Sasuke was able to resist his murderous aura, he couldn't help being slightly surprised. But soon, the surprise in the eyes turned into a strong interest in the prey, as if to see what Sasuke would do next. Naruto on the side also nodded after seeing Sasuke's performance. It seems that after Sasuke has rapidly improved his strength under his own guidance, he will no longer be intimidated by Orochimaru. And when Orochimaru's murderous aura attacked Naruto, it was dispersed by Naruto with a wave of his hand, and the murderous aura could not approach his body at all, and could not affect him. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, looked at Sasuke with interest, and said strangely, "Interesting. Sasuke-kun, I've been waiting for you here for a long time." When Sasuke heard Orochimaru calling out his name, he froze for a moment, frowned, looked at Orochimaru suspiciously, and asked, "How do you know my name, who are you?" Orochimaru grinned, looked at Sasuke bloodthirstily, and said, "How could I not know you, you are my carefully selected vessel, Sasuke." Orochimaru's weird look made Sasuke frown. "Sasuke, let me see how you've grown, haha." Orochimaru smiled strangely. After speaking, suddenly, Orochimaru's body was like a strange snake demon, with his neck stretched out suddenly, his mouth opened his fangs, and he attacked Sasuke horribly. At the same time, a terrifying big snake that was commanded at an unknown time also rushed out from the forest. The big snake was terrifying and fierce, and it bit Naruto fiercely. On the other side, the little Sakura had already been frightened by Orochimaru's murderous intent and had no fighting spirit, so she collapsed to the side and could only watch this scene in horror. "Sasuke, Naruto, be careful!" Little Sakura yelled in worry and panic. The terrifying serpent charged at Naruto, while Orochimaru himself charged at Sasuke. It seems that Orochimaru wants to fight Sasuke alone to see Sasuke's potential. Chapter 54. Sasuke saw Orochimaru attacking him, and quickly put on a fighting stance. Orochimaru's speed is extremely fast, but Sasuke can barely catch Orochimaru's figure with Sharingan turned on. Immediately, Sasuke made madras with both hands, puffed up his cheeks, and shouted, "Fire style, great fireball technique!" Fierce and hot flames suddenly spewed out from Sasuke's mouth, burning towards the attacking Orochimaru. Facing the huge fireball, Orochimaru couldn't dodge it, and bumped into it head-on. Seeing this, Sasuke was taken aback. Soon, Sasuke saw. The flames rolled, and then, a face with the head of a man and the body of a snake suddenly emerged from the flames. To Sasuke is to bite fiercely. That monster with the head of a man and the body of a snake is none other than Orochimaru. What I saw was that after Orochimaru passed through the sea of flames, although the surface of Orochimaru's body would be burnt black, he was safe and could still attack Sasuke. When Sasuke saw it, he was stunned for a moment, a little shocked. Before he could react, Orochimaru's ferocious head had already come in front of him. Seeing this scene, little Sakura suddenly shouted worriedly, "Sasuke!" Seeing that Orochimaru's fangs were about to bite Sasuke's body, Sasuke was so shocked that he couldn't dodge at all, and couldn't react in time. Right now. Suddenly, a golden figure flashed past. I only saw a person appearing in the sky above Orochimaru's head. After that person appeared, he kicked Orochimaru without hesitation. Huge strength exploded on Orochimaru's body along the soles of his feet. Suddenly, a wave of impact erupted from the sudden force, and Orochimaru was directly kicked out. Orochimaru's ferocious snake body was also kicked into the tree, smashing a big tree. Sasuke and little Sakura were taken aback. Seeing the person who appeared and kicked Orochimaru flying, he was surprised. That person is Naruto. That's right, Naruto didn't know when he had already dealt with the terrifying big snake and came to rescue Sasuke. After kicking Orochimaru away, Naruto did not take it lightly, but squinted his eyes and looked at the ruins in the distance. He knew that Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, would not be defeated so easily. Sure enough, after rolling on the ruins of the broken tree for a while, Orochimaru's figure climbed up and appeared in front of everyone again. I saw that after Orochimaru stood up, he was not in a hurry to attack, but looked at Naruto who kicked him in surprise. He didn't expect that Naruto would finish off the big snake he summoned so quickly. What's more, Naruto's strength and speed are so terrifying. When he came in front of him, he didn't even notice it, so he kicked himself on the body. And that kick actually kicked him into the air. Simply incredible. Thinking, Orochimaru looked towards the battlefield not far away, where a terrifying big snake was lying on the ground like a reptile, unconscious. Seeing this, Orochimaru frowned, and couldn't help but look at Naruto with more surprise, his eyes were thoughtful and a little interested. You know, that big snake has more than Chunin's strength, even if Chunin comes, it will be difficult to parry. However, what was even more unexpected was that Naruto managed to get rid of Orochimaru so quickly and came to rescue Sasuke, which really surprised Orochimaru and aroused Orochimaru's strong interest. What Orochimaru didn't know was that, in fact, when the big snake attacked Naruto, it was already instantly killed by Naruto. Naruto didn't rush to make a shot, he just wanted to see Sasuke's performance. Sasuke didn't do too badly either, although I didn't manage to completely block Orochimaru's attack, but that's not his fault either. After all, Orochimaru had just exploded with impressive strength, and wanted to take down Sasuke in one fell swoop. And at the critical moment, Naruto shot. Naruto thought for a while, since he chose to let Sasuke help him complete the plan in the future, do one thing. That naturally didn't want Orochimaru controlling Sasuke. Sasuke's talents are good, and he doesn't need to follow Orochimaru to increase his strength. Even if there is a different kind of fairy art, Naruto has a way for Sasuke to master it through other methods. At present, it is better to let Sasuke be by his side. At this moment, Orochimaru looked away from the big snake in the distance, put it on Naruto, narrowed his eyes, looked at Naruto, and thought in his heart. Interesting, this is the Nine-Tails kid. I didn't expect to have such strength. Orochimaru glanced greedily at Sasuke, then looked at Naruto, and said with a strange smile. I didn't expect that the little guy from the Uzumaki clan would have such strength. Let me see how far you have grown. After speaking, Orochimaru took out a sharp grass pheasant sword from his mouth. Holding the pheasant sword, Orochimaru shifted his target, turned to Naruto, and rushed over frantically. This time, Orochimaru is extremely fast. Fast as a ghost, Sasuke's Sharingan is a little hard to catch. Seeing this scene, Sasuke and the others also realized that Orochimaru just now had something to hold back. This time Orochimaru's attack on Naruto was several times stronger than before. Seeing Orochimaru rushing towards him, Naruto let out a deep breath. He knew that Orochimaru was extremely powerful, so Naruto also decided not to hold back. Only to see, Naruto raised his hand, aimed at Orochimaru, and said indifferently. Thundering chariot, gap in the spinning wheel, this thing has light, divided into 6. 61 of Bakudo, the 6-stick light prison. Words ring out. Suddenly, the 6 paths golden light sheet appeared beside the rushing Orochimaru. Golden light sheets surround Orochimaru from all directions, and as soon as they appear, they aim at Orochimaru and attack Orochimaru violently. Bang bang bang! All the gold pieces are centered on Orochimaru, pierced on Orochimaru's body, and firmly bind Orochimaru in place. Orochimaru was shocked to find that no matter how hard he shook, he couldn't get out of the shackles of the 6 light prisons. Even if the grass pheasant sword slashed on it, the 6-stick light prison would not move at all. Are you kidding me? That's the number 61 Bakudo chanted by Naruto with the spirit of words. The power is several times stronger than usual. Even for a strong man like Orochimaru, once bound by the 6 light prisons, it will take a lot of effort to break free. Taking advantage of Orochimaru being restrained by Bakudo's 6 sticks of light, Naruto closed his eyes and chanted the new Heido again with concentration. Beast bones scattered all over the place, spears, red crystals, and steel wheels. Movement is like wind, and stillness is nothingness. The sound of long spears striking each other fills the void city. Heido S63, Fiery Lightning Howl. P.S. Happy New Year's Eve everyone. Here the author wishes everyone good health. May all go well with you. May you be happy and prosperous. Not much to say, just before the 5th watch. I hope everyone is happy and happy. Thank you all. Chapter 55. Beast bones dotted around, spears, red crystals, and steel wheels. Movement is like wind, stop is nothingness, and the sound of spears striking each other fills the void city. Heido S63, Fiery Lightning Howl. Sound down. A golden lightning suddenly flashed in Naruto's palm. The golden light burst like thunder and lightning, making a crackling sound. In an instant, countless golden lightning condensed in Naruto's palm, a huge golden arc flickered, and a terrifying golden thunder appeared. Fiery Lightning Howl, condensed. After the Fiery Lightning Howl condensed, Naruto aimed at Orochimaru and exploded towards Orochimaru. Feeling the terrifying power of Fiery Lightning Howl, Orochimaru lost his voice in shock. He never expected that Naruto could display such a terrifying move. After all, this is the number 61 Heido sung by Naruto with his words. Seeing the fiery lightning howl sweeping across the sky, countless thunderbolts exploded, about to bombard Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru struggled violently, not waiting for him to break free from the 6-stick light prison. Boom! Fiery lightning howl, an instant blast. Terrible power pours out on Orochimaru. Countless golden light and lightning burst out. All I saw was that Orochimaru's body was instantly engulfed by the golden lightning. The golden lightning is like a roaring dragon, tearing apart everything around it. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru's body was destroyed by fiery lightning howl, bloody and tattered. The entire ground was blasted into a big crater by the terrifying power of fiery lightning howl. Orochimaru's body was also charred black from the explosion, and he fell into the pit in a state of embarrassment, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Seeing this scene, Sasuke and little Sakura on the side were also stunned. They also had no idea that Naruto could display such a terrifying move. When they saw the golden arc just now, they were shocked, as if they would be completely destroyed by the golden lightning as soon as they touched it. After fiery lightning howl red-bombed Orochimaru, he saw Orochimaru's scorched black body in a mess. Naruto did not let down his guard, but looked at Orochimaru's scorched black body full of scars. He knew that Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, would not die so easily. He has the means to save his life. But if he was hit by fiery lightning howl, which he chanted, he would peel off his skin even if he didn't die. As expected. As Naruto expected, Orochimaru's body suddenly squirmed in the pit. Immediately afterwards, Orochimaru's scorched body burst open suddenly, and a palm covered with mucus protruded from it. After the palm appeared, a figure gradually crawled out of it. The figure was covered in disgusting saliva, although it was blurred, everyone could still recognize it at a glance, that person was Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru reappeared, Sasuke and little Sakura were surprised with expressions of disbelief. Naruto was not surprised, but looked at Orochimaru's new body and thought to himself. Is this Orochimaru's melting technique? That's right, Orochimaru, who was hit by fiery lightning howl, did not die, but survived with his strongest life-saving method, the mold technique. But even so, Orochimaru, who appeared in a new body, looked very weak at the moment. After appearing, he gasped, still looking at Naruto in shock. It seems that Orochimaru survived the fiery lightning howl shot by Naruto, but he also suffered a lot of injuries, and his breath was much weaker than before. After taking a few breaths, Orochimaru looked at Naruto in horror and shock. He obviously didn't expect that a genin could push himself to such a point, and put himself in such a mess. Of course, it's also his fault for underestimating Naruto. If he had used all his strength and used all kinds of whole cards as soon as he came up, the situation would definitely not be as dire as it is now. Even so, Orochimaru was shocked enough. After all, Naruto is just a genin. If this spreads, it will not shock everyone. But soon, Orochimaru calmed down, took a breath, squinted his eyes, looked at Naruto, and smiled strangely. I didn't expect Konoha's Nine-Tails kid to grow to this extent. I don't know what kind of wonderful expression Sarutobi-sensei will have when he finds out. Orochimaru laughed out loud, as if thinking of something extremely interesting. Naruto frowned slightly. Before he could speak, Orochimaru said again. However, I won't tell him. I'll wait for you, stand in front of him in person, and tell him your true face. Haha, presumably, something wonderful will happen then. Orochimaru's eyes flickered bewitchingly, as if thinking of what Naruto will do in the future. Naruto smiled, took a step forward, and said calmly. Why, do you want to get involved too? Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, then laughed a few times, and said with a smile. Tisk, I don't want to be your enemy. Besides, what we want to do is the same. Maybe we will become allies in the future. Naruto didn't speak. After speaking, Orochimaru turned his eyes to Sasuke again, as if looking at a perfect work of art, looked at Sasuke with appreciation, coughed a few times, and said. Ahem, what a perfect container. However, after Orochimaru finished speaking, Naruto's cold snort sounded. The next moment, Naruto's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru was taken aback, his eyes widened, and before he could react, Naruto kicked out. A powerful force erupted from Naruto's feet. Although Orochimaru resisted, he couldn't resist. He was kicked by Naruto and hit the big tree fiercely. With a bang, the big tree snapped, and Orochimaru's new body was nearly scrapped by Naruto's kick. Then, Orochimaru heard Naruto's indifferent voice. Keep your gaze away. With me here, I won't allow you to think about Sasuke. Orochimaru climbed down from the tree and was amazed at Naruto's speed and strength. Hearing Naruto's warning, he froze for a moment. Suddenly realized, he looked at Naruto in surprise. He knew that Naruto saved Sasuke's life. Chapter 56. Orochimaru grinned. He knew that because he underestimated Naruto just now, he was seriously injured, and he was not Naruto's opponent for the time being. Besides, he still has more important plans to implement, so he can't waste too much power here. Orochimaru didn't mind Naruto's attack just now, after all, they were enemies in the first place. Instead, Orochimaru said with a grin. In that case, I'll let it go for a while. Tisk, someone is here. I can't stay here for long. Naruto-kun, we will meet again soon. After Orochimaru finished speaking, his body quickly escaped into the ground, merged into the soil, and gradually disappeared. Seeing Orochimaru's disappearing figure, Naruto did not pursue him. Because, for the next plan, he still needs Orochimaru's help to promote it. Not long after Orochimaru disappeared, sure enough, several figures flickered in the distance, approaching Naruto and the others. The speed of those figures was very fast, obviously they were not weak, and they came to Naruto and the others in the blink of an eye. Naruto and the others turned their heads and saw at a glance that the person who came was Mitarashi Anko, the chief examiner of the Death Forest. Anko glanced at the messy battlefield, and saw that the people here were actually the three genins, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, and he was taken aback for a moment. What happened here? Anko asked, frowning. Seeing Anko approaching, Naruto exhaled. He knew that there was so much commotion here, and the battle between him and Orochimaru was so fierce just now, it was hard not to attract others' attention. And Anko's coming was also within his expectation. Soon, Naruto replied. We encountered other ninja squads and fought them. After Anko heard Naruto's words, he glanced at Naruto in surprise. Have a fight? Looking at the big trees broken everywhere on the site, there is also a big pit tens of meters. This kind of battle marks is not like what genin can make. Anko took a deep look at Naruto, just when Anko was about to say something. Suddenly, a piece of human skin in the pit attracted Anko's attention. The pale human skin looked tattered, but when Anko saw it, he recognized it at a glance and felt very familiar. Immediately, Anko lost his voice. Orochimaru. Naruto nodded. He didn't want to hide anything, probably Anko already knew about Orochimaru lurking into the Death Forest. After confirming the traces of Orochimaru, Anko took a breath, clenched his fists, his beautiful eyes flashed with anger, and shouted. Chasing. He can't run far. Anko turned and looked at Naruto and the others again, and said. You continue to take the exam. Don't worry about the things here. Next time you meet that enemy, don't be obsessed with fighting. Come and inform me. After speaking, Anko directed several Chunin examiners to continue to track down Orochimaru. Anko's words are obviously worried that Naruto and the others will die in vain if they encounter Orochimaru, who is no match. But unfortunately, Anko doesn't know. Naruto and the others don't have to run when they meet Orochimaru. Instead, Orochimaru was beaten away by Naruto. However, Anko doesn't know this, and she doesn't quite know the purpose of Orochimaru's entry into Konoha. If you let Anko know that Naruto and Orochimaru have just fought against Orochimaru, and that Orochimaru has suffered a big loss, you must be shocked and fall, and you can pester Naruto to ask the end. After finishing speaking, Anko glanced at Sasuke with thoughtful eyes, as if he wanted to hit something. Then, Anko gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, followed the Chunin examiners and left to track down Orochimaru. After Anko left, Sasuke and Sakura Jr. also recovered from the fierce battle between Naruto and Orochimaru just now. Sasuke took a deep breath, looked in the direction Orochimaru left, and asked with a frown. Who is that guy? Upon hearing this, Naruto replied to Sasuke. He is Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, a long-established strongman. Don't lose heart, Sasuke, I believe you will surpass him soon. Sasuke nodded, clenched his fists and clenched his teeth, showing his unwillingness to block Orochimaru just now. Next time, I will definitely defeat him with my own hands. Sasuke said with determination, and the scarlet Sharingan spun wildly. When Naruto saw it, he also smiled. After Anko left, Naruto and the others rested for a while, and then set off on their way to the central tower. Before meeting Orochimaru, Naruto and the others had already collected the Book of Heaven and Earth. Simply Naruto and the others stopped delaying and went directly to the central tower. Along the way, Naruto and the others had no enemies. It may be that the other ninja teams have almost been dealt with by the victors, and there are some, who have seen Naruto's powerful means of defeating other genin teams, and dare not attack Naruto and them. Soon, Naruto and the others arrived at the central tower. At the central tower. When Naruto and the others came here, they were surprised to find that they were the first group to come to the central tower. The Chunins at the reception desk of the central tower also froze for a moment when they saw Naruto and the others, slightly surprised. It seems that Genin did not expect Genin to pass through the dead forest so quickly. But soon, the receiving Chunins also reacted and announced. The first group, Konoha Class 7 Genin passed the Death Forest assessment, members, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Harano Sakura. After the announcement, Naruto and the others also came to the resting place to rest. It took about a day or two before the Genin teams came to the central tower one after another. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, and the Genins who returned to Konoha, Ino, Hinata, and Niji, were also present one after another. In addition to the Genins from other ninja villages, there are not a few who passed through the Death Forest. Gaara and the others are the second to clear the Death Forest. Seeing Naruto and the others waiting here, Gaara and Temari were also taken aback for a moment. Kankuro showed an incredible expression. After all, they thought their squad was fast enough to make it all the way through, with few Genins able to stop them. Even some Genin teams were terrified when they saw Gaara's terrifying strength and means, and dared not approach him. Unexpectedly, Naruto came earlier than them. What they didn't expect was that Naruto's battle in the Death Forest was several times more intense than theirs. After all, not everyone can meet a terrifying powerhouse like Orochimaru. Chapter 57. In fact, it's not surprising that Gaara came later than Naruto. After all, although Gaara's team is strong, Gaara was basically the only one who made shots along the way. In order to satisfy Gaara's desire to kill the crane that had been suppressed for a long time, Gaara shot wildly along the way, beheading many genin teams. Although Gaara is strong, but after seeing Gaara's terrifying strength and means, the other genin also fled one after another, and it took a little time to chase and kill him. In addition, the intricate roads in the Death Forest also wasted a lot of their time, so it was normal for them to come later than Naruto and the others. And Naruto, they don't need it. With Naruto and Sasuke, these two super genins, the genins of other ninja villages are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of them, and they have no power to fight back. In almost a face-to-face encounter, Naruto and Sasuke were instantly killed, and the battle was quickly resolved. In addition, after Naruto's training and guidance, Sasuke and little Sakura also obeyed Naruto's command very much, and the speed of the journey was much faster. So, soon came the central tower. Temari stared deeply at Naruto for a while, but didn't say anything. After the genin who passed through the dead forest arrived one after another, it was determined that no one else would pass. The Chunin examiners also brought the genin who passed the second examination to the hall deep in the tower. The hall was already full of people. The guide jonins of the major ninja villages have already gathered here, waiting for the genin of their village to appear. After seeing the genin they were looking forward to appear, several jonin all expressed their admiration in amazement. In addition to these guides jonin, there are Konoha and Sand Shinobi's top management, including Third Hokage is also here, as well as Kakashi, Yuhihong, and Asuma. It seems that the next scene is also highly anticipated. After the genins arrived one after another, the examiner Moonlight Gale also arrived. Moonlight Gale with a sick face looked at the many genin in surprise, and it seemed that he did not expect so many genin to pass through the Death Forest. Soon, Yueguang Galefeng coughed a few times after receiving the news. Announced that because too many genins passed, an assessment was temporarily added. The content of the assessment is very simple. That is to draw lots to select two people to fight in a group, and the winning side will pass the test and participate in the final Chunin exam. After everyone heard it, although many people were dissatisfied, there were also people who were addicted to war who were looking forward to it and wanted to show themselves well in the next battle. After Moonlight Gale finished speaking, he sent someone to take out a box and let everyone draw lots. After drawing lots, everyone returned to the auditorium, waiting for Moonlight Gale to announce the players. After Konoha Genin returned to the auditorium, Kakashi and his several guides jonin also came over. Kakashi looked at Naruto and the others with a smile, glanced at the passing Konoha genins, and said in surprise and admiration, "I didn't expect all of you to pass through the Death Forest. It really surprised me." Naruto nodded with a smile. Ino also began to share the adventures and what he saw and heard in the Death Forest with little Sakura. And Ya was even bragging to Hong about his heroic performance in the Death Forest, killing genin in other villages in a flash, and the other party ran away in fear when they saw him. While everyone was talking, Moonlight Gale also began to announce the battle list. The first matchup, Uzumaki Naruto vs Inyazuka Kiba. When the sound sounded and reached the ears of the genins, everyone was stunned for a moment, and their eyes focused on Naruto. Many people are looking forward to Naruto's performance, especially Gaara, Temari, Niji, and Tien Tien. They are even more focused on Naruto, wanting to see the strength of Naruto's next performance. Naruto was also taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect to be in his group so soon, but Naruto had already thought about his opponent. But Inyazuka Tooth is different. Just now, he was bragging about how brave, powerful, and great he was. However, when he heard that his opponent was Naruto, Kiba's laughter stopped short. A look of embarrassment appeared on Fang's face, and even cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He never imagined that his opponent was actually Naruto. Thinking of Naruto's teaching to him during the training, his teeth shivered suddenly, and the way he grinned just now, trying to express himself, immediately shrank back and remained motionless. Seeing the tooth on the side stunned, unable to move, Ji now poked the tooth kindly, and said, "Tooth, what's the matter with you? It's your turn." The corner of Ya's mouth twitched, and he gave Ji now a vicious look, as if he was blaming Ji now for making trouble. Then, Fang took a deep breath and made an important decision in his life, and it was also a decision that shocked everyone. I saw Ya raised his hand, waved his hand to signal the referee, and then heard Ya shouting, "I surrender." After the words fell, everyone was stunned for a moment, and looked at Ya and Naruto in disbelief. No one expected that the first match of the duel would end in Ya's surrender. This is simply beyond everyone's expectations. And soon, after everyone glanced at Ya, their eyes were focused on Naruto. Of course, they could see that the reason for Ya to admit defeat was Uzumaki Naruto. Third Hokage also glanced at Fang in surprise, and then looked at Naruto. After hearing Ya's words, Yu Haihong on the side glared at Ya with hatred, and said angrily, "Not promising." Ya scratched his head in embarrassment, smiled embarrassingly, and said innocently, "Teacher Hong, you can't blame me. When I was training with Naruto before, you saw how badly I was beaten by Naruto. Now that I meet Naruto again, I don't want to make a fool of myself in front of so many people." Humph. Hong snorted angrily, not wanting to straighten her teeth. She turned to look at Naruto. Naruto also smiled awkwardly, couldn't help feeling amused. Although he had already guessed that this would be the result, he didn't expect Yae to say it so simply and admit defeat frankly. Yae, who was on the side, sensed the awkward atmosphere around him, looked at Moonlight Gale, who was stunned in the center of the venue, and quickly reminded. Referee, I admit defeat. Hurry up and announce the next set of duels. After Moonlight Gale came to his senses, he gritted his teeth in embarrassment, and then began to announce the next group's duel. The next group, Uchiha Sasuke, against the Red Copper Armor. Chapter 58. After a brief shock, everyone calmed down and focused on Sasuke. The next duel, Uchiha Sasuke, against the Red Copper Armor. As a genius of the Uchiha family, Sasuke is also highly anticipated. After all, Uchiha's name resounds throughout the ninja world, and almost everyone knows it. Decades ago, a Uchiha Madara appeared, which shocked the ninja world. Therefore, many people want to see if Uchiha will appear as the evil character of the past, and they are very concerned about Sasuke's performance. After Sasuke heard his name, he nodded and also jumped into the battlefield. In the battle arena, the Red Copper Armor has long been waiting for Sasuke. After seeing Sasuke come down, he snorted coldly, as if he didn't think that Sasuke was very strong. After the two were ready, Moonlight Gale quickly announced that the battle had begun. Soon, the two of them made their moves one after another. Although the Red Copper Armor carries the Konoha Shinobi's forehead protector, it is actually the spy of the Sound Ninja village sent by Orochimaru, and its strength is also very impressive. But this kind of strength is not enough in front of Sasuke. Although the Red Copper Armor has the strength of the elite genin level, but Sasuke has been trained by Naruto, and with the opening of Sharingan, his strength has been greatly strengthened, far surpassing before. Therefore, after the two fought for a while, Sasuke quickly defeated the Red Copper Armor and solved the opponent. Without delay. After seeing Sasuke's performance, several of Konoha's mentors, Jonin, praised and were happy for Konoha to have such an excellent genin. There are also some high-level Konoha, who frowned when they saw Sasuke's extraordinary performance, and they didn't know what they were thinking. Moonlight Gale took a look at the Red Copper Armor who was beaten to death by Sasuke, and soon announced Sasuke's victory. Sasuke jumped back to the auditorium, and Kakashi also praised him. Soon, Moonlight Gale continued to announce the list of the upcoming duels. The ensuing fight was nothing to watch. Most of them are duels against genin from other villages, and their performance is mediocre, almost all of which are inaccurate of genin or elite genin. After the genins from other villages confronted each other for a while, it was soon Sakura's turn. Sakura's opponent is her best friend, Ino. The two were also unexpectedly assigned together and confronted each other. After the little Sakura and Ino knew that their opponents were each other, they also had a strong sense of competitiveness and wanted to prove themselves. And the battle that followed was also very exciting. Little Sakura's strength has been greatly improved under the previous training with Naruto and the others. But Ino seems to be very motivated during this time, as if stimulated by the little Sakura, the progress is very rapid. The battle between the two was like pulling hair between women, they fought back and forth, and there were many wonderful rounds of fighting. In the end, the two fought exhausted, just like the original book, and ended in a tie. Although Sakura and Ino had a draw and both were eliminated, they were not discouraged, but very satisfied. Because after passing the Chunin exam and the duel just now, both of them clearly noticed their own progress, and they were also happy that their good girlfriends had improved rapidly. Soon after the duel between Sakura Jr. and Ino ended, there was another set of duels that attracted everyone's attention. I only heard that after taking a look at the lottery results, Moonlight Gale announced loudly. Next team, Hyuga Hinata, against, Hyuga Niji. As soon as the voice fell, Hinata's delicate body trembled slightly, and she was a little surprised when she looked into the distance, and soon Hyuga Niji looked indifferent. On the side, Yu Hihong heard that Hinata's opponent was Niji, and seemed to know the conflict between the Hyuga clan and the branch house. She looked at Hinata worriedly, and said softly. Hinata, how about abstaining? Hearing Kurane Yui's words, Hinata shook her head firmly, turned her beautiful eyes to look at Naruto, and said. No, Teacher Hong, I want to prove to everyone that I will never give up. Naruto-kun, please watch my next performance. After speaking, Hinata took a deep breath and jumped off the battlefield. Niji followed suit. Naruto was taken aback by Hinata's words, looking at Hinata's frail figure, above frailty, showed a firmer determination, which cheered Naruto. Seeing Hinata and Niji coming to the battle site, Moonlight Hayate also announced lightly. Let's start. After the words fell, the two of them were not in a hurry to act because of the announcement of Moonlight Gale. Instead, they both looked at each other and talked. Brother Niji. Hinata said politely. Niji looked at the serious and determined Hinata, frowned, then snorted coldly, and said with some disdain. Miss Hinata, give up, you are not my opponent. Give up now, I will not hurt you. Niji looked arrogant, looked down on Hinata's strength, and said lightly. After hearing what Niji said, Hinata shook her head firmly, looked at Naruto who was watching her, smiled lightly, and said firmly. No, brother Niji, I will never give up. Naruto-kun is watching me. Niji froze for a moment, turned his head and glanced at Naruto in the auditorium, as if he had noticed something. However, Niji didn't care about that. Instead, when he saw Hinata with firm eyes and determination to fight, he couldn't stop the anger in his heart. Immediately, Niji clenched his fists, as if thinking of the injustice he had encountered. With angry eyes, he shouted. In that case, let me tell you, even if the Hyuga clan is divided into the main family and the branch house, the gap between you and me is insurmountable. As a genius of the Hyuga clan, I can't lose to you. You can't beat me. After finishing speaking, Niji chakra burst out, and the veins in the corners of his eyes popped. Roll your eyes, open. Chapter 59. Seeing Niji roll his eyes, Hinata also exhaled, stretched out his little hand, and made a fighting state, and gave a soft drink. Blind eyes, open. Chakra surged, Hinata's white eyes opened instantly, and the two confronted each other. After seeing both of them rolled their eyes, the others also turned their gazes over, wanting to see the confrontation between the Hyuga clan. Immediately afterwards, the two also began to fight, with Niji attacking first. Niji is worthy of being a rare genius in the Hyuga family. Under his application, Byun is like a tiger with wings, and he uses it very skillfully and exquisitely. He seemed to be able to see Hinata's weakness, attacking everywhere. And Hinata is not to be outdone. Maybe it was stimulated by seeing Naruto's powerful strength before, but Hinata has also practiced very diligently in the past few days, and her strength has also been greatly improved. Facing Hyuga Niji's torrential series of attacks, Hinata danced his body and skillfully blocked one after another. Seeing that Hinata was able to block his own attack, Niji was slightly surprised by Hinata's progress. But soon, Niji snorted coldly and decided to go all out. Perhaps it was the branch house treatment that stimulated Niji, and Niji became more and more forceful, and he used powerful moves when he came up. I saw that Niji took a few steps back, stepped on his feet, stared at Hinata, and shouted angrily. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Words sounded. An 8 trigrams pattern appeared in Niji's eyes, and the 8 trigrams centered on him and covered the surroundings. And Hinata, who happened to be within the range of 8 trigrams, was also the target of his attack. Immediately afterwards, Niji suddenly launched an attack. All I could see was that following Niji's angry shout just now, Niji's next attack was as fast as an afterimage, very violent, pouring down like a torrential rain. The strength of each punch is very powerful, attacking the important acupuncture points of the human body everywhere. Make Hinata overwhelmed. The members of the Hyuga clan sitting in the auditorium saw Niji perform 8 trigrams 64 punches, and they were so proficient, they all stood up in shock, watching this scene in disbelief. However, something that surprised them even more happened next. After Niji attacked for a while, Hinata repelled Niji forcefully, took a few steps back, and shouted softly. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. The words sounded, and Hinata's attack became violent. Just like what Niji did just now, every move and punch will collide. It's just that, unlike Niji's fierce offensive, Hinata's gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms look softer and more ingenious, just like dancing, which is very eye-catching. The members of the Hyuga clan, who had just recovered from Niji's amazing talent, were shocked again when they saw this scene. Everyone opened their eyes wide, watching this scene in disbelief, let alone disbelief. One of the disciples of the Hyuga clan was even more astonished and lost his voice. How is it possible that Ms. Hinata can also use 8 trigrams 64 punches? That's right, Hinata cast 8 trigrams palms too. And, no less skilled and subtle than the genius Niji. This simply made the Hyuga clan feel even more unbelievable. I always thought that they all thought it was Hinata, the tail of the crane in the Hyuga family, but at this moment, they gave them such a big surprise. At such a young age, she can use such advanced boxing techniques. Is this really the Hinata whom the Hyuga family has always looked down upon? In fact, they don't even know how hard Hinata is working behind the scenes. Since seeing Naruto's powerful side in that competition, Hinata has redoubled his training, working hard every day, trying to catch up with Naruto's footsteps. The collision of two 8 trigrams 64 palms makes the battle scene extremely intense. Also very eye-catching. The sound of bang bang resounded continuously from the battlefield. The fight between the two was in full swing, and the outcome was hard to tell. Soon, after the 84 palms of the 8 trigrams were poured out, everyone saw the scene of the two of them. I saw that both of them were in a bit of a panic, and Niji also had 2 fist marks on his body, obviously he was attacked by Hinata just now. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed, especially the Hyuga clan. They know how strong Hyuga Niji, known as the genius of the Hyuga clan, is. Yamato is outstanding. Almost invincible among the peers of the Hyuga clan. In the annual competition within the clan, no one can beat it. Even some adults who practiced a few years earlier than Niji are not Niji's opponents. Niji can leapfrog the challenge. However, such an excellent and powerful genius Niji, at this moment, got 2 punches in the fight with Hinata who they thought was the tail of the crane. It's incredible. On the other hand, Hinata, even though the acupoints on his body were blocked in several places, Hinata still stood, staring at the opponent in front of him without giving up. However, Hinata's physical strength and chakra seemed to consume a lot. The 8 trigrams palms confrontation just now made her feel a little strenuous, and her acupoints were more than half sealed. At this moment, she was already panting on the spot. But even so, it made the genin and the Hyuga clan look at Hinata with admiration. After all, because of the existence of superciliousness, peers can't even hurt Niji if they want to. Hinata, who is considered to be the tail of the crane, has been able to hit Niji with 2 punches in the fight with Niji. Niji glanced at the palm prints on his body, and frowned slightly, his eyes even more angry. He knew that because he underestimated Hinata, he didn't use all his strength just now. But he, who bears the pain of branch house, will never allow himself to be beaten by members of the clan. Niji snorted coldly, and couldn't help wanting to strike again. Even so, everyone knew that the outcome had already been decided. Although Hinata's performance was amazing, everyone was amazed. But it's not Niji's opponent just yet. Niji was only hit twice, while Hinata's acupoints were half sealed, and chakra also started to flow slowly, almost incapable of fighting. But Hinata still didn't give up, bit her lip lightly, and looked at Niji firmly. Seeing that Hinata was no longer able to fight, but still gritted his teeth and refused to give up, Niji became even more furious, and his anger soared. He couldn't help but glared at Hinata, and roared. Why? Hinata was taken aback, looking at Niji who lost his composure. Before she could speak, Niji's roar sounded again one after another. Why do you still insist? Why don't you give up? Obviously you know that you can't beat me. Obviously you don't have to do anything, don't work hard, don't need to practice, you can sit in the position of Hyuga Patriarch. You don't have to bear the pain of branch house at all. But why, you still work so hard? So hard. Tell me, Miss Hinata, why are you doing this? Hearing Hyuga Niji's hysterical roar, the people of the Hyuga clan changed color. By now, they seemed to understand why Niji hates the clan members so much. It's all because of the conflict between the Hyuga clan and the branch house. After hearing Niji's roar, Hinata took a deep breath, glanced at Naruto in the distance, then turned to look at Niji firmly, and said. Because I want everyone's approval, his approval. Seeing Hinata's unwillingness to give up, Niji gritted his teeth angrily, clenched his fists, and said angrily. That's why I hate you. Obviously you can get everything by reaching out, but you have to work harder than others. What do you think of the Zongjia and the branch house? It is impossible for a person like you to understand my feelings, and you don't know the branch house at all. Pain. After speaking, Niji roared, and Chakra, who was stronger than before, burst out. Then, Niji stretched out his palm again, ready to attack again and end this fight. Just when Niji was about to make a move, Guy in the auditorium suddenly shouted, saying. Enough, Niji. However, Niji couldn't listen to his words at all, and turned his head and glared at Hinata with hatred, as if he wanted to vent all the pain on him to Hinata. Just when Niji was about to make a move, another indifferent shout sounded, making Niji stunned. What is that look on your face? After the voice sounded, Niji froze for a moment, then turned his head to look at the owner of the voice, that is, the auditorium. All I could see was that in the auditorium, Naruto was watching this side indifferently. After glancing at Hinata tenderly, Naruto turned his head to look at Niji again. The owner of that voice just now is him, Naruto. Before Niji could speak, Naruto continued. What are those eyes of yours? Do you think you can change all this with your angry expression, hateful eyes, and impotent rage? No, you can't. You can only accept it feebly. If you really want to change the situation of the branch house, you should keep getting stronger, possess strength beyond ordinary people, and control everything. Instead of venting these things on the innocent Hinata. Niji gritted his teeth when he heard Naruto's words, and roared unwillingly. What do you know? After speaking, Niji ignored Naruto, turned around and rushed towards Hinata, ready to end the blow. However, at this moment, when Niji was about to rush in front of Hinata, 3 figures flashed suddenly. Only Yuhihong, Guy, and Kakashi shot at the same time. Guy immediately hugged Niji to stop Niji from moving. And Hong stretched out his hand to stop Niji. As for Kakashi, he didn't stop Niji, and he didn't bother Hinata. Instead, he stood between the two, looked at Naruto who appeared in front of Hinata at some point, and stopped Naruto's actions. All I saw was that Naruto stared at Niji coldly, and said indifferently. I don't understand, but if you dare to take a step forward, I will kill you. Chapter 60. Hearing this sentence, the surrounding jonins couldn't help shivering. Kurane Ui and Might Guy looked at Naruto in surprise, and Kakashi also looked helpless. But Niji, as if frightened by Naruto, remained motionless, opened his eyes wide, and looked at Naruto in horror. Under his sight, he didn't even see how Naruto appeared. He didn't even know when Naruto appeared in front of his eyes. You know, he is rolling his eyes now. Byun's insight ability is unsurpassed, almost a 360-degree field of vision with no blind spots. However, even so, he couldn't see Naruto clearly. Naruto's speed is simply terrifying. He was shocked and horrified. Although Naruto didn't burst into chakra, but with that terrifying speed and this icy murderous aura, Neji felt as if he would be killed by Naruto if he acted rashly. Even if there are 3 Jonin around, it may not be able to stop Naruto. As soon as Neji had this idea, he was taken aback by 680. Before he could say anything, Naruto continued to say indifferently. Since you don't have the ability to change everything, just wait for me to make a move. After speaking, Naruto ignored Neji, but turned to look at Hinata with concern. When Hinata saw Naruto appearing, he froze for a moment, then showed a touching smile, and said softly, Naruto-kun. After speaking, Hinata's vision went dark and she passed out. Naruto stepped forward to catch it, feeling that Hinata Shisui was exhausted chakra, and exhaled. At this moment, Guy also persuaded Neji. Enough, Neji. You can stop. Neji didn't know if he heard Guy's words, he stared fixedly at Naruto, echoing Naruto's words just now. Immediately afterwards, Neji took a deep breath, calmed down, looked away, and gave up unwillingly. The referee Moonlight Hayate saw Neji stop and Hinata fainted, and immediately announced the result of the battle. After the announcement, there was still no sound from the audience. They, Beck, all looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Now they are not surprised by Neji, nor by Hinata, and they don't care about the result of this battle. Instead, I was completely shocked by the speed Naruto showed just now. Naruto's speed just now, few people present can clearly see it. A genin can have such a terrifying speed. Only now did they understand that Inyazuka's surrender just now was not because he was afraid of losing face, nor was it out of friendship to give points. Rather, even if it goes up, it is meaningless, and it will only be crushed mercilessly. There is such a monster hidden in Konoha's genin. Konoha executives looked at Naruto, squinted their eyes were thoughtful, and they didn't know what they were thinking. And Temari and Kankuro were even more surprised, looked at Naruto in disbelief, and said, "This guy is even more mysterious than I imagined. Perhaps, we can find a chance to get in touch." Just when everyone was talking, Naruto also picked up Hinata and went to the infirmary to rest. Chunin exams are held as usual. The ensuing battle was nothing to watch, some genin with almost the same strength were fighting each other. The only exciting thing is the duel between Xiaoli and Gaara. Perhaps influenced by Naruto just now, when Xiaoli played against Gaara, he asked Might Guy to unload the burden at the beginning. Might Guy also wanted to let his disciple show off, so he nodded in agreement. Xiaoli, who unloaded the load, doubled his speed and greatly enhanced his strength. But even so, it is difficult to break through Gaara's absolute defense. So, with Guy's consent, Xiaoli opened 8 inner gates. And opened 5th gate. The speed has increased to a terrifying level. It is comparable to Naruto just now. And this time, Xiaoli finally broke through Gaara's defense hurt to Gaara. Similarly, Xiaoli also managed to get everyone's attention, and everyone looked at Xiaoli in amazement. They all thought to themselves, they didn't expect Konoha to have a Uzumaki Naruto with such a terrifying speed, not to mention, there is also a Xiaoli who is also so amazing, breaking through the limit. After watching Xiaoli break through Gaara's absolute defense again and hurt Gaara, Gaara also became crazy because of the first time he felt a headache in his body, became angry, and the expression on his face became ferocious. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw yellow sand pouring up all over the sky, covering almost the entire competition hall. Everyone had to stand up in shock, and looked at Gaara cautiously and shocked. Gaara is like a lunatic at this moment, the huge chakra gushes out, manipulating the sand and chasing the little minister crazily. But Xiaoli's speed is also very terrifying, making it difficult for Gaara to catch. However, after opening the 8 inner gates, the price for obtaining such terrifying strength is extremely heavy. Soon Xiaoli reached the limit of his body, his speed gradually slowed down, and he felt unbearable pain all over his body. At this moment, Gaara seized the fighter plane, and the sand followed Xiaoli, entangled Xiaoli's ankle. Just when Gaara wanted to destroy Xiaoli, Might Guy appeared in time, kicked the sand and saved Xiaoli. And Xiaoli finally couldn't hold on anymore and passed out. The battle is over, the winner has been divided. Everyone stood up and watched this scene in amazement. Unexpectedly, there are so many monsters in this session of Genin. Not only the unfathomable Uzumaki Naruto, but also Lock Lee who opened the 5th gate and 8 inner gates, and Gaara, a monster that covers the sky with yellow sand. Everyone is very interested and wants to see the performance of the next Chunin exam. Of course, what they want to see more is what will happen when these monsters collide together. With the end of the duel between Xiaoli and Gaara, the entire interim assessment is also over. After the results came out, there were only 10 people left. And out of 10 people, there are 4 highly anticipated duels. After the assessment, Moonlight Gale also began to announce the results. And soon, he also said, the final of the Chunin exam will be held in 1 week. All Genin are adjusting their status during this period and preparing for the final. And 1 week later, it is also the final match that everyone is looking forward to. They would like to see who will stand out from the crowd in this session of Genin. Chapter 61. After hearing the news, Naruto was also taken aback for a moment. He originally thought that the final would start in a month, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. The final would start in a week. But this is just right, and Naruto is also looking forward to the next plan. During this week, the genins who participated in the finals worked hard to improve their strength. Sasuke was also taken away by Kakashi, saying that he wanted to further guide Sasuke Chakra's nature transformation. Naruto also knew that Kakashi was going to teach Sasuke Reikari. And during this time, Naruto's cultivation did not fall behind, because he knew that Konoha would not be peaceful in the future. And this week, beyond Naruto's expectation, Third Hokage didn't send anyone to talk to him. This really caught Naruto by surprise. Naruto originally thought that he exposed some of his strength last time, which would attract the attention of Third Hokage. No matter how bad it is, I will ask Third Hokage to talk to me for a while, but unexpectedly, Third Hokage is very calm, and has no intention of looking for Naruto at all. I don't know what this old fox is thinking. During the period, Temari came to Naruto, wanting to test Naruto's attitude towards Konoha and Sand Shinobi. Naruto naturally doesn't like Konoha, and even said he hates it. But Sand Shinobi Naruto can't be easily trusted, but he still has a place to use Sand Shinobi. Therefore, Naruto gave an ambiguous answer. Although Temari was dissatisfied with this answer, he also knew that this kind of thing should not be rushed, so he had to take it slowly. Soon, a week passed quietly. The day of the much-anticipated Chunin finals has finally arrived. On this day, Konoha was crowded with people, and there were not a few people from other villages who came to watch the Chunin finals. Various publicity broadcasts of the Chunin exam finals are everywhere, and the whole Konoha is full of people. And the location of the final is even hotter. The venue for the final of the Chunin exam is a circular field. The auditorium in the circular venue was already full of people. These people were very excited and looking forward to it. After seeing the genins who participated in the finals coming, they shouted their names one by one. Obviously, this final is highly anticipated. When Naruto came to the circular venue of the final, he also sighed in amazement. The scene was so lively. Soon, the genins arrived one after another except Sasuke. Seeing that Sasuke didn't show up, Naruto wasn't surprised either. Sasuke may still be practicing now, or on the way. After all, Danki is not so easy to practice. And the new examiner Shiranui Shugenjian frowned after taking a look. However, seeing that the time was approaching, Shiranui Suinma simply ignored it and announced. Uchiha Sasuke hasn't come yet, and we won't wait. Let's start. Then, Shiranui Genma began to announce the final content. The final is the same as the previous temporary assessment, and it also adopts a two-person battle system. The winner will be able to participate in the next round. It's just that this time it's not a lottery, but a machine screening. Soon, in the eyes of everyone's anticipation, the result appeared on the machine that decided the battle list. When the machine was behind the names of two people, Shiranui Genma glanced at it, and announced lightly. First round. Uzumaki Naruto, vs Hyuga Neji. Hearing this result, everyone in the auditorium cheered immediately. One is the unfathomable Uzumaki Naruto who showed his speed before. And the other one is the rare genius of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Neji. The two are about to confront each other, which is very interesting. As for Jonin's position in the special auditorium, Guy and Kakashi were slightly surprised when they heard the battle list. However, Guy quickly showed his big white fang, and said confidently like Kakashi on the side. Kakashi, who do you think will win between the two? Kakashi looked at Naruto deeply for a while, and said lightly. Probably Naruto. Hearing Kakashi's words, Guy laughed a few times, then shook his head and said. That's not necessarily the case. Neji played against Hinata that day, but he didn't use his full strength. He has even stronger cards. Kakashi smiled and didn't argue with Guy. He knew that Guy said that because he didn't know Naruto. As Kakashi has more and more contacts with Naruto, he also feels more and more mysterious about Naruto, and even more feels that Naruto is unfathomable. While the two Jonin were talking, Neji and Naruto also came to the battlefield. Neji was also surprised when he heard that his opponent was Naruto. However, he soon eased over. It seemed that he also felt that he would not lose, and he was full of confidence in himself. On the wide battlefield, the two faced each other. Naruto looked at Neji indifferently, and said. Do you still want to fight? Neji was taken aback when he heard Naruto's words, then sneered, and said. Do you really think you have the chance to win? Don't be too arrogant, Uzumaki Naruto. I hate people like you who pretend to understand when they don't know anything. It was also that day, a guy like you, who clearly doesn't understand how heavy the branch house is on my shoulders, yet still dares to teach me a lesson without shame. Hearing Neji's angry words, Naruto shook his head. He knew that what Neji said was what he said when he played against Hinata that day, and Naruto didn't need to say anything about it. Because, next, he will prove it with actions. Come on. Use your strongest move. Naruto said lightly. Seeing Naruto's calm look, Neji frowned angrily. Immediately, he stopped talking, his white eyes opened instantly, and he was ready to launch an offensive. As soon as he rolled his eyes, Niji stretched out his palm, and a picture of 8 trigrams appeared in his heart instantly. After the 8 trigrams picture appeared, Niji locked onto Naruto and shouted. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Another move that beat Hinata that day. However, this time, Niji has significantly improved both in terms of speed and strength. As soon as 8 trigrams 64 palms came out, Niji rushed towards Naruto like a torrential rain. Seeing Niji attacking with 8 trigrams 64 palms, Naruto shook his head, neither dodging nor dodging, quietly waiting for Niji's attack. When everyone saw this scene, they were stunned. I don't know what Naruto's wife is doing. I can only see that every move and palm of Niji hit Naruto's body flawlessly, hitting Naruto's acupuncture points. After the 64 palms were completely released, Niji also took a deep breath, stepped back, and opened the distance. Looking at Naruto, who had hit him 64 palms without dodging, Niji sneered, and said mockingly. Arrogance and arrogance. No matter what master you are, as long as you hit my 8 trigrams 64 palms, then the acupuncture points will be completely blocked, and chakra will not be able to flow. Asking for flowers. You are already a useless person. However, upon hearing Niji's words, Naruto didn't show panic like Niji imagined. Instead, Naruto shook his head and said with a faint smile. Only this. Niji froze for a moment, before he could say anything. All I saw was that the chakra on Naruto's body suddenly exploded. The huge chakra erupted, accompanied by a terrifying coercion instantly. Niji felt the huge chakra, looked at the unimpeded flow of chakra in Naruto's body with supercilious eyes, opened his eyes wide in disbelief, and yelled. How can this be? Niji couldn't believe it. After Naruto got hit by his 8 trigrams 64 palms, he was unscathed, and he was able to continue to control the flow of chakra safely. Just like a normal person. He just couldn't understand it. Little did he know, however, that his attack missed Naruto at all. 0. On the surface of Naruto's body, there is a film formed by Kido everywhere. These membranes, like body armor, block all of Niji's attacks. Niji's 8 trigrams 64 palms, can't break this defense at all. And this is exactly Kido's method. 81 of Bakudo, Splitting Void. However, the light wall of the Splitting Void was divided into countless sections by Naruto and scattered around the body, blocking Niji's attack. With Splitting Void's defense, even if Niji's 8 trigrams palms is 10 times stronger, it can't be broken at all. Looking at Niji who was so shocked and couldn't believe it, Naruto didn't explain to him, and didn't give him time to react, but said lightly. It's my turn, use your strongest defense. After speaking, Naruto raised his finger. The finger flashes with lightning, gathering the fingertips, the light of the fingertips shines extremely, aiming at Niji, it is about to explode. When Niji saw that Naruto was about to attack, he was taken aback for a moment, and reacted quickly, making a defensive posture. I only saw a lot of chakra burst out from Niji's body, and his body was spinning at high speed. And the chakra gushing out of him, accompanied by Niji's high-speed rotation, formed a white spherical light mask visible to the naked eye around Niji. The mask covers Niji's whole body and protects Niji. Then, I heard Niji shouting. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palms, come back. At the same time, the white thunder on Naruto's fingertips also shot out suddenly. Naruto's faint voice also sounded. Heido number 4, Shirai. After the white snake is fired, it passes through Niji like a bullet at the speed of light. Just see, instantly. After a laser-like white thunder touched the mask protecting him around Niji, it buzzed. Almost in the blink of an eye, the mask instantly shattered. Lay penetrated revolving heaven, that is, the spherical mask. There was also an obvious hole in the entire circular mask. At this time, Niji also stopped spinning and revealed his figure. I only saw Niji looking at Naruto in disbelief, his eyes wide open, his face full of horror, it seems that he still can't believe it. Naruto pierced through his strongest defense with just one finger and a little finger, back. This, how could the door? Chapter 62. That's right, only one finger was used. Naruto pierced the genius of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Niji's strongest absolute defense, revolving heaven, with just one finger. Seeing this scene, everyone in the auditorium stood up in shock, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Especially those of the Hyuga clan, seeing that Niji's strongest defense, revolving heaven, was pierced in an instant, felt unbelievable and unbelievable. You know, that is the strongest defense method of the Hyuga clan. As a secret technique that the Hyuga family is proud of, revolving heaven is known as the absolute defense of 360 degrees without dead ends. Its defense is absolutely astonishing. It cannot be broken by ordinary people. It's enough to surprise them that Niji can display it at this age. However, 900 did not expect that Naruto mercilessly smashed and pierced it as soon as it was cast. It just made them feel unbelievable. How could someone break revolving heaven? The Hyuga clan gasped. After seeing this scene, the people in the auditorium cheered wonderfully and discussed Naruto's shocking performance just now. What was that just now? Is that ninjutsu? I didn't see him seal. This is too powerful. Is this really genin? Haha, I'm proud of Konoha for having such an excellent genin. The person who said these words seemed to have completely forgotten the identity of that person, and it was Uzumaki Naruto whom they hated so much before. And Jonin's seat also looked at the performance just now in astonishment. Immediately, Guy came to his senses, grabbed Kakashi beside him, kept shaking, and said, "Wow! Kakashi, what was that just now? Is it your Chidori? Have you already taught Naruto the Chidori? It's disgusting. Kakashi, you cheated. I want to teach my disciples my proud signature ninjutsu." Apparently, Guy took the white thunder cast by Naruto just now as Kakashi's Kyunksu. Kakashi, however, thinks otherwise. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, staring deeply at Naruto. Although just now, he saw Naruto's white thunder unleashed, which is somewhat similar to his Chidori. But he knows that the two are completely different. Although Chidori is also flashing with lightning, but after all, it has not escaped from the control of the palm. However, Naruto's white thunder shot out directly, condensed into a single point. The power is extremely terrifying and astonishing, and he was shocked. Kakashi thought in amazement. That's not Chidori, it's a method that even he doesn't know. And when the auditorium was full of excitement because of the wonderful scene just now, Niji's body also collapsed on the battlefield. All I saw was a red hole on Niji's shoulder. On the red hole, blood was flowing, obviously it was pierced by Naruto's white thunder just now. Unexpectedly, Naruto's white thunder not only broke Niji's absolute defense, but also wounded Niji. It pierced Niji's shoulder. This is even more incredible. However, what they didn't know was that if Bai Lei had deflected a little more just now, it would not have been as simple as his shoulder to be pierced. It's Niji's head. Niji seemed to know this, and knew that Naruto had shown mercy. But even so, he was also full of horror at the moment. The expression of shock and disbelief ran through his face, making him look at Naruto in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. How is it possible? Niji yelled in pain like he couldn't believe it. And at this moment, Naruto also came to Niji, and saw Niji lying on the ground, unable to move, and he still couldn't accept this result until now. Naruto said lightly. "You lose. I said, since you can't do it, then wait for me to make a move to change everything." After speaking, Naruto turned around. Seeing this scene, Shiranui Genma at the side quickly reacted and announced the result of the battle. First battle, end. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. As soon as the words sounded, there was a burst of cheers and applause from the auditorium, as if they were excited to watch this battle. That's right, although this battle took a lot of time, it was very exciting. It even made them see an unbelievable scene, and also saw scenes and moves that they had never seen before. After Shiranui Genma's announcement was over, Guy also quickly jumped down from the auditorium, beckoning the medical staff to carry Niji down to rest and recuperate. Until he left, Niji's gaze was still fixed on Naruto, as if he couldn't believe what happened before him. After the battlefield was cleared, Shiranui Genma let out a deep breath and announced the next battle team. Next, it's Abare Meishino vs Kankuro. However, Kankuro chose to abstain because he didn't want to expose his strength and wanted to retain his strength to do other things. Kankuro's abstention made Genma Shiranui stunned for a moment, and after frowning, he ignored him and continued to announce the next group. Next team, Uchiha Sasuke, against Gaara. Shiranui Genma glanced at the name displayed on the machine and shouted. Upon hearing the names of these two people, cheers came from the auditorium again. Just finished a wonderful battle, and we are about to usher in an exciting duel of geniuses. Gaara snorted coldly when she heard her name, and jumped to the battlefield. However, Sasuke's figure did not appear in response to 0.9. Shiranui Genma froze for a moment, glanced around, and found that there was no sign of Sasuke, and knew that Sasuke hadn't come. Shiranui Genma sighed with a headache, shook his head, and after receiving instructions from his superiors, he said. Uchiha Sasuke hasn't arrived yet, why don't we start the next set of duels first? Gaara frowned after hearing Shiranui Genma's words. He just saw the battle between Naruto and Niji, and the desire to fight in his heart has been completely stimulated. Immediately, Gaara turned his head abruptly, looked at Naruto at the side of the preparation office, his eyes were full of bloodthirsty and impatient fighting intent, smiled, pointed at Naruto and said. Since Uchiha Sasuke is not here, let him play. Chapter 63. Hearing Gaara's words, Shiranui Genma was stunned for a moment, followed the direction Gaara was pointing at, and soon Shiranui Genma saw Naruto resting in the preparation area. Shiranui Genma frowned, he couldn't agree to Gaara's unreasonable request. Every duel in the finals of the Chunin exam has been strictly monitored and screened, and opponents cannot be changed at will. Even he can't be the master. But when Naruto heard it, he smiled lightly, looked at Gaara, and was about to say something. Suddenly. At this time. Lightning flickered in the distance. A chirping sound rang out. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a figure in the distance leaping towards Gaara like an arc of lightning. After the figure appeared, he looked at Gaara with a fighting look in his eyes. He was very confident, he smiled provocatively, and said immediately, "You don't need Naruto people to deal with an opponent like you." Hearing this voice, everyone looked towards the figure. After seeing the real face of that person, there was a burst of cheers from the audience. That person, it is Uchiha Sasuke. The genius of Uchiha has appeared. The genius confrontation between the two major ninja villages is about to begin. Seeing Sasuke's appearance, Naruto was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled faintly. Seeing the confident smile on Sasuke's face, he knew that at 17, Sasuke had learned Chidori. In just 7 days, learn Kakashi's signature tricks. If this spreads, the ninjas will be shocked. However, Naruto knows. The reason why Sasuke learned so quickly is because he had taught Sasuke about the mastery of chakra nature transformation long ago, and even passed on the prototype of Chidori. For the rest, it is only necessary for Kakashi to tell Sasuke the specific method of Chidori's display. Sasuke also knew that thanks to Naruto's previous guidance, he glanced at Naruto gratefully, nodded to Naruto, and Sasuke stared at Gaara with burning eyes. Seeing Sasuke's appearance, Gaara was also taken aback for a moment. But he soon developed a strong fighting spirit, and the bloodthirsty look in his eyes became more and more intense, as if he couldn't suppress the riot in his body. Then, I heard Gaara can't wait to say ferociously. "Very good, since you have appeared. Then I will kill you first, and then I will defeat that guy." It seems that Gaara has regarded Sasuke as an appetizer before warming up, and wants to solve Sasuke first, and then go to the main event of Naruto. Sasuke sneered when he heard it. Arrogant. "Referee, let's begin." Sasuke said something to Genma Shiranui at the side. Shiranui Xianjian was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted, coughed, and announced the start of this duel. As soon as Shiranui Suanjian's words fell, the two of them couldn't wait to attack at the same time, and launched a confrontation. All I saw was a flash of lightning under Sasuke's feet, and his speed suddenly increased. He looked like a ghost, and rushed towards Gaara immediately. Seeing Sasuke's speed, everyone in the auditorium couldn't help being slightly surprised. This speed is several times faster than usual. And Gaara also shot immediately, controlled the sand in the gourd, rushed out, and attacked Sasuke overwhelmingly. The two fought fiercely and fought fiercely. Naruto nodded when he saw Sasuke's speed increase sharply, and the lightning flashed under his feet. Obviously, Sasuke has mastered the power of changing chakra's attributes. And this is exactly the power of the thunder attribute chakra that Sasuke is good at. Stimulate the body cells with the thunder attribute chakra, resulting in a short burst of speed. Sasuke rushed in front of Gaara in an instant, just when Sasuke was about to hit Gaara. Gaara's yellow sand also followed, but before the yellow sand touched Sasuke, Sasuke's figure flashed and disappeared again. When it appeared the next moment, it was already behind Gaara. Seeing Sasuke's fast speed, Gaara was also stunned, and immediately gritted his teeth angrily, as if he remembered the embarrassment and pain when he confronted Xiaoli before. Although Gaara's sand is fast, Sasuke relies on the explosive speed of the thunder chakra boost, so Gaara can't catch him at all. Instead, Sasuke can bombard Gaara at any time. Gaara suffered a lot from the fights again and again, and even the sand covering the surface of the body was kicked and dropped by Sasuke again and again. On Gaara's forehead, there was a trace of blood flowing out. Feeling the pain in the body, looking at Sasuke's ghostly figure, flickering and unable to catch it, Gaara suddenly roared ferociously and angrily. "BD! I'll kill you!" Words ring out. In an instant, Gaara exploded with an extremely large chakra. Chakra burst out, and suddenly walked away from the surrounding Sasuke. Sasuke also looked at Gaara's change in astonishment. I just saw that Gaara's body started to swell. The originally thin body gradually became bloated and bulky, especially the arms, which became as thick as a monster. It also showed a sharp claw like a civet cat. A civet cat ear grew on Gaara's forehead, and her pupils became like beasts, ferocious and terrifying. Gaara bared her fangs and looked at Sasuke bloodthirstily. After Sasuke felt the violent chakra on Gaara's body, he was also a little startled. The chakra emanating from Gaara's body is really too huge. This chakra is not only huge, but also full of violent and raging aura. Like a wild beast, it makes people feel crazy and very uncomfortable. Seeing Gaara's change, Sasuke frowned. But he didn't panic. Instead, he took a deep breath, stretched out his palm, and the chakra surged and gathered towards his palm. Chidori! The voice fell. Lightning flashed in Sasuke's hand. 137 The entire palm of the hand is like holding lightning, and there are countless crackling lightning arcs bursting out from the palm. Countless thunder and lightning condensed together, and thousands of birds chirped like chirping sounds. Immediately afterwards, Sasuke held Chidori and moved towards Dr. Gaara. Seeing this, Gaara quickly attacked Sasuke with sand, trying to block Sasuke's figure. It has to be said that after the change in Gaara, the speed of the sand also suddenly increased, and its strength also increased a lot. But even so, Gaara couldn't catch Sasuke's figure at all. Sasuke seemed to be using his greatest strength at the moment, crazily increasing his speed. Sharingan is also suddenly opened at this time. In the scarlet eyes, Sangoya twirled crazily. The figure flickers. Soon, Sasuke came to Gaara. Gaara froze for a moment, her bewitching pupils widened. Before he could react, Chidori bombarded him directly. Puff! Blood splatter! After Sasuke's Chidori bombarded Gaara's body, blood splashed out, and Sasuke held Reikari's hand, and it also stabbed into Gaara's body. The severe pain caused Gaara's pupils to shrink, and seeing her own blood splashing in the air, Gaara's brain suddenly went blank, and she let out a hysterical roar. Ah! Kill you! Chapter 64. After the sound sounded, there was a bang. On Gaara, chakra burst out again. The chakra that erupted this time is bigger and more terrifying than before. Not only that, this chakra is very violent, full of the breath of destruction and hatred, extremely evil, it makes people feel like they are in the abyss of hell, being watched by evil spirits, very uncomfortable. Then, Gaara's body began to change drastically. The other palm, which was originally normal, also turned into a huge civet cat claw. The ears on the forehead are also fully grown. Gaara's expression also became ferocious and terrifying. The fangs are extremely sharp, very sharp. At this moment, Gaara is really like a raccoon monster, which makes people tremble with fear after seeing it. Sasuke was shocked when he saw Gaara turned into a monster, and wanted to pull out his palm and stay away from Gaara. However, Sasuke found that although his palm penetrated Gaara's body, he couldn't pull it out. Sasuke saw that the place where Gaara's body wound was poked originally turned into yellow sand. And his palm, like stepping into the yellow sand Uzumaki, was absorbed by Gaara's body. The sand shinobi ninjas in the auditorium, as well as Temari and Kankuro, also panicked after seeing Gaara's changes, and said worriedly. Gaara, is he planning to break through the seal now? What to do, Ma Jonin? No matter what, Gaara can't let our plans be ruined. Plan ahead of schedule. Kill. After Temari and Kankuro and their guide Jonin Baki finished speaking, they started to move. At this time, many ninjas discovered that ordinary people and villagers in the auditorium had been intoxicated by the incense and passed out without knowing when. Some genins with weaker strength have also passed into a coma. And at this moment, dozens of sand shinobi rushed out and attacked the Konoha shinobi who were still unconscious. Those Konoha shinobi people didn't know what happened, but they also knew that things had changed, and sand shinobi became their enemy. So, they rebelled one by one. And Kakashi and Guy also know that this is sand shinobi going to attack Konoha. Not only sand shinobi, but also the ninjas of Yin Ninja Village, the three parties killed together and became a mess. Even the side of Third Hokage has changed. Seeing this, Kakashi immediately shouted. Enemy attack! All Konoha shinobi members are on level 1 alert, facing the attacking ninjas of Sand Shinobi and Yin Ninja Village. Protect the villagers and companions. After speaking, Kakashi also entered the battle gear. And the battlefield is like that. Gaara, who has gone crazy, doesn't care what's going on around him at all, he has become hideous like a civet cat monster, staring at Sasuke crazily with bloodthirst. Immediately afterwards, Gaara will lift up the sharp tanuki claws and grab Sasuke with one paw. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly wanted to dodge, but his palm was sucked by Gaara's sandy body, and he couldn't move back even a little bit. And at this moment, a soft drink sounded. Sasuke, get out of the way. Hearing the familiar voice, Sasuke nodded quickly, stepped aside, and came to Gaara. And at this moment, a golden figure flashed past. All I saw was that Naruto suddenly appeared beside Sasuke, that is, in front of Gaara. Gaara was taken aback, and before he could react, he saw Naruto staring at him indifferently. Then, Naruto kicked out. Naruto's attack speed was so fast that Gaara didn't even have time to dodge, and the solace of his feet directly hit him. Boom! A huge burst of power. I only saw that after Gaara was kicked by Naruto, the kicked position of Gaara's body was all due to the powerful and terrifying force on Naruto's feet, causing a cyclone to explode. Immediately afterwards, his body was kicked away by Naruto like a ball. There was another loud explosion. Gaara's body was kicked and flew against the wall of the battlefield. The thick wall was blasted into a big hole, and Gaara's body was also dented because of Naruto's powerful force. Seeing Gaara being kicked by Naruto flying tens of meters and crashing into the wall, Sasuke beside him couldn't help being amazed. Just now he couldn't break free from Gaara's shackles, but now he was kicked away by Naruto and solved it. This strength simply amazed Sasuke. When kicking Gaara into the air, Naruto also grabbed Sasuke's body, preventing Sasuke from flying out with him. Then, Naruto said to Sasuke on the side. Lead him out, and I'll deal with him. Sasuke nodded. At this time, Gaara who was kicked by Naruto also climbed out from the wall. After Gaara came out, he yelled angrily at Naruto a few times, and then saw that his body, which was about to be kicked apart by Naruto, began to gradually reassemble with sand. This is the amazing resilience of tailed beasts. After seeing it, Naruto is not surprised either. After the body was fully restored, Gaara roared again, staring at Naruto and Sasuke with terrifying eyes, and rushed towards them like a wild beast. Sasuke followed Naruto's instructions and ran out of the final venue. Naruto also intends to bring Gaara out of Konoha. In this way, Gaara chased the two of them, and kept chasing until they came to the forest minister not far from Konoha. And Naruto and Sasuke also stopped at this time. After realizing that there was no one around, Naruto nodded to Sasuke, indicating that it was okay, and then handed Gaara to him. Sasuke glanced at the monster like Gaara following him, and knew that Gaara was not a normal person, and this kind of monster was not something he could deal with for the time being. So, Sasuke stepped aside and watched Naruto and Gaara fight. Seeing Naruto stop, Gaara immediately came in front of Naruto, and the huge civet cat smashed the surrounding trees, as if venting his anger at being kicked by Naruto just now. Then, Gaara stared at Naruto with a bloodthirsty look, bared her fangs and said with a terrifying smile. "Run, why don't you run?" Apparently, Gaara thought that Naruto and Sasuke wanted to escape because they were afraid of his monster appearance. However, the truth is not what he thought. Naruto deliberately brought him here for the next battle. After hearing Gaara's words, Naruto smiled lightly, looked at Gaara, and said lightly. "To deal with you, you don't need to run. Come on, don't you really want to fight with me? Let me see the power of one-tail shower he." Chapter 65. Hearing Naruto's words, Gaara immediately reacted. Naruto was not afraid of him, but led him here on purpose. Although he doesn't know what Naruto wants to do. However, this feeling of being played by Naruto in the applause made Gaara very unhappy, and immediately roared a few times angrily. Then, Gaara glared at Naruto ferociously. Those eyes have turned yellow like a civet cat, very bewitching. Gaara opened her fangs and said bloodthirstily. "Big words. Today, you will all die here." Gaara roared, and rushed towards Naruto frantically. The swelled civet cat's body is very destructive, and wherever it passes, the trees are all snapped by Gaara. Nothing can stop his footsteps. Naruto saw the rushing Gaara, shook his head, smiled lightly, and said. "The way you look now is not my opponent." Gaara couldn't listen to Naruto's words at all, his mind was full of bloodthirsty killing now, as if he was affected by Shaoruhi's consciousness. 977. After Naruto finished speaking, seeing Gaara rushing pastly, he immediately stopped talking and moved his finger to cast Kido. 61 of Bakudo, the prison of 6 branches of light. The words fell. 6 paths golden light sheets suddenly condense around Gaara's body. As soon as the golden light sheet appeared, it suddenly stuck on Gaara's body, restraining Gaara's movements. Gaara was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, Naruto cast another Kido. Bakudo 62, 100 steps to the railing. The sound sounded, and in an instant, dozens of blue beams of light condensed in front of Gaara. As soon as the beam of light appeared, it directly attacked Gaara and stabbed Gaara hard. After Gaara was hit by the beam of light, the enormous power of the beam of light immediately knocked Gaara into the air, hitting a big tree fiercely. Gaara's body was also firmly fixed on the root of the tree by the 6-branch light prison and the 100-step railing. Gaara roared ferociously, struggling hard to get rid of the shackles of the light prison and the railings, and chakra also burst out continuously. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of the shackles of the 6-stick light prison and the 100-step railing. "Kill you! Kill you!" The crazy and bloodthirsty roar kept ringing. Gaara roared hysterically at Naruto. Then, I saw that Gaara's body began to change drastically again. The originally half-human, half-cat face has really started to transform into a raccoon face at this moment. Soon, Gaara's face completely changed into that of a civet cat. Sharp fangs, skin like yellow sand. Sharp claws, cat ears, all appeared one after another. Gaara's body also got bigger. Bang! As Gaara's body gradually grows bigger, the 6-stick light prison and the 100-step railing also disappear. Immediately afterwards, Gaara's body had no more resistance, and began to expand crazily. In the end, the civet cat, which was originally only 2 meters in size, suddenly turned into a huge monster hundreds of meters in size. As soon as the civet cat monster appeared, it roared loudly, and the whole earth trembled. A tail swayed wantonly behind the back, and the huge civet cat's sharp claws seemed to be able to shake the ground with just a slap, causing mountains to collapse and seas to crack. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he watched the gigantic tanuki monster appear in front of him. "This is one-tail Shaoruhi." Gaara finally stopped suppressing Shikaku's riot. "Let Shaoruhi appear here." After Shaoruhi appeared, he laughed a few times and shouted wildly. "Haha, my uncle finally came out." Hearing Shikaku's sharp voice, Naruto looked up, and soon saw a figure appearing on the head of an babe, Heb. That figure was none other than Gaara. It's just that Gaara has returned to its original state at this time, and half of her body is submerged in Shizuru's head, her dark eyes are also closed, as if she has fallen into a deep sleep. Apparently, Gaara has already used the technique of dozing off, what is in front of her is the real consciousness of keeping the crane. Seeing Shikaku appear, Naruto slowly drew Zanpakuto, ready to experience Shikaku's power at any time. Shizuru also quickly discovered Naruto. After seeing Naruto, he showed a playful look like a cat looking at a mouse, and laughed loudly. Are you the kid who forced me out? I didn't expect it to be just a brat. Although Shizuru is inside Gaara's body, he seems to be able to vaguely know what's going on outside. Therefore, seeing Naruto, Shikaku locked on the target in one go. Naruto didn't speak, but Shizuru spoke up on his own, sarcastically saying, "It's really embarrassing, Gaara, with the power of my uncle, he was beaten like this by a kid of the same age. Forget it, it's rare for my uncle to come out once, so I'll teach him a lesson for you." Hearing that Shutsuru wanted to teach him a lesson, Naruto smiled instead of anger, holding Zanpakuto in one hand, and taking out the Taiga Pumpkin Romance Fort with the other hand. As soon as Taiga Pumpkin Romantic Fort appeared, the whole air moved. This black cannon looks like a bullet-heavy sniper, and its size is like a Naruto. It is very eye-catching. Seeing Naruto take out another weapon, holding a gun in one hand and a knife in the other, Shizuru couldn't help but shift his eyes. "Oh, brat, it's really courageous to see my uncle running away in fright. However, for a brat like you, I can easily turn you into a meat paste. Ha 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 ha." After Shikaku finished speaking, the huge sharp claws suddenly lifted up. Aim at Naruto. As soon as the huge civet cat's claws were raised, it seemed to cover the sky, covering the entire sky, casting a shadow under Naruto's feet. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying raccoon claws were captured instantly. As if wanting to shoot Naruto into minced meat. However, in the face of Shikaku's attack, Naruto is not afraid. There's no point in dodging. Seeing Shizuru's huge sharp claws about to hit Naruto, smashing Naruto into pieces, Sasuke who was on the side couldn't help crying out in worry after seeing it. At this moment, Zanpakuto in Naruto's hand suddenly lifted up. With the sword in his hand, Zanpakuto draws an arc in the air, aiming at the sharp claws of the crane, and suddenly cuts down. Moment. Shizuru's expression froze. Huge pupils shrank. All I saw was that Shikaku's huge sharp claw that was slapping Naruto had already detached from Shikaku's body and flew into the air at some point. Chapter 66. Boom. The huge claws suddenly fell to the ground, and the ground was smashed into a big hole. And the civet cat's sharp claws instantly turned into a pile of loose sand. At the same time, Shaoruhi's screams also sounded one after another. "Ah, BD! You actually cut off my paw dash!" That's right, when Naruto waved his hand just now, the sword glow flashed, and he directly slammed down the sharp claws of Shaoruhi that was coming towards him. Sasuke on the side watched this scene in horror and shock. He has never seen such a scene. Just now, he thought that Naruto was going to be crushed by Shizuru's sharp claws. Unexpectedly, under Naruto's knife, not only was he safe and sound, but he also cut off Shuhi's huge claw directly. Simply scary. The speed of swinging the knife, even if Sasuke is driving the Sharingan, he can't see it clearly. Is this the strength of Naruto? Sasuke thought in shock. It was the first time he saw Naruto make a full shot, and he couldn't help but look at Naruto even more shocked. After Naruto cut off Shikaku's sharp claws, he looked at Shikaku with a calm smile, and said lightly, "Is this the paw that can easily slap me into meat sauce? It's so fragile." Hearing Naruto's mocking voice, Shikaku suddenly roared angrily. The huge chakra exploded, and the white clouds in the sky were scattered by the roar of the crane. Then, I saw Shaoruhi's huge body squirming, and the surrounding yellow sand also rushed up, gathering at the place where Shaoruhi's broken arm was. Soon, Shaoruhi's body grew another claw, and he recovered. Shuhi roared a few times, glared at Naruto, and shouted, "Very good, kid, it's been a long time since anyone can make me so angry. My uncle will definitely kill you fiercely. Wind style, refining empty ammo." The sound of guarding the crane fell. All I saw was that the chakra burst out from Shikaku's huge body, and countless chakra gathered towards Shikaku's mouth. Immediately afterwards, I saw a whirlwind roaring from Shaoruhi's mouth, and the whirlwind condensed at the mouth to form a huge light ball composed of countless wind blades. As soon as the ball of light appeared, it aimed at Naruto, like a cannonball, and blasted back towards Naruto. Naruto didn't panic when he saw the empty ammunition blasting towards him. This time, instead of raising the Zanpakuto, he raises his other hand, the same one holding the Taiga Pumpkin Romance Cannon. Taiga Romance Fort was embraced by Naruto, and the pitch-black muzzle was aimed at the incoming chain ammo. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual energy gathered, and the muzzle shone with dazzling light. Laser, fire! A red and blue laser shot out suddenly from the muzzle of the romantic fort. Directly bombarded the empty ammunition flying in the air. The powerful laser devours the air-refining bomb in an instant, destroying it completely, leaving no residue left. As the laser passes through the sky, a magnificent red light passes across the sky, like a meteor, very dazzling. One shot of laser light directly destroys the empty ammunition shot by Shikaku in anger. Seeing this scene, Shaoruhi immediately opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief and disbelief. That's his signature ninjutsu. Wind style refines empty bullets, and under the blessing of his huge chakra, the blow of anger is even more powerful than the power of S-level ninjutsu. Almost on par with a small tailed beast bomb from tailed beast. Its power is enough to destroy a mountain. But even so, it was so powerful that he was confident that he could destroy Naruto's refining empty ammo, but it was solved by Naruto's laser. How can this be? Shikaku roared in disbelief, glared at Naruto ferociously, and roared. It's impossible. Impossible. My lord's refining empty ammo was actually blocked by a brat. Little ghost, what did you do? No matter what you did, you angered me, and I will kill you today. Ha! Saying that, Xiaohe raised his head and gathered chakra again. Ready to cast the empty ammo again. The huge chakra gathered towards the mouth of the crane, and countless wind blades whizzed towards it. This time, the condensed air ammunition is bigger than before, and its power is even more astonishing. The ball of light condensed by countless wind blades is like a huge shell several meters wide and long, and the power contained in it is also very terrifying. It seems that Naruto blocked his attack just now, which made Shizuru very angry. So, Shikaku is preparing for this time, with all his strength, he wants to destroy Naruto in one fell swoop. RT. However, seeing the ammunition condensed by Shizuru getting bigger and more powerful, Naruto didn't feel the slightest fear. Instead, he took a deep breath and raised the romantic fort again. He knows that the power of the romantic fort is more than that. Just now, it was just a small test. It's the first time to use the romantic fort, just try its power. The essence of romantic fort is that the more dangerous the user's situation is, the more powerful it will be. So, Naruto is going to play hard this time, and fully stimulate the potential of the romantic fort. At this time, Xiaohe's refining ammo was also condensed, and the light ball on the mouth also became very huge, like a tailed beast bomb. Immediately afterwards, Xiaohe looked at Naruto viciously, aimed at Naruto with a huge refining blank, and just blasted past. Seeing the terribly powerful blasting ammunition coming towards him, Naruto took a deep breath, raised the romantic cannon, and was ready to go. Second by second, the empty bullet is getting closer and closer. Seeing that the empty refining bullet has arrived in front of Naruto, and is about to devour Naruto's body. The muzzle of the romantic fort also shines brightly. Next moment. Romantic fort inspired. A laser that is thicker and bigger than the empty ammo suddenly burst out from the muzzle of the romantic fort. It goes straight to the empty ammo. The huge laser light is like destroying the world. After bursting out, it will wipe out the empty ammunition in an instant. Not only that, the laser blasted across the sky, like a dazzling meteor, after penetrating the air refining bullet, aiming at Xiaohe, it was shot out. After Xiaohe saw it, his eyes were shocked, and he was about to split in horror. Boom! The laser beam hit Xiaohe in an instant. The terrifying power caused Xiaohe's body made of yellow sand to be blown away by the laser in an instant, completely destroyed. Yellow sand was flying all over the sky, and a huge circular hole appeared on Xiaohe's body, and his upper body had disappeared, leaving only half of his face and ears, and a small part of his body crumbling. After the romantic fort blasted out this terrifying laser, the muzzle also emitted white smoke due to the terrifying high temperature. This power is too amazing. Chapter 67. The huge body of Shizuru was blown away with one blow from the romantic fort. Pierced through. Sasuke on the side looked at this scene in shock and opened his eyes wide. He never dared to think that someone could fight such a huge monster like this. Moreover, with an almost crushing attitude, he violently beat Xiaohe. This simply made him unbelievable. When he saw Shizuru's huge body and his body that moved like a mountain, Sasuke was a little scared and didn't know what to do. After all, this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying monster. He couldn't even imagine how Naruto could deal with such a terrifying Shikaku. However, the scene in front of him refreshed his perception. Facing such a huge monster, Naruto not only did not flinch, but also did not have the slightest fear. On the contrary, one person, one spear and one sword, pierced through the chest guard crane. Completely crushed. After letting 890 Sasuke see it, he fell into an unparalleled shock. Looking at Naruto in disbelief. And that guarding the crane was full of horror in his heart. He couldn't imagine that since the era of Six Paths, apart from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who were famous in the ninja world, there could be someone so terrifying. They can fight against the tail beast with their own power. Moreover, the other party is only a teenager. This made Xiaohe hardly believe it. On Shizuru's dilapidated body, with the only remaining eye on that side of his face, he opened wide, looking at Naruto in unbelievable horror, his mouth that was about to fall apart let out a horrified roar. You BD, who the hell are you? However, before Xiaohe could finish his words, his remaining broken and huge body collapsed with a bang. Countless loose sand was completed and fell to the ground. Xiaohe was blown away by Naruto abruptly. He returned to his original shape and fell into a deep sleep. And Gaara's body also fell to the ground along the yellow sand. Gaara has also awakened at this time. He stared closely at Naruto's figure with panda-like black eyes, and there was a look of horror and shock in his eyes and pupils. Although Xiaohe appeared, he fell into a deep sleep. But in Xiaohe's body, he can still see everything that happened outside. When he saw Naruto, he crushed Shikaku with a crushing force. Gaara almost felt like she was having a nightmare, and couldn't believe what she saw. With such terrifying strength, even his father, 4th Kazekage, couldn't easily suppress Shikaku like Naruto. Gaara took a big gulp of air, tried hard to calm down the emotions in his heart, stared at Naruto, and soon, he asked gruffly and incomprehensibly. Why are you so strong? Gaara thought that Shuhi was sealed in his body, and he was called a monster, and his strength was already terrifying. Unexpectedly, this kind of strength is not worth mentioning under Naruto. Hearing Gaara's words, Naruto smiled lightly. Before he could respond, did Zojo also jump to it? Sasuke glanced at Gaara lying motionless on the ground, and said to Naruto. Naruto. Naruto nodded. After Sasuke came to Naruto, seeing the scene just now, he couldn't wait to ask the question that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time, and said excitedly. Naruto, is this your true strength? Naruto was stunned for a moment, seeing Sasuke's excited expression, he smiled lightly. Since he chooses to let Sasuke see it, he won't hide it anymore. Immediately, Naruto nodded. Sasuke gave Naruto a deep look. Although he had overestimated Naruto as much as possible, he still didn't expect that Naruto's strength was far beyond his imagination. Soon, Sasuke asked doubtfully again. Then why are you hiding your strength? Sasuke is very puzzled. You know, when Naruto was in the ninja school, his performance was always mediocre and he was also called the tail of the car. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto smiled lightly, raised his head, looked at the sky, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said lightly. When you raise your head, look in your eyes, and see enemies everywhere, you will know why I did this. The voice sounded, and when the two of them heard Naruto's words, their bodies shook. Gaara shook his pupils, opened his eyes wide, and looked at Naruto. He seems to understand why Naruto is so strong now. After Sasuke heard Naruto's words, he also fell into deep thought and seemed to be deeply touched. The two were silent for a while. Soon, Naruto said. We should go back. Sasuke nodded. When they came out, Konoha was attacked by Sand Shinobi and Otonin. Now I don't know what the situation is, so I should go back and have a look. So, Naruto and Sasuke quickly set foot on the steps to return to Konoha. And before leaving, Naruto took part of Shikara Chakra from Gaara. This kind of tail beast chakra Naruto is sealed in his body and kept in his hands for great use in the future. After the two left, only Gaara was left calmly looking at the sky, wondering what he was thinking. Of course, Naruto also knows that soon Kankuro and Temari will find him. After returning to Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke saw that Konoha was already messed up. Fights between Sand Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi are everywhere, and some houses and buildings are destroyed by powerful ninjutsu. Even, many ninjas have fallen in a pool of blood. None of that is Naruto's concern, though. What Naruto wants to see is the third Hokage, where the finals of the Chunin exam are held. After coming to the circular field at the final site, Naruto soon saw that on the wide roof of the final site, several powerful figures stood and faced each other, sending out powerful attacks from time to time. One of the figures is Konoha's third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The one who fought against him was Orochimaru, one of the Sunin's powerful S-class dangerous rebels whom Naruto met not long ago. Orochimaru has produced the first Hokage and second Hokage from Impure World reincarnation. Although the two Hokages are unconscious, their combat abilities are also very powerful. With Orochimaru attacking together, even the cage level strong will be very difficult to parry. 0.0 But third Hokage is a powerful figure known as Doctor of Ninjutsu after all. Facing the joint attack of three powerful ninjas, he calmly summoned his own summoning beast ape demon and continuously launched counterattacks. The wonderful battle between the two naturally attracted many spectators, and many Umbu watched anxiously as their master Hokage was in a hard fight. And they couldn't help anything. Because, around Orochimaru and third Hokage, there is a closed barrier formed by a rectangle, 4 red flame formations. The 4 red flames surround Orochimaru and third Hokage, blocking all other ninjas in their tracks. The two fought fiercely, the battle was very fierce, the fight was inextricably close, and it was very thrilling. Just when Orochimaru and third Hokage had just finished a round of fierce collision and opened the distance, Orochimaru also seemed to have noticed Naruto who had just appeared, and his snake eyes flickered. Immediately, he smiled strangely. Chapter 68. Orochimaru smiled strangely at Naruto, not knowing what it meant. But, although Orochimaru found out about Naruto, he didn't say much. Instead, he quickly withdrew his gaze and fought fiercely with third Hokage again. The fight between the two was in full swing and very intense. Third Hokage even exerted all his strength, desperately resisting the attacks of the two first leading Hokage and Orochimaru. The Umbu ninjas on the side were even more anxious after seeing it. As Konoha Umbu, how could they not know the power of the two ancestors Hokages? That is the creator of Konoha and the founder of Konoha. It is Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama who resound throughout the ninja world. He is a well-known figure in the ninja world. Although the two ancestors of Hokage have no consciousness, and their strength has not been fully displayed, but with this combat power alone, they can fight on par with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, they were all very worried about whether Third Hokage could withstand the fierce attack of the big snake. Sure enough, I played for a while. Third Hokage was already out of breath, and his strength began to weaken. Orochimaru, who noticed that Third Hokage's attack was slowly slowing down, suddenly smiled, looked at Third Hokage, and said mockingly, "Teacher, you are already old." 17. When Third Hokage heard Orochimaru's words, he snorted coldly, and shouted anxiously, angrily, and disobediently. "Orochimaru, even if my combat power is not as good as before, you can't just mock me. I have plenty of ways to deal with you, so don't you want to stir up trouble in front of me? Big deal, I will fight this old bone and die with you." Third Hokage glanced at the powerful First Hokage and Second Hokage, his eyes were full of anger, and a glimmer of coldness flashed across his eyes. He stared at Orochimaru, snorted coldly, and shouted. Orochimaru also seemed to know that Third Hokage had cards that could threaten him. Hearing Third Hokage's words, Orochimaru smiled, not very afraid, but said, "Tisk tisk, Teacher Sarutobi. I didn't come here today to fight you hard. On the contrary, I want you to live a little longer. Because I found something more interesting. When this matter is announced to the public and appears in front of you, your expression will be more exciting than now, and Konoha will change accordingly, ha 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 ha." Hearing Orochimaru's words, Third Hokage frowned, not knowing what Orochimaru was talking about. Orochimaru smiled strangely, and didn't intend to explain to Third Hokage. Orochimaru glanced at the bewildered Third Hokage, and laughed a few more times. The snake eyes flashed a little cold, and said with a smile, "Teacher, I just came here today to tell you. Driving me out of the village is your worst decision. You Konoha old guys who play politics, it's time to retire. Haha, but I don't care about these anymore. Because Konoha is about to undergo a big change soon, and more exciting things will happen. At that time, I don't know what kind of expressions these old guys from Konoha will have, ha 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 ha." Orochimaru laughed wildly, threatening Third Hokage as if he ignored Third Hokage's threat at all. Third Hokage frowned. Before he could say anything, Orochimaru said with a cold smile, "Okay, I've seen more interesting things, and I'm not interested in wasting time with you here. Teacher, let's see you next time. I don't know if you can stand in front of me like this next time, ha 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 ha." After speaking, Orochimaru waved his hand, and two coffins appeared. First Hokage and Second Hokage were received by Orochimaru into the coffins. Then, Orochimaru turned around, wanting to retreat. Seeing that Orochimaru was about to leave, Third Hokage hurriedly formed seals, intending to use ninjutsu to keep Orochimaru behind. "Orochimaru, don't run." However, Orochimaru seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and before Third Hokage's ninjutsu was performed, he took the four people who formed the formation and fled away. Seeing that Orochimaru couldn't be stopped, Orochimaru also disappeared from sight, and Third Hokage exhaled as if he was relieved. Seeing the disappearance of the barrier, the surrounding Umbu ninjas hurried to Third Hokage to check on Third Hokage's injuries. Naruto at the side was slightly surprised when he saw that the result of the battle between the two would develop like this. "But that's fine, everything will be settled by myself in the end." Naruto clenched his fists. After a short rest, Third Hokage quickly stood up and directed the Konoha shinobi players to launch a counter-attack. With the command of Third Hokage, plus Might Guy and Kakashi, Jonin, seeing that the biggest threat Orochimaru has left, one of them immediately began to spare no effort to full strength. Town. Konoha Umbu also joined the battle. Soon, the Konoha shinobi's offensive became fierce. The balance of war also began to pour towards Konoha. And the ninjas in the Sand Shinobi Ninja Village saw that their fourth Kaze cage was faked by Orochimaru. Moreover, Orochimaru has also escaped Konoha. Immediately, the Sand Shinobi ninjas began to make peace with Konoha and stopped attacking one after another. As for the people in Yaninjia village, they were originally Orochimaru's subordinates, so they were either killed or turned into captives and surrendered to Konoha. Soon, an attack and turmoil jointly launched by Sand Shinobi and Yaninjia village was put down by Konoha. And Konoha seems to have returned to peace. Although this war caused Konoha a lot of losses, it also let other big countries see Konoha's strength. There are two major ninja villages, one of which is one of the 5 major ninja villages. The two joined forces to besiege Konoha, but both ended in failure. What's more, Third Hokage single-handedly fought against First Generation and Second Hokage, as well as Orochimaru, without falling. This immediately made Third Hokage's reputation even louder and famous in the ninja world. Those young people who wanted to take advantage of this time to ask for some benefits from Konoha also gave up their minds. After all, although Konoha suffered losses in this war, they were not large. There are almost no shortage of top-level and middle-level jonin, which makes other ninja 557 villages aware of Konoha's strength. In the end, the Sand Shinobi ninja also signed a peace treaty with Konoha, vowing never to attack Konoha again, and to be friends with Konoha forever. Although this agreement is useless, Sand Shinobi, who has suffered a loss, will not act rashly for the time being. And just when everyone thought that Konoha had returned to peace and had almost confirmed the position of the head of the 5 great ninja villages, a bigger storm is about to strike. Underneath Konoha, the dark place that never appeared on the bright side, also began to change. Under the Konoha, in a dark and damp basement. When Danzo heard about the turmoil in Konoha, Orochimaru escaped, and the third Hokage battle resounded even more in the ninja world, and he shouted angrily. Orochimaru, that BD! He didn't pull Sarutobi off his horse as agreed, and instead made Sarutobi's prestige even bigger. It also strengthened his reputation and consolidated his position. I'm so PD off. The root ninja on the side saw Danzo smashing something next to him, and said tremblingly. Master Danzo, what should we do next? Danzo narrowed his eyes, his sharp eyes were full of coldness and awe. Then, Danzo said angrily in a low voice. Konoha is no longer suitable for Sarutobi to develop. Next, it's time for us to take action from the roots. Send someone to monitor Nine Tails Jinchuriki first, find an opportunity, and take him down. Wait for my news, and prepare to do it. Yes. Chapter 69. Konoha is undercurrent surging. No one knows what storm is coming next. And the other side. Since the turmoil of the Chunin examination ended, Konoha also began to repair the damaged village, and peaceful development was in progress. Because of Konoha's rest during this period, and because the Chunin exam just ended, the genin took a vacation and had a good rest. And on this day, the genin Xiaoqiang from the same class also made an appointment to come out to relax and play together. Naruto received the invitation and originally wanted to decline. But who would have thought that Ino and little Sakura would come to the door of the house with all the little strongmen to block him, waiting for him to go out to play together. In desperation, Naruto had no choice but to join the ranks of shopping. The Xiaoqiangs are wandering together in the prosperous streets of Konoha. Although Konoha was previously attacked by Sand Shinobi and Yin Ninja Village, the damage was not large, and even some places were not damaged. Among them, these street snacks of Konoha and Zei Street are included. People come and go on the street, it is very lively, and the voices of vendors yelling and selling can be heard everywhere, creating a very lively scene. Little Sakura and Ino looked like lively rabbits, looking around for all kinds of novelty things, very happy. Kiba and Shino are also talking happily, while Hinata is a little shy. Seeing this, Naruto also smiled, and came to a small stall selling all kinds of weird juggling, and began to watch his favorite things. Although he has been living in Konoha, because of his dark childhood, Naruto seldom comes to these lively markets to see novelty gadgets. So, Naruto was curious when he saw something he had never seen before. Naruto picked up a fox mask from the stall. This mask looked no different from the mask Umbu wore on his face. Naruto also wanted to buy one for himself as a spare. After looking at it for a while, Naruto immediately asked. How much is it? However, after Naruto's inquiry rang, no one responded to him. After seeing Naruto, the stall owner frowned in disgust, then snorted coldly, turned his head away, and deliberately ignored Naruto. Naruto frowned, just about to put down his mask and say something. Ino at the side saw that Naruto had something he wanted to buy, so he rushed forward enthusiastically, picked up the mask Naruto was holding just now, and asked happily and politely. Dashu, how much is this? Seeing Ino stepping up to ask about the mask, the stall owner's face softened a little, and he said the price of the mask lightly. Ino put it in his hand and watched it for a while, then smiled at Naruto and said. Naruto, do you want this? I'll buy it for you. Naruto was taken aback, smiled, and was about to say something. However, before he could speak, the stall owner at the side seemed to hear that Ino was going to buy it for Naruto, so he suddenly stepped forward, snatched the mask from Ino's hand, pooed in disgust, and said viciously. This mask is no longer for sale. Ino was taken aback, a little surprised and a little puzzled. Why, didn't you just mention the price, which means that this mask is for sale? Ino asked puzzled. The stall owner glared at Naruto in disgust, as if looking at a different kind, without concealing his malice, snorted coldly, and said. If I say I won't sell it, I won't sell it. Even if I throw it in the ditch, I won't sell it to this demon fox. The words sounded, and when the stall owners and tourists and villagers around heard it, they all looked over. When they saw Naruto here, they all showed disgusted eyes and talked a lot. Isn't that the kid? Yes, it's really bad luck that he actually came here. It seems that business is going to be bad these days. Hurry up and drive him out, it's annoying to watch. He's a ninja now, so be careful. Hey, what a shit ninja, he's just a monster, and he still wants to be Konoha's ninja. I really don't know what third Hokage thinks. Yeah, this kind of monster, it's better to execute it as soon as possible. I saw in the finals of the Chunin exam that day, this kid, he performed pretty well at the beginning. After seeing the Sand Shinobi ninjas attack, he actually ran out of the village like a shit. Humph, sure enough, becoming a ninja is also a deserter. I think this kid probably peed out of fear. Even if you become a ninja, so what? This is Konoha, how dare this kid do anything to us villagers? Let third Hokage know, and he will definitely be skinned. Countless malicious words were directed at each other, and malicious speculations and discussions sounded one after another. The little Sakura and Inoue who were on the side all showed surprise and disbelief when they heard it. They couldn't believe it, and they didn't understand why these villagers treated Naruto like this and thought Naruto so badly. After hearing these words, Naruto lowered his head, closed his eyes, his cheeks flashed coldly, and he clenched his fists. Ino on the side immediately stepped forward, defending Naruto and said, "What are you doing? Naruto is also Konoha's ninja, and has contributed to Konoha." After the stall owner heard it, he let out a sound and said, "Bah, he is also worthy of being a Konoha shinobi?" The other day, the people from Sand Shinobi scared the crap out of the village. Don't think we don't know. Get out, you are not welcome here. Apparently, he was talking about the day Naruto played against Gaara. However, what they don't know is that if Gaara becomes Shikaku in the village that day, the loss will be even greater. Although Naruto lured Gaara out in order not to expose his strength, he had his own plans. But even so, it was also a sideways solution to an opponent for Konoha. After speaking, the stall owner will come out and drive Naruto out. However, at this moment, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a coldness in the depths of his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Naruto's cold words were heard. "Senbonzakura." Words ring out. On the head of the stall owner who just walked out, a pitch-black blade suddenly appeared. The pitch-black blade floats in the air. When the stall owner saw it, he was taken aback, but he hadn't reacted yet. The blade suddenly stabbed down. Puff! Senbonzakura's blade directly penetrated the stall owner's body, piercing him to the ground. Stall owner, instant death. Before he died, the stall owner was terrified, as if he never thought that Naruto would actually dare to attack him, a Konoha villager, in Konoha. Seeing this scene, the surrounding villagers and stall owners who were insulting Naruto suddenly shouted in horror one by one, and fled in panic and fear. Nine-Tails Imp killed. The monster has killed. Nine-Tails is about to appear. I knew that one day he would show his true nature. Run! That monster is going crazy. Little Sakura and Ino also covered their mouths in disbelief after seeing this scene. Immediately, they looked at Naruto, and said worriedly one by one. "Naruto, you've got yourself into trouble. What to do? These are the villagers of Konoha, killing them will trigger the village's rules. It's over, it's over. Third Hokage will send someone to catch you soon after he finds out." However, Naruto couldn't listen to their words at all, and ignored them. His cold eyes flicked across, scanning the fleeing villagers who insulted him before. Killing intent emerges. He doesn't care what happens next. At this moment, he only knows. "I can't bear it, I don't need to bear it anymore." Chapter 70. Little Sakura and Ino looked at Naruto in puzzlement and worry, not knowing why Naruto did it. You know, killing a ninja from the same village is a serious crime. Because such a few insults can lead to a big fight. What they don't even know is why they are all in the same village, and why the villagers have so much hostility towards Naruto. However, they don't know it at all. Naruto was not completely irritated by such an insult. Instead, 3 years. Naruto has been through this scene time and time again. Countless malice, bad words, speculation, and abuse. Time and time again, they are added to Naruto. Until this moment, Naruto finally broke out. He decided not to be patient anymore. Instead, kill anyone who betrays me. Did he do something? No, he didn't do anything. All in all, he is innocent. Naruto took a deep breath and stared at the villagers with cold eyes. At this moment, Senbonzakura spun and jumped into Naruto's hands, and then, Naruto was about to step forward again and start killing. Seeing that Naruto wanted to make a move, little Sakura and Ino ran to Naruto and stopped Naruto. Ino was even more worried and said, 483. "Naruto, don't kill anymore, if you keep doing this, it's really irreparable." Hearing Ino's words, Naruto sneered. Redeem? What is he going to save? Save the village? It's ridiculous. Now that the killing has already started, Naruto has no intention of redeeming it. At this moment, let Konoha feel the pain. Thinking of this, Naruto ignored Ino and little Sakura's blockage, dodged and passed them. Then, Naruto appeared in front of those fleeing villagers. Swipe down. The villagers who were so arrogant and insulted Naruto, when they saw the light of the knife that was about to fall, they suddenly showed extremely terrified expressions of fear. Before they could say anything, the sword light fell. Senbonzakura fell. Several villagers were killed instantly. Naruto hasn't stopped yet, he still wants to sell the killing. Just when he was about to strike again, suddenly, several black shadows flashed by. Those black shadows were extremely fast and powerful, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared beside Naruto and surrounded Naruto. Naruto frowned, and with a glance, he could see their appearance clearly. Each figure is wearing a black battle suit, with a mask on his face, and a short sword on his back. Obviously, they are either Konoha's Umbu, or Root's subordinates. Seeing them, Naruto snorted coldly, and the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. Because, what he wants to kill are not only those villagers who abused him, but also those high-level officials who have always wanted to do something to him, who want to plot evil, and who have single-handedly caused him to experience such a dark childhood. Now that the killing has begun, Naruto will settle everything. He will never let go of anyone who betrays him. And those black-clothed Umbu didn't seem to notice the murderous intent in Naruto's eyes. They didn't seem to know what happened here, but they saw Naruto holding Zanpakuto, and the surrounding villagers ran away in a panic except for the genin. Then, the captain of the group stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Uzumaki Naruto, Master Danzo has summoned you." Naruto frowned, thinking in his heart, so it's Danzo's people. Danzo's people appear here, did they do something to themselves? That's right, this group of people is exactly the route that Danzo sent out not long ago to take down Naruto. Naruto didn't reply, instead, he clenched Zanpakuto even more. The surrounding people seemed to be aware of Naruto's movements, and the captain of the route frowned even more, saying, "Uzumaki Naruto, what are you doing? Didn't you hear what I said? Master Danzo wants to see you." Naruto still didn't speak. "Are you going to rebel against Master Danzo's order?" "Presumptuous," the troop commander said coldly. Seeing that Naruto didn't respond, he said angrily. This time, however, Naruto spoke. I only heard Naruto sneer, his eyes were cold, and he looked at the roots in front of him with killing intent, and said lightly, "It's you who are presumptuous." After speaking, Naruto's pupils instantly turned blood red. The three hooks rotate, as if catering to Naruto's killing intent. At this moment, open. In an instant, huge pupils burst out. The root ninjas around just feel a trance. Like an illusion in the body, the whole body is weak, and chakra has also begun to become disordered. Then, Naruto's figure flickered, and the light of the knife flickered. Fast as an after-image. Everyone only heard the sound of puff puff puff. Then, everyone saw it in horror. On those root ninjas, countless knife marks appeared, and blood splashed out. Large and small wounds were everywhere, killing them instantly. Spike. Not a single turn, Naruto in the blink of an eye solved all root ninjas. And those root ninjas looked at Naruto in horror before dying. I never thought that Naruto's strength would be so terrifying. The light of the knife was so fast that none of them could see it clearly. And some root ninjas who were belatedly saw Naruto's scarlet Sharingan. However, in the end, he could only point at Naruto and make an indistinct, terrified voice. Those eyes. Can't finish it yet. Boom. All root ninjas, all down. Blood flowed one by one, and they were killed on the spot. Little Sakura and Ino watched this scene, and they opened their mouths wide in astonishment. Unbelievable. They didn't expect that Naruto would attack the ninja from the same village. What's more, he would attack Umbu. They also didn't expect that Naruto's strength would be so powerful. Even the people in Umbu are not against the people. Even, was killed in seconds. Ino raised his hand tremblingly, pointed at the corpses all over the floor, and said in a panic, "Naruto, Naruto, why did you kill them all?" Little Sakura was already panicked and didn't know what to say. At the beginning, they had seen how powerful these Umbu people in black clothes were, but at the moment, under Naruto's hands, they were like ants, vulnerable to a single blow. Naruto didn't answer Ino's words, and looked ahead indifferently. Because, Ino didn't know at all that these root people came to him with malicious intentions. They also want to do something to Naruto. They want to kill Naruto. And Naruto, just shot one step ahead of them. Chapter 71. Naruto swung his blade. The blood on Senbonzakura splashed out and fell on the ground. Then, Naruto turned around, Sharingan faded away quietly, looking at the Hokage building in the distance, ready to move forward. Because little Sakura and Ino were looking at Naruto's back just now, they didn't notice those scarlet eyes. Seeing that Naruto was about to leave, little Sakura and Ino were taken aback for a moment, and quickly asked, "Naruto, where are you going?" Fang and the others seemed to be frightened by Naruto at this time. They said a word, and stared at Naruto in astonishment. Naruto didn't respond, but the Zanpakuto in his hand was clenched tightly, with strong killing intent. Step out step by step. Just when Naruto was about to leave, suddenly, several familiar figures appeared again. I just saw that Kakashi, Yuhihong, and Asuma appeared here at the same time. Seeing the corpses all over the ground and the bloodshed of the root ninjas, Yuhihong suddenly exclaimed, covered her red lips with her slender palm. Her face was full of astonishment and shock. She didn't know what happened. When Asuma and Kakashi saw it, they also gasped, their faces full of shock. What happened? Asuma asked hastily. Everyone didn't respond, they could only look at Naruto with complicated eyes. And Kakashi took a deep look at Naruto, saw the little bloodline on Naruto's face, and seemed to have guessed something. But Kakashi didn't speak, he didn't know what to say or how to speak. The heart is full of shock and complexity. After Asuma saw the pitch-black Zanpakuto in Naruto's hand, he also reacted, and his body shook violently. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Naruto in disbelief, his eyes full of disbelief. Soon, Asuma hurriedly yelled and asked, "Uzumaki Naruto, tell me, what happened here? Naruto didn't speak, but looked at him with cold eyes, extremely indifferent. After Asuma saw this cold look, he shivered immediately, he just felt as if he was in an ice cellar, being watched by Shinigami. But soon, Asuma regained his senses, took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and shouted. Do you know what you're doing? It seems that Asuma has guessed the general situation of the matter through the eyes of Ino and Sakura, and the bloodline on Naruto. Guess who killed these root ninjas and miserable villagers? Asuma's shout made Naruto finally speak. All I saw was that Naruto stared at Asuma indifferently, and said lightly. Step aside. Asuma froze for a moment. But he quickly ignored Naruto's statement, and was eager to find out what happened here. Then, Asuma shouted. Tell me. Do you even know what you're doing? Killing a ninja from the same village is a serious crime. You will be executed. Ridiculous, Naruto cares about this? Now that he has chosen to make a move. Then, there is absolutely no reason to fear the consequences. What he has to do is to let the people of Konoha know the pain. Know the consequences of attaching malice to Naruto. Naruto did not answer Asuma's yell, but stared at Asuma with cold eyes, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Then, I heard Naruto say lightly. Whoever stands in my way, die. Words fall. Naruto raised Senbonzakura in his hand and was about to cut it off. After seeing Kakashi, Yuhihong, and Ino, they exclaimed. No, Naruto. Naruto, stop. Kakashi quickly activated Sharingan, trying to stop Naruto's actions. However, Naruto's speed cannot be captured by Kakashi. Even if Kakashi turned on the Sharingan and the three hooks turned wildly, they couldn't catch Naruto's movements at all. Kakashi tried to block Naruto's palm, but he missed it. Hands up and down. Senbonzakura cut off in an instant. Phantom flashed. Only a snort was heard. Then, everyone saw that Asuma's pupils were shocked, and his face was shocked. A cloud of blood splattered from Asuma's body. There was also a blood-red knife mark on Asuma's chest. Puff. Asuma spat out a mouthful of blood again, and took a few steps back with a face full of horror. He didn't dare to think at all, but Naruto actually dared to do it. Moreover, the movement was so fast that even he couldn't see clearly. Kakashi drives the Sharingan, but Naruto can't be stopped. Asuma did not die, but after being slashed by Naruto, Asuma also staggered back a few steps, not daring to stand in front of Naruto again. Naruto stared at Asuma coldly, retracted the blade, flicked the blood on the blade, and said lightly. *NTT. If you dare to stand in front of me again, I will kill you. An extremely cold voice full of murderous intent resounded faintly, making everyone dare not believe Naruto's words anymore. Asuma also finally knew that Naruto was not threatening him, but really dared to kill him. Immediately, Asuma quickly backed away to get out of the way, not daring to stand in front of Naruto again. Seeing that Asuma's life was not in danger, Kakashi and the others also exhaled and let go of their hanging hearts. Kakashi looked at Naruto with complicated eyes. He never thought that Naruto's strength is so terrifying. Before, seeing Naruto's performance, he had already overestimated Naruto as much as possible. He imagined that Naruto's strength was concealed. But I didn't expect it to be so scary. It's so scary that even he can't see Naruto's speed clearly while driving the Sharingan. Kakashi took a deep breath and said complicatedly. Naruto, don't make any more mistakes. If you make any more mistakes, there is really no turning back. Now go with me to Third Hokage, explain, maybe Third Hokage will forgive you. Kakashi took a look at Genbu's body. They had originally received the news that Genbu was going to attack Naruto, so they came to find Naruto specially. But unexpectedly, the people at the route were all killed by Naruto. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto sneered and said. Turn back. It's ridiculous. Now that it has been shot, how can it be possible to turn back? On this day, Naruto has been depressed for a long time. 13 years. Kakashi doesn't understand anything, has never experienced it, and doesn't know the cause of things. Actually told Naruto to turn around. He did nothing wrong, so why should he look back? What he is doing today is what he should have done long ago. Should have done this a long time ago. Seeing that Naruto didn't listen to his words at all, Kakashi wanted to say something more. However, at this moment, dozens of black shadows flashed past, and ninjas in black combat uniforms suddenly appeared in front of everyone. These ninjas in black are extremely fast. They are agile. They are all powerful. As soon as it appears, everyone will be surrounded. Keep an eye on Naruto. Seeing these ninjas in black, Kakashi and the others shrank their pupils and recognized them at a glance. It's Umbu. Umbu, here comes the spoon too. Chapter 72. After Umbu appeared, he immediately surrounded them. These Umbu are holding short swords one by one, as if they are facing a big enemy, as if they want to take down Naruto at any time. Then, Captain Umbu stepped forward and shouted. Uzumaki Naruto, Third Hokage wants to see you. Hearing Umbu's words, everyone in Kakashi was surprised. Especially the little Sakura and Ino, seeing the elite who fought against the Sand Shinobi attack appear again, they were a little scared and a little nervous. Assassinate Tactical Special Forces throughout. Managed by 3rd Hokage himself. Will not be dispatched unless there is something particularly important. Did 3rd Hokage know what's going on here so quickly? However, Kakashi knows that Naruto just killed the root man, so there is no guarantee that he will not attack Thinking about it, Kakashi looked at the other party worryingly about 080, and also looked at Naruto worriedly. Really? After Naruto heard Captain Umbu's words, he glanced over with cold eyes, Zanpakuto clenched slightly, and did not speak. Seeing Naruto's action, Captain Umbu frowned and pulled out his short sword, which seemed to be threatening. Uzumaki Naruto, do you hear me? Meet us 3rd Hokage. This time, Naruto finally spoke. What if I don't? Naruto glanced at the surrounding people indifferently, feeling cold in his heart. For these he didn't like them very much. In his childhood, it was these people who watched him one by one. It is like turning his childhood into a prison. Let him do nothing. No matter what you do, there are so many eyes watching. Watching him being insulted and abused, but not doing anything, but conniving at the villagers to do so. What's more, these are the instigators, the lackeys of 3rd Hokage. After hearing Naruto's words, Captain Umbu frowned and shouted coldly. Take it. However, his words just came out of his mouth. I heard Naruto snort coldly. I just saw that Naruto held Zanpakuto tightly in his hand. Knife flashes, Senbonzakura raised. Seeing this scene, Kakashi and Yuhihong immediately shouted in surprise, and said quickly. Naruto no. Stop. Don't make another mistake. Little Sakura and Ino also opened their eyes wide. However, Naruto simply ignored their words. The hand rises and the knife falls, and the knife light cuts down. Puff. Only see. A bloodstain suddenly appeared on Captain Umbu's body. Blood spurts. Blood splattered. Captain Umbu's face was full of shock and horror. Incredible to watch Naruto. With his Captain Elite Jonin's level of strength, he can't see Naruto's movements clearly. I didn't even have time to react. Not even a chance to resist. It was cut down by Naruto with one knife. It was unbelievable. It was so frightening to him. However, Captain Umbu didn't even have the chance to be afraid, and his body fell down sadly. Instant death. Seeing Captain Umbu fall down, Kakashi and the others widened their pupils. The ninjas beside them exclaimed even more. Team leader. Then, everyone heard Naruto's indifferent voice. I'll go find him. But, you don't need to take me there. Words fell. The surrounding opened their eyes wide, looking at Naruto with anger and hatred in their eyes, some of them even said. Take him. Cut off his arm and take him to Lord 3rd Hokage. After speaking, is going to do it. However, before they could make a move, Naruto snorted coldly. Senbonzakura flashed in his hand, and he heard Naruto's faint voice. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Thousands of sakura flowers appear suddenly. Countless sakura flowers turn into the scariest blades. Like a stormy wave, rush towards the ninjas. Seeing so many clusters of sakura flowers covering the sky, the ninjas suddenly lost their voices with horror. Before they could react, the sakura wave went through their defenses. With a bang, the sharp blade cut on them. There are so many sakura flowers, even if they want to defend them, they can't defend them. Moment. No ninja survived wherever sakura flower sea went. There are wounds caused by Senbonzakura all over the body, and the blood is splattered and flowing fast. Soon, the ninjas fell to the ground one by one. There was an unbelievable look on his face. It seems unbelievable that Naruto alone solved them in an instant with so many masters. The surrounding Yuhihong was also full of surprise, with an inconceivable expression on her face. She also never expected that Naruto's strength is so terrifying. With so many it's not Naruto alone. Was also instantly killed by Naruto. Is this really genin? Yuhihong's beautiful eyes looked at Naruto with a shocked expression. This is the first time she saw Naruto's real shot, and she was shocked. Shocked by Naruto. Kakashi also showed a complex look, and sighed deeply. He wanted to stop it, but he couldn't stop it, and he was powerless to stop it. And Naruto, after beheading all retracted the blade, and Senbonzakura returned to its original state. The next moment, Naruto looked at the Hokage building. Look, Hokage office. No one is innocent in this crime. He will go to them one by one to settle the matter. Thinking of this, Naruto stepped up and walked towards the Hokage building. Seeing that Naruto was going to the Hokage building, Kakashi and the others didn't stop them, they just shook their heads and sighed deeply. At this point, all of them don't know what to do. Next, only 0.0 will be decided by 3rd Hokage. Little Sakura and Ino were also flustered, not knowing what to do. Seeing that Naruto was leaving, they hurriedly followed. Hokage building. But at this moment, the Hokage building is very quiet. Quiet and a little scary. In the huge building, in the wide corridor, there is no one, not even the slightest sound. It is completely different from the scene of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood just now. Seeing this unusual silence, little Sakura and Ino also tensed up. They don't know what Naruto will do next. I don't know how Naruto will be judged. Not to mention how third Hokage will execute Naruto. Don't know the result. They only know that things are completely beyond their imagination. Chapter 73. Either kill the villagers. Or kill fellow ninjas from the same village. Every crime is a heinous crime. In other words, that is the existence of rebellion. People who betrayed the village. Little Sakura and Ino looked at Naruto worriedly, wondering how Naruto would be treated next. At this moment when everyone is tense and their heartstrings are tense, Naruto also came to Hokage's office. Glancing at Hokage's office, Naruto's eyes were cold and intense, and he pushed away without hesitation. Little Sakura and Ino are not thinking right. Trial? No, no one is qualified to judge Naruto now. Not even Konoha's Hokage, third generation Sarutobi. Because Naruto did no wrong. All of this is what he should have done long ago. 13 years of darkness should be repaid like this. Now is the time to pay back. After pushing open the door of Hokage's office, everyone walked in. Inside Hokage's office. In the current Hokage office, besides third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, there are 17 people. Those two were also very old, about the same age as third Hokage, wearing white robes, they looked very old. Apparently Konoha's elder, Hokage advisor. Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura. When Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura saw Naruto coming, they immediately shouted and roared. Uzumaki Naruto! You are finally here. Do you know what you are doing? Look at what you have done. Killing the ninja in the village is a heinous crime. The two old men pointed at Naruto angrily and shouted angrily, venting their anger. As for Naruto, he glanced at them with cold eyes, and then withdrew, showing no intention of answering them at all. Instead, he set his sights on third Hokage. At this time, third Hokage is also staring at Naruto. That pair of sharp old eyes, like the vicissitudes of life in the world, are fixed on Naruto. As if to see through Naruto's thoughts, see through everything about Naruto. However, he can't see through Naruto at all. Just as he hasn't noticed Naruto's concealed strength and desire for destruction for 13 years. Until now, he doesn't know what Naruto thinks. After the two looked at each other for a while, third Hokage took a deep breath and swept the crowd with sharp eyes, which made everyone cheer up and feel nervous. Then, third Hokage said in a very majestic tone. Naruto, tell me why you did this. Hearing what third Hokage said, Naruto sneered, looking at third Hokage coldly as if he were an enemy. That look seemed to say to third Hokage, do you think that I am that naive child who doesn't understand anything and only bears the pain? Seeing Naruto's eyes, third Hokage was stunned and startled, as if he had noticed something. Then, Naruto sneered and said lightly. Don't you know why I did this? Third Hokage was stunned for a moment. Midokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu who were cursing at the side also stopped abruptly, and looked at Naruto in astonishment. Before they could speak, Naruto continued. For the past 13 years, I have been under your surveillance all the time. Everything that happens to me, you will see it. Anything the villagers do, all the malice that the Konoha shinobi people treat, you know it all. Now, you have to ask me why I did this. Don't you know why I did this? The voice of sneering and mocking gradually sounded out, and after third Hokage heard it, Yin's heart instantly felt chilled. Until this moment, third Hokage and the others gradually understood. Turns out, Naruto probably knew everything. Naruto knows what they did. However, Naruto didn't say it, but has been hiding it until now. No complaints, let alone talk to anyone. Instead, bear silently and wait patiently. Until now. Anger erupts. All the darkness will be liquidated and repaid by Naruto from now on. Third Hokage and Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura gasped. Immediately afterwards, third Hokage narrowed his eyes, stared sharply at Naruto's every move, and said indifferently. I have my reasons. Naruto sneered when he heard third Hokage's words. Sorry. Your difficulty is to see a child who was constantly abused by the villagers 13 years ago, the child's malice of beating ninjas and the humiliation of countless people. Your difficulty is to conceal the facts, choose to let a child bear the hatred and anger caused by Nine Tails destroying the village 13 years ago, and let everyone vent on a child. Your difficulty is to watch all this happen and turn a blind eye to it. But you still indulge them. Is this what you are struggling with? Tell me, third Hokage. Naruto stared at third Hokage with icy eyes, and said indifferently. Hearing Naruto's words, third Hokage and Yuditen Koharu were shocked and shocked. It turns out that Naruto knows everything. Whether it was 13 years ago, the turmoil in the Nine Tails, or the truth about the anger and hatred of the villagers in the past 13 years, or the fact that third Hokage and Konoha executives knew about it, but did nothing about it. Naruto is very clear about everything. Nothing can be hidden from Naruto. However, Naruto didn't tell anyone. He alone endured, carried, and hid the pain and darkness that shouldn't have been endured. For the bloodbath of today. The reason is to seek justice today. Third Hokage sucked in a heavy breath, his eyes were full of shock, and soon, they were full of complexity and coldness. He knew, Naruto, that 477 was completely out of his hands. Even in these 13 years, he has been monitoring Naruto all the time. But Naruto still hides a lot of things. Let him be unable to discover at all, unable to detect. After Naruto finished speaking, before third Hokage could finish speaking, Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura on the side said forcefully. This is the consideration of the village's senior management. You have no right to question it. Everything we do is for the good of the village. As a Konoha shinobi, you are supposed to obey the orders of the village. Now you dare to come in front of us, make a lot of noise and question us, it's really rebellious. Presumptuous. However, their words did not make Naruto accept. On the contrary, Naruto's eyes showed strong killing intent. Naruto gave Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura a cold look at the two old men. Hearing their shameless and stubborn brainwashing speech, Naruto snorted coldly. Immediately raised his hand, a dodge appeared in front of the two of them. Palm down. Snap. A slap was thrown on the faces of the two old people. Bright red palm prints appear. Mitokato Homura and Yuditen Koharu stared at Naruto with wide eyes, horror and disbelief. It seems that I didn't dare to think that Naruto actually beat them to Konoha Nagano. Before they could speak, Naruto said indifferently. Noisy. Chapter 74. Snap. A crisp and loud voice sounded. Two bright red palm prints were seen on the faces of Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, watching this scene in disbelief. They couldn't imagine that Naruto dared to beat Konoha's elder. That's Konoha's elder, Hokage advisor. Under one person, above 10,000 people. But at this moment, he was slapped hard by Naruto. Everyone looked at Naruto in astonishment, not knowing what to say. Naruto, on the other hand, looked at Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura indifferently, his eyes full of coldness. At this moment, Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura are also full of astonishment and horror. Shock and disbelief appeared on their faces. They never dreamed that one day, they would be slapped by a teenager. They are the elders of Konoha who are aloof and respected by tens of millions of people. Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura have never suffered such humiliation. The two suddenly became angry and looked at Naruto with a gloomy look. They just wanted to get angry and curse at Naruto. However, they haven't waited for them to speak yet. Naruto glanced at them again with cold eyes, and said indifferently. If you dare to say one more word, I will kill you. A cold voice full of strong killing intent sounded, causing everyone to shudder after hearing it. Kakashi and the others have no doubt that Naruto will strike decisively. Because, Naruto killed Umbu without any hesitation before. Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura shuddered even more when they heard it, and looked at Naruto with horror on their faces. The two of them immediately closed their mouths, not daring to take a breath. After seeing this scene, third Hokage frowned, slapped the table loudly, and shouted. Naruto, they are the elders of Konoha, they cannot allow you to be so presumptuous. Hearing what third Hokage said, Naruto laughed back, looked at third Hokage coldly, and said. Presumptuous? I don't think I'm presumptuous. Elder Konoha can speak freely and judge what kind of pain a person should endure. Elder Konoha can take life and death, do you think I should bear this endless darkness? It's not me who is presumptuous, it's you. There was killing intent in Naruto's eyes. After hearing that, third Hokage frowned. Staring at Naruto sharply, third Hokage asked. What the hell are you trying to do? Do you know what you are doing now? Killing a ninja from the same village and attacking Elder Konoha is enough to sentence you to death. What you are doing now is no different from rebellion. Even if Elder Konoha did something wrong, you, a genin, should not be judged. Naruto shook his head with a sneer, and stared at third Hokage coldly. Until now, third Hokage and Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura are still looking down on him with a high attitude. Until now, they still want to use their Hokage identity to suppress themselves. Maintain their dignity. Until now, they have not realized their mistake. As everyone knows, in Naruto's eyes, this is really ridiculous. That being the case, Naruto is gone. Just seeing, Naruto took a deep breath. The coldness in the eyes gradually became stronger, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. Immediately, Naruto said lightly. What do I want to do? It's very simple. Since you can't empathize, since you don't understand what I've been through, since you don't know the dark pain of these 13 years. Then, come and be like me, be personally on the scene, and feel the pain. I want to destroy Konoha. Words fall. Everyone's pupils were shocked suddenly, and they opened their eyes wide. Staring at Naruto in disbelief and unacceptable. They couldn't believe it was what Naruto said. Can't believe this is Naruto's decision. Little Sakura, Ino, and Kuroyuki covered Sakura's lips with their small hands, panicked, and looked at Naruto at a loss. Kakashi also had a complicated face. Third Hokage's body trembled even more. Soon, Third Hokage realized that his old face was full of anger and gloom, and Naruto was beyond his control, which made him feel very angry. Immediately afterwards, Third Hokage stared at Naruto gloomily, and said. Do you know what you're talking about? Are you going to betray the village and become a traitor? Naruto sneered, stared at third Hokage without fear, and said lightly. Treason? I've long wanted to be one. Yuditen Koharu and Mitokato Homura on the side opened their mouths in shock after hearing Naruto's words. However, they quickly realized that they felt a huge threat, and quickly pointed at Naruto and shouted at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi! Kill him quickly! You can't keep this rebellious son! Kill him! Third Hokage also had this thought, staring at Naruto sullenly. He will never allow anyone to destroy Konoha. That's the fourth Hokage's son. Even if Naruto became like this, it was their fault. Then, third Hokage took a deep breath, and immediately shouted at the crowd. Take Uzumaki Naruto! After Kakashi and the others heard third Hokage's words, they were taken aback. Everyone looked at Naruto's figure, not knowing what to do. When Kurane Yui, Sakura, and Ino were struggling, dozens of figures suddenly appeared around Hokage's office. Kakashi and the others hesitated and struggled, but that doesn't mean others won't. Those dozens of figures were all wearing black combat uniforms, with fox masks on their faces. It is Umbu. After hearing the order from third Hokage, Umbu immediately dispatched hands on Naruto one after another. Before they could make a move, they suddenly heard Naruto snort coldly. Then, everyone will see. Umbu's ninjas immediately stopped moving, one by one maintaining the original attacking movements, standing in place, but unable to move. They try to struggle, but to no avail. No matter how hard they struggle, they can't move at all. It's illusion. Chakra, Kakashi and third Hokage, who noticed the chaos on Umbu Ninja, immediately knew the reason why Umbu Ninja was stunned. That's right, it's illusion. And, not only that, Naruto uses Bakudo's abilities, coupled with Sharingan's powerful illusion. In an instant, bind all Umbu. After third Hokage came to his senses, he snorted angrily, and was about to do it himself, the hand of the luggage. However, something even more shocking happened to them. Before third Hokage could make a move, he heard a bang. Naruto's body turned into a puff of smoke. Disappeared. Seeing the cloud of white smoke, everyone's pupils trembled. That's not Naruto's body. It's Naruto's shadow clone. With just one shadow clone, they disturbed all of them. And subdued Umbu. So shocking. Where did the real Naruto go? Everyone thought in astonishment. Don't wait for them to react. Suddenly tick. An extremely terrifying chakra suddenly came from above their heads. Also erupted from above the Hokage building. Coming to the audience. This chakra descended from the sky, and its coercion was like a dragon waking up from the ancient abyss, extremely terrifying. It makes people feel that there is a feeling of wanting to surrender. Immediately afterwards, all of them ran out of the window. From the window, I saw Naruto's figure. Chapter 75. All I saw was that Naruto was suspended in the air, with the power of Kido, standing in the sky. And the terrifying coercion erupted from Naruto. At this moment, Naruto is looking down on Konoha, and looking down on them. Looking at the lively and prosperous Konoha under your feet, the peaceful scene of Konoha, it seems that this shocking scene has never happened, and you have never noticed the earth-shattering changes in Konoha. They still enjoy the peace of Konoha. However, all of this is based on the darkness of Naruto. Naruto took a deep breath. That being the case, none of them understood the dark words of these 13 years. At this moment, let them feel the pain. Feel the darkness. The words fell, and the chakra in Naruto exploded. Stretching out a hand, countless chakra frantically gathered towards Naruto's palm like a whirlwind. That chakra, like a whirlwind, rolled up the surrounding airflow and condensed into a ball in Naruto's hands. Inside the sphere, countless chakra are rolling, turbulent like a tornado. Seeing Naruto's actions, Kakashi and Kuroyuki immediately opened their eyes wide, their pupils shrunk, and shouted. Naruto, don't! Third Hokage was also shocked, and horrified in his heart. Hurriedly 813 wanted to stop Naruto, and shouted. Stop! Uzumaki Naruto! If you do this, you will become the eternal sinner of the village. Joke, does Naruto care about all this? Whether he will become a sinner through the ages, Naruto doesn't know, and he is not here. What he knows is that during the past 13 years, Konoha has imposed countless crimes on him. Now, it's time to pay back with blood. With the infusion of countless chakra, the whirlwind ball in Naruto's palm is getting bigger and bigger. And around the ball, 4 sharp blades appeared around it, like a spiral shuriken. In the huge sphere, there was a buzzing sound like thunder and wind. The surrounding airflow is also being rolled, blowing a whistling tornado. That spiral shuriken is getting bigger and bigger. Until the end, it turned out to be bigger than the tailed beast bomb. It was terrifying. Wind-style, oversized jade spiral shuriken formation. Seeing this scene, Third Hokage and the surrounding Umbu couldn't bear it anymore. One by one rushed forward, trying to kill Naruto and prevent Naruto's attack. However, it was too late. Before they hit. Looking at the prosperous Konoha village under his feet, Naruto held a super large jade spiral shuriken, slammed it down, and threw it out with all his strength. He shouted wildly. Feel the pain. Wind style. Oversized jade spiral shuriken. Everyone watched this scene in horror. See that spiraling shuriken bigger than the tailed beast bomb, crashing down and onto Konoha village. Third Hokage, and they didn't even have time to stop it. He could only open his eyes wide and watch the falling spiral shuriken in horror. Boom. There was a loud hum. The whole massive spiral shuriken bombarded Konoha village. At this moment, an air wave like a nuclear bomb storm is set off. After the terrifying super large jade spiral shuriken bombarded Konoha village began to explode instantly. The surrounding houses were destroyed. The entire ground was also lifted by the tornado waves caused by the super large jade spiral shuriken. All of a sudden, the rubble of the house flew into the air. The whole Konoha wailed. This is simply like annihilation. The attack range of the oversized jade spiral shuriken has not stopped. The scope of the nuclear bomb storm is still expanding. Like a ball, it spreads continuously. Spreads to the surroundings, to the entire Konoha. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. Looking at the huge jade spiral shuriken, it was as powerful as a nuclear explosion. Wherever the spiral shuriken passes, everything is completely destroyed. Not even a tree grows. Not a single house, is left behind. The villagers and ninjas inside were not spared either. They didn't even have time to escape. Instantly engulfed by air waves and terrifying explosions. Till the end. The entire Konoha has turned into ruins. Centered at the foot of Naruto, a large circular crater with a size of several kilometers appeared. In this big pit, no houses are left. No grass grows. Yes, just wreckage and shattered clods of rubble. Very desolate. It's like a land that has been bombed by a nuclear bomb. Lois is everywhere. There is no other living thing at all. At this moment, Konoha village was destroyed by Naruto. The ninjas around saw that the originally prosperous and lively village turned into a deserted desert at this moment, and all of them opened their eyes wide. Unbelievable. They couldn't believe it. Naruto did it alone. I can't believe it. Under Naruto's blow, the super large jade spiral shuriken is so terrifying. I can't even believe that Naruto actually destroyed Konoha. It's like, Nine Tails is coming again. No, it's even scarier than this. This is the price for keeping Naruto in darkness for 13 years. Third Hokage saw the village he loved was destroyed by Naruto, and his angry old face was even more ferocious. He was extremely angry and trembling with anger. Immediately, Third Hokage glared at Naruto in the sky, pointed at Naruto, and announced to Konoha. I declare. From now on Uzumaki Naruto will be judged as Konoha Super S-Class Renegade. Uzumaki Naruto caused huge casualties to Konoha, all ninjas must hunt him down and bring him to justice. Konoha, at this moment, start an endless pursuit of Uzumaki Naruto, endlessly. Get him for me. Third Hokage shouted loudly, and the majestic voice resounded throughout Konoha. All Konoha shinobi fans also realized at the same time that all of this was actually done by Naruto. A 13-year-old boy actually destroyed Konoha by himself. As for Naruto, it seems that he didn't hear the hunt announced by Third Hokage. His face was indifferent, and he looked at the remnants of leaves and the sea of corpses and blood under his feet indifferently. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. When they attached evil and darkness to Naruto again and again for 13 years, they should have thought of this result. Only by feeling the same pain can we truly understand each other. Since the people of Konoha have never understood, and are indifferent to the darkness they imposed on Naruto. Never repented. Then Naruto tell them now. What is the real pain? Chapter 76. Call. Naruto exhaled. This tone seemed to vent the injustice he had encountered in the past 13 years. It also seems to vent his suppressed anger for a long time. It's more like the chief culprit who caused him to suffer from darkness, and finally paid the price. Make him feel good. Naruto looked at the ruined Konoha under his feet and clenched his fists. This is what he wanted to do a long time ago, and now, he finally did it. These 13 years. He doesn't want to destroy Konoha all the time. Make people here pay. Let those who abused him, and made his childhood dark feel the same pain. Only in this way can they feel the darkness of Naruto's 13 years. Only in this way can the 13 years of redemption be washed away. This is the real liquidation. Bloodbath reckoning. Naruto's eyes flashed, and next, it was them. At this moment, Third Hokage's roar sounded one after another. Umbu from Konoha shinobi jumped out from the roof of the Hokage building one by one after receiving the killing order from Third Hokage, and charged towards Naruto. Trying to perform ninjutsu, knock Naruto out of the sky. Seeing this, Naruto snorted coldly. Raising Senbonzakura in the hand, the figure flashed. Before those Umbu ninjas rushed in front of him, Naruto made the first move. A shunpo flashed to those Umbu ninjas. Senbonzakura suddenly cut off. The blade flashed. Puff. Blood splashed out with a sound. Blood splashed in the sky. Those Umbu ninjas who attacked Naruto were cut down by Naruto in an instant and killed on the spot. The body fell down. After beheading the incoming Umbu ninja, Naruto flicked his blade and looked indifferently at the roof of the Hokage building. He was glaring at himself, and the trembling third Hokage was furious. Said lightly. Now, do you feel the pain? Now, can you see why I did this? Third Hokage was overwhelmed by anger and hatred at the moment, and couldn't listen to Naruto's words at all. Seeing the strong killing intent in third Hokage's eyes, Naruto was not angry, but smiled, and said calmly. That's the look. That's right, just like you want to kill me now, I want to kill you too. This is the price. Third Hokage, when you hid everything and let the anger and hatred of the people in the village vent on me, you should have thought of this result. You should know that all of this will be paid back sooner or later. The cold and indifferent voice resounded throughout Konoha Dangkong. When third Hokage heard it, he was taken aback on the spot. After hearing this, everyone present looked at Naruto in a daze. Little Sakura and Ino just asked Kakashi why he did this, and they seemed to understand Naruto's anger and behavior now. They looked at Naruto with complicated faces. No one can imagine how Naruto has been treated in the past 13 years. No one knows how Naruto got here. They couldn't imagine it, but they could peek a corner from the villagers' bad attitude and insulting words towards Naruto in the busy city of Konoha Street just now. This is really retribution. They don't know what to say. However, the top executives of Sleepy Leaf don't think so. Third Hokage didn't think so either. They saw it with their own eyes, but they couldn't empathize with it. As authorities, they only feel that all this should be taken for granted. It is Konoha's people who should pay for the village. But why don't they think about it? Why don't they let themselves bear such a painful darkness? Why don't they think about it? The fourth Hokage sealed 9 tails on Naruto at the beginning. Was it to connive them to treat Naruto as a reviled, bullied, emotionless biological instrument? No, it's not. All this is the result of their playing politics. They just want to keep 9 tails Jinchuriki firmly in their hands. Never cared about Naruto's feelings. They just want to give the villagers an explanation for the destruction that 9 tails brought, so that the villagers' anger and hatred can be vented, and their status will be strengthened. Therefore, they let a young man bear everything. To bear, the darkness that should not have been born. Third Hokage, Yuditen Koharu, and Midokado Homura ignored what Naruto said, let alone Naruto's feelings. Then, Third Hokage roared. Uzumaki Naruto! You destroyed the village and killed the ninjas of the same village. You are rebellious and violated the rules. Today, I will do justice for the sky and take you down. Give an explanation to the people of Konoha village. RT. After finishing speaking, Third Hokage lifted off his Hokage white robe and bamboo hat, revealing the tight black combat uniform he was wearing. Then, Third Hokage formed a mudra with both hands, and the mudra flew fast, ready to attack Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto didn't back down, instead he smiled, his eyes were full of killing intent, and said lightly. Come on, this is not over yet, the real reckoning has just begun. After saying that, Naruto gripped Senbonzakura tightly and charged towards Third Hokage. At this time, Third Hokage's handprint has also been cast, and he yelled at Naruto. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Fire style. Fire dragon flame. As expected of Third Hokage, 2 ninjutsu were performed together in the blink of an eye. The combination of wind and fire ninjutsu makes it more powerful. The power reaches S-level ninjutsu. Suddenly, a huge fire dragon spewed out from Third Hokage's mouth. After the fire dragon appeared, it burned violently, and after the addition of wind-style ninjutsu, its power increased greatly. In a blink of an eye, the fire spread all around, sweeping towards Naruto. When Naruto saw it, he sneered, raised his palm, and said lightly. Bakudo S81, splitting void. Before the flames hit, a transparent light barrier suddenly appeared in front of Naruto. The monstrous fire immediately bombarded the light barrier. Boom! I can only see that no matter how the flame burns and roars, it cannot pass through the defense of the light barrier. After blocking Third Hokage's attack, Naruto didn't attack Third Hokage, instead, he looked at Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura in the office of Hokage building. Midokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu saw Naruto's gaze and looked over, and the arrogance of wanting to kill Naruto just now disappeared. Instead, a terrified, extremely terrified expression. After Naruto saw the two, his eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he said lightly. You two old guys, until now, have not repented, and have never realized your mistakes. Now, you also feel the pain of the village being destroyed. It is useless to save your life. Start killing Chuan with you. Chapter 77. Words fall. Naruto's figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment it appeared, it was already in Hokage's office, in front of Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura. Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura looked at Naruto who appeared in front of them in horror, their expressions were extremely flustered and full of fear. Immediately, they yelled in horror. You! Uzumaki Naruto! How dare you kill our elder Konoha? This is a capital offense. Hearing what they said, Naruto snorted coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. Fear not their threats. Now, is he still afraid of the death penalty that elder Konoha said? Damn them! Senbonzakura hold it high. In the eyes of Yuditen Koharu and Midokado Homura, the pitch-black blade is like Shinigami's sickle, making them fearful. The next moment, the blade cut off. 883 Naruto's voice sounded like this. Why not? Kill. Puff. Senbonzakura beheaded. Blood splatters. Splashes in the air. A huge bloody mouth instantly appeared on Yudatan Koharu and Mitokato Homura. Blood gushed out continuously. Before they died, their faces were filled with extremely horrified expressions. As if until their death, they never thought that they would be humiliated by a young man who had been under surveillance for 13 years. The bodies of the two fell to the ground. Little Sakura and Ino at the side also exclaimed when they saw it. As for Third Hokage, he saw his two old friends, former partners and now the noble elders of Konoha, being killed by Naruto and died tragically on the spot. Suddenly, Third Hokage roared angrily. Uzumaki Naruto! You're done! Konoha won't let you go! Get him for me! Third Hokage's roar sounded. Konoha's Umbu once again launched an attack on Naruto without fear of death. Naruto snorted coldly, ignored Umbu at all, and looked directly at Third Hokage with cold eyes. The next one is you. That's right, Naruto's next goal is Third Hokage. It's been 13 years of bloodbath. Naruto will never let anyone lose to him. Seeing this, Third Hokage also took a deep breath, immediately formed a seal, bit his finger, and slapped the ground. Bang! A huge Indian pattern appeared, and the white smoke rose in the sun. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a pitch-black ape appearing beside Third Hokage. The ape looks very strong, and when it appears, it bursts out with a powerful breath. It seems that this is also a master comparable to Third Hokage. After the ape appeared, he said with some complaints. Sarutobi, why did you call me out again so quickly? However, before Third Hokage opened his mouth to speak, the ape saw that the ground below was dilapidated, a piece of scars, and even more devastated and turned into ruins of leaves. The ape was stunned for a moment, glanced at the Hokage building, and then looked at the ruins of Konoha again. In an instant, the ape's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief and disbelief. He hurriedly asked Third Hokage in surprise. Sarutobi, what's going on? Is this Konoha? How did it become like this? What happened? Third Hokage's heart was very heavy at the moment, and he was full of anger and hatred, so he had no time to answer the ape. Then, Third Hokage took a deep breath, stared at Naruto closely, and shouted. Ape demon, I don't have time to explain to you now, help me quickly and take down the traitor in front of me. The ape demon soon found Naruto too. I heard Third Hokage say that their opponent is Naruto. The ape demon's shock became even stronger. His eyes were full of incredible horror. Could it be that the instigator of all this is Uzumaki Naruto? Such a kid actually destroyed Konoha? How can it be? You know, Orochimaru teamed up with Sand Shinobi and Otonin at the beginning, and they didn't destroy Konoha like this. And Naruto, by himself, turned Konoha into ruins. He was so unbelievable. Not only he thought so, but at this moment, everyone in Konoha, including Kakashi, little Sakura, and Ino who witnessed it with their own eyes, is still so shocked that it is difficult to accept the facts in front of them. Even Kakashi and little Sakura saw it with their own eyes, it was a bit unbelievable, it felt like a nightmare, let alone others. However, the ape demon quickly calmed down, suppressed the shock in his heart, followed Third Hokage's instructions, and turned into a thick black stick with a bang. As soon as the big black stick appeared, Third Hokage held it tightly in his hands, and grabbed it fiercely towards Naruto. Seeing Third Hokage launching an attack, Naruto didn't delay any longer and took a deep breath. Senbonzakura flashes in the hand. Then, I heard Naruto say lightly. Scatter, Senbonzakura. The words fell. Moment. Thousands of sakura flowers burst out. Countless sakura flowers surge in groups like a wave of bee swarms. As soon as the sakura flowers appeared, they immediately swept towards Third Hokage. Third Hokage frowned when he saw the densely packed countless sakura flowers, but he didn't panic. Instead, he put the big black stick in his hand in front of him, waved his hands, and spun them at high speed. Accompanied by the high-speed rotation of the black stick, a howling whirlwind blew up in front of Third Hokage. The whirlwind is very violent, getting bigger and bigger, just like a tornado, resisting thousands of sakura flowers coming head-on. After the two collided, the clear and crisp sound of bang 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 metal hits sounded one after another. Third Hokage actually used this method to block Sakura's attacks again and again. Seeing this, Naruto also knew 5.4 that Third Hokage could not be harmed by this method alone. After all, that's Konoha's Hokage. The head of a village. A powerful existence known as Doctor of Ninjutsu. Therefore, Naruto decided not to leave. He let Third Hokage know how terrifying the strength he has unleashed in the past 13 years. Also let Third Hokage know how heavy and terrible the price will be when 13 years of darkness erupt. Just seeing, Naruto took a deep breath. Next moment, open your eyes. A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly appeared. The three-hook jade turns slowly. Sharingan, open. Not only that, a powerful chakra burst out of Naruto's body, and chakra soared into the sky like a monstrous wave. Immediately afterwards, I heard Naruto shout softly. 8 inner gates. Open. Chapter 78. Words ring out. All I saw was an incomparably terrifying and powerful chakra erupting from Naruto in an instant. This chakra is like Optimus Prime, soaring into the sky. Straight into the sky. Resounding through the sky. After everyone felt the terrible coercion of this chakra, they were shocked and trembled. Then, they saw it in astonishment. A red flame burned on Naruto's body. The flame is very strong, like a prairie fire. Burning. No, it's not flames. It's chakra. Red chakra. Like the terrifying chakra from Nine Tails. The red chakra is attached to the surface of Naruto's body, burning fiercely like a flame. Constantly released from Naruto's body. Not only that. With the appearance of this chakra, Naruto's aura is also multiplying. Everyone just felt that the current Naruto is several times stronger than before. That's right. This is the power of Naruto. 8 inner gates, Naruto opened the 5th gate in a row. Although Naruto can drive 17 more, but he knows that it is not necessary. Only this 5th gate is enough to clean up 3rd Hokage. He even said that he can deal with 3rd Hokage without opening 8 inner gates. After all, he has many other means. Each one is enough to match it. The reason why it is turned on is because Naruto wants everyone in Konoha to know how terrifying it was when the anger that had been suppressed for 13 years erupted. Let everyone know how huge the price will be after this bloodbath comes. Let them know the consequences of wanting to sacrifice Naruto. Not only that. Naruto also wants to let everyone see that they trust and look up to, and everyone admires, the aloof 3rd Hokage. Next, it will be in his hands. How embarrassing it is. Thinking of this, Naruto stabilized his breath, looked at 3rd Hokage with cold eyes, and his body flashed suddenly. Suddenly disappeared. The terrifying speed made everyone tremble when they saw it. 3rd Hokage noticed Naruto's change and the terrifying ghostly speed, and his pupils shrank suddenly. The next moment, Naruto suddenly appeared in front of 3rd Hokage. Looking at 3rd Hokage with cold eyes, he raised his fist and punched it out. Seeing Naruto's sudden appearance, 3rd Hokage was shocked, his pupils shrank, and he tried to resist. But Naruto is too fast. It was so fast that he had no chance to resist it. 8 inner gates. But the existence that can liberate the potential of human beings and burst into powerful strength for a short time. Guy used the strength above elite Jonin to open the 8th gate, and he was able to directly challenge Uchiha Madara, who had obtained the power of 6 paths. Beat Uchiha Madara. Not to mention, Naruto's own strength is far beyond the usual level of help. Even though the 5th gate was only opened, Naruto's power is extremely terrifying now. It is simply not something that ordinary people can resist. Immediately. That fiery fist, without waiting for 3rd Hokage to make any counterattack, directly hit 3rd Hokage. Moment. The power on the fist explodes. The terrifying power caused a violent cyclone to explode around the fist. In the end, 3rd Hokage used the Ruyi Vajra stick in time to resist. However, after the fist bombarded it, terrible power is made by the bending of the wishful diamond stick, and the blood of the guard group burst out from the black stick. However, there is more to power than that. When all the power on the fist is poured out, the indestructible Ruyi Vajra rod is simply unstoppable. The remaining power bombarded 3rd Hokage in an instant. 3rd Hokage was also blown out of blood by Naruto's fist, his face was horrified, and his body flew upside down. Fly directly tens of meters away. Hit the ground fiercely. On the ground, a big hole was smashed out because of the terrible remaining force on the fist. When the people around saw this scene, all of them opened their eyes wide and their pupils were shocked. That punch was simply too terrifying. The whole air is for the soul. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen of the 3rd generation, whom they admired, who was admired by thousands of people, was able to insist on the joint attack of the 2 ancestors of 1st generation and 2nd generation Hokage and not fall down. It just made them a little unbelievable. How powerful is Naruto's punch? After everyone saw it, they couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air. 3rd Hokage also crawled out of the pit at this time, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Naruto with shocked pupils. He also didn't expect that Naruto's punch would be so terrifying. As the recipient of this punch, his experience is more profound than those who watched the battle beside him. This punch came like a big mountain, making him feel irresistible. If it weren't for the Ruyi Vajra rod transformed by the ape demon to help him offset most of the strength, I'm afraid that punch just now would have caused him heavy casualties. As soon as 3rd Hokage's horrified thought was finished, he heard a bang. 683 only saw that the black Ruyi Vajra rod in 3rd Hokage's hand turned into a puff of smoke. The figure of the ape demon also appeared in everyone's field of vision again. It's just that the ape demon at this moment doesn't have the mighty and majestic feeling it had at the beginning. Instead, like a wilted monkey, bloody, shrunken and panting, looking at Naruto in horror. Then, the ape demon spat out a mouthful of blood, and said in horror. Sarutobi, what kind of monster is that, why is it so scary? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know how to answer after hearing what the ape demon said. He was even more shocked than the ape demon, his face was full of bitterness, and his heart was filled with incomparable shock and inconceivability. That means he has been under surveillance for 13 years. But at some point, Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly grew up. Naruto saw the shock and horror in Third Hokage's eyes, as well as the look of disbelief, and smiled lightly. Coming to Third Hokage, looking at Third Hokage faintly, Naruto said, "Why, do you feel that you have been monitoring me all the time for 13 years, but now it is beyond your control and imagination, and you feel a little unacceptable? Can't believe it, I can do it all." Chapter 79. Third Hokage didn't speak, and didn't answer. Yes, he hadn't thought of it. He never thought that Naruto would grow to this extent. He didn't expect that Naruto could destroy Konoha by himself. What was even more unexpected was that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki who he had been monitoring all the time. At this moment, he actually stood in front of him, looking down on him, the Third Hokage. All this made him feel ashamed. Make him angry. It made him feel unbelievable, like a nightmare. Suddenly, a burst of mad hatred and anger rose in Third Hokage's mind. He will never allow anything out of his control. He is Third Hokage. It's the face of the village. Even though Naruto is the darkness of Konoha back then, the result of their regime, but he will never allow Uzumaki Naruto to violate his majesty here. Hit him in the face. Third Hokage raised his head, glaring at Naruto with gloomy and cold eyes. Now, he made up his mind. Then, Third Hokage took a deep breath, glared at Naruto, and said darkly to the seriously injured Ape Demon. "Ape Demon, help me buy some time, I must solve this rebellious son today." After hearing what Third Hokage said, the Ape Demon was taken aback, and looked at Third Hokage in astonishment. When he saw 480 the fierceness and empathy in Third Hokage's eyes, he seemed to have understood what Third Hokage was going to do. Immediately, the Ape Demon asked in surprise. "Sarutobi, are you going to use that wo?" Third Hokage nodded fiercely, glanced at the ruins of Konoha around him, then looked at Naruto, and said solemnly. "That's right. Uzumaki Naruto destroyed Konoha, killed the elder Konoha, disrupted the peace of the village, and caused countless casualties in Konoha. I can't let him stay in this world with such a heinous traitor. Even if he's Minato's child, it's no wonder I'm doing something like this." The Ape Demon saw that Third Hokage had made up his mind, and his eyes were firm and full of ruthlessness. He couldn't say anything more, so he nodded. Then, the Ape Demon supported himself, stood up, and looked at Naruto solemnly. And Naruto also heard the words of Third Hokage. Seeing Third Hokage's extremely fierce eyes glaring at him, he could also hear it. It seems that the next Third Hokage will fight him desperately. Before he could say anything, Third Hokage suddenly, BHBH, stood up, pointed at Naruto, and roared full of hatred. "Uzumaki Naruto! You destroyed Konoha, killed the elder Konoha, and killed countless compatriots in the village. The crime is overwhelming. As the Third Hokage, no matter what, it is impossible for me to let you still live in this world. Today, I will do justice for the sky and eliminate harm for the people." Listening to Third Hokage's words, Naruto couldn't help feeling amused. Act for heaven? People from harm? When Konoha persecuted him back then, why didn't they speak so righteously? Why didn't they speak so righteously? Why not eliminate harm for the people? When they enjoyed venting their anger and darkness on Naruto, why didn't they expect revenge? Walk for heaven. This word should be used on Naruto. What he did was to do justice for the heavens. And he is this day. Naruto is not afraid of the threat of Third Hokage. He wants to see how Third Hokage wants to save his face even now. Only see. After Third Hokage finished speaking, a burst of black chakra suddenly surged from his body. That chakra is very evil, full of darkness, and extremely tyrannical. Next, the Third Hokage will be printed quickly. With the seal of the Third Hokage, Naruto can see that the life force and chakra of the Third Hokage are passing away rapidly. As if, this ninjutsu is not a consumed chakra but life in general. Sure enough, Third Hokage was casting forbidden technique. He really wants to work hard. I want to die with Naruto. And this forbidden technique, Naruto is still very familiar with it. Because, this technique is exactly the forbidden technique of the Uzumaki family. It is also the first bed he saw when he came to this world. Then, I heard Third Hokage shouting in anger. Forbidden technique. The ghouls are sealed. With a big drink from Third Hokage. All I saw was, behind Third Hokage, a black shadow suddenly rose. The black shadow was very grey, forming a ghost. He was dressed in a misty white dress, with a hideous ghost mask on his face, and a knife in his mouth. That's right, this is the forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan. Ghouls sealed. Unexpectedly, Third Hokage actually used this terrible forbidden technique at this moment. I want to use this to deal with Naruto. Naruto saw the dark ghost appearing behind Third Hokage, couldn't help but smiled mockingly, looked at Third Hokage, and said mockingly. The ghouls are completely sealed. It's ridiculous. Back then, Fourth Hokage used the forbidden technique to seal Nine Tails, sacrificed himself to save the village, and pinned his hopes on his son. At this moment, you actually want to use this forbidden technique to seal his child. That's right, the ghouls are sealed, it is the forbidden technique that the Fourth Hokage used to seal the Nine Tails. Also the dreaded forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan. It was originally used by 4th Hokage to seal half of the power of Nine Tails to save the village, and it was also a technique to pin the future on his child Naruto. At this moment, being used by 3rd Hokage to seal Naruto seems a bit ridiculous. But 3rd Hokage didn't feel ashamed at all, and sneered. He seems very sure that he can use this forbidden technique to seal Naruto. At the moment he is already crazy, no matter what means he uses, he wants to get rid of Naruto. Only to see, 3rd Hokage looked at Naruto gloomily, and shouted angrily. I didn't expect you to even know this. But anyway, Uzumaki Naruto. Your end is over. Ghouls can seal even 9 tails, you can't escape. Let this forbidden technique seal you completely. After finishing speaking, 3rd Hokage immediately closed the seal. Chakra was injected into the shadowy ghost behind him again. The dark evil spirit also started to act, slowly pulling out his short sword, trying to get close to Naruto and end Naruto's life. However, unexpectedly, Naruto saw the evil spirit gradually approaching, not only did not have the slightest fear, but instead, he sneered and said calmly. Really think this forbidden technique can seal me? Chapter 80. Hearing Naruto's words, 3rd Hokage was taken aback. 3rd Hokage saw that Naruto didn't have the slightest fear in his eyes when facing the hideous ghost. On the contrary, he was very indifferent and looked at himself indifferently. 3rd Hokage was stunned for a moment, before he could react, he saw it. When the evil spirit came to Naruto and wanted to pull out the short sword and cut off Naruto's soul. Only see, that moment. Naruto is on the move. All I saw was that Naruto held Senbonzakura in his hand, and looked indifferently at the evil spirit staring at him ferociously, trying to seal his soul. Senbonzakura hold up. The knife flashes. Hands up and down. Cut off suddenly. Beep. Moment. 3rd Hokage was horrified to see that the terrifying evil spirit he summoned with the forbidden technique was cut in half by Naruto. After the evil spirit was cut by Senbonzakura, it was like a mouse meeting a cat. It was terrified and uneasy. It collapsed in an instant. Seeing this scene, 3rd Hokage opened his mouth wide in an instant, his face full of disbelief. The look of disbelief appeared on his face. He couldn't believe what he saw. How can this be? He can't believe it. The ghouls he summoned with the forbidden technique are sealed, but they are Shinigami-like existences. Even 9 tails can't resist this powerful and terrifying forbidden technique. It can only be sealed obediently. However, at this moment, that ghoul was beheaded by Naruto. Cut in half. This is unbelievable. Can this be done by humans? However, I only saw that Naruto performed this series of actions, and after beheading the ghoul, it was as if he had done a very ordinary thing, very flat. As if, this ghoul should be cut down by him. He had expected that the ghoul would not be able to do anything to him. Seeing Naruto's indifferent expression, 3rd Hokage fell into an unconcealable shock and poetry. He never imagined that such a scene would happen. Confidence in the means to seal Naruto, but so vulnerable in front of Naruto. Seeing the astonishment and unbelievable look in 3rd Hokage's eyes, Naruto snorted coldly and said lightly. Surprised. 3rd Hokage was stunned speechless. This is also really ridiculous. In front of Naruto displayed such means. Be aware that Senbonzakura, as Zanpakuto, is itself the blade of the soul. It can kill souls. And the ghouls are completely sealed, naturally this is also the case. Therefore, ghouls may be terrifying in the eyes of others. But in front of Naruto, they are completely vulnerable. Cut it off with one knife. However, 3rd Hokage doesn't know all this at all. He is confident that he can seal Naruto's whole card, but it looks so ridiculous at the moment. Naruto looked indifferently at the shocked 3rd Hokage, and said lightly. I said before that it would be too ridiculous to try to seal me with the ghoul seal. Hearing Naruto's words, 3rd Hokage couldn't be calm for a long time. Even sealing the ghouls can't solve Naruto, what else can he do to deal with Naruto? At this moment, 3rd Hokage was not only shocked, but also panicked in his heart. He finally realized that in the past 13 years, what he grew up was not only an avenger. Also a terrifying monster. It's a monster. The ape demon on the side was also shocked. He also seems to be aware that the means that 3rd Hokage wants to use has been cracked by Naruto. At this moment, he was also in shock. Originally, 3rd Hokage wanted him to delay the time and try to use a powerful whole card to solve Naruto, but at this moment it seemed so ridiculous. And 3rd Hokage, now also like a clown, muttered and repeated. How is it possible, how is it possible? This is a forbidden technique that can seal even 9 tails. That's right, it's a terrifying forbidden technique that can seal even 9 tails, but under Naruto's hands, it's not worth mentioning. Naruto looked at the panicked and shocked 3rd Hokage, and hummed indifferently, not intending to explain to him at all. Holding Zanpakuto, came to 3rd Hokage, Naruto said lightly. Is there any other way? Seeing Naruto walking in front of him, 3rd Hokage was taken aback and looked up. At this time, he finally saw Naruto's eyes. Originally, Naruto couldn't see those eyes clearly because of the red chakra on his body. But when Naruto got close, he finally saw it. Those eyes are a pair of scarlet Sharingan. One wave is not flat. Another wave rises. 3rd Hokage fell into shock again, looked into Naruto's eyes in disbelief, raised his hand, pointed at Naruto's scarlet eyes tremblingly, and said in astonishment. Those eyes? How can it be? How could you have those eyes? That's right. Third Hokage couldn't believe it. Ask for her flowers. Sharingan, that is the supreme pupil technique of the Uchiha clan. Only the best of the Uchiha clan can open it. But at this moment, he saw these eyes from Naruto. He couldn't believe it. You know, Naruto grew up under his parental supervision. It's the orthodox Uzumaki clan. And how could there be a Sharingan? Did he do something like Danzo? No, impossible. Third Hokage shook his head frantically. Every pair of Sharingan of the Uchiha family, even if the whole family is slaughtered, Uchiha's Sharingan is firmly controlled by him and Danzo. Any pair, never let go. He is sure that it cannot be obtained through this method. Then how on earth did Naruto have those horrible eyes? Third Hokage was completely in shock, his face full of horror. Seeing Third Hokage's horrified expression, Naruto shook his head indifferently, looked at Third Hokage, and said indifferently. You don't know, there are many more. For the past 13 years, do you really think you can monitor everything about me? Third Hokage, if you have no other means, die here. It's time to pay. Naruto didn't intend to explain to him at all. After finishing speaking, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He snorted coldly. Senbonzakura held up impressively. Third Hokage watched this scene in astonishment. At this moment, Konoha Umbu and little Sakura also came here, watching that Naruto has raised his blade to kill Third Hokage. They all opened their eyes wide, watching this scene in disbelief. Naruto, don't! Uzumaki Naruto, stop! But they couldn't stop it. Can't stop it either. Naruto will not listen to them. Seeing them coming, Naruto snorted coldly, and suddenly cut off Senbonzakura in his hand. Third Hokage, who has just performed Ghoul Seal, consumes a lot of stamina and chakra, and cannot dodge at all. Next moment. Puff! Blood splatter! All I saw was a bloody mouth suddenly appearing on Third Hokage's body. Countless blood spurted out. Blood splattered in the sky. Third Hokage's eyes widened in astonishment. Then, the body crashed down. A generation of heroes, the famous third generation in the ninja world, was beheaded by Naruto. Chapter 81. After beheading Third Hokage, Naruto flicked the blade. Swish! The blood on Senbonzakura's sword splashed out. Naruto looked at Third Hokage indifferently. This knife is finally here. One of the instigators of all this was finally beheaded by Naruto. After beheading Third Hokage, a system voice suddenly sounded in Naruto's mind. Ding! Kill Konoha Third Hokage, get a reward. Byakuya Kokaki unlock experience increased by 5.2%. Ding! Congratulations to host for unlocking the Byakuya Kokaki template to 98.6%. Unlock Zanpakuto Senbonzakura, Bankai. After the system sound sounded, Naruto took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, killing Third Hokage will not get system rewards. Although this is only template unlocking experience, the level of rewards is also very generous. After all, Naruto has never unlocked so many templates at once. 5.2% seems to be very little, but in fact, the required experience is very massive. The later the template, the more difficult it is to unlock 253. To be able to unlock so many this time has satisfied Naruto's field points. What's more, Senbonzakura Bankai's abilities have been unlocked. You know, Zanpakuto Shikai is 5 to 10 times stronger than normal. And Bankai is more than 10 times stronger than Shikai. This is simply a huge improvement. After unlocking Bankai, Naruto also has a powerful whole card. Just as Naruto was accepting the information in his mind. But everyone around has not yet reacted from the shock. They opened their eyes wide, their pupils fluttered, and looked at this scene in astonishment, their eyes filled with unbelievable expressions. The Third Hokage, whom they admired, revered, and aloof, was actually killed by Naruto at this moment. Not only that, before, Third Hokage was also very embarrassed in the hands of Naruto, vulnerable to a single blow. It just made them unbelievable. Kakashi and his pupils shook, looking at everything in front of them in shock. Up to now, they all feel like they are in a nightmare. Little Sakura and the others took a deep breath and patted their chests, unable to hide the shock in their hearts. They looked at Naruto, stretched out their hands, and wanted to touch Naruto's body, but found that Naruto was so far away. Naruto! The crowd murmured. Kakashi and the others are also full of complex faces. Third Hokage was killed, Naruto was undoubtedly judged to be a traitor. At this moment, he is no longer a Konoha shinobi. He doesn't even bother to be the Konoha shinobi. Kakashi sighed, looking at Naruto with a complicated face, not knowing what to do. After a long time, he said lightly. Naruto, you shouldn't have killed Third Hokage. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto snorted coldly and said calmly. He should be killed. Kakashi sighed, he seemed to feel Naruto's anger. He also knew that whoever encountered the darkness of these 13 years would make the same decision as Naruto. Kakashi shook his head and said. The teacher doesn't want you to do that. Naruto naturally knew that Kakashi was talking about Fourth Hokage. However, Naruto still retorted. He doesn't want third Hokage and Konoha's people to treat his child like this. Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi fell silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. That's right, when 4th Hokage sealed 9 tails back then, it wasn't for Konoha's people and 3rd Hokage's higher UPS to treat Naruto so maliciously. Now they are destroyed by Naruto, and it is their own fault. Kakashi was speechless and unable to refute, he could only shake his head. Just when everyone was silent and didn't know what to say. Suddenly, an untimely insolent laughter suddenly sounded. Hey, Itake, is this the Konoha shinobi village you were staying in? Why did it turn into a pile of ruins? Did we come to the wrong place? After hearing the sound, everyone was taken aback, and immediately looked towards the source of the sound. Soon, they saw 2 figures. They were 2 wearing red clouds and black robes, one of them was carrying a thick sword covered in spikes and wrapped in bandages. And the other one is a man with a pair of scarlet shuriken. Seeing these 2 people, everyone was stunned for a moment, their pupils shocked. Most of the people present recognized these 2 people at a glance. Because of the 2 of them, one is Mist Shinobi, and Kaishi Kisame, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. And the other is the S-class rebel who once slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan and is also the most dangerous Konoha, Uchiha Itake. How could 2 such dangerous characters appear here? Everyone gasped. As soon as Naruto destroyed Konoha on the front foot, 2 super dangerous rebels appeared in Konoha on the back foot. This really made their scalps tingle, a wave of unrest. The wave is rising again. When Naruto saw these 2 people appear, his pupils also shrank. He also didn't expect that these 2 people would come to Konoha so soon. Unlike Kakashi and the others, Naruto knew their purpose. The 2 of them belong to the Akatsuki organization. And the purpose is the tail beast in his body. In other words, his enemy. Naruto held Zanpakuto, watching the 2 slowly approaching. Hoshigaki Kisame questioned Uchiha Itake next to him while looking at the devastated Konoha. Seeing Konoha's miserable state, Uchiha Itake was slightly startled and frowned. However, he quickly reacted. Those scarlet eyes looked forward, and soon, Uchiha Itake locked Naruto and saw Kakashi and the others. Then, I heard Uchiha Itake say lightly. That's right, it's here. This is Konoha. The target also appeared. Kisame was stunned when he heard Uchiha Itake's words. Following Uchiha Itake's gaze, Hoshigaki Kisame soon spotted Naruto and the others. Immediately, the dried persimmon ghost bared his teeth and smiled bloodthirstily, carrying the same Hata broadsword, and said. Oh? Is that the 9 Tails kid? It looks like a lot of people. Just right, grab a few people and ask what happened here. Seeing that Kakashi and Yuhihong, the Jonins, were all there, Uchiha Itake and Hoshigaki Kisame showed no signs of fear. On the contrary, they walked over even faster. No wonder. The 2 of them, each of them, are super dangerous S-rank rebels from their respective villages. Its strength is a powerful existence that crushes Jonin. They are truly powerful enough to endure. Seeing Uchiha Itake and Hoshigaki Kisame walking towards here, Kakashi and Kurenai also squinted their eyes, raised their spirits, and were in a state of extreme vigilance. But they know that the strength of these 2 people is not ordinary. And when I came to Konoha, I didn't know what the purpose was. But Uchiha Itake, as Konoha Renin, appeared now, and it is impossible for them to be unguarded. Kakashi frowned and said, feeling very troublesome. It's Mist Shinobi's Kisame and Uchiha Itake from Konoha Renrin. How did they appear here? 3.7 Yuhihong also said nervously. Kakashi, what should I do? How does Kakashi know what to do? On one side is Uzumaki Naruto, who just destroyed Konoha, and on the other side is Uchiha Itake, Konoha's S-rank rebel. Even Kakashi doesn't know what to do now. Moreover, Konoha was severely injured by Naruto. 3rd Hokage was killed, and Guy took his disciple Zylie to find Tsunade to treat the sequelae caused by 8 inner gates, and some Jonin were not in the village. The current Konoha cannot resist such a terrifying existence. Kakashi took a deep breath, pretended to be calm, and decided to deal with Uchiha Itake first, saying. Let's have a look first. In fact, Kakashi's worries are unnecessary. Because, the purpose of Uchiha Itake and the others is not Kakashi and the others, but Naruto. To be precise, it is the 9 tails inside Naruto. They want to capture Naruto. Thinking of this, Naruto took a deep breath and clenched Zanpakuto. Ready to fight anytime. Chapter 82. Uchiha Itake and Kisame Keiki gradually came over. The 2 walked up to Kakashi and the others. Then, Kisame put down his thick sharp muscle sword, looked at Kakashi and the others arrogantly, and said provocatively. Hey, isn't this Konoha's copy ninja? Hey, take Kakashi? What, you don't run away when you see us, do you want to fight us? The provocative meaning comes from Hoshigaki Kisame's words. It seems that Kakashi's prestigious name is not worth mentioning in the eyes of Kangshi Kisame. Kisame also seemed to want to take down Kakashi at any time. Hearing Kisame's words, Kakashi frowned, raised the forehead protector on his forehead, and a scarlet shuriken came out. He knew that the two people in front of him were very powerful. None of them are something he can easily deal with. So, as soon as it comes up, Kakashi turns on Sharingan. But even so, Hoshigaki Kisame saw Kakashi's scarlet eyes without any panic or fear at all. Instead, he looked at Kakashi provocatively, as if he really wanted to fight Kakashi. Kashi took a deep breath, squinted his eyes, looked at Kisame and Uchiha Itachi solemnly, and said seriously. Kisame, Uchiha Itachi. You two, what are you doing here at Konoha? Hearing Kakashi's words, Hoshigaki Kisame sneered even more, glanced at the surrounding ruins, and said with some surprise. It turns out that this place is really Konoha. I thought I went to some garbage dump. I really didn't expect that Konoha, the head of the 5 great ninja villages, would turn into such a miserable state. Hearing Kisame's taunting voice, Kakashi and Yu Yihong frowned even more uncomfortably. Kurenayu couldn't help but want to attack in anger, but was quickly stopped by Kakashi. What the hell are you doing here at Konoha? Kakashi frowned and shouted. Hoshigaki Kisame glanced at Kakashi provocatively, laughed a few times, then turned his head to look at Naruto who was watching indifferently. Raised the sharp muscle sword, pointed at Naruto and said. What to do? Of course I'm here to capture your big leaf's 9 tails Jinchuriki. You Konohas are destroyed like this now, and you don't have time to govern the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Why don't we keep them for you first? Everyone was taken aback when they heard the officer's estimate. They didn't expect that the purpose of Kisame and Uchiha Itachi was for Naruto. Everyone glanced at the indifferent Naruto in surprise, and then looked at Kisame solemnly. Just when Kisame finished speaking, before Cassie had time to speak. Suddenly, a shout of shock and anger resounded in everyone's ears. All I heard was a voice from the crowd. Everyone was stunned and looked towards the source of the sound. Soon, they found the owner of the sound, Sasuke. I just saw that Sasuke has opened Sharingan at some point. The Scarlet Sharingan turned wildly, staring at Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke roared angrily. Uchiha Itachi also heard Sasuke's roar, and looked at Sasuke calmly, without any fluctuation in his eyes. Long time no see, Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi said flatly. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's calm reaction as if he treated a stranger, Sasuke was even more angry. I can't wait to rush up immediately, wanting to kill Itachi. No wonder Sasuke is so excited and angry. Because, Uchiha Itachi, is his older brother. But also his father-killing enemy. It was Uchiha Itachi who brutally murdered the Uchiha clan many years ago. Including his parents. It is also Uchiha Itachi, who made him bear the blood feud and set foot on the road of revenge. All the time, he doesn't want to see Itachi again. All the time, I want to see this father-killing enemy again. I want to kill him all the time. Complete revenge. This, too, is one of Sasuke's ambitions. Sasuke glared at Itachi frantically. On the other hand, after hearing Sasuke's roar, Kisame was taken aback when he saw Sasuke's scarlet Sharingan, as if he had thought of something. Immediately, Kisame showed an expression of great interest, and said to Uchiha Itachi beside him. Itachi, this is your younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi nodded calmly. Then, he took a step forward, looked down at Sasuke, and said indifferently. Sasuke, you haven't changed a bit over the years. It's so easy to get angry. Hearing Itachi's contemptuous words, Sasuke suddenly felt infinite anger, gritted his teeth, glared at Itachi, and roared. BD. Itachi, what nonsense are you talking about? Over the years, I have been getting stronger all the time. I don't want to kill you all the time. Today, I will avenge my parents and my clan. After speaking, Sasuke wanted to rush forward, wishing he could start a fight with Itachi now. But before making a move, Kakashi quickly stopped him. Stop it, Sasuke. You are no match for him now. Sasuke couldn't listen to Kakashi's words at all, still gritted his teeth and roared. It wasn't until Naruto stepped forward and said something to Sasuke lightly. After calming down, Sasuke clenched his fists and gritted his teeth to stop the impulsiveness. Seeing that Sasuke could listen to Naruto's words, Uchiha Itachi glanced at Naruto slightly surprised. 857. But soon, his indifferent eyes were on Sasuke again. He shook his head and said mockingly. Sasuke, your teacher Kakashi is right. Now you are too weak. Your strength is too weak. Even though you have surpassed Genin at the same age, it is far from enough. If you want revenge and kill me, just keep getting stronger. Don't do it until you can climb in front of me. Stop. My stupid brother, just live in pain in this powerless revenge. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Itachi's scarlet Sharingan, Sangoya suddenly turned. A huge burst of pupil power burst out. It looks like Uchiha Itachi is going to cast an illusion on Sasuke. Kakashi was startled, caught off guard, and had no time to help Sasuke resist. What's more, Itachi's pupil power is so powerful, it's not something he can resist. Just when Uchiha Itachi's pupil power is about to hit Sasuke's body, and the illusion is about to be released. Sudden. Another burst of terrifying pupil power. This pupil power is very powerful. As soon as it appears, directly compete with Uchiha Itachi's pupil power. The two collide with each other. Feeling this terrifying pupil power and coercion, everyone was stunned and shocked. Only then did they realize that Naruto has made a move. Chapter 83. All I saw was that Naruto had appeared beside Sasuke at some unknown time, watching Uchiha Itachi faintly. Those eyes were already dyed blood red. Suddenly, it turned into a scarlet Sharingan. Sharingan, open again. Pupil power diffusion. And the unparalleled pupil power and terrifying coercion just now emanated from Naruto. Naruto collides with Uchiha Itachi's pupil power with powerful pupil power. Break Uchiha Itachi's illusion. You know, Naruto has already opened Mangekyo Sharingan. Its pupil power is also very powerful. Deciphering Uchiha Itachi's illusion is also easy. Feeling the powerful coercion emanating from Naruto, when everyone saw Naruto's scarlet Sharingan, everyone fell into shock. After Naruto beheaded Third Hokage just now, he finished Sharingan, so they couldn't see it. But, now that Naruto and Uchiha Itachi have a Sharingan collision, they can see clearly. That's Sharingan. It is the supreme pupil technique of the Uchiha clan. It is the blood succession limit of the famous ninja world. At this moment, it actually appeared on Naruto's body. This simply astonished everyone. Everyone's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at Naruto's pupils. Sasuke and Kakashi were even more surprised, with an unbelievable look. They never thought that Naruto would have a Sharingan. That is a symbol of pride for the Uchiha clan. Even the members of the Uchiha clan, only the best of them can open it. But Naruto also has these eyes. Moreover, its pupil power is very powerful. To be able to compete with Uchiha's genius Uchiha Itachi. This is incredible too. Kakashi gasped. Sasuke was even more excited and surprised and said. Naruto. Your eyes dot. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto nodded, looked at Sasuke and said. Sasuke, don't worry, this is my Sharingan, I will explain it to you later. Sasuke froze for a moment and nodded. He knew Naruto wouldn't lie to him, and there was no need to lie to him. Moreover, Sasuke can also perceive that Naruto's Sharingan has extremely strong pupil power. Ordinary people of the Uchiha clan hardly have such powerful pupil power as Naruto. Those who can reach this level, even in the Uchiha family, are geniuses among geniuses, and there are not many of them. Moreover, Naruto is also very proficient in the application of Sharingan, which is as smooth as clouds and water, without any rejection at all, just like Naruto's own Sharingan. It's completely different from when Kakashi used Sharingan. Seeing the Sharingan on Naruto, Uchiha Itachi and Kaki-same were also stunned. Especially Uchiha Itachi, squinting his eyes, the original indifference on his face completely disappeared, replaced by shock of surprise. He never expected that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto would have such a powerful pair of Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes, looked at Naruto with sharp eyes, and said lightly. Uzumaki Naruto. I didn't expect you to have the pupil technique of my Uchiha clan. Hearing what Uchiha Itachi said, Naruto smiled lightly, without fear, and said calmly. There are many things you don't know, such as this. Words fall. Naruto's Sharingan, Sangoku twirling crazy. In an instant. The three hook jades are integrated into one. Transform into a brand new, hexagram shape. Mangekyo Sharingan, open. After the six-pointed star-shaped Mangekyo is opened, a terrifying pupil power suddenly erupts like the awakening of an ancient dragon from the abyss. This pupil power is several times stronger than before. As soon as the terrifying pupil power appeared, it descended on the audience in an instant. Everyone just felt like they were being targeted by Shinigami. Naruto will see everything from top to bottom. The air is all still. Seeing Naruto's hexagram-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi finally couldn't calm down. The originally indifferent eyes were completely full of shock at this moment. The mouth also opened slightly due to the excessive shock, and the pupils also contracted violently. Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruto in disbelief with his unbelievable eyes. Uchiha Itachi is so familiar with those six-pointed star-shaped Sharingan and its terrifying pupil power. How could he not know? That's Mangekyo Sharingan. It is the strongest pupil technique of the Uchiha clan. There are only a few people who can open this pair of eyes, even in the Uchiha clan. Count them on one hand. However, Mangekyo Sharingan, whose awakening conditions are so rough and powerful, actually appeared on Naruto at this time. Naruto actually turned on Mangekyo. It just made him feel incredible. Uchiha Itachi had never been so shocked. Moreover, Naruto's age is only now. Immediately, Uchiha Itachi reacted, took a breath, his eyes flashed coldly, and shouted. Tell me, how did you awaken this pair of Mangekyo? Naruto sneered and didn't mean to answer Uchiha Itachi at all. Instead, he looked at Itachi lightly and said. No comment. Uchiha Itachi, do you think nobody knows what you've done? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You are wrong, very wrong. Not only are you thinking wrong, but you are also acting stupidly. It's you who is really stupid, not Sasuke. Naruto snorted coldly. That's right, Naruto knows everything about Uchiha Itachi, including why Uchiha Itachi slaughtered the Uchiha clan, and defected from Konoha and sneaked into Akatsuki. All of this, Naruto knows it well. Because of this, Wang Dezao, Naruto also knows that Uchiha Itachi's thinking is completely different from his. What he thought, and what he did, was destruction. Anyone who hurts him, Naruto must make him pay. When blood pays back. Uchiha Itachi, however, chose to sacrifice the Uchiha clan to preserve Konoha and Sasuke. In Naruto's eyes, this is simply stupid. Konoha doesn't regard the Uchiha clan as its own, but still crowds out and monitors the Uchiha clan everywhere. Framed and persecuted the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan will want to rebel, and that is Konoha's own fault. It is also their own fault. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Itachi doesn't think about how to protect his own clan, or how to protect his parents. Don't even think about leading the Uchiha clan to rise up and fight for a piece of heaven and earth. On the contrary, he chose to sacrifice dissuasion in order to preserve Konoha, which is simply ridiculous. Stupid as hell. Chapter 84. In Naruto's eyes, Bailey's filial piety comes first. If you can't even protect your own parents, even your own family, then what about protecting other things? How about protecting others? As a member of the Uchiha clan, Itachi did such an outrageous thing. What are you talking about, because you reprimanded Sasuke? The Uchiha clan has been persecuted to such an extent, but Itachi is still unwilling to make progress. No resistance. No action. If it is Naruto, Naruto must lead the Uchiha group to rebel. After all, if you give up once, you will give up the second time. Konoha will be even more rampant, making progress. And the final result is that the Uchiha clan was slaughtered. In Naruto's eyes, this is the biggest mistake. Itachi frowned when he heard Naruto's words, he didn't seem to listen at all. I just felt like I was seen through by Naruto, and said coldly. Shut up, what do you know? After Uchiha Itachi shouted angrily, the chakra and coercion on his body also exploded due to the anger. Everyone around felt a pressure coming. However, when this coercion swept over Naruto, Naruto waved his hand, and the coercion dissipated. Naruto looked at Uchiha Itachi lightly, and said unceremoniously. I don't understand? I know everything you have done. Including why you exterminated the clan. Do you think you can stop Konoha's persecution of the Uchiha clan by massacring the Uchiha clan? Do you 540 think that you can protect Sasuke after doing all this? Do you think that the darkness of Sleepy Leaf ends here? No. You are wrong. Your connivance, your weakness. It will only make Konoha go further. The entire Uchiha clan was killed, and they were still charged with treason and rebellion. And Sasuke, whom you want to protect, has been closely monitored by Konoha's senior management for so many years. Even the eyes of your relatives and friends have been poached by Konoha's senior management. Is this the village you want to protect? Is this the Konoha you are protecting? It's ridiculous. Words sounded one after another, piercing Itachi's heart like sharp knives. After Itachi heard this, his body began to tremble continuously, and the anger that had been suppressed for a long time gradually surged up. All I saw was that Uchiha Itachi's pair of scarlet Sharingan began to spin crazily. The originally pitch-black three-pointed jade turned into the shape of a shuriken in the end. Huge pupil power erupted from Itachi's body. Uchiha Itachi suddenly opened Mangekyo Sharingan. As soon as Mangekyo Sharingan came out, Uchiha Itachi stared at Naruto fiercely, and the huge pupil power spread. The power of Mangekyo is also revealed at this moment. All I could see was a terrifying burst of pupil power. A powerful spirit Kamui is attacking Naruto. This Kamui pressure seems to want to bring Naruto to another world, to cast illusion on Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto snorted coldly. Huge pupil power erupted from Naruto's body instantly, and instantly shattered Uchiha Itachi's Kamui spirit pressure. The illusion is also broken. Then, Naruto looked at Uchiha Itachi and said lightly. Why, did I hit the mark? This is the truth. Not only did you fail to protect Sasuke, you also failed to protect your own parents, let alone your clansmen. So I say, it's you who are stupid. Not Sasuke. The indifferent words resounded in Uchiha Itachi's ears, making Uchiha Itachi unacceptable at all. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists and shouted. I tell you to shut up. However, Uchiha Itachi's anger didn't stop Naruto at all. On the contrary, looking at the extremely angry Uchiha Itachi, Naruto continued. Also, I can tell you now. The Konoha you guarded has been destroyed by me now. The words fell. Hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Itachi was taken aback, and looked at Naruto in disbelief. However, he saw the ruins around him, the devastated remnants, and the leaves that looked like they had been bombarded by a nuclear bomb. Uchiha Itachi finally understood why Konoha turned into such a miserable state. He also finally knew that Naruto was not joking. What he said is true. Konoha was really ruined by Naruto. A spiral shuriken, completely destroyed. The entire village of Konoha Shinobi is completely deserted. It's like being bombarded by a nuclear bomb, BHBB. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath. He couldn't believe it, it was actually true. Konoha, which he tried his best to protect, was destroyed by Naruto. What is even more unbelievable is that Naruto destroyed Konoha by himself. Of course, what made Uchiha Itachi even more unacceptable was what Naruto just said. Everything, as Naruto said, is very unbearable. Uchiha's fate is also very bleak. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, frowned, stared at Naruto, and asked. Why do you do that? Naruto sneered and said calmly. Does it need to be said, what Konoha has done in the past 13 years, I can vividly remember it, and I will never forget it for a moment. I'm not you, and I'm totally different from you. Anyone who hurts me, I will never let go. Even if the other party is Konoha, one of the 5 great ninja villages, I will let him be wiped out. Firm and indifferent words resounded in everyone's ears. Uchiha Itachi frowned, Naruto's words made him unable to agree, and it was also difficult for him to accept, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. Besides, the purpose of his trip was to capture Naruto. Immediately, Uchiha Itachi decided not to talk nonsense with Naruto, snorted coldly, turned his head and said to Kisame beside him. Kisame, do it, take him down. Kisame was taken aback for a moment, and after hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, he finally recovered from the shock brought by Naruto. Immediately, Kisame smiled bloodthirstily, looked at Naruto in amazement, and said to Naruto with great interest while carrying the same Hada broadsword. I didn't expect that Konoha, one of the 5 great ninja villages, would be destroyed in the hands of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Tisk tisk, if this gets out, I'm afraid it will cause a big wave in the ninja world. Naruto is non-committal. What Hoshigaki Kisame said is right, when the news here spreads, it will definitely shake the ninja world. Soon, the dried persimmon ghost shark did not hesitate, and continued. But I also want to know more about the strength of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who can destroy Konoha. Kisame licked the corner of his mouth bloodthirsty. With that said, National Sword Day. A powerful chakra suddenly erupted from Kisame. This chakra is very huge. It is almost the same as the chakra that guarded the crane on Gaara back then. After Kakashi and the others felt it, they were also extremely surprised. As expected of the so-called tailed beast without a tail, Kisame. How can there be such a huge chakra? After Hoshigaki Kisame heard Naruto's deeds and saw the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, not only did he not have the slightest retreat. Even, want to fight with Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto was not afraid at all, instead he took a step forward, looked at Uchiha Itachi and Kisame calmly, and said. Let's go together. Chapter 85. Words fall. All I saw was Naruto's body moving. On those scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan, a red light flashed. Moment. Countless chakra and pupil power burst out. Rising to the sky. All the chakra converge on Naruto dash. In a blink of an eye, a huge skeleton was formed around Naruto. After the appearance of the skeleton, the changes have not stopped. I saw that with the infusion of countless chakra, flesh and blood were slowly growing on the skeleton. On top of the flesh and blood, there was a layer of armor. Immediately. Armor formation. An incomparably majestic, godlike warrior was instantly formed. Just like a god descending from the earth, descending on the spot. And this is one of the abilities of Mangekyo. Susanoo. Looking at the huge Susanoo, Kakashi and the little Sakura, they showed a look of astonishment. It was the first time they had seen such a sight. A huge warrior appeared in front of him like a god. Uchiha Itachi was slightly surprised when he saw it, as if he hadn't expected that Naruto could use Susanoo at all. However, soon Uchiha Itachi reacted, narrowed his eyes, and looked at Naruto carefully. From here, he can also perceive that Naruto's Mangekyo is very powerful. Not easy. Dried persimmon ghost shark was also taken aback for a moment, but he quickly realized it. After all, he had seen this kind of method on Itachi before, but now seeing that Naruto can also use it, and it looks more majestic and powerful, he was a little surprised. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Naruto with great interest, licked the corner of his mouth bloodthirstily, the fighting intent in his eyes became stronger, and said. Interesting, I didn't expect you to have such a method. Naruto snorted coldly. Before he could speak, Hoshigaki Kisame suddenly attacked. All I saw was that Kisame raised his shark muscle sword and slashed at Susanoo. The heavy machete fell on Susanoo, bang. Make a metallic sound. But Susanoo's strong defensive power, how can it be shaken by such an ordinary blow as Ganshi Kisame? All I saw was that Susanoo remained motionless after receiving the blow from the dried persimmon ghost. No waves happened. Seeing this scene, Kisame was also slightly surprised, as if he didn't expect Susanoo's defense to be so strong. However, he quickly sneered and raised the corners of his mouth. Because, the power of Hoshigaki Kisame's shark muscle sword is not only that. The real power of the shark muscle sword is that it can extract the chakra from the target's body, and then convert it into pure energy for the dried persimmon ghost shark to use. Therefore, Hoshigaki Kisame's real purpose is not to break Susanoo's defense. Instead, I want the shark muscle sword to extract Naruto's chakra. Then, Kisame gave a cold smile. The white cloth on Samehada's broadsword also split instantly, revealing the hideous fangs on the knife. Immediately afterwards, he wanted to bite hard and absorb the huge chakra. However, just when the fangs of shark muscle broadsword were about to bite down, a mutation has happened. I just saw it, but I haven't waited for the fangs of the shark muscle broadsword to bite down. Suddenly a black flame erupted from Susanoo. As soon as the black flame appeared, it rushed directly to the body of Samehada's sword. It spread in a blink of an eye. It burned bigger and bigger, very violent. Moreover, the temperature of this flame is terrifying. It seems that even the air can burn. Shark muscle broadsword couldn't bear it at all, and let out a miserable scream. Seeing this, Hoshigaki Kisame was taken aback for a moment, and quickly withdrew the Sharku's sword, trying to extinguish the flames. But no matter what method he uses, he can't extinguish it. The flame is still burning hot. This black flame is like a fire that burns everything, and it will never stop until the Samehada sword is completely burned. When Uchiha Itachi saw the flame, his pupils also shrank. He is so familiar with this black flame. This is the fire of Amaterasu. It is the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, the fire that only he can unleash. But now, it was actually displayed by Naruto. How can this be? Saibo Itachi watched this scene. However, he quickly realized that he knew the horror of Amaterasu's fire, and hurried to Hoshigaki Kisame to help Hoshigaki Kisame extinguish the flame. Ask for her flowers. Then, both of them looked at Naruto solemnly with narrowed eyes. If they thought Naruto was exaggerating just now, but now, they don't dare to underestimate Naruto anymore. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, Naruto would have so many unexpected and terrifying methods. Kisame, stop playing. This guy, it's not easy. Next, I will fight with you and take him down quickly. Uchiha Itachi squinted at Naruto and reminded. Needless to say, Itachi Kisame also knew what to do next. Although Kisame was shocked by Naruto just now, but he also shook his head and rejected Itachi's help. As a tailless beast, he would not let his prey go so easily. What's more, Naruto also aroused his strong interest. 0. All I saw was Kisame showing a gloomy smile, staring at Naruto like a shark, and said solemnly. Tisk, it seems that Nine Tails Jinchuriki is really interesting. Itachi, you can just watch Kakashi and the others, I will do it myself. After finishing speaking, Kisame's spirit was shaken, and a powerful coercion erupted from his whole body. The coercive aura this time is several times stronger than before. It seems that the dried persimmon ghost shark is really going to do it for real. Seeing the frenzied fighting spirit on Kisame's face, Uchiha Itachi frowned, but he didn't say anything. Because he knows how powerful the dried persimmon ghost shark is, this person is a tailed beast known as tailless. Even cage-level experts are very afraid of existence. Itachi doesn't think that Kisame will lose to Naruto. Seeing Naruto fighting with the enemy, the little Sakura and the others asked worriedly. Ms. Kakashi, shall we go up and help? Kakashi frowned and smiled wryly. What are you kidding, help? The opponents are the tailless beast Kisame and Uchiha Itachi who can slaughter the entire Uchiha clan. Any one of them can make them drink a pot. How can they help with just a few of them? Just when everyone was embarrassed and didn't know what to do, Kisame and Naruto also started a new round of confrontation. Tailless Beasts, Battle, Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 86. I just saw that after Hoshigaki Kisame broke out with a powerful chakra, he quickly started to seal. The speed of sealing is so fast that the people around are stunned when they see it. Then, in the blink of an eye, a ninjutsu was condensed. Water style. Dumpling bomb technique. Dried persimmon and ghost shark let out a loud shout. A ferocious shark consisting of chakras suddenly appeared from behind Hoshigaki Kisame and charged towards Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto raised his head. Along with Naruto's movement, Susanoo also raised her huge palm. And at this moment, countless chakras gathered towards Susanoo's palm. In an instant, on Susanoo's palm, an illusory long knife formed by chakras suddenly condensed. Holding a long knife in her hand, Susanoo suddenly moved forward. The long knife accurately slashed at the attacking shark bomb, and the shark single 920 couldn't bear the power of Susanoo's knife immediately, and was cut off in an instant. After Hoshigaki Kisame saw it, he was not surprised. Instead, the corners of his mouth raised as if he had expected it. I only saw that Kisame used another ninjutsu from Naruto while he was resisting the shark bullet. This ninjutsu consumes a huge amount of chakra. The power is even more astonishing. Obviously, this is Hoshigaki Kisame's ult for Naruto. Accompanied by the burst of dried persimmon ghost shark chakra. Moment. A gigantic flood dragon that was much bigger than before appeared above the dried persimmon ghost shark. This dragon is full of chakra all over its body, and the power it contains is very powerful. As soon as it appeared, it snarled ferociously towards Naruto and slammed into it fiercely. Water style. Big shark bomb technique. After Hoshigaki Kisame drank, he looked at Naruto bloodthirsty. This big shark contains a lot of chakra, which is very powerful. No matter how strong Susanoo's defense is, he is confident that he can break through it with this ninjutsu. However, even so, seeing the ferocious attacking giant dragon, Naruto was not afraid at all, and snorted coldly. Thousands of chakra gathered, condensed on Susanoo's long knife. The long knife exudes a dazzling light, and because the huge chakra gathers together, it makes a buzzing sound. Immediately afterwards, at the moment when the big Jiaolong came, Susanoo slashed down. The long knife collided with the big dragon. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided and immediately exploded. The powerful cyclone set off a whirlwind, blowing away the surrounding waste rocks. Everyone looked at this scene in amazement. And Naruto's figure was also engulfed by the blast wave, making it hard to see clearly. Seeing this scene, Hoshigaki Kisame showed a cold and bloodthirsty smile. This big shark bomb is the ninjutsu he is famous for, and its power is even comparable to S rank. And Naruto didn't dodge, which really surprised him and made him feel amused. However, he feels that no matter how strong Naruto is, if he eats all the power of the big shark bomb, he will not be safe and sound. In his opinion, Naruto is asking for trouble. However, just as he had this thought, suddenly, a figure sprang out from the thick white smoke. The speed of this figure is extremely fast. Like thunder and lightning. Directly come to the dry persimmon ghost shark. Hoshigaki Kisame was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, he saw the figure suddenly raised his foot and kicked him directly. The powerful soul kicked directly on the dried persimmon ghost shark. Power explodes. Boom! In an instant, the dried persimmon ghost shark was kicked into the air and flew tens of meters away. After tumbling for a while, Kisame finally stabilized his figure, coughed, and looked at the figure in embarrassment. Only then did he see clearly that the person who kicked him just now was Naruto, who he thought was hit by the big flood dragon bullet just now. At this time, Naruto was holding Zanpakuto, looking at himself indifferently. He was unharmed and safe. Seeing this scene, Hoshigaki Kisame widened his eyes in astonishment and couldn't believe it. How can this be? However, before he could speak, he saw it. Naruto raised Zanpakuto, pointed at him and Uchiha Itachi, and said flatly. You two, let's go together. Next, I won't keep my hands. Hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Itachi frowned and snorted coldly. Kisame was even more angry, and before Uchiha Itachi could speak, he yelled ferociously. Don't be too arrogant, brat, I don't need two people to deal with you. After finishing speaking, Kisame suddenly lifted up the knot seal. A burst of water suddenly appeared, engulfing the figure of the dried persimmon and ghost shark. The flood spread around, and more, it actually formed a water bed. The body of the dried persimmon ghost shark was submerged on the water bed, and the dried persimmon ghost shark also changed in the water. All I could see was that the shark muscle sword held by Ganshi Gishui was slowly melting into his body. As Same Hada entered Hoshigaki Kisame's body, and after merging with Kisame, Hoshigaki Kisame's whole body began to swell. Immediately afterwards, I saw fish scales slowly growing out of Hoshigaki Kisame's body. The teeth become sharp, and the claws come out from the body. It's like a terrifying shark monster. The chakra and breath of the whole body are soaring. After making people feel it, it is as if a tailed beast really appeared. This is the true form of the dried persimmon ghost shark. After merging with Same Hada Deseo, he is the real tailless beast, Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame turned into shark monster, grinning at Naruto. Then, the figure flickered. All I saw was the figure of dried persimmon ghost shark flashing. It suddenly disappeared. The next moment, it will appear directly in front of Naruto. The terrible speed shocked the surrounding Kakashi after seeing it. This kind of speed, even the Sharingan with Kakashi turned on, can't look down on it at all. Compared with the current speed of Hoshigaki Kisame, the speed of Xiaoli and Sasuke before 3.3 is simply childish. This is the real cage-level powerhouse. Kisame is really angry. Now he has fully played his trump card. He wants to teach Naruto a lesson. After Hoshigaki Kisame appeared in front of Naruto, he raised his sharp claws and slapped Naruto's head directly. He wanted to smash it into pieces. However, just when the terrifying claws were about to hit Naruto's head, at this moment, Naruto moved. All I saw was that Naruto suddenly raised Senbonzakura in his hand, and his tightly clenched palms loosened. Senbonzakura fell slowly with the point down. Just when the tip of the knife was about to touch the ground unexpectedly rippled like water waves, sucking all of Senbonzakura's blade into it. Immediately afterwards, I heard Naruto's faint voice. Bankai. Chapter 87. Bankai. Words fall. I only saw that the chakras surged on Naruto. Immediately afterwards, countless blades around the field rose like saplings. Straight into the sky. These blades are huge. The tip of each blade is facing the sky, which is very spectacular. After countless blades appeared, in an instant, the blades shattered. The sky full of sakura flowers split from the blade. Soaring to the sky. Countless sakura flowers appeared instantly, filled the surroundings, and circled around Naruto. Seeing this scene, Kisame was taken aback for a moment, before he could react, a cluster of sakura flowers suddenly wrapped around Naruto, directly facing his sharp claws. Bang! The two collide. Even though Hoshigaki Kisame had exploded with all his strength, Sakura didn't move even when his sharp claws slapped Sakura Hana. Seeing this scene, Kinshi Geixia opened his eyes slightly, a little in disbelief. He merged with Same Heida's broadsword, and his strength has been greatly improved. Although he is just an ordinary claw strike, its power is also extremely terrifying. 17. It is not something ordinary people can block. Even Jonin can't stop his attack at all. But right now, these beautiful sakura flowers are so indestructible. Not only did they block his attack, but they also had a tingling feeling that made him slam on the sharp blade. This simply made him a little unbelievable. What is the origin of these sakura flowers? What kind of method is this? It was the first time dried persimmon Kisame had seen such a thing. However, before he could react, after the sakura blocked Hoshigaki Kisame's attack, the remaining sakura rushed towards Kisame like a wave. Seeing the overwhelming attack of sakura flowers in the sky, especially seeing the sharp blades exposed by the sakura flowers reflected by the sun, Kisame's scalp suddenly went numb. It was only at this time that he realized that this is not a sakura flower. These are countless tiny blades. Under the magnificent appearance, there is a deadly weapon hidden. And so many sakura flowers are all blades. Kisame couldn't help shivering when he saw it. Immediately, Kisame dodged quickly, trying to dodge the attack of sakura flower wave. However, Naruto didn't want to let Kisame's body go. Since he said that he wouldn't keep his hand anymore, then it's time for him to fight back. All I saw was that Kisame dodged a wave of sakura flowers, then Naruto raised his hand and controlled the sky full of sakura flowers, attacking again. Seeing this, Hoshigaki Kisame's scalp felt numb, and he quickly dodged. But no matter how he dodges, Manton Sakura can arrive in time under Naruto's control and continue to chase. Any action he makes seems to be seen through by Naruto. With Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan, there's nothing to hide. Soon, countless sakura flowers will surround the Keiki Kisame, with the Keiki Kisame as the center, forming a huge sakura flower ball. Then, Naruto looked at this scene, clenched his fist, and said lightly, "Han King, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi." Instantly. Sound with Naruto's voice. All the sakura flowers surrounding Keikisame suddenly attacked Keikisame crazily. Kisame saw that he was surrounded by sakura flowers, and there were waves of sakura flowers everywhere. Unable to dodge at all, his eyes widened suddenly, his face full of shock. In the blink of an eye, Kisame's body was swallowed by the sakura flower. There was a sound of sharp blade cutting. Soon, when the sakura flowers dispersed, everyone saw that Hoshigaki Kisame's body fell from mid-air. I can only see that Hoshigaki Kisame is covered with scars and blood. The body that was originally strong like a shark is now covered with blood, and there are dense scars everywhere. And the dried persimmon ghost shark was even more embarrassed, and fell to the ground weakly. His eyes widened inconceivably. Facing the siege of Hanjing, Ganshi Guisha was seriously injured. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened, including Uchiha Itachi. They all couldn't believe it. The dignified S-level rebellious ninja lost so quickly and Naruto was injured. And so embarrassing. Uchiha Itachi was even more stunned. As Hoshigaki Kisame's teammate, he knew how powerful Kisame was. That is the real cage-level powerhouse. No, it should be said that it is an existence that even cage-level powerhouses are afraid of. Kisame, on the other hand, used almost all means. The shark form fused with Same Heida's broadsword is Kisame's most powerful move, which has made countless opponents tremble with fear. However, this is not Naruto's opponent. On the contrary, he was quickly defeated by Naruto. How can this be? Uchiha Itachi opened his Mangekyo wide open, watching the scene in astonishment. Kakashi and little Sakura were even more shocked by Naruto. After seeing Hoshigaki Kisame's powerful strength just now, they were still worried about whether to help Naruto. But who knows, let alone whether they have the strength to intervene in this level of battle. Even if they can, Naruto doesn't need their help at all. In a short fight, Naruto has already defeated Kisame. After defeating Hoshigaki Kisame, 103 Naruto did not stop there, turned his hands around, and thousands of sakura flowers condensed into a spear in his hands. Immediately afterwards, the spear stabbed suddenly. Facing the spear formed by the sakura flower, Kisame, who was seriously injured, could not dodge at all. He could only watch helplessly as the spear struck. Just when Sakura's flower spear is about to stab Kisame's body, Uchiha Itachi on the side frowned, snorted coldly, and finally couldn't help but make a move. As Kisame's teammate, how could he just sit back and watch Kisame get killed? Only saw, Uchiha Itachi took a step forward, and the huge chakra and Mangekyo's pupil power burst out at the same time. A beam of chakra light rises into the sky. Immediately afterwards, countless chakra condensed on Uchiha Itachi, and soon formed a huge red giant. The red giant is wearing red armor, holding a 10-fist sword and a Yata mirror. The shape is very powerful. This red giant is none other than Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. After seeing Naruto's strength, Uchiha Itachi also displayed the powerful ability of Mangekyo Sharingan. After Susanoo finished condensing, Uchiha Itachi controlled Susanoo to jump forward, flew out, and came to Hoshigaki Kisame, and cut down with 10 fist swords in his hand, trying to help Kisame block this blow. Chapter 88. The 10-fist sword collides with Senbonzakura's Sakura flower. Boom! The terrifying force produced a huge impact, making Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo take a few steps back. Uchiha Itachi was slightly surprised, and couldn't help but look deeply at Naruto. This is the first time since he cast Susanoo, someone can make him back. He reassured quickly, though, because he knew how powerful Susanoo, Mangekyo Sharingan's strongest weapon, was in defense. Even Naruto, he thought it was impossible to break. This is the strongest method known as absolute defense. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame and frowned. At this moment, dried persimmon ghost shark is covered with scars, bloody, and wounds all over his body. He didn't expect Kisame's injury to be so serious, and Naruto's attack just now was so terrifying that even Kisame, who had merged with same hata and a big sword, couldn't hold back. Soon, Uchiha Itachi said. Geixi, let's withdraw first, the information is wrong, tell the leader what happened here, let them decide. Kisame seemed to have not heard Uchiha Itachi's words, still gritted his teeth sullenly, very unwilling to lose. And Naruto at the side, when he heard that Uchiha Itachi wanted to leave, he snorted coldly, turned his hands around, and thousands of sakura flowers suddenly condensed in his hands. Want to go? It's not that easy. After Naruto finished speaking, all the sakura flowers swept towards Uchiha Itachi again. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi didn't panic at all, controlled Susanoo, brandished the 10-fist sword and the yatagama, and blocked all the blocks from Sakura. The 10-fist sword and the yatagama are truly magical weapons. Under Susanoo's slashing, they can actually block Senbonzakura's attack. Seeing this, Naruto also knew that ordinary attacks could not break through Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. So, he took back all the sakura flowers and prepared to use his big move. After Uchiha Itachi blocked thousands of sakura flowers, he looked at Naruto indifferently and said mockingly. Stop it. I admit that among the people I've met, you belong to the very powerful one. However, that alone cannot shake Susanoo's defenses. As the owner of Susanoo, you should also know how powerful Susanoo's defense is. This is the strongest method known as absolute defense. No one can break it. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Naruto not only did not feel discouraged, but even smiled lightly, looked at Uchiha Itachi, and said in a cold voice. Absolute defense. In front of me, there is no absolute defense. Watch me break him. Words fall. All I saw was a powerful chakra erupting from Naruto in an instant. Countless chakra condensed in Naruto's hands, forming a pure white blade made entirely of the purest power. The blade is shining brightly, like a shining sun. At the same time, thousands of sakura flowers are also condensed in Naruto's ear, nose, and throat, forming a pair of dazzling wings. This pair of wings seems to be accumulating strength for Naruto, continuously providing essence for Naruto. The terrifying blade is constantly gathering strength, absorbing the brilliance of Senbonzakura. All the power is completely concentrated on this blade. At this moment, this blade seems to be the sword of the Emperor of Heaven. As soon as it appeared, the entire space couldn't bear the terrifying power and made a buzzing sound. After Uchiha Itachi noticed the terrifying power of the White Emperor's sword, his eyes widened in astonishment, extremely shocked. He has never felt such a terrifying fighting spirit and chakra. This chakra seems to be shaking the heavens and earth together. It seems that if you chop it down, you can split the whole earth. After Uchiha Itachi felt this, his face changed drastically. However, before he could react, the next moment, Naruto opened his eyes. Those eyes have been filled with pure fighting spirit and power, turning into silver white. Immediately afterwards, Naruto gave a light drink. Final scene, White Emperor Sword. Words fall. I saw Naruto wave lightly. The silvery white blade that condensed all the power cut across the sky and cut it down suddenly. The entire silver white blade, like the sword of punishment from heaven, descended in an instant. Boom! Uchiha Itachi didn't even have time to react. He didn't even make a move to block. The final scene of the White Emperor Sword has fallen on Susanoo. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Itachi saw it in horror. Su, who he called the strongest defense and absolute defense, was slashed by the White Emperor Sword, but he couldn't stand the terrifying power of the White Emperor Sword. On the huge Susanoo armor, cracks started to appear. Then, the full power of the White Emperor Sword exploded. Susanoo finally couldn't take it anymore. Bang! Huge Susanoo shatters. It was directly destroyed by the White Emperor Sword, a single sword. Into pieces. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank suddenly, and his expression was extremely horrified. He couldn't believe it. He said just now that this is an absolute defense, and Susanoo, which cannot be broken by any means, is actually destroyed by Naruto's sword at this moment. How can it be? Uchiha Itachi roared in shock. How is that possible? Someone can break through Susanoo's defenses. It's impossible. However, the reality is so cruel. Susanoo, whom he considered to be absolutely defensive, looked so ridiculous at this moment. Naruto, destroy it with one sword. This is the strongest power of Senbonzakura Bankai. Final scene, White Emperor Sword, Wangzhou, no. Concentrate all the power of Senbonzakura on one sword. This sword is shocking. Weeping ghosts and gods. No force can stop it. And after the White Emperor Sword destroyed Susanoo, the terrifying power has not stopped. The sword energy streaked across the air and rushed straight to the terrified Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi couldn't bear it immediately, spit out a mouthful of blood with a puff, and his body flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. He hit the ground directly. The ground was smashed into a big hole. Seeing this scene, the people around opened their mouths in astonishment. They thought that Naruto's power just now was strong enough. Unexpectedly, Naruto could be even stronger. That was not Naruto's full strength just now. Naruto still has such terrifying means. This White Emperor Sword is simply too terrifying. It made them feel a little trembling. Chapter 89. Uchiha Itachi, who was originally indifferent and supercilious, paid a heavy price at this time, lying on the ground in a state of embarrassment. Looking at Uchiha Itachi, Naruto said lightly. Uchiha Itachi, you lost. Without Naruto's words, Uchiha Itachi also knew that he had been defeated by Naruto. That sword was too terrifying. Even Susanoo couldn't resist, and Uchiha Itachi couldn't refute. After seeing the dried persimmon ghost on the side, he was also horrified and speechless. He knew that even he couldn't stop the sword just now. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi didn't speak, Naruto didn't bother to care about him, but turned his head and called Sasuke, and left the rest to Sasuke. This is the grudge between the two brothers. After Sasuke heard it, he was stunned for a moment, as if he hadn't reacted from the shock of Itachi's defeat, and came to Uchiha Itachi sweetly. Naruto didn't want to see what the two of them were going to say, so he turned his head, exhaled, and looked at Konoha, which had become ruins in the distance. The battle is over and Konoha is destroyed by Naruto. But Naruto knew that it wasn't over yet. He also has many enemies, such as Akatsuki. Akatsuki's purpose is to capture tailed beasts, including the 9 tails inside him. Although the first 500 waves of pursuers have been defeated by Naruto, Naruto knows that Akatsuki will send stronger people next. As long as Akatsuki wants to complete their plan, she will definitely attack Naruto. Thinking of this, Naruto narrowed his eyes. Moreover, Naruto's revenge is far from over. Although Konoha was destroyed, there are still some people in Konoha who are not here, for example, the high-level Danzo of Sleepy Leaf. Back then he would suffer from such a dark childhood, and he also had an inseparable relationship with Danzo. Naruto will never forget him, let alone let him go. However, for some reason, Danzo is not in Konoha now, which made Naruto a little puzzled. It seems that many things are not over yet. Naruto exhaled. At this moment, Xiao and Kakashi also came to Naruto. They looked at Naruto complicatedly, not knowing what to do with it. Naruto killed Third Hokage, and even destroyed Konoha to this point. It stands to reason that Konoha has already betrayed him. Konoha will never let go of chasing and killing Naruto. It's just that, now that Konoha has combat effectiveness, almost all, are killed by Naruto. Kakashi sighed, looked at Naruto, and asked. What are you going to do next? Naruto looked into the distance, and said unabashedly. Leave Konoha. Everyone was stunned. Little Sakura looked at Naruto deeply, with light tears in the corner of her eyes. Her little hand grabbed the corner of her clothes, and said weakly. Naruto, don't go. Naruto didn't answer him. Konoha has no place worthy of his nostalgia. Next time, when I come back, this place is no longer my hometown. It is a battlefield. He will personally execute the rest of the top management one by one. Are you going to stop me? Naruto said lightly. Everyone was stunned, but silent. Stop it, how to stop it? Even if they want to stop it, they can't stop it. Even Third Hokage is not Naruto's opponent, how can they keep Naruto alone? Now Naruto, for them, is only elusive. Seeing that everyone was silent, Naruto turned around, stepped on the ruins of Konoha, and slowly left Konoha. Everyone can only look at Naruto's back, gradually going away. A few days later, when the news of Konoha's destruction spread, the ninja world immediately caused a commotion. Especially when people from the other 5 great nations knew that the person who destroyed Konoha was just a little ghost. It was a 13-year-old boy. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was able to fight against first generation and second Hokage in succession, also died in the hands of Naruto. Everyone in the ninja world couldn't believe it. That is Konoha, one of the 5 great nations. How could it be so ruined? Even third Hokage, known as Doctor of Ninja World, died in the hands of Naruto. It's incredible. Immediately, the 5 major countries sent people to search for information on Naruto, wanting to see who Naruto really is. And after this battle, Naruto became famous in one battle, resounding throughout the ninja world. The major ninja villages also know that Konoha has been hit so hard, even if it can be rebuilt, it is absolutely impossible to restore its former glory. Konoha, who had just identified the head of the 5 great ninja villages, suddenly fell off the altar again. Now, it is uncertain whether it can keep its position as one of the 5 great powers. After all, Konoha suffered heavy casualties this time. Even more than half of Umbu died, and Hokage died in battle. Not to mention embarrassing. After leaving Konoha, Naruto went directly to the Land of Waves. Because there is an army formed by Ren Zabuzan in the Kingdom of Waves, next, it is time to reap the results. On the way, Naruto found that Sasuke followed him unexpectedly. This surprised Naruto. Sasuke ran out quietly by himself. Kakashi and the others didn't pay attention to him because of Konoha's severe injury. After Sasuke followed Naruto, he said without hesitation that he wanted to go with Naruto. He believes that only by Naruto's side can he become stronger faster and can hope to complete his hope of rebuilding Uchiha. This, Sasuke realized long before. After all, it was Naruto who instructed Sasuke to improve so quickly. Of course Naruto welcomes this, so he took Sasuke and went to the Land of Waves together. The country of Waves has already changed its appearance. At the beginning, Naruto faction Zabuzan lurked in the Land of Waves, cultivating ninja army in the Land of Waves. If you don't cut it, you will live up to your expectations, secretly control the country of Waves, and start to quickly train and recruit ninjas. After a period of time, it will be quite large. So, when Buzan got the news that Naruto was about to arrive in Naruto, he immediately brought all the ninjas to meet Naruto on the Naruto bridge. After Naruto came to the Land of Waves, he was slightly taken aback when he saw Zabuzan and Shiro leading many ninjas on the bridge of the waves. Seeing that Naruto who they were waiting for finally arrived, Zabuzan and Bai smiled slightly, stepped forward immediately, and shouted respectfully. "Welcome to the leader." Accompanied by Zabuzan and Bai's loud shouts, the group of ninjas behind him all knelt down in an instant, and shouted respectfully. "Welcome to the leader." Chapter 90. Welcome to the leader. On the Nami country bridge, Zabuzan Kazuba and the ninjas behind them all half-kneeled in an instant, shouting respectfully. The loud sound broke through the sky, shaking the woods behind the Nami country bridge. Seeing this scene, Naruto was slightly surprised. He can naturally see that the people here are all ninjas trained by Zabuzan and Bai in the Land of Waves. It's just that I didn't expect that there would be so many, it seems that there are dozens of them. It seems that Zabuzan and Bai really didn't waste time in the Land of Waves during this time, and they have cultivated so many ninjas in such a short period of time. Naruto nodded in satisfaction, looked at Zabuchi with admiration, and said. I never thought that in such a short period of time, there are so many ninjas in the Kingdom of Waves. Hearing Naruto's praise, Buzan laughed a few times, and felt relieved in his heart. Then, if you don't cut off the 330s, you will look at Naruto with admiration, and say with great admiration. I didn't expect that the leader actually did what he said at the beginning, and Konoha was overwhelmed by it. Konoha's sensation resounded through the ninja world, and we are all in the country of Waves. It is really surprising. Obviously, the matter of Konoha has spread to the Land of Waves, and everyone in the Land of Waves knows about it. The ninjas on the side were surprised and shocked when they heard the words of Zabuzan, and looked at Naruto with admiration. They never thought that the one who destroyed Konoha was actually such a young boy. It was even more unexpected that this young man was actually their leader. Naruto smiled lightly and didn't say anything. However, some believe and some doubt. Seeing Naruto's age in the crowd, some people who didn't believe it showed suspicious eyes, and some people stepped forward and couldn't help saying. If you don't behead your lord, is he really our leader? Is it just such a kid who ruined Konoha? It's unlikely. Hearing these words, Zabujan frowned. He was just about to reprimand something. However, Naruto smiled lightly, and his eyes swept over the ninjas who spoke. Being stared at by Naruto suddenly, those ninjas were also taken aback. Before they could speak, they heard Naruto laughing. You don't believe it, right? Those ninjas froze for a moment, then nodded hesitantly. Apparently, even after meeting Naruto, they didn't quite believe it. However, the moment they just nodded. Suddenly, Naruto raised his finger. Lightning flashed at the fingertips, and a white light burst out from the fingertips. It directly attacked those who endured it. Heido number 4, White Thunder. Facing such a terrifying Bailei, those ninjas didn't even have a chance to react, and Bailei pierced through it in an instant. Then, the body crashed down, with an unbelievable look on his face. Seeing that Naruto beheaded the questioning person without hesitation, the people around suddenly gasped and looked at Naruto in horror. At this time, they finally noticed. Their leader is not as kind as he appears on the surface. This is the ruthless person who really destroyed Konoha. At this moment, no one dared to stop believing Naruto's words. After killing the two ninjas, Naruto glanced around lightly, and said slowly. Is there anyone who doesn't believe it? The cold words sounded, and everyone shivered when they heard it. At this time, no one dared to speak, and no one dared to refute. After they saw Naruto's terrible means just now, they never dared to question Naruto again. Seeing that no one spoke, Naruto nodded. He knew that there would definitely be people who would question his identity. He could not accept the new leader. It is also impossible to believe that a 13-year-old boy can destroy Konoha by himself. Naruto doesn't want to explain, and doesn't need to explain. At this time, it is most effective to show powerful means to deter everyone. If someone doesn't believe it, that's fine. He needs such a person to stand out. Just come to let him make an example to others. Kill one to make an example to others. Let everyone see his terrifying strength. Shock the audience with powerful means. And tell them thoroughly that at this moment, the country of Bo has ushered in a new master. Only by making them more aware of how terrifying Naruto's strength is, can they be more convinced of Naruto. Of course, this is only temporary. As long as he takes over the Land of Waves for a while, Naruto is sure to completely control the Land of Waves. Let the Land of Waves never have a second voice. Seeing that Naruto beheaded a person without hesitation, Hibai was also slightly taken aback. The two looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Apparently, Naruto's white thunder just now made them startled, and they didn't know how Naruto released such a terrible move. However, Zabujan quickly eased over. He has known for a long time that this young man is far beyond people's expectations, both in terms of intelligence and strength. Long before, they had experienced Naruto's methods. Soon, Naruto saw that everyone was quiet, and without saying anything, he led Zabucho and them into the Kingdom of Waves. On the way, Naruto also asked some questions about the Kingdom of Nami. The country of Waves is indeed developing well. Although the country is small, it has abundant resources. There are already more than 100 ninjas in such a short period of time. Only the elite were on the bridge just now, and there were ninjas patrolling and guarding their posts. This was really beyond Naruto's expectation. After all, he originally just wanted the Land of Waves to be a temporary location, but he didn't expect it to develop so quickly. However, the Kingdom of Waves is a small country after all, and there are not many talented ninjas. If you want to tap potential stocks, you need to recruit them from outside. Naruto also knows that this is not in a hurry, and the next step is to grow step by step. It was not all smooth sailing for the Kingdom of Waves, so he told Naruto that during this time, Mist Shinobi had sent several groups of ninjas to attack, causing a lot of casualties to his subordinates. When I said these words, I felt a little guilty again. Apparently he felt that he was the one who brought the Mist Shinobi people in. Naruto knows Zabuza's identity, and also knows what Zabuza thinks. However, Naruto did not blame Zabucho. Because he knows that what is wrong is not that 1.9 will not be cut again. It's Mist Shinobi's original blood mist tyranny. At the beginning, I just wanted to end Mist Shinobi's brutal policy, so I attacked Mizukage and became rebellious. After so many years, Mist Shinobi is still chasing Zabulet and Jean. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He is not a kind and tolerant person. Mist Shinobi's attack, he can't sit idly by. If someone bullies him, he will naturally write down the account. In the future, settle it properly. Moreover, he never forgot what he said to Zabuza back then. Thinking of this, Naruto looked into the distance and said lightly, "Mist Shinobi, I'll go there myself." The other side. When Naruto came to the country of Waves, the country of Rain, the village of Rain Shinobi is also quietly changing. The change is about to begin. Chapter 91. In the rainy Rain Shinobi village, a mysterious guest came at this time. This person is wearing a red cloud black robe, with an orange Uzumaki mask on his face. And on Uzumaki's mask, a blood-red demonic eye is exposed. These eyes are actually pupil art of the Uchiha clan. Sharinon. The scarlet Sharinon turned slowly, and against the backdrop of the continuous light rain, it looked very mysterious and weird. Drenched in light rain, the masked man walked slowly to the tallest tower in Rain Shinobi village. There is a man with orange hair in the same clothes as him waiting for him. However, this orange-haired man has a very strange appearance, with tiny black coffins all over his body. Moreover, upon closer inspection, the orange-haired man's eyes actually exude circles of ripples. Ripples diffuse the pupils, revealing the sacred and powerful. These eyes are actually the pupil technique that is only possessed by the legendary sage of six paths. Rin-Egan 17. After the orange-haired man with Rin-Egan and the masked man meet, they look at each other. Rin-Egan and Sharinon each exude powerful pupil power, as if testing each other. If Naruto were here, he would definitely be able to recognize the identities of these two at a glance. Because, these two people, one of them, is Akatsuki's leader, Pain. And the other one is the main messenger behind the dawn. Unexpectedly, the two of them met again so soon. Soon, the masked man narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "Uchiha Itachi and Keikisame who went to Konoha to capture Nine Tails Jinchuriki were defeated." The words sounded, and the orange-haired man with Rin-Egan was slightly surprised when he heard it. As Akatsuki's leader, Pain knows the strength of Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. The two of them, any one of them in the ninja world, is an extremely terrifying existence, which makes people very afraid. However, two people with such strong strength will be defeated by others. It made him a little unbelievable. The masked man seemed to know the surprise in Pain's heart, and then said lightly, "Nine-Tails Jinchuriki did it." After hearing what the masked man said, Pain was even more surprised. According to the information he got, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is only 13 or 14 years old now. How can a kid who has just become a ninja defeat the long-established Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame? As if sensing the suspicion in Pain's heart, the masked man snorted coldly, and continued. The growth of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has exceeded expectations. Next, our actions should be implemented ahead of schedule. Go and capture Nine-Tails and other tailed beasts yourself, and let other people from Akatsuki's organization catch them. Only by collecting all the tailed beasts can our plan succeed. Pain frowned after hearing what the masked man said. Although he was dissatisfied with the masked man telling him what to do, it was obviously the best arrangement. Because, to complete their plan, the collection of tailed beasts is inevitable. Pain nodded and said, "Okay, what about you?" Faced with Pain's question, the masked man narrowed his eyes, and the scarlet Sherinon turned wildly, and said hoarsely, "It's almost time, and it's time for me to make a move." Pain took a deep look at the masked man, but didn't speak. If someone here heard the conversation between the two, they would definitely be extremely shocked and horrified. Because, next, the Akatsuki organization that has been lurking in the ninja world for decades will truly appear in front of the world. And what they are going to do will also subvert the ninja world. However, everyone in the ninja world still doesn't know that a shocking change is about to happen. Of course, that doesn't include Naruto. When Uchiha Itachi and Kisame appeared in front of him as the Akatsuki organization, Naruto already knew that a new storm had begun to spread to the ninja world. Akatsuki's goal is the tail beast, which is also the 9 tails in her body. Although he fought back, the Akatsuki organization will never let it go. They will definitely send people to arrest Naruto. And the next time the enemy appears, it will be stronger. Therefore, Naruto did not stay long in the Land of Waves. After a short rest for a few days, he knew the specific situation of the Land of Waves and left the Land of Waves after making arrangements. Next, he needs to quickly improve his strength. Only when the strength becomes stronger, can we gain a firm foothold in the ninja world. Only then can you control everything in the next shocking changes in the ninja world. Whether it's Akatsuki's enemy, or Konoha's revenge. Naruto has not forgotten that all this is not over yet. This is just the beginning. And the fastest way to improve your strength is to sign in. Check in everywhere. Although the Land of Waves is already his territory, Naruto has already signed in here, and there are no valuable rewards. So, Naruto chose to go out for a tour. And the first destination is Mist Shinobi Ninja Village. Mist Shinobi Ninja Village, as one of the 5 powers. The strength is very strong, and there are many strong ones. The reason why Kirigakure was chosen is also because Kirigakure wanted to fight the idea of Naruto, and Naruto came here this time to seek an explanation for Naruto. After arriving at Kirigakure, Naruto saw that Kirigakure was heavily guarded. 087 Just at the entrance gate, there are several ninja training guards. The reason why Naruto chose this place is also because Kirigakure wants to take the idea of the Kingdom of Waves, and he is here to ask for an explanation now. After arriving at Kirigakure, Naruto saw that Kirigakure was heavily guarded. There are several ninja handles at the entrance. Seeing this, Naruto was not surprised either. After all, there was a blood mist tyranny in Kirigakure, and the biggest reason for this blood mist tyranny was because Mist Shinobi was attacked by Akatsuki. It should be said that Yuanyuan's Mizukage was controlled by the masked man behind the Akatsuki organization. I don't know if it was revenge or some other reason, Mist Shinobi was very dark back then. The whole village is tyrannical, cruel, and bloody. This also prompted the defection of a large number of ninjas, including Zabuza. The once mighty Mist Shinobi was also dimmed for a time. Fortunately, Mist Shinobi will soon welcome their new Mizukage, Terumi Mei. This woman with a beautiful figure and a very enchanting face can be described as very personable. Take full control of Mist Shinobi in a short time and let Mist Shinobi completely settle down. Because of this, Mist Shinobi can keep the status of the top 5 ninja villages. Otherwise, the mighty Kirigakure would still be someone else's puppet until now. Chapter 92. Or it was precisely because of that dark turmoil that Mist Shinobi Ninja Village was very repulsive and vigilant to the outside world. He is also unwilling to communicate with other ninja villages, and the whole village is even more heavily guarded, and outsiders are not allowed to do so casually. This is no wonder, after all, the Mist Shinobi Ninja Village was controlled by foreign invaders for several years, and then it became more and more old, and the dark period lasted for so long. However, even the heavily guarded Kirigakure couldn't help Naruto get in. Naruto cast a few Kido, and after hiding his figure and aura, he swaggered in. You know, when Naruto used Kido's method to sneak into the residence of the Hyuga clan, that is, Hinata's dormitory, they were never discovered by the Hyuga clan, let alone these ordinary gatekeeper ninjas. After entering the Mist Shinobi Ninja Village, Naruto saw the huge building in Kirigakure. Although Kirigakure's comprehensive strength is not very good now, its development is still very good. Wide streets, lush buildings, and a tall building towering in the distance. The word water is engraved on the building, which is obviously the office of Mizukage 900. After Naruto saw it, he didn't act in a hurry, but found a place to hide. Because, when he entered Kirigakure, he heard the voice of the system in his head. Ding, arrived at the new location, Mist Shinobi Ninja Village. Does the host want to sign in at Mist Shinobi Ninja Village? After Naruto found a place to settle down, he nodded and said silently in his heart. System, sign into Mist Shinobi Ninja Village. Soon, the system voice sounded again. Ding is ready to sign in location, Mist Shinobi Ninja Village. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Evolution Card. Highest level high-speed regeneration. The reward has been sent to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. After hearing the sound of the system, Naruto was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly his heart was filled with surprise. This trip to Mist Shinobi Ninja Village was not in vain. As soon as you sign in, you can get such a luxurious gift. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and high-speed regeneration, each of them is a very powerful ability. It is also what he needs most at this moment. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Evolution Card, as the name suggests, is to evolve Mangekyo Sharingan to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. You know, although the Mangekyo Sharingan is powerful, it is very powerful. But the price is not affordable for ordinary people. Every time Mangekyo Sharingan is used, the eyes are damaged, the eyes are gradually blinded, and finally go to darkness. This price is not unreasonable. That's why Naruto never used Mangekyo lightly. However, evolving to Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is different. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan not only has a huge increase in power and ability, and there is no such side effect that allows Naruto to use the powerful ability of Mangekyo Sharingan endlessly in succession. Eyes will no longer be damaged. Moreover, after evolving to Eternal Mangekyo, Susanoo can even display her full body. The complete Susanoo is stronger than the normal Susanoo by many times. It can be said to be the real supreme pupil technique. And high-speed regeneration is even more powerful. High-speed regeneration was originally one of the abilities of Shinigami, which can quickly heal the injured parts of the body. As long as the heart is not damaged, no matter how seriously damaged any other part of the body is, it can recover in a short time and instantly. However, this ability also has different levels. Low-level high-speed regeneration recovers slowly. Even if one hand is broken, it will take a lot of time to recover. And the high-level high-speed regeneration, no matter where the body is injured, it can recover instantly. Even the cells of Senjo Hashirama in the Hokage world cannot match this terrible recovery method. As for Naruto, what he got was the highest level of high-speed regeneration. This made Naruto even more delighted. With these two powerful abilities, Naruto is like a tiger with wings added. Let his strength go to a higher level. Naruto took a few deep breaths, calmed down the joy in his heart, and realized that there was no human relationship around him, so he used the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Evolution Card without hesitation to evolve Mangekyo. After using the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to evolve, Naruto burst out with powerful pupil power instantly. That pair of six-pointed star-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan started impressively. All I could see was that at this time Naruto's hexagram-shaped Mangekyo had vaguely transparent bright red lines around his pupils. Those bright red lines are all over Mangekyo, which looks extremely strange and divine. And at this moment, Naruto's pupil power is also rapidly increasing. It will soon rise to an unprecedented level. At this moment, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, awaken. After awakening the Eternal Mangekyo, Naruto only felt that his pupil power was several times stronger than before. Chakra also increased. Now, if he uses Mangekyo's ability, he will definitely be stronger than before. Naruto nodded in satisfaction, and looked at the Mizukage building in the distance. And now, it's time to meet Mist Shinobi's Mizukage. Immediately, Naruto's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. And Mizukage office. In the spacious office, there is only one beautiful woman at the moment. The woman is sitting on the desk, seriously processing the content of the copywriting on the desk. The woman had long brown hair like a waterfall, an incomparably better figure, and a very fair and beautiful face. At this moment, she was wearing a tight blue dress and was busy writing something. This woman is Mist Shinobi's fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Just as Terumi Mei was seriously reviewing the copy, suddenly, a figure appeared in the spacious room at an unknown time. This figure was appearing in front of the desk, and the elongated shadow was also projected onto Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei was taken aback for a moment, as if she had noticed the sudden arrival of the stranger, which made her unaware, and was startled. Then, a gleam of coldness flashed across those beautiful brown eyes. Terumi Mei got up instantly, looked at the figure that appeared quietly, and said tenderly, "Who?" Chapter 93. Accompanied by Terumi Mei's delicate drink. I only saw a figure appearing in front of Terumi Mei at some unknown time. The figure has blonde hair and blue pupils, and is staring at Terumi Mei indifferently. Seeing the appearance of this person, especially the Konoha guard with a horizontal line drawn on his forehead, Terumi Mei was taken aback for a moment, and her eyes flashed in an instant, surprised, slightly startled, and said, "Uzumaki Naruto." Hearing Terumi Mei's suspicious voice, Naruto was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect Terumi Mei to recognize himself so quickly, which Naruto really didn't think about. Naruto looked at Terumi Mei and smiled lightly. "I didn't expect that the dignified Mist Shinobi Mizukage would know me, a nobody like me." Hearing Naruto's words, Terumi Mei is also more sure of her own thoughts. Unexpectedly, it was really Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, Terumi Mei was shocked. She didn't expect that Konoha's rebellious ninja, the ruthless man who destroyed Konoha, would come to Mist Shinobi and come in front of her. However, Terumi Mei, who is Mizukage, quickly suppressed the surprise in her heart, and then smiled lightly, with a touching smile on her fair face. Her eyes were rippling, like a fairy. Pretending to be weak, she looked at Naruto and said, "How can you be an unknown person? Your deeds in Konoha caused a sensation in the ninja world, and even the little girl heard about it." Although Terumi Mei's eyes flickered, she did not relax her vigilance at all. The chakra in her body flowed quietly, as if she was ready to deal with Naruto at any time. After all, Naruto is a well-known figure in the ninja world, and at the moment she doesn't know why Naruto came to Mist Shinobi. Seeing Terumi Mei make a delicate look, Naruto smiled. He will not be fooled by Terumi Mei's appearance. This beautiful woman looks extremely weak, but in fact, she is a person who can suppress the unrest in Mist Shinobi. Without extraordinary ability, it is impossible. Naruto smiled. Before he could speak, Terumi Mei said doubtfully again, "I don't know Uzumaki Naruto, come to my little Kirigakure, what's your business?" Naruto smiled lightly and said, "I'm here for the Land of Waves." After Terumi Mei heard Naruto's words, she was slightly taken aback, looked at Naruto in surprise, and said, "The Land of Waves." Terumi Mei was even more surprised, but she knew that the country of waves was just a small country. And it's the place where Mist Shinobi's rebellion will never be cut again. What is Naruto doing for the Land of Waves? Seemingly knowing Terumi Mei's surprise, Naruto continued, "Now, the Kingdom of Waves is my territory. Mist Shinobi has sent people to attack the Kingdom of Waves again and again, should you give me an explanation?" Terumi Mei was taken aback for a moment, and was even more surprised in her heart. She never expected that the Land of Waves was actually Naruto's territory. Although when she sent people to collect information before, she had already noticed that there was someone behind the wave country, but she never thought that the person behind it would be Naruto. The clever Terumi Mei quickly thought that since the Land of Waves is already Naruto's territory, that means, Zabuza is now a member of Naruto. Unexpectedly, Naruto subdued him and never killed him again. Terumi Mei took a deep breath to calm the shock in her heart. Soon, she was swaying, her beautiful eyes were shining, she stared at Naruto, and said with a soft smile, "I see. This is really a misunderstanding. If I had known earlier, why would I have sent people to harass you? How about this, Kirigakure will not trouble the Kingdom of Waves anymore, and is willing to form an alliance with you, what do you think?" Terumi Mei is a smart woman, she knows what Naruto wants her to do, and she doesn't want to fight against Naruto. Whether Konoha was destroyed or Third Hokage was beheaded, Terumi Mei knew that none of this was fake. It was all done by the boy in front of him. And for the sake of a traitor, it is obviously not worth it to fight against such a person. Also, this is a good opportunity to ally with Naruto. Terumi Mei knows that Naruto has nowhere to go now and is a wandering rebel. Although there is a country of waves, the country of waves is obviously not yet strong. Therefore, Terumi Mei wants to recruit Naruto. You know, Naruto is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. And Mist Shinobi is now without Jinchuriki. If Naruto joins, it will definitely make Mist Shinobi even more powerful. Asterisk 7. What's more, this is a powerful ninja who can kill Third Hokage. Hearing Terumi Mei's words, Naruto was also slightly taken aback. Obviously, I didn't expect Terumi Mei to make a decision so quickly. As expected of 5th Mizukage, he quickly thought about the pros and cons. Moreover, Naruto could also sense what Terumi Mei meant, so he couldn't help but take a deep look at Terumi Mei, and said with a light smile, "Do you want to recruit me? Aren't you afraid of being retaliated by Konoha? I am now Konoha's highest level traitor." Terumi Mei laughed a few times, her beautiful eyes stared at Naruto, and said with deep meaning, "If Naruto can really join Mist Shinobi, why does Mist Shinobi care about this? What do you think?" As she said that, Terumi Mei was already close to Naruto, and her delicate body touched Naruto's body lightly, making people's hearts tremble. Terumi Mei really wanted to recruit Naruto. What Mist Shinobi lacks most right now is Jinchuriki. Since the unrest, Three Tails' whereabouts have been unknown. Among the 5 major countries, only Mist Shinobi has no Jinchuriki. But Naruto wasn't quick to agree. He won't trust Terumi Mei easily. This woman is not a weak woman, but a goblin who eats people. Seeing that Terumi Mei even used the beauty trick, Naruto couldn't help taking a few steps back, calming down, and said lightly. I haven't figured it out yet, let me think about it. Terumi Mei smiled and was not surprised to see Naruto refuse. She knew that Naruto would not be so easily recruited by her, after all, Naruto had just escaped from Konoha. However, Terumi Mei was not discouraged, but smiled softly. I know Naruto can't trust Mist Shinobi yet, so I'm willing to wait for your reply. To show Mist Shinobi's sincerity, how about we collaborate first? Naruto was taken aback, looked at Terumi Mei, and asked doubtfully. Cooperate? Terumi Mei nodded, her beautiful eyes stared deeply at Naruto, and said softly. I don't know if Naruto knows Akatsuki's Tishumaru. Chapter 94. Hearing Terumi Mei's words, Naruto couldn't help but stare at Terumi Mei deeply. How could he not know about the Akatsuki organization? Not long ago, there was a battle with Uchiha Itachi and Kisame from the Akatsuki organization. It was an organization for catching tailed beasts, and each of its members was very powerful. Terumi Mei said the name of the Akatsuki organization at this moment. Could it be that she knows Akatsuki's trace? Naruto couldn't help thinking deeply. He knew that Mist Shinobi had been controlled by Akatsuki for a period of time, and the long blood Mist tyranny was also related to the Akatsuki organization. It can be said that Mist Shinobi and Xiao are enemies of life and death just like him. After Terumi Mei saw Naruto's reaction, she also knew that Naruto was obviously aware of the existence of the Akatsuki organization, and she couldn't help being slightly surprised. After all, it took her a lot of effort to know the existence of this organization. Immediately, Terumi Mei took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes stared at Naruto. 503 said. It seems that you already know the existence of this organization. The purpose of this organization is to catch tailed beasts. I believe you know Naruto. You and them are life and death enemies, right? After hearing what Terumi Mei said, Naruto nodded and said. I know, and I've fought one of their men. Terumi Mei was taken aback for a moment, and she couldn't help but look at Naruto in surprise, and began to think about Naruto in her heart. She knows how powerful the people in the Xiao organization are. Each one is an S-rank traitor in the village. And Naruto was able to fight against them. It seemed that there was no serious problem, which really surprised her. Terumi Mei chuckled a few times, looked deeply at Naruto, and said with a chuckle. I didn't expect Naruto-kun to come into contact with them so soon. Naruto didn't answer, but turned around and asked. You know where they are? Facing Naruto's inquiry, Terumi Mei did not give an answer, but shook her head and said. No, I do not know. But, I know where they go next. Naruto froze for a moment, looked at Terumi Mei in surprise, slightly puzzled. Terumi Mei smiled and quickly replied. Akatsuki's purpose is to catch the tail beast. Although I don't know where Akatsuki is, I have learned about the Three Tails Trail. As long as we go to the location of Three Tails, sooner or later we will meet someone from Akatsuki. Besides, I recently received news that Akatsuki couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to start taking action. After hearing what Terumi Mei said, Naruto also understood. Terumi Mei is right, I don't know where Akatsuki is, but as long as she knows where the tail beast is, Akatsuki will come to her sooner or later. Naruto has long known this truth. But since Terumi Mei is willing to tell him where Three Tails is, he is also very happy. Immediately, Naruto asked. Then how do we work together? Terumi Mei smiled slightly. That's the real deal. No one will help each other unconditionally. Cooperation is to get what we need. After Terumi Mei chuckled, she looked at Naruto and said lightly. You also know that Three Tails has always been a tail beast controlled by our Mist Shinobi. It was lost because of special reasons. This time we found Three Tails, and we Mist Shinobi also want to take it back, so I want to let you help me. Of course, if you help me capture Three Tails, I will also help you deal with the Akatsuki organization. With Mist Shinobi as a powerful help to help you deal with Akatsuki, you will be much more relaxed. Naruto nodded, but he didn't rush to agree, instead he laughed, looked at Terumi Mei with great interest, and said. Is that all? You know, Akatsuki and I can do it alone. Terumi Mei was taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help shaking her head and laughing, her beautiful eyes were full of water, and the corner of her mouth jokingly said. If you are not satisfied, let me promise you with your body. Seeing Terumi Mei's rippling eyes that seemed to melt people, and her enchanting figure, this is simply a fairy. Naruto shuddered, and quickly laughed. Just kidding, I agree to cooperate, when will we set off? Terumi Mei glared at Naruto coquettishly, clicked his tongue, looked up and down Naruto's figure, and teased. Cut, it's really boring. At your age, don't you have that kind of demand? Naruto smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to speak. Of course he knew what Terumi Mei was talking about. He also knew that Terumi Mei was joking, even if it was true, he would not dare to agree with what the fairy said so quickly. Seeing that Naruto didn't speak, Terumi let out a sound, then turned around and said. Let me arrange the accommodation for you first. I will pick a few people out in the next few days, and then go with you. No, I am enough alone. I don't like many people acting together. Naruto shook his head and said. Hearing Naruto's refusal, Terumi Mei was taken aback for a moment, thought for a while, nodded, and decided to say. Okay then, I'll go with you alone. Naruto glanced at Terumi Mei in surprise, and asked. Don't you need to take care of things in the village? Terumi Mei smiled lightly and said. What else can be more important than this? They will take care of it after leaving the village for a few days. Seeing that Terumi Mei said so, Naruto also nodded and agreed. Alright then. If there's nothing else, I'll go get ready first. After speaking, Naruto was ready to leave. Just when Naruto was about to leave, Terumi Mei suddenly remembered something and called Naruto to stop. Wait a moment. Naruto was taken aback, and looked at Terumi Mei, Kaido suspiciously. What else is there? Terumi Mei took a deep look at Naruto, it seems that the next thing is very important to Naruto. Then, I heard Terumi Mei say. I forgot to tell you, Konoha's people are also looking for 3 tails. When we go, we may meet them. Hearing Terumi Mei's words, Naruto's body froze and his pupils shrank. Konoha, a place he just left, is also a place he will never forget. Soon, Naruto will react and say. People from Konoha. Terumi Mei nodded, then replied. That's right. You also know that since you defected to Konoha, Konoha has no Jinchuriki to frighten the nations. At this moment, Konoha is also in great need of new Jinchuriki. So they are also searching for news about tailed beasts. I think, when the time comes, we may meet them. 0.3 Naruto nodded, also knowing the current situation of Konoha. Then, narrowing his eyes, he asked. Can you be sure who it is? Although he has left Konoha, but Konoha still has many people he cares about. And, the vengeance didn't stop. If there were those characters that Naruto wanted to kill at that time, Naruto would definitely shoot without mercy. Hearing Naruto's inquiry, Terumi Mei shook her head and said. Not sure yet. Naruto nodded, exhaled, calmed down quickly, and said lightly. Okay, I get it. No matter who it is, when the time comes, you will know. And Naruto will not avoid anything just because Konoha's people are coming. Instead, he wanted to see who Konoha would send to catch the tailed beast. With him here, Sleepy Yakan never succeed. Chapter 95. After speaking with Terumi Mei, Naruto left Mizuki's office and found a place to rest. He knew that when Terumi Mei was ready, she would take the initiative to find him. And what he has to do next is to quickly adjust his state to prepare for the next action. After all, what he will face next is not only 3 tails, but also Akatsuki, and even Konoha's people. So, after Naruto found a hotel to rest, he lay on the bed and thought carefully about what else he could improve. After much deliberation, Naruto still feels that what he lacks most now is Byakuya Kokaki's template experience. Although Byakuya Kokaki's template has now been unlocked to 98.6%, Naruto knows that the most important thing is the remaining 1.4%. Only after unlocking all the templates of Byakuya Kokaki, can you truly show your full strength. Senbonzakura's power will also be stronger. However, although there are only 1.4% left, the experience required for this is very massive and huge. It is simply not something that can be done in a short time. Because the template goes to the end, the more important experience is unlocked. Just when Naruto was thinking hard, suddenly, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! The random check-in location has been refreshed. Hearing the sound of the system, Naruto was taken aback for a moment, and joy burst out in an instant. After many days, the random check-in location has finally been refreshed. Just when Naruto was delighted, what the system said next made Naruto almost unable to react. I only heard a ding, and the system's prompt sounded. Ding, the next check-in location, Terumi Mei's bedroom. After hearing the system sound, Naruto was stunned for a moment, and a strange expression appeared on his face. How is this going? The sign-in location is actually refreshed in Terumi Mei's dormitory. When I was in Konoha last time, the sign-in location was refreshed in Hinata's bedroom, but this time, it was refreshed in Terumi Mei's bedroom. It really made Naruto not know what to say. Either way, Naruto has to check in. Because the random sign-in rewards are very generous, which has greatly improved him. And the sooner you sign in, the sooner the random location will be refreshed next time, so Naruto decided to leave now. Naruto exhaled and glanced at the night, feeling even more helpless. Now the moon is shining, and it is already late at night. I don't know if Terumi Mei fell asleep or not. If you happened to meet Terumi Mei in the past, it would be even more difficult. But even so, Naruto also made up his mind. After walking out of the hotel, Naruto went directly to Terumi Mei's house. Terumi Mei's house is not hidden, after all, it is her usual place of residence, and it is still in her own village, so there is no need to hide anything. So Naruto came to the destination soon. When I came to Terumi Mei's house, the lights in Terumi Mei's room were already turned off and dark. However, as soon as Naruto walked to the door of the room, he saw a faint figure lying in the room. Seeing this, Naruto was slightly taken aback, and after hiding his aura with Kido, he walked in quietly. After walking in, Naruto took a look. Sure enough, the lying figure was none other than Terumi Mei. I saw that Terumi Mei was breathing evenly, her beautiful face was very fair, and she looked charming, and the thin quilt did not stop her enchanting figure. And the hanger next to it is Terumi Mei's clothes. Seeing the black silky model on the hanger, Naruto took a few deep breaths, trying to suppress the small fire in his heart. Then, Naruto closed his eyes and said silently, "System, start signing in." Soon, the voice of the system sounded in my mind. Ding, get ready to check in at a random place. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully signing in at the system refresh location. Get reward, Byakuya Kokaki Template EXP 1.4%. Rewarded, Hollow. As the voice fell, Naruto was instantly surprised. Unexpectedly, he was still having a headache just now on how to unlock the remaining experience of the Byakuya Kokaki template, and this sign-in gave him such a big gift. Adding this 1.4%, Byakuya Kokaki's template is fully unlocked 100%. He finally fully unlocked Byakuya Kokaki's template. And, it doesn't stop there. And Hollow. Hollow is the ability in the Shinigami world. You can gain virtual power on the basis of Shinigami power, so that your strength can reach a new level. Speed, attack and dodge have been greatly enhanced. This is definitely a powerful ability. With the bonus of Hollow, Naruto can explode several times its strength in a short time. Just when Naruto was indulging in a generous check-in reward. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Who? All I saw was that Terumi Mei had already put on her clothes at some point, looking around vigilantly. Seeing this, Naruto said helplessly. It's me. Hearing Naruto's voice, Terumi Mei was taken aback for a moment before seeing Naruto's figure clearly. Seeing Naruto appearing in front of her, Terumi Mei's eyes flashed with surprise, she exhaled, gave Naruto a coquettish look, and said. How could it be you? I thought there was an enemy attack. It's late at night, what are you doing at my house? Naruto smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. He can't tell Terumi Mei that he is here to sign. Before Naruto opened his mouth to say anything, Terumi Mei took a deep look at Naruto, her beautiful eyes flashed playfully, and she teased. Why, do you want it? You don't want it for you during the day, but you sneak here by yourself at night? So you like this style? Naruto was taken aback for a moment, and immediately understood what Terumi Mei was talking about, his face flushed slightly, he coughed, and said quickly. Cough, no, I'm just here to do something. Do something? Are you done? Terumi Mei looked at Naruto playfully with interest. Seeing Terumi Mei's eyes, Naruto blushed, nodded quickly and said. Well, I'm done. Cough, I still have something to do. I'm leaving first. You can continue to rest. After finishing speaking, before Terumi Mei could react, Naruto flickered and disappeared instantly. After seeing Naruto leave, Terumi Mei was taken aback for a moment, and quickly reacted, blinking her eyes in doubt. In fact, up to now, she doesn't know what Naruto is here for. After seeing that there was nothing missing in the house, and there were no traces, Terumi Mei didn't think too much, shook her head, and was about to fall asleep again. After Naruto left, he returned directly to the hotel where he lived. After returning to the hotel, Naruto exhaled. He didn't expect that Terumi Mei's alertness would be so high, and he soon realized his existence. It seems that I still underestimated Terumi Mei. But fortunately, the rewards for signing in this time are rich, and it is not in vain for him to take this trip. Just unlocking all of Byakuya Kokaki's templates alone is enough to take him up a notch, not to mention Hollow's powerful whole card. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After sorting out the information in his mind, Naruto was also ready to take a rest. Chapter 96. The nighttime passed quickly, and morning came. When the bright sun shone on Naruto's face, Naruto had already gotten up early. Wash up and get ready to go out. As soon as he opened the wooden door of the hotel, Naruto saw a fair-skinned beauty in a blue tight skirt standing outside the door with an enchanting figure, beautiful and slender. Seeing the slender beauty with brown color like a waterfall, Naruto was taken aback. This beauty is Terumi Mei. At this moment, Terumi Mei was smiling, her beautiful eyes were gazing at Naruto like water waves. Did you rest well last night? Before Naruto could speak, Terumi Mei looked at Naruto playfully and teased. Naruto was taken aback, scratched his head in embarrassment, not knowing what to say. What happened last night made him a little embarrassed. Immediately, Naruto changed the subject and asked. How did you come? Hearing Naruto's question, Terumi Mei coughed and turned back to the topic, looked at Naruto seriously and said. Cough, I just received the news that the Three Tails activities are becoming more and more frequent, and it seems that it is about to surface. And Konoha has already sent people to take action, so it's not too late, let's leave immediately. Naruto nodded after listening. For Three Tails, the sooner the better. Only by taking the lead can we seize the opportunity. After all, what they have to deal with is not only the Three Tails, but also several other forces. Terumi Mei didn't seem to have any worried expression. I don't know if this woman is thoughtful or she is sure of winning. Suddenly, Naruto thought of something important, looked up at Terumi Mei, and asked. I can do it anytime, but I have a question, after capturing Three Tails, who do you plan to make the Three Tails Jinchuriki? After Naruto finished speaking, he looked at Terumi Mei and waited for Terumi Mei's answer. This is the most critical. Three Tails is huge in size, even if they catch Three Tails, it is impossible to bring them back to the village directly. And Terumi Mei's purpose is to let Kirigakura regain Jinchuriki, then, a container that seals one tail is needed. Namely, the Jinchuriki of Three Tails. Presumably, Terumi Mei should have already thought about the candidate for Three Tails Jinchuriki. Otherwise, she wouldn't come to him so quickly to decide what to do. Hearing Naruto's words, Terumi Mei smiled lightly, as if she had made up her mind a long time ago. She blinked and said with a smile. Of course it's me. Naruto froze for a moment, looked at Terumi Mei in astonishment, and said doubtfully. You. Terumi Mei nodded and smiled lightly. Of course, I'm the only one going with you, and there's no one else but me. The power of tailed beasts cannot be suppressed by ordinary people. Now in Mist Shinobi, I am the only one who is most suitable to become Three Tails Jinchuriki. Terumi Mei smiled lightly. When Naruto heard Terumi Mei's words, he couldn't help but glanced at Terumi Mei in surprise, his eyes full of deep meaning. He knew that Terumi Mei's intention was obviously not that simple. The treatment of Jinchuriki in the village is very delicate. It is said that it is a weapon that exists for the benefit of the village, but Jinchuriki has such a powerful force in his body, it will inevitably make people fearful. Terumi Mei obviously knows this too, so she wants to become Jinchuriki herself. As the fifth Mizukage of Mist Shinobi, she can obviously avoid this. It seems that Terumi Mei is not only thoughtful, but also considers comprehensively. In the cruel environment of Mist Shinobi, she became the fifth Mizukage, which convinced everyone. After all, it is the reason. Seeing that Terumi Mei said so, Naruto didn't say anything more, and nodded with a smile, agreeing. Of course, he also has his own ideas. After talking briefly with Terumi Mei, Naruto packed up and set off with Terumi Mei. The location where Three Tails is located is in a lake in a remote area. The lake is very beautiful, surrounded by huge forests, like a paradise. This Three Tails really knows how to find a place to enjoy. However, when Naruto and Terumi Mei arrived here, the place was already very unsettled. As soon as they arrived at the location of Three Tails, Naruto and Terumi Mei heard explosions constantly coming from around them. Horrific explosions resounded continuously in the forest, breaking the silence of the forest. Simultaneously with the explosion, there was that crazy laugh. Ha ha ha, this is the art of explosion. Hearing this voice, Terumi Mei and Naruto were taken aback at the same time. They looked at each other, and they both understood that someone had already come here ahead of time. I didn't expect it to be a step late, I don't know who arrived first. Zhao Mei said. It doesn't matter. Naruto smiled lightly and didn't mind. Now that they are here, it will be a matter of time before they face other forces. Besides, that's what Naruto was supposed to do. He came here just to kill the people of the Xiao organization. Moreover, from the tone of the voice, he also vaguely guessed the identity of the other party. Don't know if there are others. Naruto thought in his heart, exhaled immediately, and decided to observe. With chakra flowing quietly in the body, Naruto sighed softly in his heart. Sharingan, open. The azure eyes were instantly stained with scarlet, and the three tomo slowly turned. The scarlet Sharingan, open it up. After Sharingan was opened, Naruto's pupils expanded smoothly, and he looked along the source of the sound, and soon he found the owner of the sound in the depths of the forest. It was a blonde man wearing a red cloud and black robe, with a hideous mouth on the palm of the man's hand. At this time, the mouth was eating and chewing the white clay with disgust. This blonde-haired man is a member of the Akatsuki organization, a blaster, Deidara. Along with Deidara, and his teammate, the Red Sand Scorpion. However, the Scarlet Sand Scorpion did not make a move. Instead, Deidara was throwing clay, as if fighting someone. As soon as the white clay is thrown, it explodes on the ground, which is very powerful. Soon, Naruto sees who is fighting Deidara. It's Kakashi. Seeing Kakashi's appearance, Naruto couldn't help frowning. Unexpectedly, people from Konoha also came. Moreover, he has already handed over the people from the Akatsuki organization. Konoha is not the only one coming Kakashi. Beside Kakashi are Yuhi Hong, Small Sakura and Hinata. Seeing them, Naruto's eyes were slightly complicated, he took a deep breath, and continued to observe you. Chapter 97. At this time, Kakashi and the others have already fought with Deidara. The two sides fought fiercely, each resorted to means, and refused to give in to each other. But Deidara's explosive clay was very powerful, constantly bombarding Kakashi and their surroundings. Although Konoha's people are very agile, but dodging like this is not an option after all. Soon, little Sakura asked Kakashi worriedly. Ms. Kakashi, what should we chant now? Kakashi frowned, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, Kakashi has already started sharing on. The Scarlet Three-Goat Jade slowly turned, looking solemnly at Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion. A few of them from Konoha were entrusted with a heavy mission to capture Three Tails. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived here, they met people from the Xiao organization, that is, Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion. Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion had the same purpose as them, and when the two sides met, they exchanged fierce fire. It was not Deidara, but the Red Sand Scorpion that made Kakashi's eyes serious. If there is only Deidara alone, with his strength, 267 can handle it. However, there was a Red Sand Scorpion who hadn't made a move at the side. Kakashi knew that everyone in Akatsuki's organization was very powerful. Although the Scarlet Sand Scorpion did not make a move, its strength is obviously not weaker than that of Deidara. Two strong cage-level players gave Kakashi a headache. Immediately, Kakashi exhaled and said solemnly, "Red, take little Sakura and Hinata to help me resist the Red Sand Scorpion for a while, I'll get rid of Deidara soon and help you guys." Yuhihong nodded solemnly, she also knew the critical situation at this time. Although Kakashi's voice was very small, it was still heard by Deidara and the Red Sand Scorpion not far away. When the two heard the words, they both snorted coldly, very upset. "Do you think that just these few women can stop me? Originally, I didn't bother to make a move, but Deidara, you are too inked." "Humph, I'm getting impatient." The Red Sand Scorpion said solemnly. "Hey, Uncle Scorpion, it's obvious that you don't understand the art of explosions. Only constant explosions can show the most perfect part of art and impress them. However, Kakashi is too arrogant, do you really think he is my opponent? Next, I will let him know the sky of art." Deidara was also very upset and wanted to make a real move. The Red Sand Scorpion snorted coldly and ignored Deidara. That pair of stern, emotionless cold eyes stared at Kurenei and Hinata, making Kurenei and the others shiver. Seeing that both of them were about to attack, Kakashi couldn't help feeling even more tricky and frowned. But right now, he has nothing to do. You can only rely on Yuhihong to hold one, so that he has time to deal with Deidara. But Deidara's strength is not that simple, and the fact is that it will not be as smooth as Kakashi thought. After the two sides talked, they began to fight fiercely. Kurenei led Hinata and small Sakura to rush towards the Red Sand Scorpion. Although they had a large number of them, their attack methods were endless. But the strength of the Red Sand Scorpion is far beyond their imagination, no matter how they attack, they can't attack the Red Sand Scorpion. When Kakashi saw that Hong and the others had already made a move, he quickly launched an offensive, trying to resolve the battle. Although Kakashi relied on lightning style to restrain earth style's attribute suppression, he could barely make Deidara's several detonating clays misfire, but Deidara had long been prepared. Even without detonating the clay, Kakashi couldn't take Deidara for a while. What's more, Deidara threw out dozens of detonating clay at once, and Kakashi couldn't make all the clay invalid. All of a sudden, everyone in Konoha was at a disadvantage. Even Kakashi, who just said he wanted to take Deidara quickly, couldn't temporarily gain an advantage. Deidara has begun to use his real strength, and the power of detonating the clay is getting stronger every time. If Kakashi is not careful, he will be blown up by clay, which is very dangerous. Things didn't go as smoothly as Kakashi thought. After all, Deidara is a strong cage level and a member of Akatsuki. It is impossible to defeat it as quickly as he thought. What is even more dangerous is Yuhihong and the others. Not only were Yuhihong and the others unable to harm the Red Sand Scorpion, on the contrary, facing the repeated attacks of the Red Sand Scorpion, they were very tired of parrying. The Red Sand Scorpion seems to want to prove that he is stronger than Deidara and Kakashi, and the others should not be underestimated. Therefore, every attack he made was very fierce, and every move was a real ruthless move, which made Shihong and the others very dangerous. Moreover, the puppet weapon of the Scarlet Sand Scorpion contains a highly poisonous poison, so if it is even slightly injured, it will be hit and put in danger. Yuhihong and the others also knew this, so they were more careful on guard. However, facing the offensive of cage-level powerhouses, although Yuhihong and the others can defend for a while, they cannot last long. Their physical strength and chakra are rapidly declining and depleted. Little Sakura and Hinata were out of breath after a while. This is a real life and death fight, and the Scarlet Sand Scorpion didn't intend to release water at all. Every move was very sharp and decisive, trying to take the lives of Yuhihong and the others. Seeing Kurenei and the others were a little tired, and the Red Sand Scorpion didn't let go of this opportunity. With a cold snort, he resolutely attacked Hinata. The sharp, purple and poisonous tail suddenly lifted up, and it went towards Hinata at the side. Hinata opened his eyes, and soon observed the movement of the Red Sand Scorpion. With a slight movement of the delicate body, it narrowly escaped the poison of the puppet's tail. However, at this moment, the Scarlet Sand Scorpion smiled coldly. All I saw was 3 black thorns suddenly spit out from the mouth of the Red Sand Scorpion. The black thorns are highly poisonous, passing through the air, like a dart, with a whizzing sound, they flew towards Hinata quickly. This is the true purpose of the Scarlet Sand Scorpion. While Hinata just dodged the tail attack, he took the opportunity to shoot the poisonous stinger. Want to take Hinata's life straight. Seeing the black and sharp poisonous thorns attacking, Hinata was startled, and her snow-white pupils flashed with panic. When Yu Haihong saw it, she hurriedly shouted worriedly. Hinata! Be careful! Get out of the way! But the speed of the poisonous sting was so fast, Hinata had just turned around again, and he hadn't adjusted his body balance yet, so he couldn't dodge it at all. Seeing that the stinger was about to hit Hinata's body, at this moment, a cold snort suddenly sounded in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a golden figure suddenly appeared in front of Hinata. Chapter 98. After the golden figure appeared, he raised his finger lightly, aimed at the poisonous thorn, and said softly. Heido number 4, Shirai. An arc flashed across the fingertips, and a thunderbolt flashed out from the fingertips, precisely eliminating all the poisonous stingers attacking Hinata. After Bai Lei eliminated the stinger, he still didn't stop. Instead, the arc flickered and continued to penetrate towards the red sand scorpion. Seeing the flashing white thunder, the scarlet sand scorpion was startled and quickly dodged. After repelling the red sand scorpion, Kurane Ui and little Sakura exhaled, and then looked at the figure that appeared. All he could see was the golden figure with blonde hair and blue pupils. Seeing that familiar face, Yu Hihong, Xiao Sakura and Hinata were all taken aback, their beautiful eyes widened slightly, with incredible expressions. Tears glistened on Hinata's beautiful eyes, and she covered Sakura's lips with her slender hands, her delicate body trembling slightly, and it was hard to hide the excitement in her heart. Hinata opened her mouth slightly, and said with a slightly trembling voice listening softly. Naruto-kun. Is it Naruto-kun? Hinata called softly. Hearing the delicate girl's voice behind him, Naruto didn't look back, nor did he agree, just sighed. Immediately, Naruto raised his head and looked coldly at the red sand scorpion not far away who wanted to hurt Hinata just now. At this moment, the red sand scorpion had just narrowly escaped Bai Lei and was squinting at Naruto who suddenly appeared. Seeing Naruto's appearance, the red sand scorpion narrowed his eyes, and after a while, made a cold and hoarse voice. Who are you? Naruto sneered and said lightly. Usse organization is looking for me day and night, don't you know who I am? The red sand scorpion was taken aback. Immediately, the words that Akatsuki's leader Pain said not long ago appeared in his mind. Catch the Jinchuriki, especially the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. That blonde hair and Konoha's obvious forehead protector instantly reminded him of Naruto's identity. Then, the red sand scorpion suddenly shrank its pupils, and said darkly. Are you Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto nodded lightly and said. Exactly. Seeing Naruto nodding, the scarlet sand scorpion frowned suddenly. He heard from Akatsuki that Nine Tails Jinchuriki had defeated Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. Although he didn't see the two of them make a move with his own eyes, the scarlet sand scorpion also knew that the strength of these two people was not simple. He didn't expect that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki who defeated those two people would appear in front of him at this moment. What was even more unexpected was that the one who defeated them was actually just a brat, which made the scarlet sand scorpion a little unbelievable. Seeing the surprised expression of the red sand scorpion, Naruto said lightly. Why, can't you believe it? Usse organization wants to catch tailed beasts so much, and now that Nine Tails Jinchuriki appears in front of you, is it so hard for you to accept it? The scarlet sand scorpion frowned, then smiled coldly, and said hoarsely. I didn't expect that you would take the initiative to send it to your door. If that's the case, then I will clean up you for Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. Akatsuki's leader, Pain, had already given the highest order to capture the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Now that he saw Naruto, the red sand scorpion not only didn't want to quit because Naruto had defeated Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, on the contrary, he wanted to catch Naruto just like that. It's no wonder that everyone in Akatsuki has extraordinary abilities. No one obeys anyone. Even though Naruto defeated Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, Scorpion of Akazura didn't think Naruto would be better than him. On the contrary, the red sand scorpion wants to prove that he is stronger than Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. I also want to see what kind of strength Uzumaki Naruto can defeat them. After the scarlet sand scorpion finished speaking, the tail on its back suddenly lifted up, and the sharp tip of the tail was venomous, stabbing at Naruto fiercely. Seeing this, Naruto snorted coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Even if the scarlet sand scorpion doesn't make a move, he won't let him go. The red sand scorpion dared to attack Hinata, which really touched Naruto's inverse scales, and made Naruto's killing intent surge. What's more, the other party is still someone who understands. Just when the red sand scorpion's tail was about to stab Naruto, Naruto's eyes flashed. The scarlet Sharingan turned slowly. Huge pupil power burst out. In an instant, a hexagram appeared in Naruto's pupil. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, open. After opening Mangekyo, Naruto's vision changed dramatically instantly. In Naruto's eyes, the tail attacking towards himself was clearly visible as if it had slowed down several times. Then, he moved his body, and the figure disappeared in an instant. The Scarlet Sand Scorpion was taken aback, before he could react. Ask for flowers. Then he was shocked to see that Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him without knowing when. Moreover, Naruto holds a black blade in his hand, and that blade is exactly Senbonzakura. I saw that Naruto came to the front and back of the red sand scorpion. Senbonzakura raised it up, stared at it with indifferent eyes, and cut off the blade suddenly. Seeing this, the red sand scorpion shrank its pupils. It quickly retracted its tail to block it. However, a scene that made the red sand scorpion feel unbelievable appeared. When his huge indestructible tail stopped in front of Senbonzakura, Senbonzakura chopped it off with a knife. That tough tail was chopped into 2 pieces by Senbonzakura in an instant. And it doesn't stop there. After Senbonzakura cut off the tail of the red sand scorpion puppet, the blade is still cutting off. The next moment, it will be chopped at the body of the red sand scorpion. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw that the bowed puppet of the red sand scorpion was cut to pieces by Senbonzakura in an instant. Puppet broken. Boom. Countless fragments splashed into the air. After the bowed puppet was shattered, the body of the red sand scorpion also quickly escaped from the puppet, narrowly dodging the 10,000 people just now. If he continues to stay inside, I'm afraid it has become 2 halves by now. The red sand scorpion looked at the puppet that had been shattered in horror. He couldn't believe it. The powerful puppet that I carefully created was like a blank sheet of paper, and it was easily chopped into pieces by Naruto. Even for a moment, I couldn't resist it. One must know that this is a powerful puppet carefully crafted by the Scarlet Sand Scorpion. As a method he often uses, the defense of this puppet is hard enough to resist A-level ninjutsu. However, at this moment, it can't stop Naruto's knife. Just when the Scarlet Sand Scorpion was astonished and shocked, he hadn't waited for him to react. Just then, there was a shocking hum that resounded through the sky. It attracted everyone's attention. I just saw that a Raise-non had condensed in Naruto's hand at some point. Raise-non emits white light, and the surroundings are spinning like a sharp blade at high speed, forming a shuriken eye. Wind style, spiral shuriken. After the spiral shuriken was condensed, Naruto glanced at the red sand scorpion indifferently, and then, under the red sand scorpion's horrified gaze, wind-style spiral shuriken, suddenly thrown out the spoon. Chapter 99. All I could see was that the spiral shuriken was like a shooting star, radiating dazzling rays of light across the sky. The buzzing sound gradually sounded. The terrifying power on the spiral shuriken caused the air to vibrate. Even, where it passes by, the surrounding space is somewhat distorted. Everyone watched this scene. The red sand scorpion was even more shocking. He never expected that Naruto's spiral shuriken would follow right after he escaped Naruto's attack. Don't give him any breathing room at all. Moreover, the red sand scorpion can sense the terrifying power of the spiral shuriken. It seems to contain countless chakra, a terrifying existence that condenses wind attribute chakra together. If it erupts, everything around it will be destroyed. With such a terrible method, he actually didn't 323 realize when Naruto was formed, as if he rubbed his hands out in an instant. That's right, just a moment. This spiral shuriken, Naruto cast it almost in the blink of an eye, the current him is enough to do this speed. Before the red sand scorpion could react, the wind-style spiral shuriken that rushed like a meteor suddenly landed on him. Boom! A terrifying air wave erupted from the spiral shuriken instantly. After the spiral shuriken hits the target, the chakra contained in it is also spreading, and the power is poured out. In an instant, the body of the red sand scorpion was engulfed by the white light of the spiral shuriken. The air wave is sweeping away. The huge power caused all the surrounding trees to be blown off by the whirlwind, and Yuhihong and the others raised their lotus arms step by step to block the wind pressure. Deidara and Kakashi on the side also noticed this scene. They both looked at the scene after the wind-style spiral shuriken exploded in astonishment. This is just like an explosion. After the wind-style spiral shuriken spreads, all the places affected by the spiral shuriken will be completely destroyed. Trees and grass are all turned into strenuous efforts. Even, a big Uzumaki-like circular pit appeared on the ground. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. This is just like when Naruto destroyed Konoha, it is very spectacular and terrifying. The power of the spiral shuriken shocked everyone present. This is the strength of Naruto now. After the Byakuya Kokaki template is fully unlocked 100%, the power is displayed. Naruto's various abilities have not only been improved, but the means of displaying them are also more powerful. Now when using the spiral shuriken, not only the formation speed is faster, but also the power is several times stronger than before. Even if it is just a small method, it can exert more powerful power than before. After the power of the spiral shuriken was completely released, a large pit with a diameter of tens of meters appeared in the forest. Only then did everyone look into the pit. All I could see was a figure lying in a state of embarrassment in the pit. The figure had red hair and the body of a puppet, and the red cloud and black robe he was wearing had become tattered at the moment, and the word nuclear on the chest was now extremely dim. This person is the red sand scorpion. At this moment, the scarlet sand scorpion was very weak. The boy's face was already full of shock and horror at this moment. He looked at the sky in disbelief, panting wildly. He couldn't believe that he would lose. It was completely unexpected that he would be defeated. I never thought that I would lose so thoroughly. This is not fighting, this is completely crushing. He was completely crushed by Naruto. At this moment, the Red Sand Scorpion understood why Uchiha Itachi and Kisame were defeated by Naruto. What they are facing is completely a monster. Naruto's attack, every move, is very terrifying. The last spiral shuriken didn't even give him a chance to breathe. That terrible attack seemed to come at random, so he had nowhere to resist, he couldn't use his strength, and he didn't even have room to fight back, so he was completely defeated by Naruto. The Scarlet Sand Scorpion couldn't believe it all, he had never lost so thoroughly, and he had never met such a terrifying opponent. He panted heavily, opened his eyes wide, looked at Naruto in horror, and was speechless for a long time. You, what kind of monster are you? The Red Sand Scorpion stared at Naruto firmly, and said through gritted teeth. Yes, it's a monster. The Scarlet Sand Scorpion can't believe that this is something humans can do. Even the original Uchiha Madara, it takes time to cast a powerful ninjutsu. However, he didn't even see the movement of Naruto's seal, and the wind-style spiral shuriken appeared. Naruto stared at Scorpion indifferently, and said lightly. I'm not a monster, I'm what you say, Nine Tails Jinchuriki. After the words fell, the Scarlet Sand Scorpion was taken aback, before he could say anything else. The core in the center of the body was shattered. A complete nuclear character has turned into fragments at this moment. It was completely destroyed by the spiral shuriken just now. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. At this time, Deidara finally reacted. His teammate, the Red Sand Scorpion, was killed by Naruto. Deidara trembled, and suddenly shouted. Uncle Scorpion. The words sounded, and then, Deidara turned and glared at Naruto. Those eyes were full of unstoppable anger, as if Deidara wanted to kill Naruto with angry eyes. BD. You actually killed Uncle Scorpion. After speaking, Deidara pulled out a lump of clay and chewed it frantically. Along with Deidara's movements, chakra in Deidara's body suddenly went berserk, like a bomb, faintly and constantly agitated. Then, Deidara spat the clay out of his mouth violently. After the detonating clay appeared, it fell to the ground in an instant, forming a 0.0 doll exactly like Deidara. The puppet keeps expanding, getting closer and closer, and there is also a white light flashing in the body, which contains the terrible chakra. Until the end, the puppet, which was exactly the same shape as Deidara, turned into a giant of more than 10 meters. Seeing this huge Deidara formed from detonated clay, everyone's pupils dilated and they were horrified. They know that this is not a work of art, this is a huge bomb. At this moment, the bomb took the shape of a giant, very huge. Such a huge bomb, how terrible the power will be. Seeing the horrified eyes of Kakashi and the others, Deidara sneered smugly, and immediately formed seals with both hands, and shouted suddenly. Drink. C4 Bomb Garuda. Explode. Chapter 100. All I heard was Deidara shouting loudly. The next moment, a dazzling white light was released from the Deidara formed by the huge detonating clay. This white light, like the afterglow before the explosion, made Kakashi and the others unable to open their eyes. Seeing this scene, Kakashi and the others panicked. If such a huge bomb explodes completely, what terrifying power will it produce? I am afraid that everyone present will not be able to. Everyone will be affected by this terrible explosion. Deidara also showed a crazy smile, looking at everyone confidently. He is confident that all the people in Konoha will be killed by Garuda's explosion. Including Uzumaki Naruto. This is his perfect art. Next moment. Boom. Explosion dump. The terrifying power engulfed the surrounding area in an instant, and the forest with a radius of 100 miles was completely covered by the power of the explosion. Waves of air waves are like waves, destructively destroying everything around. Whether it is trees, flowers, or even birds flying in the air, after being affected by the power of this explosion, they will be wiped out in an instant, and there will be no bones left. The air wave spread very quickly, engulfing Naruto and Kakashi in the blink of an eye. Naruto and the others were also covered by the power of the explosion. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto and Kakashi in the midst of the explosion, Garuda 17 was in full swing. Deidara laughed wildly, he seemed to have seen the tragic end of Naruto and Kakashi being bombed. As if he had seen Naruto and the others fall in the explosion. It's more like they have completely believed that Naruto and the others will definitely be killed by this explosion. Deidara laughed wildly, his wildly confident laughter resounding through the forest. Ha 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 ha, feel the charm of explosion art. The voice fell. The aftermath of the explosion also gradually ceased. All I saw was that a huge pit had appeared in the entire forest. And this pit is exactly the masterpiece of Deidara C4 bomb Garuda just now. Seeing the barren and lifeless scene being bombed by Garuda, Deidara nodded in satisfaction. This is his perfect art. Everything was wiped out in the explosion. However, just as Deidara glanced around, admiring his perfect masterpiece. Suddenly, Deidara's expression froze suddenly, his eyes were dull, and his pupils contracted violently, as if he saw something extremely incredible. All I could see, following Deidara's gaze, were a few figures standing in the sunken pit. Those few figures are exactly Naruto and the others. At this moment, Naruto appeared in Deidara's field of vision safe and sound, and behind Naruto were Hinata and Kurenai who were the audience. They were not harmed at all, as if they were not affected by Garuda's explosion at all, and they were unscathed. In front of Naruto, there is a transparent thin barrier. It is this thin barrier that completely blocks all of Garuda's might. Naruto and the others were firmly protected behind the thin barrier, safe and sound. This transparent barrier is exactly the 80 alt height of Bakudo. Before Deidara's Garuda bomb exploded, Naruto cast Splitting Void to protect Hinata and the others, and blocked all the power of the Garuda bomb. All of them, unscathed. Seeing this scene, Deidara's expression suddenly froze, and his pupils contracted violently. He couldn't believe it at all, let alone accept the scene in front of him. No. Impossible. How could you survive Garuda's explosion unscathed? It's impossible. Deidara yelled hysterically. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. It is even more impossible to accept the facts in front of you. Someone actually resisted the explosive power of Garuda. How can this be? Seeing Naruto and the others safe and sound, Deidara was a little crazy and couldn't accept it. That's the C4 bomb Garuda. It is the strongest explosion art he is proud of. Garuda's terrifying power can even destroy everything within a radius of a kilometer. He has never seen anyone who can stop Garuda's explosion. It is impossible for anyone to stop it. However, everything in front of him made him feel so unbelievable and shocked. Naruto actually blocked all of Luluo's power. He also protected everyone in Konoha. It's unbelievable. Hearing Deidara's frenzied roar, everyone in Konoha also reacted. They looked at Naruto in shock, eyes filled with various deep meanings. Those who are behind Naruto are the most shocking. They personally felt that at the moment when the power of Garuda's explosion spread, Naruto was like an indestructible fortress in front of them. Even if Garuda's explosion destroyed the surroundings, it would be impossible to break through Naruto's defense and hurt them. This is like absolute defense. At this moment, they felt Naruto's strength even more deeply. After blocking Garuda's explosion, Naruto waved his palm, and the thin barrier formed by the splitting void dissipated. No wonder Deidara was so taken aback. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto, who has fully unlocked the Byakuya Kokaki template, has already reached a new level in Kido's attainments. Now the Kido he casts, is several times more powerful than before. What's more, number 81 Bakudo Splitting Void is known as a powerful defense method that can block Hado below number 80. At this moment, Naruto uses the spirit chant to display it. Even if Deidara explodes himself, it may not be able to break through the Splitting Void's defense. Looking at Deidara who was furiously roaring, Naruto had an indifferent expression, and said lightly. It's over, Deidara. Hearing Naruto's words, Deidara was taken aback and looked at Naruto. Immediately, Deidara's expression was frantic and unwilling, and he shouted. Since this is the case, then I will show you the real art and blow yourself up. After speaking, Deidara took off her shirt suddenly, exposing her chest. All I saw was that on Deidara's strong chest, there was a hideous mouth. After exposing the mouth where the heart is, Deidara took out all the clay and put it on the mouth of the heart, letting it chew wildly. At the same time, the chakra all over Deidara's body also went berserk, as if wanting to detonate the power of the whole body. Seeing this, 860 Naruto snorted coldly, not giving Deidara a chance to explode himself. All he saw was a flash of white light under Naruto's feet. Shunpo launched. The next moment, Naruto suddenly appeared in front of Deidara. Lightning condenses in the palm of your hand. Lightning flashes. 63 of Hado, distance. Deidara was stunned for a moment. Before he could react, he saw the fiery lightning howl in Naruto's palm burst out. The fiery lightning howl, which contains countless lightning lights, bombarded Deidara in an instant. Countless thunderbolts penetrated Deidara's whole body, instantly destroying all the explosive clay. The mouth at Deidara's heart also lost its vitality in an instant. And Naruto's palms containing countless thunderbolts have already directly penetrated Deidara's body, piercing a bloody hole. Deidara, killed by Naruto in an instant, had no chance to react. Before he died, Deidara's eyes were still wide open, his face full of disbelief. It seems that it is unbelievable that Naruto has such terrifying strength that there is no room for him to resist. After killing Deidara, Naruto withdrew his palm and exhaled, and Deidara's body also fell to the ground. Then, Naruto turned and looked at the calm lake. Both of Akatsuki's group were killed by Naruto, and next, it's time to clean up the room hidden under the lake. Just when Naruto was about to walk towards the surface of the lake, Hinata and the others saw Naruto's movements and thought that Naruto was about to leave, so they couldn't help stretching out their slender white hands towards Naruto, calling softly. Don't go, Naruto.